Simmons did with the blue marble. He stitched it all together. It's just actually overflights, probably from a Google drone, mate. And that's how you get the blue marble today. That's how you get the Apple iPhone special release with all the money you paid for it, with the blue marble. There's Earth. It's all stitched together from digital overflights.
It is stitched together. I mean, they showed on the live feed of ISS. People have videotape of the lines through the clouds, and they'll be like fucked up. It's clearly images stitched together.
I wonder how many people know that, or when they see an image of Earth, that's like, oh, that's my home. That's one.
I think that's the biggest. I think that's the biggest evidence where I feel like something freaky is going on. Like the ISS feed is fake, but it doesn't necessarily mean Earth isn't round. In my opinion.
Well, if we can't leave, or
they just don't want to show a live feed of Earth.
I don't know if they can't leave, or if they can't show, like if they're stitching it because they can't actually leave high enough to go. That means all those pictures are fake. I mean, if we can't leave, then every image they've produced, even if they're stitched, then it's not.
I kind of agree with Akuma. It doesn't prove that it is a globe, and it doesn't prove that it isn't a globe.
Yeah.
It doesn't prove
I agree with that.
They just don't want to show a live feed of Earth, because what if there's like a UFO or like some kind of military project floating in space and they just happen to go by it? I think it just gets rid of like the random shit like that. You know, if there's aliens and we do have secret space projects, they don't want to have the ISS like secretly show another space station or some
national security. So yeah, we've heard that excuse before, national security. But the truth is, it doesn't prove anything. None of that. It's just speculation.
Yeah. But could you imagine being at Control Center and you see something fly by and you're like, "Whoa, Doug, did you see that?" And you're like, "Shut the fuck up! Like you didn't see nothing." You know, like when do you not tell the higher ups? Or
I feel like when they get in, they sign.
Hold on,
right?
Hold on. When you're looking at this Control Center, are you seeing some place with windows and all that? Because I have a cousin in the Air Force. He's like an air traffic controller for space. He adjusts satellites and all that. And I asked him once about UFOs. I said, well, what do you see about UFOs? And he said, well, I look at a computer screen all day long, Michael. We're not sitting up here in windows on a 100-story building looking out. We're looking at computer screens. And do I see a blip on the screen that I can't identify? Sure. But is it little green men? How the fuck would I know it's just a blip on a computer screen? Oh, right, and this is from a career naval officer who's worked for NASA, been at HARP, been stationed in NASA. He's a professor at MSU, Michigan State University. I'm not going to name him because I'm not going to have people harass him. But
even some pilots, I wonder,
these guys aren't sitting in a control center. That's air traffic control for fucking airplanes and naval flight. It's not space.
I know that.
They're looking at computer screens all day, dude. Period.
Yeah, but I've seen a UFO with my own eyes, so like I know they exist.
Well, you know more than the guy that's at Control Center than for NASA. Yeah, because you've seen it, and he's just looking at a blip on a computer screen.
Well, I was even thinking about a blip that kind of moved separate from maybe the physics they know, or do they go immediately and tell their superiors, "Hey, look,
well, of course we found that. Yeah,
right. So it's like, how many people do you tell, and do they say, "Hey, you guys can't say anything to anybody. This defies physics, so please"?
Well, you don't say anything to anybody around you. You monitor your station, and you turn in your incident reports at the end of the day.
Yeah, man, it would be so hard to go home and eat dinner and not tell your kids, "I saw a freaking alien or a UFO-looking object on the screen."
I was big into ancient aliens when I was asking my cousin about this. It was about 11 years ago. So I questioned him. I thoroughly reamed him, and he's like, man, my ass hurts, but you're expecting me to know more than I actually can, Mike. And that's because you're ignorant to what I actually do. So when I listen to people on here say things like these people or those people, they see this, they know that. Well, the truth is you're ignorant to their position and what they do. So you're saying what you feel or what you think, but you're not actually speaking on what they do, their job position. If you were
because there is jobs in the military, right? To look for extraterrestrial stuff.
Listen, if you've ever been departmentalized and under oath and not signed waivers that anything you see is national property, your fucking experience is national property. You can't just give that away. then you're not out there telling people, so nobody has first-hand knowledge of what an operator actually does when he's a sniper and he's creeping in to take out a target, or when he's in a space position and he's monitoring this and that. You're not allowed to tell other people. You work for this man, and that's it. You can.
They're called UAPs now. UAPs now, unidentified aerial phenomena. So not even UFOs anymore.
Yeah, that's because now we classify stuff that's identified in the oceans too. So you have to distinguish whether it's airborne or submerged.
That's a USO, my friend.
It's never spaceborne. That's what's interesting. It's not in outer space. It's usually aerial, right? Like it's usually down in the Earth. Do you think they're saying that? Or is that
aerial could be space too, right? No.
Well, you have to understand what is our airspace that concerns us, and that runs all the way to the Kármán line. So yeah.
Okay. So, but it's not. It doesn't necessarily mean outside of Earth.
No, unless they say a spacefaring object, which would be outside of the Kármán line.
Oumuamua or whatever.
Right. So aerial phenomena would be within our Earth. It seems like.
They are. They're below the Kármán line. Yeah.
Well, and that's another strange, connection people probably don't realize is when they say UFO, they're probably thinking immediately outer space, warp speed, kind of Star Wars stuff. Where it's like, no, these are within Earth. Like they're here.
Who's to say they're not also in space though?
I don't know what we're seeing that would show that, but it seems like everything they show is within the Earth's system. All the pilots say we tracked something and it was here flying within our air.
Well, allegedly there's pictures of Mars and the moon with like weird shit on it.
Yeah, I don't know about those though.
But the Mars photos were fake, bro. It was like used images of the desert, bro.
Some of them look like a desert.
With the stuff that looked like the Sphinx.
Yeah, no, it was the desert with a filter on. They proved it.
The pictures of like the face on Mars and like the pyramids there.
All right.
And by the way, what if you said that they defy physics, right? The UFOs. What if the physics are actually known but not taught?
It's just crazy speed. I've seen a fucking object move horizon in almost a blink of a fucking eye. And if I wasn't selling fucking some bud at 3 a.m., I would have never fucking seen it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Maybe I was tripping balls, but I mean, it was. I seen definitely something that I don't know. Either we made it or some highly advanced people made it, right?
I mean, we are highly advanced, so it could have just been us too.
Yeah, exactly.
We're very advanced.
It was like a ball of light, basically. I seen.
I mean, yesterday and today I saw at least 7 balls in the sky. They're moving in a zigzag pattern. Sometimes, at least 2 of them. Some going bright all of a sudden and then diminish their light.
And, all I know is they can move incredibly
out of another
fast.
One, and it's.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're lying.
I've seen this over 20 years now.
I think you're lying.
Do you have images of these?
I'm not lying.
Do you have images? If you're seeing this all the time, do you record it?
No, my phone isn't good enough to take pictures of low density.
Okay.
You're lying. Does this
Don't tell me I'm lying. I'm not lying.
I feel like you're lying.
He's lying. I don't know.
Because I've only seen a UFO one time ever in my life.
You can tell he has his fingers crossed as well.
Sure.
I feel like it's rare to see him because there's that fucking fast.
I recognize you.
If you're not fucking looking for.
Mike Chest.
Oh, all fine.
Yeah, I thought I was the one who fucked up.
Oh, that was weird.
Apparently just that one guy bugged out mid-sentence and then nobody talked.
Strange things are happening to me. Ain't no doubt about it. Let's see. Yeah, Ariel is definitely within the air. So these UAPs are not happening in outer space.
Well, here's the funny thing that's happening with the UAP phenomenon. Now that the government is saying that they're real and it's happening, all the people who were, the conspiracy people who were before saying, it's definitely happening and they're definitely aliens, are now saying, yeah, it's definitely the government lying to cover up
Epstein files or
no, but like they're saying no to cover up actual aircraft that they have.
Oh, I see.
Follow conventional physics rules.
There was someone that said that.
Those guys fucking like pulled a 90-degree fucking turn. Like any NBA power forward would be proud to be able to like immediately pivoted. Just pull to the left, fucking shot the basket, and they're like, "Yep." Turns out they were fucking U.S. drones the entire time.
Oh my God! They better not try their Project Bluebeam kind of stuff. People keep saying they're
Blue Book.
Blue Book, yeah, and I've heard Beam as well, where that they're going to try something to, falsely unite everybody, just kind of like what Reagan was saying in the UN meeting. But man, if it doesn't work, like the COVID stuff again.
You're talking about the plot from The Watchmen, which before it was the plot of The Watchmen, was the plot of a Kurt Vonnegut novel written in the 50s, and I forget the name of it. I've read all of his novels, so
yeah, it was The Watchmen.
But like I said, The Watchmen. But before that, it was a Kurt Vonnegut book written in the 50s. Vonnegut that beat that guy out of the gate by like 30 years.
Yeah, because I see this whole flu thing coming back, and they're saying, "Oh, again, they try mail ballots and all that for the election." And if that doesn't work, I just couldn't imagine them even attempting an alien approach to this. Maybe.
No. I just looked it up. The book was called The Sirens of Titan. But no. I'm not saying that they're pulling that. The people who were saying the whole time it was aliens and the government is hiding the aliens have gone on to say now clearly now that the Pentagon has admitted that they're there, they're clearly doing that because they're trying to hide their secret fucking airships.
Yeah.
I mean, they pivoted fucking full left turn on a dime. Like overnight.
So they're saying that the government's hiding the alien airships that are even higher.
No.
Oh.
No, first they were saying the government was hiding the alien airships. Then when they said, when the Pentagon made the official announcement, there are crafts that are not of this world. I almost said Earth, but I think they said world. That we have observed, and they do exist. And immediately those people said, that's because they're really secret fucking U.S. airships. There's some kind of drone.
Yeah, I mean, they went to conclusions afterwards after hearing that. But I guess it turns out they can re-engineer those crafts and make them for their own. So therefore, the statement wasn't false in per se.
Well, it's all statements that you don't know to be true can be considered false, and without any evidence that's Hanlon's razor, which is asserted without evidence, can be dismissed without evidence.
Yeah, but come on, there's some likelihood that the things are possible.
No. Hold on, that's wrong. That's called Hitchens' razor.
Yeah.
Hanlon's razor. Hold on. Hanlon's razor,
which could be adequately
explained by stupidity or incompetence. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew what you was cracking on, bro.
Wait, Clint. You think aliens came to Earth and the U.S. government has them?
The Anunnaki.
When did I say anything that even vaguely hinted that?
So they looked at cuneiform texts in Vimana and they just re-engineered them from hieroglyphs.
Well, there are people who do hold the belief that there was a visitation, an accidental visitation in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947 where we did recover craft, and
yeah, a lot of people believe that.
A lot of people believe that.
I believe it was just. Well, they said it was a weather balloon, the original guy, and personally, I believe it was.
A stupid
it was
story.
like an Echo 1 satellite. No, the first dude with the interview, they showed the rubbish and all the stuff that was actually from it, and it was a sergeant or maybe an admiral. He said it was a weather balloon. It could have been just that we're hiding.
That's what he told the newspaper.
Satellites are on Echo 1 satelloons. Could
well,
be
it could also been. It could also been anything. Could have been atomic weaponry that we were moving, and there was a crash, and some guy that covered up said, "I don't know, tell him it's a fucking."
Well, they seen it fall from the sky. That's the thing. So,
well, here's the interesting thing. I got some shit in my mouth, so I'm gonna sound weird. I had like whitening strips in my mouth, but I've been to Roswell, New Mexico, and I went there by accident. So let me tell you the story of how I accidentally went to Roswell, New Mexico. I was in the Army, and this is before phones would navigate for you, so you had to navigate with a paper map. And I missed an exit. And the military base that I was driving back to is connected to White Sands Missile Range. White Sands Missile Range is the longest base that the United States Army has anywhere in the world.
Yes.
So I accidentally missed the exit and went around, and I'm trying to get back to Fort Bliss, but I have to drive all the way down around White Sands. And I was running out of gas. I had to pull over to get gas. And guess what is at the bottom of White Sands Missile Range?
Roswell, New Mexico. So you went into the gas
station, and I was like,
you seen alien, so much more sense. Alien coffee cups and flying saucers and all that shit, huh? I've been to Roswell.
I mean, I didn't stay. I just got gas and left. But the fact
normally you can see that stuff.
It occurred to me that Roswell, New Mexico, is at the bottom of the longest missile range that the U.S. Army has in the direction that they fire shit. I'm like, I bet they see shit in the sky all the time.
I bet they do.
I bet they do.
A lot of it could just be test military craft too. Yeah, could be missiles.
Could be missiles. Could be things that they fire.
Craft. So we already know the stealth bombers were tested there, and people thought they were UFOs. So,
and the funny thing about the stealth bomber is, if you look at a stealth bomber from the side, like the perfect side, it looks a lot like the cigar-shaped fucking object they called UFO.
Yeah, with a low cross-section. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I don't know if there's aliens or not. I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know, but I do know that it's weird that Roswell, New Mexico happens to be at the bottom of a missile range in the direction they fire the missile.
I have a question for flat earthers. Are aliens and flat earth like compatible?
Sure.
Sure, why not? Why wouldn't they be?
I'm just wondering.
I mean,
because I'm trying to understand where they would come from, like beyond the firmament or like
all the questions that new guys
hold on, Clint. You just
10 million of them in.
You just talked through his whole question. He asked where they would come from, and originally we called them extraterrestrials. We didn't call them aliens. So extraterrestrial just means extra lands. So they would come from lands we haven't discovered or we're not allowed to go through. That don't exist within.
Technically, the gas giants are also extraterrestrial.
They don't exist within our parallels, but they exist here on Earth. In the same sense, you could call them multi-dimensional beings because they come from another dimension of the map, a dimension that we're not privy to.
Wait, what if they're beyond the ice wall, though? Wouldn't that be extra land, extraterrestrial?
No,
that's pretty much what I just said. Yeah.
Oh, I thought I got the idea of like multiple dimensions or whatever, but okay, that makes sense.
Well, if you look at a map, it does have multiple dimensions. The center is one dimension and the edge is another dimension. So you have to perceive it as a blueprint.
The terrestrial planets are Mars.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Venus,
listen,
Earth,
Clint.
Mercury.
You need to calm down. We're not talking about terrestrial planets. We're talking about
Jupiter, Saturn.
Fuck,
they're not. They're non-terrestrial planets. also known as extraterrestrial planets.
You ever been there?
To Jupiter? No.
Now, how the fuck would you know it's even land?
Well, it's not, but nobody's saying
well,
it.
Now
nobody's
you
making
can
that
just
claim.
Just tell your
Nobody's
story.
making that claim.
No, I was trying.
You could figure out with a spectrograph.
I'm trying to answer the dude's question about flat Earth, how it would work on that, and you keep interrupting with terrestrial planets. Do you see the problem here?
You keep confusing.
Do you see the
extraterrestrial with non-terrestrial?
No, I'm not confusing. You want to impose your opinion on my answer or your ideals on my answer. How about you just shut up for a minute and let other people talk?
I'm defining the terms of what the word means.
Not your term. Terrestrial is land. Are you a moron?
Yes. Yeah, that's the problem.
In your paradigm, extraterrestrial is land in outer space, you fucking moron.
A terrestrial planet.
No, your problem is you don't shut up.
Your problem is you think you're right even when you're not.
No, listen, you're defining the terms I'm using to explain what I believe. You're an idiot. I define those terms. I'm not using the word long.
Well, you didn't need to define the term.
Give me a colloquial definition of terrestrial. It's just another land. It doesn't have to be
already there.
It doesn't have to. That's a terrestrial planet, and that's not the definition of the word terrestrial.
Well, but the word extraterrestrial means from non.
Yeah, I know. In your paradigm, a terrestrial planet.
He's messing with you.
So he's a fucking moron, and he's starting to piss me off. How about you take a break and let other people speak, Clint? They're trying to ask questions, and you're just talking over them. You're doing it to a lot of different people.
And you're using them incorrectly. Oh, see, here's what extraterrestrial.
Shut the fuck up, Clint.
Check the side
I don't care if the rest of these people like you. I don't give a fuck about what your terrestrial planet. It doesn't define the word terrestrial or how I use it. So just shut up.
I have a strong suspicion that you didn't go to the side chat and check either of my definitions.
Wait, Clint, there's no way you sent the movie E.T. the Extraterrestrial.
he did.
You're ruining the joke.
There's no way you did that, bro.
I was trying to prove that he did not look.
You're a fucking idiot. Dude, how can I not look? I'm on a laptop. I'm not on a phone. It's right there for me to see. I don't have to switch to it, moron.
What does it say?
E.T. the Extraterrestrial. You're a fucking dumbass.
You finally looked over there, huh?
Imagine having to do CPR.
No, not finally. I looked over there, and I also looked at your terrestrial planet one and even named it by its name. Dude, take your LARPing bitch ass and go somewhere people like you.
Why are you angry?
Because you made him angry?
It's you. It's not me. You're somebody.
Which is what you've been trying to do the whole time.
You have to decide to be angry. Nobody can.
No. This is you just fucking with him. Like,
listen, bitch. It's just you, your interruptive nature, and your nonstop repetitive gibberish.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah, a motherfucker waits forever to talk, and then you just talk over him.
Yeah, I will admit, Clint, you are being quite obtrusive.
As hat.
And personally, I think you're drinking again today, and I fucking hate drunks.
Tell me about it.
You. How about that?
Get help, man. Good luck.
Yeah, go to AA or something, you fucking idiot.
Our preferences decide.
Is an addiction a preference?
Yeah.
This guy's they're either loving way too much or not enough.
If an addiction is a preference, it's no longer an addiction.
No, I don't think that's correct.
You can prefer something else, and you're not addicted, so it wouldn't be an addiction. But obviously, you're addicted.
Okay, what does that have to do with your point? You have to defer.
Nobody likes to hear a rambling drunk interrupt people constantly.
How are you different than a rambling drunk?
More of a passive aggressive
interrupting person.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
I would say, though, either way, it is a personal thing, and whatever the case may be, Clint, good luck with that. Unfortunately, the ramifications of said choices are having consequences on the room, and I think that's what everyone here is just trying to point out. So, if you wouldn't mind.
As long as we use the words as they're defined in the dictionary.
Oh, God.
All right, cool. Let's get back to either A, flat Earth, or B, telling Orion that he's wrong and I'm right. I'm just kidding.
Hey, so while we got silence, I'm going to go ahead and apologize to the room. I know I shouldn't have handled it like that, but I just can't stand a rambling drunk.
Well, you're a rambling, toothless man, so who can't define words properly.
No, he has a tooth.
Yeah, come on, man.
I think you'll find I'm the toothless one, but I've got more bite than any of these fuckers bark in here.
Yeah, it's just like enough. Just because you don't have teeth doesn't mean you don't have bone underneath your gums, and you can still chomp somebody down pretty tightly and give them a bruise or maybe even a contusion.
I'll give you a hickey. I'll hickey you today.
Oh, man. In my unit, there was a kid who was into quote unquote blue bear play. How they would do it is they would give each other hickeys, like power hickeys. That's the way they would describe it. Hickeys that were so intense, blood would come out. He also believed like he was one of the only people that could see in the dark. Right? Trippy. Trippy, bro.
Great.
So you guys believe the Earth is flat, right?
No. It measures as flat and stationary, dude. It's not a belief. The belief part is actually the globe.
Really?
Yeah. You've probably been told that flat Earth is some disk in space. It's not, my friend. There's not an edge that you can go to and fall off. The majority of us don't think that we're moving upwards. That doesn't replace gravity. As far as we're concerned, the Earth's flat and stationary. It's used as so. Did I just take the wind out your sails or what, dude?
What?
Nothing. What was your next question?
My question would be rather to find out why do you think anybody would fake the information that the Earth is round?
For control. For control over you and everyone else. That we all work for the greater good. We work towards science and space. We contribute, whether through taxes or beliefs. We empower science and NASA and these bodies to do all this work for us. We believe in the paradigm.
And who is controlling us with the globe theory? Who?
Who's at the top? We don't know, dude. We just don't know. It's an old story that's been around since
Dr. Phil and Netanyahu in a one-on-one interview has been linked into the side chat. It's a real interview, just the two men, Netanyahu.
Well, there you go. World leaders screaming at each other over who's right and who's wrong, dude. Meanwhile, the rest of society is going to hell in a handcart, mate. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
ask me,
talk
we think
about the
wrong.
flat Earth, bro. I agree. Now, I have a question. Does Putin believe in the flat Earth, or is he a globist?
Well, the last time I spoke to him, he knows that Earth's flat, but he's got to play a part in a government paradigm role.
You spoke to him?
Yeah.
You're asking yourself.
Then why has he attacked Ukraine?
Oh, I don't know about that. That's all a government. They're playing out some sort of war games thing, dude. I don't take anything to do with all that nonsense.
Where you from, dude?
Scotland.
Oh, Scotland.
Are you all Scottish?
No.
Yeah, we're all Scottish. It's a Scottish voice chat, only, bro.
What you doing speaking then, you Englishman?
Wait, I have a question. How popular is
Shut up,
flat
you
Earth?
fucking Scot.
Listen, you bloody Sassenach.
You do not like English, huh? You fucking
Doesn't
idiot.
bother me, bro. We're all the same, eh? It's just an island, my friend.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, I have a question. How popular is flat Earth in Scotland? How popular
Huge,
is
bro.
it?
Scotland is liberal, bro. It's like not popular.
Yep. We're totally cool with it up here. There's been lots of people toured Scotland, and there's a lot of people from Scotland that are actually engineers, fully qualified and working on engineering programs all across Earth. We actually know that, you know, it's not this spinning ball, but it's part of our career to treat it as such in a mathematical sense.
Scotland was going to build a cold fusion reactor. They like had all the shit ready, but they just didn't. They like
that was another political hoo-ha.
Yeah.
They paid a whole lot of money to another country to get them to come and do it, and then there was a backhander, and now it's not going ahead. So
Yeah,
politics
I think
and
it'll be
nonsense
sick.
to distract you. So it is.
Yeah, but listen, I can sell you a conversion kit.
What
Bro, I can sell you guys a conversion kit to convert that into a beer making machine.
What if the Earth is actually more shaped like a square?
How would you know?
Well, I did some research, and my research has led me to believe that the Earth is dice-shaped, like a dice.
Again, it's possible. We know that it's got a flat surface. Okay, so that would be one of your 6 sides or whatever. So where's the edges? Where's the corners? Well, what information's led you to believe in this? That gravity or whatever it is can make square edges, an umpteen of them in a cube form.
Simply by having, I have to look up how it's said in English. It's called the right angle. You have right angles in nature. And now that we have right angles in nature, I can conclude that right angles are a natural phenomenon. Therefore, I would say that the Earth's surface is full of right angles, and therefore it's shaped like a dice.
Fair enough. But why are NASA lying about it then? Why do they predict? Why do they post it out as being a ball in space? Why is all heliocentrism based on a ball? Why are they lying about it being a cube if it's a ball?
Oh, I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. When the Entente Cordiale defeated the Central Powers in World War I, they put as one condition for peace that no Habsburg is allowed to rule Austria-Hungary again. Now, since this day, the Entente is scared of the return of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So they started spreading the rule about a globe Earth. You have to look at the name of the Habsburg credo, AEIOU, Austria Egona Evi Imperialis. One day Austria will rule the world.
Yeah.
Now, the world Austria-Hungary is supposed to rule is...
Hey, dude, can you shut up?
I am trying to explain my square world theory.
Shut up, man. Stop being a fuckhead.
How? What did I say that's counterfactual?
I love that dude. No Diddy, bro. But I love you. Get him.
He asked what evidence. He asked what evidence you've got that the Earth's square. What's evidence apart from the
He asked
Austro-Hungarian
me.
Empire?
He asked me why the government is concealing the dice-shaped Earth. I'm demonstrating it. They want to stop the return of the
Yeah,
Austro-Hungarian Empire.
yeah. It's not even a funny troll, man.
How am I trolling? Okay, first I
You sound
said
like an
the
idiot.
premise for my idea that rectangles.
You're trolling by asking me how you're trolling.
Yeah, right angles aren't common in nature. You know that, right?
They are.
They're not common. They're like 1 in a million. So
Okay, I'm gonna demonstrate it like this. For example, last night when I was taking your mother and I winkled up her feet, it was a.
See?
is this
You're a
before or
loser, man.
after you dug up her grave?
Just don't
That's all he
get
can
into
come
it.
up with.
Yep.
Static.
No,
Well, that's probably
no
why
substance.
That's probably why they got to make a comeback, and they're not already ruling the world. That could be the reason why.
I think you nailed it earlier. Oh well, it was almost good while it was almost lasting. It was nearly going somewhere.
What would have been funny would have been to hear Scott Mackey go up against that guy.
I can imagine. It's funny, we had somebody point out a real good fact. Although right angles are not common in nature, idiots are.
Wait. What if he's onto something though? What if there's like something beyond the ice wall, like a bunch of materials? I can give you an example, right? So during World War II, like the Nazi
So, like,
Party
he
was
just
about.
got muted for his troll, and you just want to do the same thing now? Not too bright.
Wait. I'm not trolling. Wait.
There you are. He's not on to something. He's a troll, so if you're going to build off of what he was saying, then you're a fucking troll, too.
You didn't let me finish. So there was an expedition done.
That's right. Yeah, we know there's resources, but it's based off this other troll that we didn't want to hear. We're with you on the resources, though.
You're not going to finish that troll.
Yeah.
Theoretically, there could be something beyond the ice. Either way, we're so limited by law, international waters, piracy waters. You're not going anywhere near the place. You can go on holiday all you like, but by all means, if you think you can get the funds together in some sort of GoFundMe, and we can all hire a boat and an icebreaker and a helicopter to come and rescue us, and we can pass all the hoops that the Antarctic Treaty demand, go for it. Set it up and we'll all chip in. Let us know how it goes, though.
All it takes is one warship going rogue and actually exploring on their own, you know. One of the captains says, "Fuck you, I go it myself." This would be awesome.
Well, not all warships are equal, so that had to be from a nation that had some of the best warships.
Yeah, I guess not the biggest ones out there, you know.
They can shut it down remotely anyway. They can just shut it down remotely anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, where are you? Of course.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
This is your King Glober speaking. Hello.
We don't we don't recognize King Globers.
Oh, unfortunate.
Your title is a non sequitur.
Is Mark G here? Mark, you here?
Yeah.
Interesting. Is that you in your profile picture, or are you a duck?
Identify as a duck.
Nice. Do you face
lesbian duck?
Do you ever face discrimination for being a duck?
People are not ready to accept my feathered lifestyle.
They call him a quack.
Can somebody say something controversial?
Something controversial.
Yeah.
Damn, you beat me to it. Couldn't unmute fast enough to do it.
Okay, here goes. The Earth is a
Wow.
globe.
I need to clip that. That's being clipped for sure. Timbo says Earth is a globe. You finally admitted it.
I'm just being controversial.
Wait, what's that in your profile picture? Trigonometry man. What is
do you
that?
mean?
Is that? Yeah.
I can send the full picture might be somewhere to find it.
Imagination.
So I heard the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, that's what Timbo said, not me, bro.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
What tells you it's a globe?
Just everything about it.
Because Timbo told me so.
You can pick.
Yeah, Timbo told me.
You can pick. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm talking to him. He's my buddy now. So what? Just one thing instead of everything. Like, because everything is kind of weird. Like you used to say, everything tells me it's a globe. So what? Traffic lights, cats, dogs. Like what?
Yep.
Water? Does water tell you it's a globe?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's tens of thousands of people colluding together to make it seem like it's a globe when it's a flat Earth.
That's
the people
that's
who
not,
have.
That's not what I asked you, though. I didn't ask you that.
I mean,
I said what tells you. What tells you it's a globe, though? Don't worry about what people think. What tells you it is a globe?
What tells me it's a globe?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Coolman told me it's a globe, so.
Okay.
That's what it
so
says.
other people again. So what tells you it's a globe? Because in order for you to believe that it's a globe, like you must have some type of evidence that shows you it's a globe. So what is it?
It's really just trusting all the people that have experienced.
No, that's people. Stop.
Well, that's faith.
That was
trust.
pretty lame, dude.
Trust is faith. So
Yeah.
faith tells you it's a globe. Faith.
So it's a religious idea then.
That was
I mean, all these people would be
But
lying.
what about the International Space Station?
Listen, nobody said they were all lying, and nobody said they were all in on the lie, but you said faith is the reason you believe. And that's because you can't go outside and just observe it for yourself. We all know that.
It's the International
You
Space
never
Station.
see anything on Earth that tells you Earth is a globe like you see in the sky. You never see no similarities.
I mean, all these countries that are enemies, like the U.S. and Russia, would
No,
have to be working together to
people
keep up
again.
this
You've
lie.
got you have no idea
No, they
what
wouldn't.
goes on in the backgrounds of these meetings. You have no idea about that.
How do you know that I don't know?
Well,
So then you're
consensus
saying,
never.
don't.
Listen,
Wait,
consensus never proved anything to be a fact. So who cares?
while you're right, it does add a lot of credibility to
You're
those
appealing
facts.
to a popular belief and trying to make it a concrete fact. No, it's just a popular belief.
It adds a lot of credibility. I think
It's
saying
still
it
just
has
a
no lie.
popular belief. You haven't established it to be a fact.
Hey Timbo, do you think one of the world leaders they know that it's not a globe actually?
I have no idea, man. I
But
hope so.
let's say hypothetically, like you
I
think they
don't
do?
deal in hypotheticals.
How many world leaders do you know, Esoteric?
Just one.
You just hang out with him, a little bit of scotch, smoke a cigar.
No, what was in my mind is okay, if Hitler, for example, he knew that it was a globe and or the other way around, do you think he would keep it a secret or not?
Who knows?
I think
I have
we can
no
only-
idea, man.
Yeah, we can only speculate on that. It is speculation Saturday, but
Well, it's
I'm not-
Sunday here, so maybe we can start it.
oh, speculation's tomorrow. That's right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't think I could even fit into Hitler's state of mind or even know who he really was. I only know the man from what history books tell me.
I think he was a bad guy. That's kind of my consensus.
Well, I think the world believes that he was, or they portrayed him that way. Why, I don't know.
I mean, once again, all
I
these
don't
people
think-
have to be colluding with each other, keeping up
I
this
don't think we
lie, and
should
that just seems
talk about that,
unlikely.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove anything. You're
It
just saying
doesn't, but it
everybody would have
adds
to
a
be in on
shitload
a
of
lie when
credibility.
I stated a fact that history is not 100% true or perfect. It's just somebody's version of the story as they seen it.
There's
Depending on
like
which-
millions of people alive that have experienced World War II, though, and like they would all
No,
be.
there's not.
I
There's
know.
like 240,000
Listen,
like
dude.
Well, you said millions,
Jewish
buddy.
survivors from.
I know.
You
But
said
there's literally
millions.
just
How many
240,000
of?
survivors.
Hey, I got a
There are
question. If you go on
trillions.
Holocaust
Survivors.
databases, how many of these people
Hey,
get removed
we're
every single
not
year?
fucking talking. We're not talking about this shit on the
No.
channel.
No, we're not.
So
You want to
according
go
to flat
make
Earth,
fucking
is
Holocaust
it
room and go into that.
physically
The
possible
flat
that
Earth
6
room.
million died?
Talk about flat Earth. If you fucking talk over the top of me, I'll mute you. Stop. Don't talk about that stuff on the channel. All right? If you want, go somewhere else.
And that's why I love him. No Diddy.
Doesn't mean you can't talk. It just means you can't talk about that stuff.
Right. I mean, to say that we should care about your opinion. It's just on
I think we should
history.
move on because people are going to
Yeah.
get really triggered.
They are. And that's
No,
not
I mean
what,
like now.
that's not what we're here for. We're here for flat Earth.
Yeah.
So the rest of us already moved on.
Wait, trigonometry. I'm still trying to figure out what that is in your profile picture. I don't know.
Oh,
Who cares?
why do you care so much about me, dude?
It looks
Because
like
I'm so intrigued now.
a guy looking at the moon.
All right, yeah. It's you ever played
That's what it-
KSP?
TFT?
KSP, Kerbal Space Program.
Oh, I've heard of it. Yeah.
It's
Is
the
that
little
what
guy
that
on
is?
the moon. It's the little guy on the moon looking back at the Earth
Oh, okay. Thank you.
with an ANCAP flag next to him.
A video game.
Yeah, I don't think this is in real life. Yeah, I agree.
Do you think anyone's ever seen the Earth from that position?
Well, not from that position, considering it's not Earth.
It's not. I'm not looking at your profile. I thought you said it was from the moon looking back at the Earth. Sorry.
Well, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
so the Earth from that position or that view, that reference.
similar,
frame.
I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I believe man went to the moon.
Do you think that if you went to the moon and you saw the Earth from the moon, that in those thousands of pictures that they took, would probably be about 50% of the Earth? That's what I would have done. I would have gone, whoa, look at that. I'm just going to keep taking photos of that. Fuck this dirt ball.
Yeah, I don't think we were very much interested at what the Earth looked like at that point. I think it was
Of course
mostly
we
about.
were, because it was
What do
the
you
first
mean?
time
We
that
just
we'd
landed
ever
on the
seen it
moon.
from.
We
It's the
landed on the
first time
moon.
we'd
And we're
ever
like,
seen it from that angle.
yeah, we landed on the moon and we're like, yeah, fuck this moon shit, guys. We need to look at the Earth.
Yeah.
I
Look at where we live.
doesn't make much sense.
Okay, so you go. Let's say you go to the Grand Canyon or something like that. Do you take photos of the dirt you're standing on, or the actual Grand Canyon? That's probably not a good analogy. Scrap that.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
No, actually it is. Listen, because I don't have that view here in Michigan, but when we went, we stopped on a roadway that overlooks it, and we took pictures of ourselves with the Grand Canyon in the background. And yes, if I was on the moon, I would have got a selfie with the Earth in the
With
background.
the Earth, for
In the
sure.
background. Yeah, sure. This is where I went, guys. Look.
No, you wouldn't. You would have taken photos of your car, photos of the ground under your car, photos of the rocks around your car.
Well, I'd have got a few pictures of my car. I'm a gearhead, but I'd have got that selfie with the Earth behind my car. You know? Like you bitches is looking at sunsets, I'm watching the Earth set.
And you'd also take lots of photos of other guys' helmets, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I think those shots were pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. What am I going to take a photo of? The Earth or this dude's helmet?
I think that
This
dude's
dude's
helmet on the
helmet.
moon is pretty badass. Yeah.
Wait, there's no pictures of the Earth from the moon?
Seeing that
Nope.
you'd,
No, there
be,
aren't.
you'd be viewing a sky from a perspective that nobody
Why the
else
fuck would
views.
I care? If I'm on the moon,
With
why am I
as
going to
many
care about what the Earth looks like?
astronomers. With
I mean,
as
no,
many,
I mean, it is pretty
let-
interesting to see what the Earth would look like from very
yeah,
far
how
away.
many
To be
people
honest,
are astronomers?
man.
How many people like looking at other planets? And here's your first chance to look back
Other
at your
planets?
planet. Come on.
Adam
Well,
Mod.
Well, you know what I'm saying. I'm trying to reach them with their own reasoning. You guys sit
Yeah,
on
man.
Earth and you stare at circles in the sky, but you wouldn't go to the moon and say, well, let's look back at Earth. What does Mars
Yeah.
look like from here?
No, I would be more interested in looking at the place that I just traveled 380,000 kilometers to go to. I don't really
Yeah,
care
you're
about
full of shit, man.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, you are, man.
And this is a moot point anyway, because there are pictures from the moon, from looking at Earth. So I
Cool,
mean,
show us. Have you got any?
I mean, Earthrise.
No, that's from the.
Pretty famous
That's supposedly from the
orbit,
space,
yeah.
from the orbiter.
From-
So that's not
yeah.
from the moon.
It's
And that's
basically from
when,
the moon's
when you
point of
change.
view.
Hang on, dude. When you change the contrast in that photo, the square from the photo edit comes up.
Yeah, from when they edited it in 1971 or something. Or wait,
Yep.
that was Apollo.
What do you
That's
think?
right.
We could,
1968?
you think we couldn't do that in 71?
No, I don't think
Yeah,
we
man.
had digital editing.
Listen,
technologies, dude.
we didn't.
You'd
We
be-
just cut the
uh,
film and insert another piece of film.
So that's why the
Yeah, dude.
contrast would be off. What?
It was called
Okay,
film
wait.
graphing. Yeah, we
When
could
was
edit
when
it.
was the
contrast.
first? When do you think the first doctored photo was?
Like the 1800s, 1813.
Yeah,
When we
yeah.
developed cameras, yeah.
Yeah,
As soon as we
I agree.
developed
But-
them,
but
they
double
used trickery
exposure
for cameras.
But that
over.
wouldn't cause a digital contrast square. to
It
be
would.
on.
When you looked at them, you would
No, it
see
wouldn't.
the difference in contrast from the original film. Yes. So it's not a digital contrast, it's a contrast in the image. And you've
Right, so-
converted the image from film to digital. So the contrast would remain. Yes.
Has
Alright,
anyone
what
actually
other-
repeated this, or
What
is it
other
just like,
photos? What other photos are there of the Earth from the moon?
I could look in the gallery, the archive that they have. Look for some.
The image gallery, you know, an
Yeah.
image isn't a photo, right?
Yeah, sorry, dude. Semantics game, really?
It's
Posted
not a
one in chat.
semantics game, it's a category. It's being hyper specific. So you want to act like it's minuscule, but it's not.
photo.
Posted
that
an
you-
Apollo 11 photo in chat.
A what?
A photo from Apollo 11 in chat.
Is that the one of them through the window? Is that one? Let's have a look at that one.
It's from Lunar Orbit.
Yeah, that's Earthrise. Yeah, that's the one that we were talking about.
Has anyone actually tried that for themselves, trying to see if they can find the contrast square? Or is that
Yep. Some guy did it.
some guy did it?
He
Have
did
you
it
done
for
it?
He did it. Yeah, he did it for himself.
So you just believe him?
I've seen the
No,
process.
not really. You can take it into Photoshop and look at it right now.
Yeah,
You,
and that the
you
whole
can
point
do that. You can
we're
do
not
that.
we're not using that photo, right? You guys are using the photo. So if we cast some doubt on the photo, then you can't use the photo, right? So I'm not saying, oh, this photo is fake. I'm saying pretty fishy that there's inconsistencies in the photo. So maybe we should throw that photo out, yeah? Because you can't prove that it is an actual photo or whether it's photo trickery. So maybe you've got something else that you can present.
Well, that's why I never really go into these arguments about photos because it's a stupid argument.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Yeah, I've never. This is really the first time I've ever entertained the idea, and that's just because I felt like it. I'm not actually using this as a serious argument because it's stupid to begin with. I've never been the guy to say, "Well, I know the Earth isn't flat because of pictures from space." That's stupid.
Yeah,
Well, I underestimated you. You are smarter than I thought.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, when have you heard me
No.
say that, BattleMod? When have you heard me say, "Well, I know the Earth is"?
I never have, so yeah, that's cool. I just never heard you be specific about it, and so I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, because you're always kind of a bit, I don't know whether it is or maybe it's the way you talk, you're always kind of a bit condescending, but maybe you're not.
No,
I
I'm
don't know.
condescending with globe earthers too. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I
Fair
just
enough.
find I think you're a more honest person than I originally thought. So yeah.
Are there any photos of the ice wall? I'd like to see that.
There are
That's
actually,
your,
yeah,
that's your claim.
yeah.
That's a
That's
globe
actually
claim.
that's a
I
globe claim.
I never claimed an ice wall, so
The Antarctic ice wall. It's like 40 meters
Yeah.
high. That's a globe claim, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'd like to see pictures of it.
well, look up Arctic ice
Just
shelves.
look it up.
And you'll see it on Google, your Arctic ice shelves. But did I say that wraps around the entirety of a flat disk that's floating in space? No, I didn't give you that model.
Here's our
I
ice
don't-
shelf, bro.
I don't think anyone here did, to be honest. But Antarctica is the highest elevation on Earth.
Weird when they do, really weird when they do that. Shows a picture of the ice wall. Just fucking Google it and have a look at surveys they've done there, geological surveys. They call it an ice wall. We don't call it an ice wall. They call it an ice wall.
It's not.
What do you mean it's not an ice wall? That's 100%.
No. It's not the highest.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
Everest.
True.
No, it's the highest continent, bro, on Earth.
Oh,
It's not the highest point.
continent.
It's the,
That's so
it's the highest continent. Yeah, it's the ice shelf. It's like this sheer elevated edge to the whole thing. So they say.
But the highest point on Earth is Everest, which is
Well, yeah, allegedly.
indisputable.
So they say. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about. So Antarctica has the highest elevation of any continent. Yeah, at a what, like 8,200 feet
Something
above
like that, yeah.
sea level. Yeah.
I think we should start a flat Earth Antarctic ice colony, Antarctic ice sheet colony.
All right. You apply for the permit, and then you go through all that stuff, and then we'll follow you along. All right.
Hey, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I got children and family I love. I'm cool.
We'll
where
bring
I
him
am.
over. We'll bring him over. We'll start a.
No, actually, you won't. Nothing
You
short
get
of
the
war.
permit.
will
You
get
the
that
permit,
done.
I'll go with you. All right, trigonometry man.
I might visit. I'll go visit, but I'm not going to live there.
What do you mean?
Suffering from the delusion that we can independently explore Antarctica. Are you suffering from that delusion?
It's such a hospitable place, bro. Why wouldn't you want to live there?
I'm a Michigander, man.
Different question.
I liked Hawaii, but I didn't move there.
All right, would you want King Charles? Would you like to be sent in the middle of Antarctica and just like dropped
Answer
there?
that question if you answer my question first.
You would die if you independently explored Antarctica.
Well, that's an assumption that he hasn't had Arctic weather training. So, yeah, go ahead.
So, are you suffering from the delusion that we can independently explore Antarctica?
It's not a delusion. I mean, you can. Like, what? Who's stopping you exactly?
Well, get the permit.
The permanent
Yeah,
question?
demonstrate wrong. Go get the permit and demonstrate wrong.
Yeah, if you read,
you don't need a permit. Like,
what
there's
country?
nothing stopping you.
Listen, what country are you from? Because that'll dictate the rules, and then you can look up the rules and file the paperwork and try
Wait,
to
mate,
get
one
okay
sec. You just
to
said
go.
you don't.
I know what he said.
Did you just
but-
say you don't need a permit?
He's
To go
full of
there?
shit.
No, you don't. You don't need
You
a
need
permit.
a permit to go from your country to another country. What the fuck are
Yeah.
you talking about? You're not.
You need a
free-
permit.
Antarctica isn't a country, bro. What are you talking about?
Listen,
Who do you think?
you got to travel there, so you have to have a port authority route. You have to have an ecological impact report. You have to have all kinds of paperwork done and all kinds of permits. And the only thing you're showing right now is your ignorance on the subject.
Yeah.
No, but
How
what,
do you think?
what
Just
port am I
stop,
going to
dude.
be?
Stop.
Hold on.
Wait,
What
how
port
do
am
you
I going to
think-
be landing
no.
at?
How do you think you leave a country? How do you going to leave your country?
I leave from a port, but it's not like I'm going to be going to another port
Well,
in
before
Antarctica.
you listen,
Just
hold
hang
on. Before
What
you
do you
leave
have
that
to do
port,
before you leave that port?
you have an.
I have to file for a voyage I'm going on.
Yes.
That's not real.
Yeah, you have to have an okayed route of travel.
What's not real? What's not real? You
There's
moron.
certain.
It's not real that you're not allowed to leave a port.
There's
on a
certain
ship
lanes.
without a fucking
Nobody said
permit.
that.
I've definitely done that.
No, nobody said that. We're saying you have to travel
Wait a
in
minute.
certain areas if you're going on long distance voyages. Now, if you're just going out on the bay, nobody gives a fuck.
No, I'm talking about 200 miles offshore. I've definitely.
Yeah, you don't
nobody
have to
asks.
tell anyone then. But if you're
Yeah,
going, if you're sailing to somewhere else, you have to tell
Then-
the authorities where you're going, and you have to put in an application.
No. You have to tell them where you're arriving. If there is,
Exactly.
but there's nobody.
Yeah, and what happens if you go off course? Yeah, you have to tell. Why do you have to tell them? Why do you have to tell them where you're heading or where you're arriving?
You can just sail there.
There's more than one reason you can't breach international waters. You can't go through.
International waters. Anytime you're over 7 miles offshore, I've
can't
done it
go-
1,000. I've done. Maybe not 1,000.
Your
I've
path
definitely
can't
been.
cross restricted water zones or police
No,
areas.
you're making up rules that aren't real.
I'm not, and you don't need to yell.
Yeah, you are.
It doesn't make you sound
Okay.
any more valid.
One sec.
International
So when you-
international waters is
Cut them
anytime you're
out.
more than 7.
So
Christ,
when you leave, if you're going to head, say for example, if you're going to head to Antarctica, where do you have to leave from?
I would leave from Chile.
I'm not talking to you at the moment. Pick some ports. Where do you want to leave from? If you're going to head to Antarctica, where are you going to leave from?
South Africa.
Clint.
Oh, I
South
thought I was still
Africa's too
server
high.
muted by a little bit. You couldn't argue with me. Anytime you're
Okay.
7 miles offshore, you're in international waters.
You're not going to answer my question. So if we're going to head to Antarctica, where are you going to leave from?
I have no idea because I don't care about sailing to Antarctica. But the thing that he was saying is factually incorrect.
Okay, so you're not the guy we're looking for then.
All right, let's see. Let's look at the requirements from the UK government to visit Antarctica.
Why don't you look up the requirements for the Australian government? Or the South African government? Or the Argentinian government? Because they're closer, right? So they'd have more applications.
Has any
Why
flat
you look
earther ever
those up?
tried to submit a permit and gotten denied?
Yes, I have myself.
And you got denied?
The Australian government. No, I didn't even get that far. because I had to do an environmental impact report. But in order to do that, I had to send someone there to do the environmental impact report. But he needed an environmental impact report to go there.
What?
And it was $250,000, and they could renege it at any time without getting your money back. These were the precursors to the application.
See, they lock you into a catch-22. Pay the money, get someone to go there, but you can't do it until you get someone to go there and pay the money. And they fuck
it's
you
a
over.
circle.
They don't want people down there. Full stop.
They make it look like you can go there. Like you can get a cruise, and you can go on that cruise, and you can stop on a peninsula and say, yeah, I'm in the Antarctic, had some fucking penguins, and fuck off. That's all you can do. You don't know where you are because you're on a fucking cruise. It's silly that you guys think that you can just jump on a fucking boat and go to Antarctica.
I mean, like, what's if I go from a port in Chile, like, is a U.S. destroyer gonna like shoot my ship?
No, maybe the Chilean government won't let you leave.
Yeah, and if you get past the Chilean government, bro, and you get past the pirates, yeah, you will encounter an international force, possibly the British one. You'll be warned. If you don't have the documentation, you're going to be boarded and checked. If you don't have the documentation, turn around, sail away, or you will be fired upon. The vessel will be destroyed, dude.
Yeah,
Don't mess around.
They've taken people's boats for going there.
Is there like documentation I can read about this somewhere of people getting like gunned down by this?
There was
fortress?
a newspaper.
Did anyone say gun down? Did anyone
I mean,
say
whatever
gun
it may have
down?
been. I'm just trying to be
We got in the
creative with my
prison.
wording here, but
Let me look it up. I'll find the article on it.
There was
but
a
there
Dutch
were-
guy.
I've got you.
There
like
was
when
a
people
Dutch
go
guy?
missing.
Yeah, there was a guy that got his boat took and went to prison for trying to go to Antarctica.
And his crew went missing and his boat got sank.
The other thing too, I feel like it's a fairly compelling argument that all these countries would have to be working together. Countries that have clearly, like, they're not allies. Like North Korea,
why do you
Russia.
guys do this? Like, why do you guys do this? Why do you think that these countries are all enemies when they have the same they have the same goals? Do you think it's impossible for these guys who act like businesses to have business deals with other countries? Like, it's so moronic that you think that they can't work together because they tell you that they're enemies. Like, you guys are idiots.
We get that you don't understand it, and it all seems strange because half the world's at war with itself, bro. But these are the unwritten things that other people have discovered before us. We're not like gatekeepers to this. We've discovered this, and you need to research it. They're actually all tied into this international treaty since World War II. They work hand in hand in science down there, allegedly.
Yeah,
It's a war-free zone.
They made that treaty. They're all in on the treaty, and I just found the article on the Norwegian guy who got his boat took and all that for the Arctic voyage and was arrested.
I'd love to read that.
So I posted that, and to say about a bunch of countries who actually got together and made the treaty, why would they all work together? Who the fuck cares? The treaty's evidence they did.
Yeah, exactly.
Period. We have evidence they do work together.
Yeah, they've got a space station together apparently as well.
All the way through the Cold War, no doubt, no less.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about other conspiracy theories compared to this one, I mean, I'm not.
This isn't a conspiracy.
Okay, I know. It's just the wording I'm going to use here. Like,
well, it's
things
not
that
a
aren't
conspiracy.
generally-
There's evidence for it. You can't
things
go
that aren't
there.
accepted by the majority of the public. Let's say that, right?
It doesn't matter.
You think about how easy it would be to prove this and have like all this evidence out there compared to other conspiracy theories like
There is.
9/11 being
Have you
an
ever
inside
looked-
job or the moon landing
you ever
being
looked
fake.
at it?
How much more difficult it is to prove some of those things and more like
Have you ever looked into it?
into the flat Earth.
Yeah.
I can't say that I have, but I mean I've been
Okay,
exposed.
so
to
why
other
would you
things
say
that?
why would you say that there's no evidence for the flat Earth when you haven't looked?
I mean, I've obviously looked up some stuff, but like not like as deep as
Like
you may have.
Like what?
I can't name anything off the top of my head, but what anyone else would do in this world, right?
So you haven't researched it. You're claiming that it is a conspiracy theory with no evidence, but you haven't looked at it.
There are Reddit, for instance. There would definitely be a post on Reddit saying there's.
Don't worry about Reddit.
There would definitely be stuff on forums that would then be accepted.
Dude, look at it yourself, man. Look at it yourself. Go
Timbo,
into it. Find
he's
out why. Yeah. Go ahead.
He's talking to a flat earther right now, and he didn't ask you if you have any evidence. He said, "I can't find none on Reddit."
Exactly.
I'm just saying this has to be the most tightly held and secret.
Only
out there,
in
right?
this
would be so
generation
difficult to
can
hold
you
as a
say
secret.
that.
Why?
And
They
plus,
got people
since-
like you. They got people like you coming on and arguing for free, so they don't need to.
The other thing, this has been around since the beginning of man, right? Like
No, it
there'd be
hasn't.
so many
Shut
instances to disprove this. I'm just
Now
saying,
you're-
I'm
listen,
not
now
giving you
you're
like
getting
the scientific
asinine.
evidence here, but it would be ridiculous to like say that all
Listen.
these people are lying and colluding, right?
No,
Like-
everybody doesn't have to lie and collude together. If you all believe what Copernicus said, then you already believe the lie, and all they have to do is give you a story.
Based on the lying and colluding, you must be in on it too.
Yeah, you believe, so why do we got to lie to you? You believe.
I believe.
For you, it's a
And
reality.
you're saying, and that's the thing. You're saying that there's no evidence for flat Earth, but you've got no evidence for globe, and you haven't even asked us about evidence for flat Earth.
Yeah, you have
Please,
absolutely zero
send me
evidence
the
that
evidence
the
then.
Discord owner is just keeping the Flat Earth channel in here to up the population. Exactly.
Yeah, who
Checkmate.
cares?
Thank you very
We're
much.
not. We don't care about feelings.
Hey, it's the most
We're here-
popular
we're here
channel
to
in the
present-
politics server. Flat Earth is more
we are
popular
here-
than politics.
We are here to present information. We don't care if they like us or not. That is not our purpose. We
I
have
am
information.
open to
If you want to hear it, we can share it. If you don't want to hear it, then I don't care.
This
No,
is
there
the
you go.
most popular VC in the politics server. Politics is boring. Flat Earth is enjoyable. And it
Please
gets
share this
people doing
information.
science.
I'd love to see this information then.
Cool. What would you like to know?
I mean,
Give
is
me
there
2
like
minutes.
a good general resource you can send me?
Yeah, I'll blow up your DMs to give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, don't you have that?
Keep it
Indio-
light, keep it light, but
You got
No,
Indio's
it's cool, it's all
wiki.
cool. Trust me.
You got Indio's wiki, bro. Give them that.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We compile all our information. So you're worried about what you can Google and what you can read on Reddit, but you're right here with the flat earthers that are actually propagating this ideal.
I
And
brought
you're
up
not-
Reddit as an instance of like
You're not asking
like
them
this
what
would
they
blow up
believe.
in-
You
in
ask
different
Google.
channels.
Listen, you go to Google and say, "How do I debunk flat Earth?" When you could talk to a flat earther and try to debunk what he presents to you. Rather than do that, you go to Google and get anything that anybody gives you on flat Earth. And it may not even speak to what we believe. It might be just what some lame told them. And they wrote an entire book on all flat earthers believe this, or an article. We deal with that all the time.
Yeah, like your mate Professor Dave, like him.
Yeah, or
just create a straw man, argue against the straw man,
Or
even though that's not the position of flat earthers.
yeah, or IPS. You come in here with that infinite plane society or that flat Earth society bullshit, and you act like that's what real flat earthers believe because Google told you that. But if you ask a real flat earther, they tell you that's a crock of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's Google giving you a reason.
It's a disk in space, 1.8 meters. per
Yeah,
per
so they
second.
give you. I don't blame you guys when you go to Google and they give you this disk rising third disk from the sun, Earth. Yeah, that seems pretty ludicrous, and I would laugh at. Actually, I did laugh at flat earthers when I first seen it, but then when I got into the community and started interacting with people, I found that's not what they believe.
Who was asking for the link to the data? There's a lot of stuff in the text chat for you, but who was? I'll link you to the server. Who was asking?
I appreciate. No, what you sent in the chat is enough. Honestly, I appreciate it.
Hey, dog.
What's
Hey,
up?
dog. Yeah, I've got you,
No,
bro.
no, I
Yeah,
was just saying
check your
what
DMs.
what your name was.
Yeah, there's a link to our server in your DMs, J-Dog. It's really just a massive database, bro. I'm not poaching people from here or anything like that. But we've spent like the past 10 years compiling this database, and it's all split up A to Z, all the different things you'll ask about, gas pressure, space, Tesla rockets, all of that. Like, take your time and go through it, your leisure, man.
It's in a section called additional information.
All right, I'll check it out at some point. I'm definitely, yeah. Sorry, I'm also a little high if I'm being honest.
While you
that's cool.
while
That's
you're
cool.
doing
It's
that,
a freaky subject, man. You know, and it's a weekend and people are doing their thing, they're relaxing, whatever. We've all had a beer or a smoke, or we're doing our thing, man. But the whole point of it is, we're not here to take anything away from you. We just want to expose some of the things that we've discovered in reality.
My question
and while
is,
you're there, maybe research where the globe comes from as well. Yeah.
why would they keep this a secret? What is the
It's
reasoning?
not. We don't know that. You can't ask us questions about
Okay.
people's intentions. Yeah, it's not. We can't tell you what people's intentions are. We
Why
can just
wouldn't
have
we do it?
information that contradicts what they say, and that's it, man. It's just information. We're not going to divine people's thoughts and say they're doing it for this reason or this reason or this reason, because we could be wrong when we say that.
Why wouldn't they? If there's a system of world control that's been here for hundreds of years, that fits perfectly and works really well and can be built on and manipulated on, and nobody really understands or knows about, why wouldn't they do it, dude? Why wouldn't they carry it on? Come on now. This is men you're talking about. Control, power. But check out the info, understand the metrics of Earth, and go and actually test what we're saying here for yourself. That's the whole point of it. It's all based on flat and stationary plane, and you'll come
Come
to
back with
understand
some
that
questions if you want.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely check some of this stuff out. I don't think I'll be convinced if I'm being honest, but
good. Don't
I
be
appreciate
convinced.
Well, you're already. You've already shot
I'm
yourself
not
in
an
the foot then.
opinionated person, you know. I'm not a rock,
Means
but
you've got it. Means you
you're
don't
cutting out.
have it.
Is
Means
he
you've
cutting out for
already
everyone
closed
else?
your mind. So, sorry.
Okay. Oh, you're good. No, I'm a very open-minded person. It's just that there's certain things that it's going to be hard to budge me on. For instance, all these countries colluding, like it just seems really difficult to.
It does, eh? It
Have that be
actually
believable.
does. It's, we're telling you some amazing story that all these world superpowers that are working together for like a world peace and you know, to help the ecosystem of the planet and all that. We're actually in a lot of ways telling you that they're colluding and it's all a big scam. It sounds like that, but it's not that. We're not saying that in any way, shape, or form.
Hey, J-Dog, do you watch much television?
No, not really. I mean, I probably watch a couple shows a year, as in like seasons of shows. Why? I mostly watch like YouTube and shit, news.
I've got a challenge for you. For the next 1 month, don't watch any news.
It's not like Fox or CNN or whatever. I mean, I know like you probably think like basically all news is deceptive at best, but
Yep.
and I totally I agree with you. Like they're out to just make money
funny that-
and they're gonna set their own narratives and
Funny that you say you have an open mind, yet when you were provided with the information, you said, I don't think it will convince me even before you read 2 words.
Well,
and then you say, and then you repeat
no.
yourself, but I have an open mind. You go, well, you
You're
don't,
right.
because you already closed it off.
You're right. They're contradictory, but what I mean, there really is like the idea that all these people working together, like for me at least, in terms of evidence,
gotta
is
forget
a
it-
lot.
forget about
it's not
that, dude.
evidence, but it adds a
about that,
shitload of credibility to the status quo.
Forget about that. That is a conspiracy, right?
That's not a
More than 2
conspiracy.
or
It's
more
just like
people.
a logical way to
stop.
approach things, I think.
2 or more people coming up with an idea to benefit themselves is a conspiracy. Everyone is conspiring every day. That is a conspiracy. You got to get your head out of these are conspiracy theories because people do it all day, in and out. They conspire. It's not rare.
I get that. Let me ask you this: do you believe that people in general are evil, or people in general are
No, people in general are not evil.
okay? But you think it's just that evil people tend to come to power more often than non-evil people? Good
Evil,
people, sorry.
evil people are people with no emotions. All right. So people,
I mean, it's
you get
semantics.
psychopaths. You get So what's
I mean, like people to the degree
I'm telling you
evilness
something.
where they'd keep a
Right?
secret like this.
People who get to power have no consideration for other people. That's why they get to power, because by any means they will get to where they want, whether they hurt their own family or whether they don't. This is a rare part of the population, but all of these people are all psychopaths, right? They have no empathy, no emotions.
And
So
here's another thing.
when you're talking about those people, most general population are good people and want to do good and searching for something more. But that's the people at the top are not the general population.
If in doubt, just follow the money or the white rabbit.
I think there's definitely people in power that, while they are motivated by money, they still want to be seen as a good person and will do the right thing most of the time.
Yeah,
or
but
not
for
necessarily
their
do the right
own
thing most of the
gain
time,
and not in a higher
but if it
power
doesn't
that
hurt them, they'll do
they're
it.
attributing to.
Oh, who? Point them out. I want to see them. Who are they?
I'm just saying, like, there's definitely.
Who?
I mean, I could say that, like, the systems to come to power sometimes allow people who aren't famous or well known to come to power, right? But you might say that those are always rigged.
Famous people don't make decisions.
I'm just saying, an average Joe in the U.S.
I know you're
Let's
just
say
saying,
AOC,
but
for
what you're
instance,
saying
right?
doesn't make sense. You just said there are people at the top. There are people at the top who genuinely care and do things for the better. I asked you to point one out, and you can't do it.
Okay, so I'm not saying AOC is a good person. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, do you know who she is?
She's a psychopath.
Okay, but let me just. Do you agree that she came from a very modest job? She was like a bartender or whatever, right?
I have
And I'm
no
not
idea
saying.
who you. I have no idea about her past, her intentions, where she comes from. They're all. Anyone who's in politics is out there to benefit themselves, and that's it.
I'm just saying that there are some modest people who make it into power, and I believe that
She is not a
some of those modest
person.
people.
Not a
People who
modest
came from
person.
modesty. I misspoke. You're right. I'm saying people who came from modest circumstances, like being a
cares?
bartender making like $15, $20 an hour or whatever.
How do you know that story's true? Anyway,
I mean, then all her friends would have to be lying too. Like all the people that she's known in her life, they like. I
who
think
cares? What's that got to do with people? So I said people at the top. Do you think whatever her fucking name is at the top?
no, but I'm saying people like that
So who
can
cares
come
then?
to power sometimes. There certainly are like leaders in certain countries that are that came from very modest circumstances.
Yeah. Okay. So I asked you to point someone out who's a leader, right? Who I'm talking about the people at the top, not actual politicians. They don't do anything. I'm talking about the people that run the politicians.
You think like
You wanna-
people behind closed doors that we don't know about?
Yeah, why not?
Or do you think like someone like Joe Biden or Donald Trump are aware of these things? Do you think they're
course they are.
working? So you think they
aware of people in the background? Of course they are.
Do you think they think the Earth is
I
flat?
don't think Joe Biden's aware of anything, but
Sure, I get but like Donald Trump, for instance, do you think being a president
he's
for 4
aware.
years,
He is aware that there are people above him that make the decisions. Yes, of course.
and he just keeps his mouth shut about it because otherwise
I have
they'd
no
kill
idea,
him or
but
something?
he would be aware that there are people above him. Correct?
I'm.
Do you think presidents make the decisions, or do you think some other people make the decisions?
I think it's more of their cabinet working together to make a lot of the decisions, and then the Senate and Congress are whatever bodies of
Okay,
government you have in your country.
so you said you think, so you don't know that, do you?
I don't know, but we don't really know anything, do we? We just have to trust
Exactly.
information from people to. Well, yeah, we just have to
that was
trust the
my whole
information we've been
point,
given from
dude.
people over time, and
I was
I
just
agree with
telling you for
that.
10 minutes exactly what you just repeated back to me.
I mean, yes, we
Yeah.
have to trust that the
We
information we
don't
receive is
know
correct.
anything we don't know
I
anything
was
that goes
gonna
on in
say,
politics.
I was going to say that
Yeah.
you guys are talking about Biden and Trump, and you only know what you've been told about those people. You don't know those people personally.
You only know
So
what the media has fed you, or spoon-fed you, I should word it.
you're right. So the only thing you have faith in is your source of information, not these people. You don't even know those people. You just believe what's been told to you from your source. You think
Right.
you know Donald Trump. You think you know Joe Biden.
I think this comes back to my whole thing with the rule of large populations working together and how unlikely that would be, because there would definitely be people who would break off and and sure, you could there would definitely be information about that happening out there. So, we would.
See, that's where we
There would be
disagree.
breadcrumbs.
Listen, if I'm running shit, we'd be so murderous that if somebody told you, you and him would go today.
I'm sure there's people
within
clever enough
minutes.
to escape that for a little bit. So,
Especially
get it
if
out
I
there.
listen, dude. I'm just gonna tell you from the training I have in my point of view. I'm trained in the art of war, in the art of fight, and if I had control of printing the money, and I already know the nature of man, every one of you bastards has got a price. So if my price wasn't good enough, I'd just buy you a grave plot. I don't care what the news could tell you. He died of whatever circumstances you wanted. That's on you. You tell people whatever you want, but if you tell them the truth, I'll kill all you too, and I'll have 1 million mercenaries to make sure it gets done. Because remember, I print the money.
So a person dies, their family's aware of how they died, and the government's keeping it a secret.
Who said that people go home? Listen, if you were dealing with gangsters and selling drugs, would you go home and tell your family the drug dealer's name?
I mean, no, but that's a little different.
It's not different. Listen, because what's the biggest drug on earth? Is that who can tell me? It's not an actual drug
Alcohol?
you take. Power. Power is the greatest high on earth, and it's the most addictive thing to have. Power and authority. Period. And if I had it all, you wouldn't have to fear me, but you better keep your fucking mouth shut. Because if you didn't, we would just bury you. Maybe we wouldn't even bury you. We'd be in where you were done, but you wouldn't be a talking man anymore.
There are people out there who are courageous enough to do things for the greater good. Like Edward Snowden, for instance, he knew he was throwing his life away when he gave out that information about the NSA. That's just one example. There are definitely people who have the courage to do the right thing, knowing that they'll die for it.
Or there are. Nobody said that, but most of those people usually just die for it.
Yes, most, but I feel like there'd be more people out there that at least got the information out there before they died on it, and then there'd be people following the breadcrumb trail and being like, this is all these people are getting killed for this reason or that reason, they're trying to prevent people from seeing
Well, I
the
wouldn't
ice
have to
fall
kill
or-
everybody. Listen, if you blew the whistle and you did what you do and you just called him a conspiracy theorist and treated him like shit and ridiculed him, I wouldn't have to kill that man because you didn't believe. I could let him talk.
In this instance, it would be too clean of a job, and for such a
the
long
thing
time
is-
to keep a secret like this.
The
That is
thing
also
is,
kind of easy to disprove, right?
Well, the way society is set up nowadays, most people who try to blow the whistle are called conspiracy theorists anyway. Somebody could try to blow the whistle to you and you'd probably ridicule them. I mean, honestly. Oh, that silence is powerful. But am I right? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're talking to someone who's relatively high right now, so I'm just
Right,
kind
but
of like
most
when
people
something pops in
ridicule
my head.
conspiracy theorists, right? And if you tried to blow the whistle, you said
I feel like I'm being pretty respectful here. Like I'm open to information. Like I'm here for it, you know.
Did I miss anything important that happened in the last like 10 minutes?
Damn, what a coincidence. What's up, guys?
What's a coincidence?
Oh, did yesterday when I was watching the Soho thing while I was in here talking to some people, and I was like, oh shit, man, there's some X flares popping off in the past, few days, and like two more or whatever popped off, and they were on their way in. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw northern lights, like, you know what I mean, like all kinds of lower latitudes, and 49 states saw northern lights yesterday.
Yeah. So the northern lights from Michigan are we're predicting they could be seen all the way down to Alabama. Yep.
Yeah,
We're
bro,
having
there's people out up and down Scotland trying to catch it now. I've been watching Inside Outside for. I've got cloud cover just now. There's major solar activity going on, man.
Yeah, well, that's what causes a lot of cloud cover too. They're realizing, I've been talking about it for I don't know, 5 years steady. you know, how the sun is what's bringing our you know, rain in a sense through recombination. Those plasmas and stuff, those gases, they cool off and then get to Earth after being ionized and become unionized and become part of the pressure system. Not only that, you know, there's a lot of extra shit going on. But anyway, I was just in here talking about how, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, you know, because of the way, you know, and then boom, I never heard of that before. 49 states, Central Florida, right? Like
What
what?
saw the aurora?
Arizona. Yeah, Aurora in Central Florida, dude.
Yeah,
Yesterday.
which is listen.
49 states. It's really
Well,
big news, and the big
I
part
didn't even.
about it
I'm in
is
PA and I
it's
didn't
because
see it.
of the Earth's
I'm being
weakened
scammed.
magnetic field.
I'm being scammed. I didn't see it and I'm in
It
PA.
was cloudy in a lot of places, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and it only happened. It didn't happen all night, right? It was only happening while the particles were bombarding from the blasts, so it came in peaks. So it came on for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, the first one, and it went off, came on again, 20, 30 minutes, an hour. It's pretty cool.
Does any of it tie in? Have you been watching any of the Dutch since the earthquake guy on YouTube? Does any of it tie in with there's a magnetic flux goes with Earth, and he sometimes
No,
follows it.
absolutely. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't even know about Dutch Sense. But I remember the name from years ago, but it was the Suspicious Observers and all the other, the papers that are being written on it. I didn't know it from Dutch Sense though, but it does ring a bell that he had something to do with earthquakes too.
Yeah,
But I wasn't.
he was like there was atmospheric stuff going on years ago, and Dutch was following it as well back then. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. It does ring a bell. That's how used to definitely be subbed.
Yeah, he's back again. He's back until they take him down, and then he's back again a couple of days later.
The way it goes.
Strangely enough, he got taken down the day that the eclipse happened.
Huh.
Yeah, he was broadcasting about CERN. Right before it, about a few hours before it, he dropped a link to CERN and what CERN were doing, and server data, and his stream went down.
Yeah. I think CERN is just a big old CIA headquarters. They ain't even doing shit in there except selling us bullshit stories.
All these things are, man. It may well be compartmentalized, but somebody's got a finger on all of it, and it's all got a purpose together somehow. There's no two ways about it, man. They're mucking about with stuff. Like, they figured out they can muck with stuff. So they are. And it's a money pit. Have you seen the plans for the new CERN? It dwarfs the original one.
Yeah, because they figured since they got nothing out of the first one, maybe they should build a 100 times more expensive one and get, because 0 times more isn't zero. I mean, it's like dark matter, right? Like, oh man, it's got to be there. I mean, we gave up on the ether after $40 worth of experiments, but dark matter must be there. We've got $400 billion into it already. We're gonna find it. It's for sure. I mean, but what about the ether? No, we already spent $30 on that. We're not gonna go back that way.
He said
a cup of coffee and a donut get thrown at it. Yeah,
we already jacked the sack off on that. 30. He said he went from 40 to 30. That's funny.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Dave Chappelle joke, like George Bush or Cat Williams. He was talking about how George Bush is like 95 years old, and then he went on. And he's like, "You got to give the man a break because he's 96 years old." And then he kept going, and he's like, "He's 98 years old." By the time his joke was over, he was 100 years old.
I know Cat's funny as fuck.
Mm-hmm. So I couldn't tell if I could see it or not because it was partially cloudy, but there was there was like almost like city lights, you know, off in the distance in the clouds on the other side of the sunset, you know, in the east. So I was like, well, maybe. I don't know.
Here in Michigan last night, we seen them about 11 o'clock, and tonight it's around midnight to 2 a.m. And we're going to watch them. We're in the country, so we just start a bonfire and set up.
There you go. You gotta knock the mosquitoes back this time of year.
Yeah, that's what the bonfire's for. Get rid of some of them leaves.
Yeah.
That's the plan for the new CERN in chat.
But you know, my children are country kids, so we all enjoy the stars and the aurora borealis. We like to watch when there's events. Your average aurora, we've seen that. So we like to see the events where it actually green and red traces all over the entire sky.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, active as hell.
Yeah. So we went to up north. We went to Marinasco, Michigan one time, which is 15 minutes from Wisconsin. It's the furthest northern point in the state of Michigan in the northern peninsula. And as we were going up there to watch them, we crossed the Mackinac Island Bridge. The aurora
Yeah, I've been there.
It stretches across it. You've been to the UP?
Yeah.
You're
I used to
Michigan.
live in Milwaukee. I lived on 27th and Maple in Milwaukee.
Oh,
So
nice.
we'd go to like, yeah, we'd go all over the place. Usually it was like the Grand Avenue Mall. We'd go over to Chicago and stuff, you know. But a couple times we'd cross Mconomowoc or whatever it's called and go on into
Wisconsin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got all them Indian names for Racine and Mconomowoc and
Yeah,
Waukesha.
Yeah,
Milwaukee.
Potawatomi and Wishawa.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, my dad was Chippewa, so Ojibwa. So yeah, I know those names. Chicago itself, Milwaukee, those are native names.
Yeah.
Milwaukee is
Most people don't know.
the place of portage. That's where you can go from the big lake to the smaller waterways like the rivers and streams.
That you're not supposed to dam.
Exactly.
Native American. Yeah. Every one of them has a dam on it.
Well, those were our highways, you know.
Hey, Battlemont,
We traveled them.
Hey, Battlemont, you got Ojibwe in your background.
Ojibwe, Anin.
Nice. I don't speak it, but I do have a line also. Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, and some other.
Anishinaabe, yeah.
Yeah.
Makwa, Dodem, Nindao, Denishnikab, Wabe, Makuns. So.
Oh wow, good for you, man.
So,
I don't speak it.
Little white bear from the Bear Clan. And yes,
Nice.
my grandmother called me. She gave me that name because I was the first white bear in their family, and the family name is White Eye.
Okay. We've got a line from not the Martin clan, as far as I know.
I'm with you.
Nice,
There's only so many ways to be a tribal member. That's either through name or DNA testing. But if you can establish your family history, you don't need a DNA test.
Yeah. I've got family that's done the research, and we have some degree of an idea of our lineage there. We have the French Canadian what they call Métis, right? Which is French men mating with Native American women.
Yeah, that's where Bojo came from. Bojo. It's a greeting, Anishinaabe, Algonquin that would have stemmed from bonjour. Hello.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay.
But originally we said Anin. And Anin isn't hello. It's I see you. I recognize you as a light being. Or I see your light.
Very cool.
Be careful.
Yeah, I
Sneaky French dude.
I have no understanding of the stuff, but I'm aware that I. So, what would you say?
Boy,
I was like, you
Clint.
gotta be careful with them sneaky French guys, man. Bonjour, you pregnant?
What?
hey, you want some perfume?
Oh my god.
You have any French in you?
He said,
Oui, oui.
"Bonjour, you're pregnant." That's funny.
Bonjour.
Hey,
Bonjour.
Clint.
Bonjour, you're pregnant.
Clint's really
And now
mad.
you have herpes.
Come on. I mean, bonjour just means good day, right?
No, I was
Bon
just thinking of
meaning
the
good.
dictator, that movie, The Dictator. He was
Yeah,
like, good. Now you have
I'm
herpes.
with you.
I mean, yeah, bonjour just means good day in French. I don't know
Yeah.
how that translates over, but yeah, fun stuff.
Yeah, a lot of Anishinaabe use that as a greeting, bonjour. Bonjour.
Bonjour, people. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Close.
stems from bonjour when we were interacting with the French. Maybe the natives that started using it misunderstood what it meant.
Maybe, hell yeah, maybe the Apaches were the ones that didn't like them, so they were the, Alapasheen. They were trying to say.
They didn't like him so much. They didn't like him so much.
Yeah,
They
they're like,
built the helicopter.
oh my god.
Yeah, actually, we never said goodbye. We say till the next time, brother.
Yeah, until next time.
Or in the next life.
Hasta luego.
Clint says, I'm a lying piece of shit. You don't need a permit. That dude only comes here when he's drinking a 2-4.
Because you know how it is when the drunks, they burn certain neuron passageways. So when they get to a certain level, they do all the same shit every night over again, like Groundhog Day. They tell you the same story they told you yesterday. They do. I grew up with one of those, so I know that fucking the pattern there.
Yeah,
Like,
my
oh, God.
brother-in-law is telling me stories that he told me 20 years ago every time he drinks liquor. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, and then they
I just
blame it
chalk
on
it up to they're just reliving that feeling again. They need it, so let them have it.
and then they blame it on old age.
You
Right.
say that they burn up neurons. So
Yeah, there's a passageway.
that explains a lot.
path.
Yeah, so they're just not thinking right. I'm with you. So, and they probably couldn't retrieve anything other than that they've repeated drunk 1,000 times. So that makes sense. I wondered
Not
why.
taking in a lot of new. Yeah, exactly.
I asked my brother-in-law one time, I said, dude, we've lived 30 years since that event. You haven't done anything since then that you can tell me about? You got to tell me about this event that I was actually at from 30 years
And
ago?
don't talk about Call of Duty, because if that's all you've been doing for 30 years.
Yeah, no, I wish he played video games. He might shut
man,
up.
I swear, I've wasted a full year. I looked on the thing. I mean, I've had it for years, right? But years and years and years. But through my whole account, I've spent a whole year on video games.
Oh, bro, I was Master Prestige on COD.
done, dude.
I hear
Wait.
you.
Wait, what? A year?
That's not that much, man.
For me, it is. It's ridiculous. I'm from the fuck. I was born in the 70s,
Hey,
man.
listen.
Nah, that's nothing, man.
Listen, bro, those are the stats from his game. That's a year of playing time.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm saying that's nothing.
Oh, okay.
That's a lot. For me, that's a lot of
It-
time wasted.
For me,
man.
that's a hell of a lot because I don't play video games.
It is. It is. So I had to.
Yeah, I gotta look at it now because it's so shaming, right? Like, well, maybe I did get some good conversations out of it.
I bet. I
But
quick
not
scoped
many.
this I quick
Daddy
scoped
had
this
shit too.
motherfucker
Like
at
that must
Nuketown.
be like that video games that must be really addictive.
Well, there's something to it. I noticed that when I don't play much, right, that I also don't catch things that fall off of tables as quickly and normally. It's something about it keeping your reflexes on par. It keeps everything going, man. There
Well, I
is
don't play video games at all, and my reflexes are perfect.
maybe well, I don't know what. I amaze people with my reflexes. I don't know about what perfect is, because maybe I'm not perfect, but like it's constant.
Well,
like every other day, somebody is like, "Holy shit! I can't believe you just caught that!" Like you saw it fall,
how do you?
and I'm not even looking at it, and just.
Well, you think that's from video games?
No, probably from not playing video games so much in my life, to be honest. Yeah, because I juggle and do all kinds of stuff for the kids.
Well, there you
Still
go.
going back to it.
Your hand-eye coordination comes from there, not from video games.
Yeah, but there is actually I've seen some literature on it. There is some benefits to moderately playing, because there is some hand-eye coordination involved with it. It's a different. Yeah, it's a little
You
different
get
than
the
our
same out of
reflexes.
sports though as well. I was reading. So if you
Yeah,
play sports, then it's a lot more beneficial than
I bet you it is too,
moderately
especially.
playing video games.
I bet you 100% you're right. If you compare the two, the sports win 100%, because there's the downfall of sitting and playing a video game. Sitting is the new smoking, so we already know sitting is not good for you cardiovascularly
Yeah, man.
and all that.
Get out there and move.
Oh yeah.
I play
me in the shape I'm in at this
handball.
age.
I play handball.
Handball's a good game.
I went to the
I only play
YMCA.
handball in jail, dude.
I played with in prison. It's not available in our jail, but I played with a 70-year-old lady the other day that beat me, and I didn't get mad about it. I thought,
Wait, what handball are you talking about?
good for her. Handball
Well,
at the YMCA
it's like a tennis
on a
ball,
handball
a
court.
racquetball. Yeah.
I was thinking of European handball, like soccer, but with your hand.
No, this is tennis without a racket. It's tennis without a racket.
Oh, that's down ball.
So you beat the ball against the wall with your hand. You only get one bounce, Yeah, balls in hands, all that. Listen, I left that game thinking, damn, that old lady can really hand a ball. She can handle a ball like a mother. She beat me, dude, but she was really good at cutting it low. So the one bounce I got was either over my head or so far down I had to fall down to get it. So lady was good. I was like, fuck.
And
My buddy
also
said,
on that sorry.
You're all right. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say also on that, like sports and stuff like that, like guys who start getting older have to go to the gym. Like you have to go. If your body's low on testosterone, you can start getting depressed and fat and shit, and you can start looking like a woman. Like as you get older, I'd say anything over 30 years old, you have to go to the gym at least 3 times a week. Bone density, everything, yeah.
Yeah, or get involved in some kind of HIIT training. Learn what's healthy for you with the HIIT training, and get into HIIT training a couple of days a week. Get into calisthenics and stretching, because as you get older, if you don't, by God, will you regret it.
Listen,
stretch those hips.
You can come out to the farm here, and I'll give you a post hole digger and a shovel, and we can do stretches before we go to work every morning. You won't have to pay for all that crap,
Again, that's the whole point of it, though, Mike. That's what you do from the second you wake up. You start to stretch and get your body moving before you're even out the bed or off the couch.
Oh yeah, I got shit to shovel. I got shit to shovel every morning, bro. Hell yeah. I'm stretching.
You got to get your body right before you even deal with that, man. And then you go out and you get your body warmed up and working properly, and then you can take on anything in a day.
Yep.
Yeah. Especially so that the worst thing for people as they get older is mobility. And you're right, old dude. If you're not stretching all your joints, you become stiff. That's why you get back problems. It's because your hammies are so tight that your back just takes so much of the stress. So if you loosen up your hammies and your hips, you're going to lower your risk of back problems.
That's right. A lot of people don't know that. Stretch those legs out real good.
Yep. Because they're working all the time.
Yeah, they don't get a break. Exactly.
Constantly working.
They don't get to break that and the gluteus maximus. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
yep. And sitting's not good. Easy ass is an actual medical condition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just get out and walk. Buy a dog and get out and walk the bloody thing.
Or
what I
come out
recommend
here,
to me.
man. I can have the dogs chase you. So we'll keep you a good pace. We'll rabbit you. My dog loves to chase things, as those
Yeah,
coyotes.
Just hang a globe off the back of you.
Right. A globe on the back, a carrot on the front, buddy. You got to give them their carrot. They need the phallic resemblance to go with their blue ball, you know.
True.
And it's so funny.
That's a rocket.
It's a blue ball. You know what I mean? They got blue ball. No wonder Globers are stressed out. You got to do that too. And in the old age, you can't stop using it and keep it to work. You know, you park the tractor forever. One day it's not going to fire up when you need it.
Mm-hmm.
You want to plow a field, you got to keep the tractor good.
I will speak up for some of the digital technology that's come about for keeping grandma and grandpa mobile, especially if they haven't been for a while. Getting your grandparents or your parents to get up and start to play digital tennis or squash in the living room, brilliant thing. Get them dancing in the living room.
Agree.
Get them dancing like they used to and let them show you how life should be.
Listen, when Nintendo Wii came out, I got that fucking Nintendo boxing and the Olympic sports and all that. And my grandpa's like, what the hell are you doing? Let me play this. I swear, he put the paddle right through the big screen. Bam! Blew it out. And he said, well, that's it. And I said, what do you mean? And it started out with, no, I'm not playing your fucking video game. You need to quit playing them video games. And I'm like, my work's done, Grandpa. See if you can outbox this guy. He throws the paddle through the screen and then he says, that's it, get in the truck, we're leaving. I said, where are we going, Gramp? He said, we got to go get a couple TVs because I'm going to have to strengthen my grip up. I'll probably take another one out. He loved that fucking game. And he would get up in the morning, drink him a cup of coffee and box. He was like a boxer in the Marine Corps. You know, my grandpa was a tough guy.
Yep.
That game...
It's a live shadow partner for him then. He's realised what it can do and it's like, oh my, here we go. Yeah,
he was a way happier person after that. I mean, to me, as he started getting healthier, he'd pick on my dad, like, I'll kick your ass again. Your boy's got me boxing. but he was great.
See, that's the testosterone, dude. That's the spirit of the male coming alive again and wanting his boy to come up and meet him too. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, people think that if you gain more testosterone, you become more aggressive. It's actually the opposite.
Yes,
estrogen. Yeah, if I got too much estrogen, I'll get emotional and aggressive. Yes.
Yeah.
So testosterone balances that out with serotonin. You're great. You need to get them calming teas. Start putting minerals. Most people have problems with mineral deficiency. But I came from a family where grandma knew that you ate certain foods for the nutrient in them, and you just didn't stop eating those because it was intrinsic to life, you know.
I discovered that either Celtic salt or sea salt's got Celtic salt's got every single mineral that our body needs in it.
Yeah,
sea salt's missing a few, but you can get them from green leaf vegetables. So, like I take a crystal of salt every morning when I get up.
Every morning, me too.
With my water, put it on my tongue, and I swallow it, and that gives me all the minerals I need. Plus, I eat good food as well. But
so when you put that Celtic salt on your tongue, from the studies that I've read, it helps the absorption rate of the water to the cell, not just to the kidney or the liver, but to the cell. So you hydrate the cell.
Yeah, and your body knows what to do with the water instead of just flushing it through your body.
Right, and so it does. So the content of your water, you can have not so purified water, but the salt helps that the purified, the water you need, get to the cell. Well, the other stuff is filtered out by your biological filters, you know.
Yep.
But a lot of people don't know that the water you actually need, if you got an 8-ounce cup, there might only be a couple grams of the actual water that the hydration you need for your cell. And it's in there, and because you're deficient in other minerals, it's not going to be delivered. Delivers it to the cell is no longer working because you're mineral deficient in those minerals that power that process. It's like gasoline for a car. You have all these biological processes, but if you're not putting the nutrient in, which is the fuel for that engine to run, then that process is laying dormant.
Yep.
And people use the Celtic salt to get. It's good for people who's actually dehydrated and their pH levels are all off, and you can correct that. And you can cure heart disease in 30 days, man, because it's not a disease. It's mineral fucking deficiency, and the doctors know that. So if you had high blood pressure and you said, well, I started taking supplements, your doctor would actually advise you to stop taking the supplements and keep taking the medicine. And that's
that's right.
That's because they know if you're taking the supplements that are actually correcting your heart rate, it's going to lower your heart rate. And with their medication, you're now, so low it's medically dangerous. You could die. But they don't want you to stop taking the medication because they get kickbacks for it.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's not economically feasible for them to tell you the cure.
Well, that's the aim of the medical system, isn't it? Keep everyone sick and in need of medication. Sorry, we shouldn't really be doing this.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. We're leading into TOS here, but mineral deficiency is known to be one of the biggest problems for health in today's.
Something I'm pretty passionate about. So when I start talking about it, I can't stop.
Timbo,
What's going on in the... Yo, what's up?
Is like metric a thing in Australia? Because like anyone I hear, and I don't know, why does everyone in here use imperial, even if they're from like?
It's just most of the people we get are probably American, so it's easier for them to understand. I can switch around.
No, I just find it funny, like whenever I hear like somebody with an Aussie accent or a British accent, and they say
about miles.
Yeah,
Well, the British use miles and kilometers, so that's interchangeable for them. They use both.
Yeah.
So they were always in miles, and then they changed. I think with some things because of Europe, but they kept the speed limit in miles. Pretty sure. Is that right, old dude? Speed limit's still in miles?
Yeah, it's weird, dude. Yeah, the old system is like empirical, miles and inches and feet and all that. Yeah, pounds and stuff. But yeah, the modern version, you can be prosecuted on doing over 30 miles an hour or doing over whatever it is in kilometres as well. It's like because a European law came in and we adopted their terminology and we adopted the meter and all of that as well. It's like, yeah, you can be charged on both sides of the law if you like. Crazy. Modern people are like modern cars are in kilometres per hour and older stuff's in miles per hour. it's mad, like.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was nothing wrong with feet and inches, pounds and what's the other one?
Pounds and ounces.
Pounds and ounces, yeah, and before Newton meters as well.
Yeah, I got a couple ounces over
pounds.
here and a couple pounds over there, and they're just a few feet away from me. Yeah, I say
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah, a couple of feet pounds, man. Yeah, feet pounds and torque and stuff like that. Yeah, that's where it all started, dude.
Yeah, foot pounds. Yep.
Yep.
It's more of a natural measurement, yeah. The feet and miles and things like that. It's got more of the natural kind of numbers in it. Like
Yeah. Well, I mean, an inch
metric is just
an inch is sort of
Sorry, go ahead.
basically your thumb. You know, the top part of the joint of your thumb. That's practically an inch for most people, and it's a lot to do with these sort of like hand span measurements of things, or like
Yeah. Well, the palm
and
of your
16ths.
hand is like 4 inches too. The
Yeah.
average man. The average.
Yeah.
Well, three. So a foot would be 3 hands, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you're into measuring horses. How many hands is the horse? How many feet tall is he? Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
28 hands, roughly a 7 foot tall horse. Yeah. But horses,
the metric system does make it easy to calculate, though. Like everything's in tens and hundreds.
Yeah.
Like especially with temperature-wise, you got 0 is freezing point. Anything above that, anything below that, like it that kind of makes sense.
yeah, it's more specific. Boy, that Clint got mad. He's one of them, the direct message guys. Like, Clint, that's your best insult you could give me, bub. I've got death threats. I've got better insults than that, man. You're going to have to step your game up, Clint. I'm not impressed with your angered direct message. I'm getting ready.
Seems a thing in DMs today. There's quite a few angered people there.
Yeah. I'm gonna hire a complaint department for just get me a secretary to run that. Yeah. Well, the Battle Mod's currently busy right now with the flat Earth, but we want you to know we care about your complaints. So take a number. These guys, man. If I went through all the messages I ever got on Discord, I could write a book of insults and threats that I've got from people. And they say, show me the permit, tell me the name, and you've already gave them a citation. I've gave you a citation for all the permits, all the paperwork you need. And he's still asking for it. It's like, it's in there, dude. Read it. Christ, man. It's like they're lazy, man. That's why I always double check their citations, because they'll Google it and they'll copy the first thing they see on that heading, and it doesn't always go along with what they're talking about. So you should read their links. Oh, a second message. Clint, I read the first one. I'm not going to go past that. Read the citation, brother, and answer your own question. It'll give you something to do while you're drinking the next 24. Christ, I smoke 5 joints. This guy probably drinks 5 cases. The difference? I'm still lucid after 5 Hooters. A couple edibles too, but hey,
Yeah, it's the weekend, man. People get angry at the weekend. A different side of folk at the weekend sometimes. My DMs normally go quite peaceful during the week, but at the weekend, it's not so nice a place.
Nobody said you needed a special permit to go more than 7 miles offshore. I showed you a link. I gave you a link, Clint, to the fucking permits you need to visit Antarctica. So this guy, man. I don't know why he's wasting his.
Yeah, just move on, mate.
Why waste your time? I mean, yeah. You literally proved you're right with the insult meth head. So, yeah, cool. You fucking drunk. This fucking drunk called me a meth head. Am I supposed to be offended, guys? In real life, I'd let you walk on your way. You know, I'd help you on your way, but I wouldn't beat you up because you're just a insignificant little drunk who's lost in their mind at the time.
Sounds like projection. Whether it's his own life he's projecting or the society that's crumbling down around him, he's projecting. But
Yeah, I don't.
he's projecting, bro. Yeah.
I don't mind people who drink, but we all know it leads to getting to that point of no return. And once you got to there, there's no sense in a sober person even interacting with you. We're not
All
going
you
to
are
make.
is a,
Yeah,
all you
we're
are is
not
a
going to.
punching bag. At that point, all you are is a punching bag, bro, and it's how much you're willing to soak that up. But like, it's fine to soak it up as long as you're willing to build the bridge and make sure they understand what they've done the night before once they're sober.
Right. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with the guy. He didn't like the fact that I point out he's drunk every time he comes here.
Yeah.
And he is rude, man. I sat there for an hour listening to this guy just interrupt everybody and define everything they're saying for him. Christ, that's not a conversation. Let people ask them to define their own terms.
Well, see, that's the problem that I've had with people that are like, drunk a lot of the time. It's not reality that they're perceiving. It's their, inebriated version of how they're perceiving it, and that can drive their reaction. You know what I mean? The angry drunk as opposed to the teary drunk. They're both drunk.
Yeah, and that's just the way they took it at that time. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
So you use a word and you think, oh, there's only one way to use that word when the word's defined 15 different ways as an adjective, a verb, and a noun. But he thinks in his drunk state that there's only one use of that word.
Yeah. It's a chemical reaction to, every time.
It is.
It's been documented. It's been documented, and scientists or doctors and PhDs have gone so deep on alcohol. And its effect on...
Well, emotions are purely chemical too, so
Yep.
Yeah, it drives your emotions. Yeah.
Yeah. It's sort of why we don't drive when we're drunk or we're not capable. It's why we don't operate heavy or dangerous machinery when we're drunk or not capable. It's why we step away from an argument with our spouse or loved one when we're not, when we're drunk or not capable, man. We know better. Sometimes, though.
Well,
We're
some
not
of
aware
us.
of it. We're just not aware of it, man.
Yeah, some of us know better. Yep.
Yeah.
So I was like you. I would just, when I used to drink, I would just go away from the family, and be in my own little world. But then my youngest daughter told me, well, when you drink, Dad, you always end up going to the garage, and then I get less time with you. So I just quit drinking that day, And it's not like I was in an abusive relationship or anything, but if I ever got frustrated while I'm drinking, I just go to my barn, And the youngest kid, she noticed it, and she just said the truth about it. Well, you always get frustrated and go to the barn, Dad, and I was hanging out with you. So
that's the reality of it. If you can't recognise the innocence of a child, your own child at that, saying that to you, you've got a problem.
Exactly. Yeah. So me, I just, it was part of life since I was young. I thought when you made your way, you got to sit down in your study with a glass of scotch and an expensive cigar, and you're good. But that was the way my grandfather dealt with it, and I had to realize it didn't work for me. So my children meant more to me than liquor, my family. It took away from quality time with them. So I get stoned, man, and, I'm the life of the party, so.
Your grandfather's world was a different place entirely, though. I mean, levels of being drunk in those days wasn't classed as levels of being drunk that it was nowadays or when you were drinking. You know what I mean? It was a different thing entirely back then.
Oh, yeah, he could drink socially. That man could drink one glass of scotch and be good.
Yeah, but he could also drink a bottle and drive the family home at the same time and, be waved at by the local constabulary. There you go, sir, on your way. Thank you very much for having a nice night. It was a different thing, man. People were, if you're capable when you're inebriated back then, it was respected.
Well, a lot of people drank whiskey and water back then too. They put water in their alcohol so you could drink
Uh-huh.
more. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of the effects of a hangover are just from dehydration. You
Yeah,
know,
people don't know how to drink, man.
what alcohol doesn't dehydrate you? That's not true.
No, but that's not what a hangover is. You don't even know what a hangover is.
I know if you
hangover.
drink a glass of water and take two
That's
Tylenol
fucking
before you
witchcraft,
go
dude. That does not work.
it's witchcraft. No, listen, it is
If you
dehydration.
drink a beer, if you drink nothing but beer, you're drinking 1 glass of water with every drink. And you still get a hangover. And the reason is because your liver metabolizes it into a fucking poison.
Well, you should know you're the drinker, not me. I'll give you that.
Here's the thing.
I'll give you that.
You're the meth head. You're the meth head with no teeth.
Clint, I'm not a meth
You're a
head.
meth addict.
I do have teeth. I don't know
You're
what
a
the
meth
fuck you're
addict.
talking about. Other than
Well,
you're a mad
Dude,
drunk,
you're
bro.
not
and
fooling anybody.
and,
We
and
all know you're a
truthfully,
meth addict.
I feel sorry
meth
for you.
addict.
I feel sorry for you, and I will pray for you.
This guy's going crazy, man.
Clint is losing it big time.
That's weak. It was funny, Heretic. Thanks. That broke up the monotony for a minute. Yeah, he mad.
Well, he way mad.
He says he's not mad in the chat.
Yeah, the truth be why I slur. I was in an accident drag race and I rolled my drag car like 16 times and I bit the tip of my tongue almost all the way off. So they had to reattach it and now it's numb. Try talking with a numb tongue. Do that.
Yeah. I'm sort of the same a little bit. I've lost a lot of my teeth. I don't mind admitting it. It is the way it is, man. But it's through umpteen reasons and not just chemical or drug abuse. And I've also had to relearn to speak 2 or 3 times. I've had cerebral palsies. I've had Bell's palsies.
I didn't say I don't have a
partial.
partial. I didn't say I don't have a partial. I'm missing a couple teeth from that accident, not from drugs.
But yeah,
hey,
man. Yeah.
it's cool. It's cool. You know.
Yeah. Life takes its toll, man. And like, yeah, I can understand why he's drunk and he's lashing out and he's, oh yeah, you're a meth head. And it is possible that some people do hear us like that. But there's a reason that a voice sounds like a voice. It's full of fucking scars.
he
Somebody
should.
is really mad, bro.
He shouldn't let people on the internet get him that mad. That's why.
I know. Imagine when you met that.
That's the reason I feel sorry for him. Not because he drinks. There's nothing wrong with drinking. I'm not saying you're a bad person because you drink.
But you need to chillax, bro.
I'm actually not even saying you're a bad person. I just said you were mad, and well, that's an apparent truth. If you weren't mad, you wouldn't be insulting people, and you'd be able to move on, you know? It's kind of narcissistic that you're going to hold on to that and not move on, bro. It's not good for your health.
Could well be in all reality that the boy's career or home or something's under threat because of what we're talking about. Maybe he's one of the people that's actually facing, a complete career change because of what's going on in the aerospace industries.
What do you mean by that?
Well, things are changing out there, man. Like a lot of people feel that what we're saying is personal and it's actually attacking their whole world. It's going to take their mortgage away if NASA shuts down. That's their kids' future. That's their college fund gone.
I mean, I also surely hope
engineers.
That the Earth isn't flat. Yeah, I surely hope the Earth isn't flat because that's what I'm planning on going into the industry.
Some people get angry about what we say for lots of reasons, man.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do if the Earth was flat. That would be a good question.
What part of aerospace industry do you want to work in?
Work on hardware engineering.
So what does that change if it's not actually going to a place that doesn't exist? What does that change for you doing what you're doing in your field?
Well, I don't really have to worry about that being a thing since space is real. So,
Well, supposing it weren't, would it change what you do in your field?
in the field I want to go in, yeah, definitely. I mean, what would be the point in making launch vehicles and satellites and stuff if space is fake?
I would say that the engineering applications get use elsewhere and across the industry. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to just to want to purely put it in somewhere way out there, that's story to me. Nah, you might feel threatened. Yeah, you might, but still, the skill set's the same, dude. It's the engineering and the knowledge base that's applicable across any field. To be honest, same skill set. We're not taking the dream away from you.
Well, the dream is space. It's not about
Bro, you're not going there. It's not like you're going there. Come on, man.
I know. I never said I was going to go to space.
Yeah, but okay. So if I phone you up one day and I say that satellite rocket thing that you built, we've sent it off. It's landed in Mars. Here's the video. Will you be happy?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that then. That's no problem. If that's all you need, bro, we can do that. That's what's going to happen, man. Somebody will say, yeah, you're working for NASA or Musk. And at some point, they'll tell you that whatever you've created is landed elsewhere. Some other Terra, some other firma, way out in the stars. You'll be happy. And it'll have paid for your kids' college future. But it's all founded in a story, bro. And if that's what you want to do, fine. Do it.
Well, I mean, it's a good thing that the industry's the thing because I don't know how all these private companies are paying for it, services that aren't being provided, like launch vehicle companies, satellite manufacturing, hell, private space stations.
Yeah, it's all going ahead. To be honest, you'd be better off looking at going towards the military side. They're actually playing with some very, very clever stuff on low Earth altitude or orbit, not orbit, but they're mucking around with platforms and things up there.
No.
So yeah, that would be an interesting field for me to work in.
I would never work in the military. I already got.
You don't? But hang on, isn't NASA the military? Isn't NASA government and it's all part of the military budget?
I wouldn't work for
Of a
NASA.
sort.
I wouldn't work for NASA.
But it all runs through them, dude. Anything that's put up there, it's got to be it goes through them. They're Big Daddy.
Big Daddy, but I mean, if the only thing that goes through it is just like FAA giving you a clear zone to launch, I mean, that's not much government intervention in terms of hoops you have to go through. But if you're working for NASA, you're just a Fed at that point. I mean, I got a pretty high score on the ASVAB to the point where I have the Navy calling me, my dad and me all the time,
Yeah.
asking me to work on subs, and I just tell them to screw off. I'm not signing up with the government, man.
Well, I'd say if you don't want to work for the government, bro, look into who you're really working for, who they're subsidized by, who they're contracted to. Whether it's Elon or NASA or the Navy. Follow the white rabbit, mate. Don't go into this disillusion just because his name's Elon and he's a cool individual kind of guy.
Well, I mean, he's getting it's like 2.3 billion a year now from Starlink. So it's like it's like 3 million subscribers to Starlink. It's like average around $100 a month or something. So they're rolling in money right now. And that's non-Fed money. Most of their stuff doesn't come from Fed money at this point, probably.
Yeah, I suppose it's still in the private industry, a lot of it, really. Yeah, in the public eye. But yeah, follow your career path, bro. If it's what you want to do, it's what you want to do. But yeah, remember, you're seeing it on a TV screen, mate.
Wow, this is a great hurt feeling report. Whoever made this.
Oh, it is, man. I was just blowing it up to read it, man.
Yeah.
That shit's funny as hell, dude.
Isn't it? I've been reading that too, man. It's classic.
Whiner's name. It says, how long have you whined? Hasn't stopped. Which feelings were hurt? Most of them.
We've got a complaint department on 24/7 if he wants to join and log a full complaint. Forms for it as well, yeah.
On the other 24/7 channel, we had someone have a bit of a cry one day, and I put that out and fair income. It didn't stop afterwards. It was
Wait,
just
like
Comedy
physically,
Central.
like they
Fair
actually
income
cried,
was a hilarious episode.
like they actually
Listen,
cried.
I remember this report, bro. I remember this from the original 24/7. I've just never seen anybody fill it out, man. That's funny as fuck, dude. It's funny as shit. That's classy.
That's excellent, isn't it?
I would have had it out about 5 minutes earlier, but I got 3/4 of the way through and I fucked it up. And it's like, oh no! And I had to restart, and Clint pissed off.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's mad as shit, dude. He ain't hearing it. He's like, "You're a meth head."
Yeah, that was crazy, bro.
The fucking drunk guy. I never touched meth. I did a little coke when I was in college. I'd be a liar if I said I didn't, but meth is a new drug, and I'm like Gen X, a boomer. And my drug days, I'm a pothead in old age, so I like my pot. But I don't know about all that other. That's poor people's drugs. I would never done meth anyway. I just buy another fucking 8-ball. What the hell this guy's talking about? That's for people who don't have money for drugs, right? Don't you guys just go to the cold department and make it out of some fucking medicine or something? You fucking poor chemist.
Yeah, it's for people who want to escape reality, bro. There's other things out there in nature and in the chemical world that are for a different purposes. If used differently, it's a better use for them. But yeah, that's couch potato stuff. That'll rot your fucking brain and turn your attitude
bro.
to acid, man.
This land, I'm part of this land. I've lived on this farm my whole life, except when I was in service. I could always go out once a year and just get burlap sacks full of psilocybin mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't do meth, but I'd eat a lot of mushrooms. I'd make it into a tea. Shit, yeah. You can pickle mushrooms too, you know that?
Yeah, society's got us corrupt with drink, though. You know, alcohol's one thing, but we've been made alcoholic, or our attitudes become like addicted.
Yeah, think about that. Listen, people can still alcohol, but you don't see all drunks going out there and distilling their own alcohol and just staying drunk forever. You know, they get drunk and then they go to work the next day. But that meth, man, people can make that shit. So that's all they do. I'm a farmer. Look, I got anhydrous out here. I got to protect my barns and all my property. You people come out here and steal my shit.
I had to work security on a strawberry farm.
Yeah.
There was a lot of Polish people there, and we ended up with one boy he got to the chemicals, and he started taking the pellets we were putting out, that was put out for slug control on a strawberry farm. And he was eating these things, and he went psychotic, and we had to put him into the whole medical clearance thing.
So that I've been robbed out here. I've had guys try to steal the entire trailer of anhydrous. They take pallets of medicated chicken feed because that also has methamphetamine in it. Seriously, the chicken feed. Well, when your chickens get the flu, you know, or a cold, you got to give them methamphetamine. So it's in their chicken feed, the medicated chicken feed, and I guess they'll cook that too, man. So
they do. They know how to clean all these chemicals so they can sell them or use them, man. And it's ridiculous. Yeah, it really, because Well, the whole security industry had to go out and police all the farms and
Yeah.
everything. It's one of the reasons that we've got the whole place is cameraed. Because
Listen,
you can't have garden
when I-
chemicals anymore.
Yeah, when I was a kid, the biggest thing we had to worry about is some doping going in the garage and trying to steal our ketamine or the painkillers for the horses or the cows,
Yep.
you know?
Yep.
Special K, that's what ketamine is. They call it Special K. But nowadays, it's almost everything you use farming, they can make something out of it, and then they want to rob your whole barn, you know? And like, they don't get it. I got 6 fucking royal bloodline pit bulls here that can hear a coyote 3 miles before it gets on our property and smell it. You think a meth head is going to get on my property without the dog smelling it? Fuck no. All they do, listen, when I wake up at night and the dogs are whining, I open the door first and put my shoes on, my boots on, get the rifle, and go out second. But I let the dogs out first because they're fully capable.
Yeah.
It's no
I have
different than a
occasion where-
sheep. Yeah,
I had
it's no
occasion
different.
where I couldn't let the dog out. If I'd let the dog out, it would have been an utter bloodbath, bro. I had to go out there on my own.
Yeah, but there's certain times during the summer when the dogs just don't come in. When the coyotes are the most active. It's no different than a sheep farm or, goat farm. We got goats, we got chickens, we got horses. The coyotes chase the horses around, kill the chickens, kill our ducks, kill our turkeys. We just leave the dogs out when they're really active. I got 3 dogs that never come in. They just live outside. They'll come in when they want to.
Oh, we got Clint back. Let's go.
Is this channel dead? Did all the mods get muted? There's like,
Oh,
I'm sorry. This is Flat Earth. My
Turn your
bad.
mic down, Clint. Go and turn
Yeah,
your mic down.
They moved you from the other channel because you weren't doing very good. They sent you down to Flat Earth. Yep. And tell Clint, I don't have mute power. I'm not a mod here, Clint. I'm not muting you. I'm not the guy muting you.
Well, if he'd be chill and turn his mic down and calm down a bit, we might get somewhere, man.
Yeah, nobody said you needed a special permit. You're stuck. I don't need a special permit to go 7 miles out in international waters, which nobody told you they did. I said you needed a special permit to visit Antarctica from the USA or as a U.S. citizen, which you do. And I gave you the citation to prove that. So you're grasping onto something that nobody even stated. You're arguing a point that nobody covered but you.
And I don't know
Nobody
about
said-
American.
Yeah,
don't know about
nobody said.
American waters, but if I leave international water from the UK, I go 7 miles out, say, I'll be registered as lost pretty quick. And somebody will come to look for me. Kind of rapid. That simple, man.
Well, like your fishermen or people say on the yacht, you don't have to. If you don't come back, in a certain time, they might be looking for you. But not in America. We go out on the Gulf. We go deep sea fishing. He's right about that. You don't need a permit to go up to 7 miles out. But that's not what anybody was talking about. We're talking about charting a route, plotting a route that you're going to give to the Port Authority. You're going to travel from here to there, and then you're going to need permits to enter Antarctica. To enter Antarctica. I'll repeat that. You need a permit, an environmental report to enter Antarctica. And there are certain pathways and corridors that they don't want you to travel through. But you should know them if you're a guy that sails out 7 miles out anyway. You should know what waters you can't go to or what waters you can go to. There are restricted areas around America.
Just thinking, does he realise there's a bit further to go than 7 miles? I mean, 7 miles is, that's not bad for a day or even half a day on a wee boat or a yacht. There's a bit more than 7 miles, bro, and the whole international waters, you're pushing your own government to involve themselves with you because of international law. And if they don't, then they're kind of at war with other international countries. And then when you get to close to their land masses, maybe even only 7 miles away, guaranteed they'll be interested because you may well be at that point a drug runner internationally. We used to get yachts coming in all the time because there's a yacht race goes around the UK, and like the part of Scotland that I stayed in, it's a bit of a haven for yachts. There's various clubs and stuff there. It's a millionaire's playground. What can I say? But there was a couple of times when a naval frigate would escort a yacht in, and they would unload bales and bales and bales and bales and bales of narcotics or whatever, drugs or stuff at the time. Sometimes these things would float ashore to the islands. You'll remember the story of Whiskey Galore. It happened with whiskey, and it still happens with... And that's why you don't get to go anywhere freely. They assume that you're up to trouble, they step in, they check you out, and you don't get to go where you think you can go. But it's fine, Clint. You take your couple of floaties and your flip-flops and your snorkel. See how you get on, bro.
He'll make it. He'll make it. He can go across.
Take a GoPro, man. Fucking love it. Like I say, if we could fund it and do it properly, I'd be all up for it. But like, yeah, I've looked into it, and so's my bank manager, and we both had a damn good laugh over it.
I mean, what would you even do, like, when you get to the Arctic? Like, what would be your... Like, freeze to death?
Well, you're not allowed to carry fuel. You can't take dogs. You're not allowed sleds. You have to carry your own water, and anything comes out of you, you have to carry it and pick it up and bring it back. So...
That's probably worse for globers than it is for flat earthers, though, because they've got shit coming out two ends.
Thanks. Aye. How's life in a big smoke at the weekend, mate?
I'm not actually there at the moment.
Oh, are we off in Magaluf or one of those fancy little places?
Yeah, something like that.
Nice one. Enjoy.
Yeah, I managed to escape London.
Oh, well
Fucking
done,
evil.
dude. Well done.
Is it like a challenge or something? Like, escape from London?
It can be.
Escape from Tarkov, but escape from London?
London's a weird place. It like sucks you in and then spits you out.
Sounds like
You move there. Well, yeah, you move there, and then you can only afford to live there if you work there. And then then you don't really want to live outside of London because then it takes so long to get into London. And then the second you kind of stop working there, you can't afford to live there, so you have to leave.
This kind of sounds like a cult, bro.
You know, I think that's a really small place compared to America.
UK.
What, London?
Yeah, are all places in Europe close to London where English people live or British? Or what do you call yourself?
Define close.
I mean, how big is London? I know how big Texas is. I think Texas is bigger than most all that shit.
Texas is much bigger than the UK.
Texas is bigger than London. I can confirm that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Bigger than the UK itself. So I can drive 7 days west, and still be in the United States of America.
The UK is about the same size as Florida.
Florida?
Yeah.
Something like
Yeah. How broad is London? London's only about like 25 miles broad, really.
Crazy with all the different dialects and shit you guys got. It's that small of an area and you guys talk so much different 15 minutes away?
Yeah, dude.
No shit. Damn, that puts a different perspective on it. Because, like, a redneck, a northerner, you got a Yankee, and he's like, hey, motherfucker, bitch, And you got a redneck, which is like 6,000 miles away, like, hey, you motherfucking son of a bitch, So the differences they take a longer distance to happen, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, technically, I'm the redneck, bro. And, yeah.
Oh, you're out of here. You're an islander.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, I'm from the sticks. I'm not from the civilized end of Britain. I'm from the Pictish, the crazy people end of Britain.
Man, I've always seen so many different movies about Great Britain. Cry Freedom and Arthur, the real story of Arthur, whoever he was, Roman soldier, British king, whatever. But I always thought the UK was way bigger than America.
Hell no.
What?
Yeah, I pictured these guys like if they marched from, like New York to California. I'm thinking, damn, these guys marched for, 3 whole months before they went to battle. But no, that's not true. Maybe, a couple hours because it was only a few miles down the road,
It took us about 3 months to gather the troops because we had to leave our families and come down from the hills and glens and stop all the infighting and make provisions for our families before we went to war. It took time for the actual logistics of the whole thing.
I'm with you.
Because you're talking about people traveling maybe 600 or 700 miles to battle, but that's over a period of time.
Right. Yeah. But once you got everybody together, then the war was pretty quick.
Yeah.
Well, they had to battle the Mars bars as well.
600 miles isn't that far, though, bro. I can drive that right here in my state.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't do that in England.
Lake Michigan is 600 miles at the longest stretch.
You drive 600 miles in England, you're either going to be swimming or possibly in Scotland. That's basically it.
Oh, you'll be in Scotland by then. If you go from Brighton to, say, Inverness, that's about 650 miles.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is if you go south, you won't be in Scotland.
Yeah, I don't know why I always thought it was bigger.
Never looked at the map, maybe.
Just a little island.
Yeah, I don't know why everyone's so butthurt about this little island.
It's because we had the biggest empire in the world, and I'm still upset about it.
That's the thing about it. So you got the least. You got the least amount of square footage, but the largest empire. That's fucking amazing.
Little
I
island big balls.
I didn't do that shit. I don't know. Don't come at me for that. I didn't do it.
Come on, Crypto. We know how it goes. We all did this.
Yeah, hey, Clint, I never said you need a special permit to go in international waters. I said you need a special permit to visit Antarctica. That's where the drunkenness comes in. You confuse one comment with another.
Yeah.
They seem to deliberately get this wrong. So when you say stuff like you can't freely explore Antarctica, they go, oh, silly sausage, you can go to Antarctica. And it's like, that's not what I said, dickhead.
Yeah, nobody said you couldn't go. We
You
said
want to
you
pay
need
three
you
to
need permits.
£6,000? You can go on a yacht, go on a tour down to one of the islands near there. Yeah, no problem.
It'd be the equivalent of saying you need a passport to go to Thailand, and then they go, oh, but you can go to Thailand. And you're like, yeah. But you need a passport. Oh, but you can go, therefore you don't need a passport. Okay.
Yeah, that's our dilemma. How the
stupid, man.
Matrix, you're gonna have to show me what app did you use to fill out this report, man. This is funny. I gotta be able to do this.
You just said the word Matrix. You just made me think of there's an old guy from the 24/7 server called Matrix Redpill. Has anyone seen him around?
Not for a while, man. No.
I was wondering if Matrix Red Pill. No, I haven't seen him around.
No.
I haven't thought about him in ages.
I haven't either till you just said that. I didn't even get that Matrix when I said Matrix.
Oh.
Oh man, that report's pretty fucking funny. I remember Matrix, you brought one of these out not long ago. I forget who it was, but somebody was going up against QE. And you whipped out like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
It was so funny. It was so funny. Even QE laughed, and that's rare. So it's good.
How about Gandalf the Green?
Oh man. Oh, wild dude.
Or the Repentinator. Anti-Kytherium.
Yeah, well, I know there's India was out talking about him the other day, yeah.
Ace McSuperloud.
I think I saw Ace the other day. Where did I see Ace? I was in a server somewhere and I was sure it was him.
Yeah, probably in Geos. He's in Geos sometimes.
That's it, yeah.
But listen, this dude, man, you'd be in a voice chat with him and he'd come in and just interrupt everybody and be real rude about it. And he was like one of the higher mods, so he had the right to ban people under him. He was a senior mod. You guys remember that.
Yeah.
I was in there and Riggs started in on him, right? And he's like, Mike, why don't you mute Riggs? And I'm like, you're a senior mod. You fucking mute Riggs, I'm not going to mute Riggs. He's another mod. So the next thing I know, the server just disappears from my list and shit. I'm like, that motherfucker just banned me, man. Riggs was moving him from the main voice chat to check-in and back. He kept moving him all around. And that fucker banned me for it. And everybody in the voice chat, dude, he banned the whole voice chat. Just click, 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 banned them all. Cried to Karen B. They did. It was a drama of the old school,
Oh, yeah.
He was a funny guy, though. He was really funny. He just banned everybody, dude. We got up to 150 people, and Ace just bans 30 people. And I'm like, fuck, dude, it took us 2 months to get to 150 people. You banned 30 of them. What the fuck?
You come in one morning and there'd be nobody around but Ace, and it'd be like, oh no, not again.
Yeah, I know. People hated it when they were like, oh, shit, here we go.
Yeah, fun times, man.
It's going back a lot of years as well. When was that? Like 2018, something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, Jedi. That was a while ago, bro.
Yeah, man.
Karen B was still hanging out.
Yeah. Bloody hell, that was a while ago.
It was. It was like one of the first times we had McToons on there. Around that time.
Wow.
Long before the arena. A couple
Long
years.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enough of that, though. We'll get off. How about Flat Earth? Where's the Globers?
We got Mark G in here. Mark G's an excellent Glober.
He's a fool.
I can tell.
What you got for us, Mark? What's holding you to the ball?
Gravity.
Why?
Gravity is
I can't remember right now, but
Roger, I think.
Oh god, did Alpha just join? Oh.
Oh, I can see a hurt feelings report coming on.
Stop, Alpha.
Ooh, bitch, get out the way. No, okay, go ahead.
That should be your introduction
When you see me out the highway, get the fuck out of my way.
Oh.
I'm gonna tell you like the streets. Don't start and nothing. There won't be nothing.
Yeah, I'm saying. Two peas in a bucket. Fuck it. Take it to the stage.
What the fuck is going on?
We're waiting on that Globe champion. Saturday night. Where you all at? We're getting bored.
Mark,
What are you guys talking about?
He said he's been preparing this proof, flat Earth or globe Earth proof for a while. That's what he told me.
Yeah, we were on the many complaints about battle mods, harassment of people, and beratement, but we moved on from that. This stems back like 10 years, right?
Method attack.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I've been called a lot of things. It don't matter.
I know, it's just funny.
Yeah, it's funny from the guy his bottle's probably empty and he's mad at the bottle, but he's taking it out on me.
Why isn't it filling back up again?
That's what I try to tell them guys. The bottom of the bottle is always dry. You know that, right? That bottle is all you got when you're done.
I'll never drink.
Some people get so drunk when the bottle's empty, they don't even have a life no more. Or a wife. Kids done left. Talking about alimony to a lawyer. Get a grip, bro. So there is no great globe hope.
Huh?
Well, I guess we could have a moment of silence for the globe then, since it's dead.
What? Another one? Fucking hell. Alright, I'll get the candles out, no worries.
The candles?
Yeah, moment of silence for the ball every time it goes quiet. That's us sitting back, lighting some candles for the heliocentric model, which is now dead.
What, you were going to give a seance and drag up some spirit of the globe from the dead with a candle, bro?
I want the 7 Jewish candles, man.
Bring it up just so you can smack it back down again, huh?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how about you?
Very good. What are you up to on a Saturday night in the Flat Earth chat room?
I am playing COD Mobile right now. How about yourself?
You've got what? You've got a new mobile?
No, I'm playing COD Mobile.
Call of
so
Duty.
you're killing people. Cool.
Yeah, Call of Duty Mobile. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mennonite man wants to speak to you real quick. Is that cool?
Oh, wait, what?
I do?
Yep.
What do I want to speak to who about?
The Flat Earth, brother.
Yeah, Flat Earth.
I heard the word cod, but just because I'm English doesn't mean I like fish.
I love COD, but
I
no,
thought all you ate was fish and chips. Is that a lie?
Yeah, that's all we eat. Yeah.
And tea.
And Yorkshire
cucumber sandwiches.
Eccles cakes.
I actually had a tea sandwich earlier.
I had a Chelsea bun.
Well, don't forget
Cornish
the crumpets, right? Crumpets.
Yeah, I did my Cornish pasty in my tea earlier. Lovely.
That's fucking brilliant, that is.
Oh, did you know, Jedi? You know Nando's?
Yes.
They have Nando's in the US now, and instead of peri mayonnaise, they have peri ranch.
Oh wow!
Oh my god!
That sounds,
I actually like.
horrifying.
What? So tell me what's wrong with the ranch. I actually like that.
Nothing. I like that.
No, it's just the idea of terrifying it. It just seems a bit like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it might be a bit much, but hey,
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like making it spicy. Like, no, ranch is meant to be creamy. Like, no.
I like
Anyway.
garlic ranch.
Oh, we got dogs or gods in here.
Oh shit! I'm out.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I was looking forward to Dogs of Gods coming in because I haven't had someone present a source from a dodgy website and then quote it out of context in a while.
Brilliant.
Well, he's prolific about that. You're in luck.
I wonder if he's going to do it again today.
Yeah, when was the last time I did that? Because what I generally do is I'll have knowledge, and then
Let's look at the stats. Can we go to the
and I'll just
survey?
smash out a whole heap of links, and you guys will pick the
Survey
one link
says-
dodgy out of the four.
There was never a time
and then
that
you
you
just
didn't
hey,
do
this one
that.
link is shit. The other three, I'm not gonna look at it.
He's literally crying out of the guy. This is brilliant.
I know you just gave us
What?
what we
What am I
wanted,
doing?
bro. I can't believe you did it.
What am I
Thank
doing?
you.
You're
gave
crying.
Wait, what am I doing? I'm crying.
Yeah, you're crying. Yeah.
You gave us what we
I'm
wanted.
crying. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
You're
So
crying.
let's have a look at this. Someone that comes in and
Thank you
occasionally
so
puts forward
much.
actual arguments, like premise, conclusion arguments on
We're
things.
actually
You guys
happy
are going
you're
to
here.
only talk about like the links that they sometimes provide are shit. That's the best you guys have.
Sometimes.
Let me
No,
off
the
this dead. Welcome
survey
to
said
Globe Earth,
you
guys.
always provide those type of leaks.
Welcome to Globe Earth, guys.
That's what the survey
So
said.
upset, man. Imagine being that
Hey,
upset.
Michael, do you get closer together if you're going south from the equator and someone else is at the same time? Do you get closer together or further apart?
I don't know. Have you done it?
Yep, I live in Australia, mate.
Mate,
That's in Australia. Okay, so you got two salesmen, and they're going further south. Have you done this?
Nope. What I have done is I've driven the coast of Australia, which means from north to south on the east coast and north to south on the west coast, and then from I think what did I go east to west and on the north, and then west to east on the south.
Okay. And
so when heading due south, because I can draw all this out in a map, I did draw it all out in a map. When going due south, I found that there was a diminishing distance between the points on the same longitude lines.
So you discovered that an anomaly on the map on the distances.
No anomaly. The map was incredibly accurate. All the distances I predicted for all the fuel that I used, very accurate.
did you document any of that?
No, because I did this before I started discussing Flat Earth. But if you'd like me to, I could.
How does that apply geodetically, though, Dogs?
Geodetically, it shows that there's a diminishing in both the northern hemisphere. At least I assume that, because no one's contentious. You can go to the North Pole. And there's a diminishing as you go south, such that it must enter a point at which there is no longer a circle that you can traverse. It's, the end of a sphere on either end.
But that's only Australia that you travelled on. You're mathing the whole thing out from one island landmass. It's all math.
I'm assuming that the laws of physics and nature are consistent.
No, you're just assuming that you live within the coordinate system that you got your distance from. That's all.
Yeah, the assumption part.
Because it's accurate, right? Why is that a bad assumption, Michael?
As soon as you
I
said
didn't say it was a bad assumption. I said it
Oh,
works
that's
with
good, Michael.
I said
As
it
soon
works
as you
within your
say,
coordinate system. That's it.
as soon as
So
you
it
say
works
the
within
function,
the coordinate
It
system that is
proves
a
hold
nothing,
on.
description of the reality we live
but
in.
it
So
doesn't
you've
prove
got backwards. You
anything.
think the coordinate
No,
system came first, and then
because it would.
we try to fit
No,
reality to it. But reality created this coordinate
no,
system because it describes
no,
what
it didn't.
reality is. And now
That
when we
coordinate
use it, it's
system went
accurate.
to a process where it started from planar and went to polar.
Truthfully
What are you
describing
talking about?
reality.
Fucking moron.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it was first
It
mapped
didn't.
in
People have used different
planar.
coordinate systems.
No, it was always mapped in planar. Maps were
No, it
always
wasn't, you idiot.
two-dimensional. We took the first collection of maps from town to town to town. We stitched them together and called it a continent. And yeah, it all
Yeah, it
started
doesn't
from
mean it was planar,
Cartesian
does it?
coordinates. In antiquity, they used Cartesian
Doesn't
coordinates
mean it
for
was planar, does
everything.
it?
Nobody had a global coordinate system. It was all Cartesian coordinates.
Doesn't mean it was planar, does it?
Doesn't mean it was polar either, does it?
Yeah, exactly. So it was a different set of coordinates that didn't
Yeah, we
accurately
can
describe
transform
reality, and now we have
between
a
the
new
two,
set of
so I can
coordinates,
make your
longitude and
distances
latitude
work
lines
in
that
planar
accurately
also.
describe reality. So we should use the ones that accurately describe reality. Hey, Michael.
You keep saying accurately. Listen, we can accurately describe reality in planar or polar. It's just a coordinate system. It doesn't prove shape. It doesn't prove anything other than the distances in our coordinate
That's a
system
lie. You're lying,
are
Michael.
true.
Michael's a liar. It's a fact.
What is it?
Michael's a liar. You can't use it.
Is this the Clint fatality? They just gonna call me a liar all night. No, we can transform
You're
between
lying, Michael.
either
You can't
coordinate
accurately
system.
describe reality using planar. Go on. Yeah.
Are you a
Describe
fucking
the
idiot?
Earth from the
We can
equator
transform between either
to
coordinate
the south of
system
Australia using
in
a
planar. Can we not? Prove we can't.
system. Go.
Geodetic surveyors
No, I'm
use.
not.
Why do you interrupt people?
Seem to be.
Do you want to
If
answer
you
or
use
no?
planar, then you
Okay, you don't want an
stretch
answer.
the
You just want a grandstand.
distances the further south you go.
And your
You're
internet sucks.
lying.
So it's just cutting in and
You're
out.
lying, Michael.
Listen, dude, you keep
No,
calling me
you're
a
lying.
liar, but
Michael,
you
you're lying.
haven't
Michael, you're
proved
lying.
it.
Prove it.
No.
You did the same
Prove
to me,
I'm a
so I'm just
liar.
reflecting your waves
Prove
normal
I'm.
comments. We look
Listen,
at maps that use a planar system,
Twitch.
things like
This
any of
fucking
those
idiot
flat
doesn't
maps that
shut
use
up
like
for a.
the
Prove
UN map,
I'm lying.
anything like that. It stretches
Prove
to
I'm
southern
lying.
continents, and that
Show me the
shows the planar
citation.
system
Prove I'm
means
lying.
you're lying.
I say
Yeah,
you're
any
full
of
of
the
shit.
flat maps we use, like the UN map,
That's not what I
will
said. I didn't say
distort
flat
the
maps or
southern
UN
continents
maps.
because they used a planar coordinate system instead of
No,
a polar one. Yes.
no.
Yes. You have to use polar,
They
otherwise
use
you end up distorting
Cartesian
the southern
coordinates
hemisphere.
for nav maps.
You have to use
Like
polar,
the
otherwise you
Mercator,
distort the
like
southern
the
hemisphere.
Mercator projection, which is just a Cartesian navigation map and tool, an
You have to
instrument.
use polar, otherwise you
No,
distort
you
the
don't.
southern
You can just
hemisphere.
use the Mercator and Cartesian coordinates.
And
That's
then you have
that's what
to use a
nav charts were made
transform
from.
to get the accurate results. And then you have to use a
No,
transform
you
to get
don't.
accurate results. If you don't use polar, it's not accurate. You have to use a
You don't have to
transform to make it
transform
accurate.
the Mercator projection for transportation
You
or
do,
distance
yes.
purposes. No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Give me a citation. Prove it. I mean, calling me a liar doesn't prove anything,
Sure.
dude. You're just being asinine. You're fishing for an emotional response. If you're
No, it's the truth.
dependent
If you don't
on
use
emotional
polar, you have to use a
responses to
transform.
prove what you're saying, then I'd say you aren't saying anything.
So if you look at the wiki, it says
Yeah,
distortion
so
of sizes,
just give
and
me
it
the
has
citation.
mathematics.
That's
So
what
under
I asked
both of
for.
those headings,
And Wiki's not a good source.
yeah,
Sorry.
cool.
Yeah, it's not
Of
accredited.
course it is.
No, it's not.
Of course it is. It's a great source.
Okay,
You
go
have
to
a source that
go to
says you don't have to use one
university
from
in
Mercator?
Australia, mate, and use Wiki for your citation in college or university. Do that.
And you know what they'll do? They'll say, "Oh, okay, cool. Does that have links to like any of the
No,
mathematics
actually,
you use for the
well,
Mercator
maybe that's why you're
projection?"
idiots. I don't
And
know.
I'll say, "Yeah,
Here
it
in
does. Look, here's the
America,
mathematics." I'll say, "Okay,
here in
cool."
America, if you even cite Wiki, you just get failed. Bam, boom, you're out of here.
Yeah, so you're running away from the
I'm not
discussion
running
now,
away from
buddy? Is that what
anything.
you
You haven't proved I was
doing?
lying. I
Like,
asked
it's got the
you to
mathematics
prove
heading.
I was lying. Don't try to
Here we
switch
go.
the burden of
Although
proof.
the
Just
surface
prove
of the
I'm
Earth is
lying.
best modelled by an oblate ellipsoid of revolution for small-scale maps, the ellipsoid is approximated by the sphere of a radius A, where A
He
is the
just keeps
approximate
talking, but he
6,371
didn't give
kilometres.
anything
This spherical
anybody asked
approximation of
for.
Earth can be modelled by a smaller sphere of radius. I gave you a link, buddy.
Nobody asked you. Nobody
Are you
asked you to
stupid? Can you not
define
read?
what a Mercator projection is.
Well, we gave you a link.
Are you an idiot? Can you not read? You said
Yeah, he
Mercator
did
maps
give
are
me a
accurate, and I
link.
said no, you have
He
to use
did
a
that.
transform on them. And then I gave you a link that includes the distortion and the mathematics under subheadings. Are you fucking stupid, Michael, or can you just not read?
Well, I
Come on,
haven't
buddy.
clicked on your
Come on,
link
buddy.
yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Dogs of Gods gives great links, doesn't he? Just the best links. That's why you guys are scared to read
If
them.
you think Wikipedia
So, Michael,
is
did you say Mercator maps don't
if you
need a
think
transform in order to
Wikipedia
make
is
the
a
map
good
work?
link, if you think Wikipedia
Michael,
is a
did
good
you say Mercator maps don't need a transform?
no, I said
That they're
prove me
accurate?
a liar. That's what I said.
I did. This wiki proves you a liar. Do you want me to get a different citation?
That's not what we were talking about. What I said is
Oh,
you
so we
can
weren't talking.
transform between either coordinate system and it works to describe reality in distance, size, placement, all that.
Great. So we agree that if
You
you
never
just use
proved that's
any
a lie.
Cartesian
You just
coordinate
kept
system,
repeating it, and then
or
you
if you
moved
use a
on
Mercator
this
map,
bullshit.
or if you use any of the flat Earth maps, they all distort the southern hemisphere. But if you use a
What's a
polar
flat
map, which
Earth
is
map?
any map that assumes the southern hemisphere continues out in all directions instead of meeting in a
So you
point.
don't know how to. You don't know what the categories
Am I
are.
wrong, Michael? Am
Cartography.
I wrong,
No,
Michael?
listen.
Am I
There's
wrong,
no
Michael? Am
category
I wrong,
of flat.
Michael? Am I wrong?
Yes, you are, because there's no
How am I wrong?
category.
Please describe how I'm wrong.
There's no category of flat Earth maps.
Yes, there is. I just gave you
No,
one. A
you're
flat
not
Earth map
mad.
is a map that
That's not
assumes
a
that the
flat
southern
Earth map.
hemisphere goes in all directions instead of
It's a
ending at a
Mercator
point.
protection in Cartesians. You're calling it a flat Earth map, but that's not the
Yeah,
category
it's a
it's
flat Earth
in.
map, Michael.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. It's a global
Yeah, because it's
projection.
the only way that you can go south on a flat Earth is if you have it
This
just
guy,
go off
listen,
towards an ice wall
it's
or in
not
all
a
directions.
flat Earth
If you go
map.
south on a globe Earth, it meets at a point, just like the northern hemisphere, just like you have the northern pole. So, Michael, a flat Earth map is one where you don't have the southern pole.
Listen, Glover, just because you labeled a Mercator projection a flat Earth map doesn't put it in a category that doesn't even exist.
I didn't
Okay?
label a Mercator projection a flat Earth map.
You
I
did.
described a map that wasn't a Mercator projection.
Well, you also described an azimuthal equidistance, which is also a global projection. So, is that a flat Earth map?
Didn't
You're
describe
saying the AE
azimuthal
map is a
equidistance.
flat Earth map, and they're all globe projections. There's no category. There's no such thing as a flat Earth map.
Yeah, there is. Flat Earth maps are any map where there's no southern pole.
You know
that is
who
the same
says
as the
that?
northern pole, where it continues out in a circle in all directions.
Globers on the internet. If you ask
No,
a
every
person
flat
in
earther- every
reality
flat
what
earther
this
that looks at a
is,
map
they will
says it. They're
say
just scared to
this
run
is a
away from it
Mercator
because they know it's fucking
projection,
shit.
and the other one he described as an azimuthal equidistance map. I don't know what a flat Earth map is. Most people would say that.
Yeah, you do.
No, I
We all
don't.
know
Every time
what a
you
flat
say
Earth
that,
map
dogs, you're trolling yourself, bro.
Yeah, it's one with
I
the
know.
southern pole is a 360-degree circle.
There's no category in cartography of
Sorry,
flat
someone
Earth
else
map.
was talking.
I'm saying it's true, mate. See, every time you say that it's a flat Earth map, that's something that you believe, but someone's told you that on the internet. We don't actually have a flat Earth map, bro. You're arguing a fallacious argument, mate. And somebody's trolled you with that shit, and you're arguing for it.
Yeah, and you described every
It'd be a
global
fallacy
projection.
if I was to say-
Every global projection there is, you called a flat Earth map.
It would be a fallacy. No, I don't. So that is a fallacy
No,
right there.
you
But it would
called
be a
it
fallacy to say that what I did was
azimuthal is
like a straw
360
man.
degrees.
If I
Yeah,
had
that's
applied
still
it
a
to
global
any of you
projection.
saying that they
It's not
believe
a
in
flat
it,
Earth
but
map.
what I did
It's
is
a
I said
global
this is the
projection.
logical. This is what I said. Is this is the logical conclusion
It's a
of the
global
flat
projection.
Earth? That's what I said. So, do you guys agree that when you go south, you converge towards a southern polar point, or you're just ignoring that fact?
No, it's not a fact, is it?
Yeah, it's only a fact
Yes, it
within
is a
that
fact,
coordinate
is it?
system.
So if it's a fact, step up and prove it to
What
us.
are you talking about coordinate systems?
I talk about coordinate systems, you talk about maps. The world uses coordinate systems, not maps.
No, I use reality, Michael. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do this fallacy that you like to engage in, reification bullshit.
Listen,
where you go to a
that's
coordinate
relative
system
to
anytime you want to make an argument
That's
instead of actually arguing about what happens in reality.
Is your own. Your reality is your own. Everybody doesn't live in
No,
your
there's a
reality.
shared reality, Michael. We're not all delusional schizophrenics that live inside our own heads. Reality is reality, and we just describe it.
All people view reality differently.
Yes, minor differences, but there's facts about reality that are true. Like, unless you've got fucked up eyes, if you look up, the sky looks blue, right?
Yeah, we're not playing that game.
Yeah,
None of
if
the
it's
maps you
nighttime, unless you've got
described,
fucked up
none of the
eyes, if
maps
you
you
look up,
described are a
sky
flat
suddenly
Earth
blue,
map.
isn't it,
They're all
Michael?
global maps, and you say they don't work.
Yeah, none of these maps work without a transform, without having to change the shape of the distances of certain points in order to make it accurate, make those distances accurate. You have to mathematically
It's called a
change them.
legend.
Whereas if you use a sphere with two polar points, you can actually make it factually, like those distances, true. Don't prove me wrong, dickhead.
Are you supposed to piss me off? Is that supposed to make me mad? Because you're really failing. He's really
I don't know.
failing.
You were the first one to call me idiot and get upset about the over talking, and you've been whining the whole time. But how about you just back up something you said about these coordinate systems also
Okay,
working?
dickhead.
Go on.
That sounds very, very angry.
Come on.
It does. It does.
Come on. Come on, buddy.
It's like,
Come on.
I'm glad he's finally angry. I beat him to the punch.
Doesn't need a fucking transform, you idiot. How did you not know that after the years and years of you blithering on the fucking idiot? The Makeda maps
I know
need
what a
transforms.
legend is.
They need to mathematically be changed so the distances work. Fucking hell, Michael.
Actually, dogs are God. Shut your pie off for 5 seconds and let him.
Listen, actually, that's what I said, is that we can transform between any coordinate system. So, yes, I do know what a legend is, and I didn't deny transformations.
Hey, did you ask for a citation?
You went to calling global maps flat Earth maps because you believe it to be a flat Earth map.
Michael, why'd you ask for a citation that the Makeda maps need to be transformed?
Well, you didn't let me finish what I was saying in the first place, and you were already trying to attack the point before you knew the point. You called me a liar. So I asked you to prove that I'm a liar.
Yeah, you are a liar because coordinate
What did I
systems
lie
like
about?
Makeda maps, Cartesian coordinate systems are accurate.
How are they not? That's what I asked the
Because you need
citation
to transform in order to make the distances correct. But if you use a polar coordinate system, you don't need the transform. So Makeda maps are literally distortions of polar maps.
They're all distorted.
Like maps where you have polar points, globes, spheres.
There's no one map that's perfectly accurate. Cartographers will tell you that.
Well, but if you look at a map and that map needs a complex mathematical equation to make it roughly accurate, and then you look at another map and it needs a complex mathematical equation, and then it needs like magic thinking to make it accurate. And then you look at a third map and that map's off by maybe 0.0000001
Yeah, what's roughly
percent
accurate?
from any distance calculation because of margin of error in the manufacturing equipment. Well, then I'm going to take that 0.00001.
You won't be able to produce that though, because that's just a stupid assertion.
Yeah. He didn't tell you what's roughly accurate. That was a weasel lawyeristic term that he just used right now that nobody can identify what he means by.
Yeah, he's just lying. Did he leave?
Oh, no, I was muted by Alpha Veritas so he could come in and white knight for Michael.
All right. Yeah, can you present this one objective true map, please?
No, I never said there was one objective true map. Did you not fucking hear me, mate? Or are you too stupid?
Yeah, I did actually hear you say that there was one that was accurate within 0.00001. I heard you say exactly.
No, that was a hypothetical, but I can show you a globe Earth map. You can buy a globe off the internet, and that globe will be more accurate when it comes to distances than both the Makeda map and any flat Earth AE map that's ever been presented.
Oh, so this is a conceptual map that you're imagining that doesn't exist.
No, it's actual maps, but not to that degree of accuracy. They're just more accurate because they don't require mathematical transforms. Can you repeat back what I just said, Mennonite Man?
Can you present that for me?
So what I said is that it will be more accurate than Mercator and AE because it won't require mathematical transforms. Can you repeat that back to me, Mennonite Man?
Everyone knows what a transform is, you retard. What I'm
It will
asking
be more accurate and less because it won't require a transform. Can you repeat that back to me, Mennonite Man?
Well, no, because I'm trying to talk and you're talking over me. So clearly, I'm going to be talking, and you're going to be listening.
Okay, I bet you're not going to respond to what I actually said, and you don't actually know
No,
what
because
I said.
I was talking while you were saying it, you idiot. So can you?
Yeah, go ahead. Finish what you're saying. Don't respond to what I said. Go ahead.
Shut the fuck up and let him talk. Yeah, I reckon
All right, Mr. Cheerleader, do you have a pom pom and nipple tassels on at the moment?
You do
Fuck's
it to
sake.
yourself, guy.
Yeah, what an idiot. He thinks he can just talk through you and then demand that you repeat the thing that you couldn't possibly have heard because he was talking over you. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, if you want him unmuted, let me know. Other than that,
No. He's not here for any good reason. I think just for the audience's sake, he's presenting a hypothetically perfect map and then when asked for that, denying that it exists, but saying that it exists in theory and that we couldn't possibly compete, which of course, you know, that is the case because nobody can say that they have an objectively true map. But he's just claiming that they could make one if they wanted to.
yeah. Also noticed they rolled in the same time that the young girl that was playing the Call of Duty rolled in, and then he took over the conversation, and I missed the chance of getting her DMs and our server in her DMs, so I'm looking to tag her now. But yeah, this happens continually. They roll in, steamroll the conversation. Well, there's noobs in the place, and yet again, here we are.
Listen, we all know maps are distorted, right? There's a certain amount of continental distortion and shoreline distortion, but this guy said he drove the perimeter of Australia and proved the globe by that, even though we know that distortion exists.
Yeah. And then he denied that there was a map that he used to make that from.
Guys, if any of you have ever looked at road maps of Australia, fair income, you would not take that as any fucking kind of anything because they're all over the place. Seriously. North, south, east, west. I've driven east, west 7 times. I know exactly what it's like. And you've got to go halfway up the state to fucking get there. You can't just follow the border perfectly.
Oh, he made it sound like he drove straight lines that perfectly fit with the meridian, so the globe must be true.
And if you don't believe me, just jump on Google Maps and do a direct measurement and then follow the road measurement and look at the difference.
Yeah, well, I'm more likely to believe you than I am to believe him because you're not coming in calling everyone dickheads immediately, so, you know.
Hey, well, I did insult him first, but I'm winning tonight because they're getting madder than I am.
No. Well, I mean, I called him out for something that he actually obviously does, and that's why he got so pissed off because it was over the target. What he does often is he'll bring in, he'll quote like a website which no one's ever heard of, which I wonder if he doesn't even write some of these himself, but he'll quote some website that no one's ever heard of, and then he'll quote mine the website, and it won't even really say what he says it says, and so then you've got to dig through all of this BS to get to the point where it doesn't even say what he's saying it says, but then he'll just assert that it does anyway. So you spent 20 minutes figuring out that he was lying all along, right? And then he's insulting you the whole time, and he makes it very unpleasant to deal with him deliberately because then you don't want to bother with him.
Yeah, because, dude, that's like the making a statement, forming a question, asking it, and then not giving you the opportunity to answer it. Yeah.
Yeah, and calling you a dickhead when you try to, and it's just like,
well, the dickhead was fair. I'm not mad about that because I did call him an idiot and a moron, but you know, I just wanted time to answer the question. I can't respond when the guy who asked the question is still nonstop talking.
Well, yeah, of course. So I got muted, and then he rage left.
Yeah. I liked how you didn't get mad, but you pointed it out. Like, yeah, talk over me while I'm trying to answer.
Well, yeah, he would wait for me to talk, and then he'll say something, and then demand that I repeated the thing that he was saying while I was talking. Yeah. Obviously, I couldn't hear that because you shouldn't have been talking at all.
Yeah,
But
even from that's the same on two different continents too. You know, that America and the UK, we agree that you can't overtalk a dude and expect him to hear you.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if that's true while driving east-west in Australia.
I would assume no. I mean, from the evidence, you know. As long as you're driving to west, though. If you're going north to south, then it's not true no more. He's got to be quiet. Yeah, because he ends up in the outback with them boys, and, you know, he's fucked. Imagine that dude talking to an Aborigine. You think it'd go well?
No, most of those city kids stay in the city, which is safer for them.
Oh, Talon, I apologize. That's not a vape, though. I don't smoke.
Who's the Australian guy that just was speaking earlier, saying that he'd done the east-west thing a few times?
Me.
Dog. Oh, was that you, Matrix?
I've driven across it a couple of times. I lived in Perth, drove a couple of my cars across, and when I moved back to the east side, drove back again. I've also driven another mate's car over there, so I've done it 7 times.
Is that Tim? Is that Timbo?
No, it's Mate's Tricks.
Oh.
But just so you all know the difference, if you get on Google Maps, the actual road highway by the most efficient route is 3,936 kilometres. If you go by the Google Maps straight line or the curvy line that they give you, it's 3,354 kilometres. So, yeah, using the roads as a measuring tool, fucking A. Good one, dogs are gods, you muppet.
Like 20% discrepancy, something like that.
I wouldn't try to use the roads in Michigan to map out Michigan for the same reason.
But like, I mean, is the size of Australia even in contention? You know, would it even matter? Because what it seems to be suggesting is that if Australia was on a globe, it would be squished, and if it was on a flat Earth, it would be like stretched. But surely the size of Australia is the size of Australia, and that's not really.
Yeah, I think he was addressing the longitudinal lines as they converge on the pole. So he's saying shorten distances between lines based on driving the distance on his fucking continent. Exactly. So it's a reification, right?
No, but that's how is he doing that though? How's he doing it practically? I understand that you see a globe and these mythical lines in the sky. They converge to a point. Okay, cool. In reality, what does that look like?
You drove a distance on the coast. That's what I'm guessing. He drove the coast.
And then and then what? Like,
I don't get it because they're not. I would assume they're not straight line roads because the coast isn't a straight line, you know?
Yeah, of course not. And also,
Sorry.
If you've gone up the west coast of Australia, right, and obviously that's curving regardless, right? So you get to the top of the west coast of Australia, and then what? You face north, and then you say, okay, well, I'm looking north. Okay, what now? How does that prove either? Like, I hear them say that they've proved it somehow, but I understand conceptually how they might do it, but practically I don't understand how they think they've done it.
Yeah, it's basically the shape of his continent proves the globe. It's a reification of the model. I use the model to drive this distance, and so that distance proves that model when it doesn't. But yeah, so Matrix showed us.
The size of Australia isn't. Sorry, man. The size of Australia isn't in contention, though. So, do they think that Australia would be a different size on a globe or on a flat Earth or something? Like,
yeah, yes,
right.
they do.
But why it wouldn't?
on the AE map, for example, you know, that straw man that they like to give us, Australia's kind of stretched out a bit, isn't it? It's bigger than it appears on the globe.
Yeah, and he absolutely told us that AE map is a flat Earth map. It's not a global projection. So, and it did. So listen, none of that addressed the coordinate systems because the AE map isn't a planar coordinate system. It's an azimuthal projection. There's a difference.
Yep.
So it does work in either coordinate systems, but maps aren't coordinate systems. Are you with me?
I do wonder if Dogs or Gods didn't get his butt kicked by one of the ether guys, because a lot of them they like to talk about how there's mathematical transform used for the sky observations between like the celestial sphere and so like a conceptual globe sphere, and that's how the kind of hoodwink was done. I hope that's not like. I hope I'm not being too convoluted. But basically, the hoodwink was done between curving ground and curving sky. And I wonder if he hasn't had his butt kicked on that, and then he's got mathematical transforms. Now he's bringing them in here like we've never heard of them. I'll take that as a no.
Sorry, mate. I was reading Talon's message in the side chat, which was kind of on the point.
I was too. So he asked, "Aren't all maps projections yet?" They are, and yes, maps have coordinates on them. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So Talon, you wouldn't have minded like leaping in and telling Dogs or Gods that when he was trying to tell us the opposite, right?
He must be watching on YouTube because he's not actually in here.
I thought he was.
Yeah, no, so did I. That's why I went quiet as well, because I was scrolling up and down to try and find him. But he doesn't appear to be in here, so he's probably watching on YouTube, I would have thought.
Yeah, I was a scout too, brother. Talon.
Yeah, Talon, basically what Dogs or Gods was saying is that you've got a conceptual globe Earth which is accurate to 0.0000001, that doesn't require magical thinking or transforms, which of course I asked him to present, and then he just got very angry with me when I asked.
What did you ask for?
Yeah, I asked for him for the objective one true Earth map that he said exists conceptually.
Oh, it's the one with like the continents and the oceans and the finite land. Those maps. That's what he's talking about. The complete whole map.
Yeah,
of the globe, like a globe.
The map with no
has the whole
distortions.
map of the Earth.
Yeah, the map with no distortions. Have you got that?
A map with no distortions?
Yeah, 0.1. Yeah, that's really tough.
He made the claim that there's a map that the only inaccuracies
That's
are
the
basically.
I tell you,
and-
listen, if you got that map, I will pay to print it and get it out there, and we can sell it because you and I will get rich.
Gall Peters projection. They did it on the West Wing. If you ever watched that West Wing, it's like, you guys ever see that West Wing thing?
Yeah, I know the segment you're talking about. They're talking about how it's racist.
That's the one that's like not distorted. They give you the realistic. The Mercator one is distorted, and then like the one that's the ones that are like show the true relative size of all the different. Those ones are less are not distorted.
West Wing, isn't that the episode where they said that it's the northern continents are shown to be bigger because of racism? Isn't that one?
Oh, well, that's like, I mean, we can. That's like there's that too. That's, I think the Mercator projection has that.
Yeah, that was a square.
It was racist as fuck, right? Isn't the Mercator projection racist?
That was one of the loudest belly laughs I've ever given when I first watched that. Maps are racist.
That's the joke.
God.
That's the joke. Right. But now it's like that's why you go to like Google Earth. That's where like the non-distorted map of the Earth is like Google Earth because it's 3 dimensions. You can like spin it around, look at every surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I got a gift for that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's basically. But it's like not. It's not like obviously like everything's together. It's not Canada. There's not a big gap between America and Canada.
Exactly.
That was not quite.
You wish there was.
But in relationship to each
they're not
other,
like
they're not.
Right, they're just not connecting.
Right.
Because I wish your GIF would like actually connect all do the proper map. If
In
you
the
do
real
proper map,
size,
connect
yeah.
them. Yeah, but then
Yeah,
actually
I
connected
couldn't-
all those different sections. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I couldn't find one that did that, but I'm with you.
It's just there's so much
When
more.
When they reduce in size, you should push the pieces back down into place. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's just
yeah.
way more water, basically. But all maps just have like, because we want to know what the land is. Like we don't really care that much about the water, and you can't
Well,
really
we want-
like water. All the water looks the same.
Yeah, but we want to know the distances across the water, right?
But yeah, that's why we use knots. Like we use a completely different fucking distance
Yeah.
on water.
Nautical miles, not knots.
Or nautical miles. There you go.
Yeah, knots is
Right,
speed.
yeah, but we use knots to. Yeah, it's like funny how like the distance across water is different than the distance across land.
Time, speed over.
It's fucked up.
Yeah.
But all maps are like just as maps are all projections, they're all inherently distorted. I guess if you really wanted to go there, it's just a tautology. They're
Well,
two dimensions, and it's
yeah,
they're
that-
mapping on it because projections are distortions.
You might want to tell your mate Dogs are Gods next time he's in here that there's no such thing as one true objective map.
No,
Yeah,
there's still
he
well,
broke
there's
it
one true
down
objective
to-
globe. There's one globe. Like the maps are because like even like you can't like the idea that we could just have like a perfect map of the entire planet is just we're not there yet. We don't have enough of the technology to just take a scan the Earth like a fucking probe, like Iron Man style. That would be like what you're talking about for like the true map of the globe. You'd have to scan it like fucking Tony Stark style.
Like
We're
with
trying
satellites.
to like. Yeah, tons of I mean, we're getting there. You know, like we're doing gravitational measurements and figuring out
sure
what's
we are.
where like what the thick parts of the Earth, where the Earth is especially thick, as they say.
In Dogs are Gods house.
That was
'Cause
kind
we
of
don't even know
pushed-
if like how much of the Earth is just piles of shit, and or if it's actually like granite.
There are like parts of the Amazon rainforest that no one's ever seen. And you're telling me you're going to scan the Earth and with probes.
Well, yeah, that's what that's how we're finding all those like so supposed buried cities in like the Amazon and stuff because we're just flying over them with lidar or what kind of radar are they using to find hidden
It's LiDAR.
cities, rainforests?
It's LiDAR, as far as I know.
LiDAR or LIGO, or maybe either one. But yeah, they can
Not
find like
LiDAR.
depression.
I don't think they're
They can
using
find
LIGO, I'll be honest.
LIGO.
Yeah, that's a 2 mile structure, dude.
Yeah, that's not very useful for finding hidden cities and
Yeah,
So,
if you find me the thing about the maps is, if you guys want to have like, if you want to prove to me that we don't have a full complete map, just get me a second Florida that isn't the first Florida, then I'll believe you that we have an incomplete map. Like that's the problem that you guys have to prove that their map is incomplete. Is find me a second Florida.
It's
that we
not
can
really
go
our
to.
problem. We just look. We take
But other than that-
distances and you attribute all those distances to a globe. So
Yeah, but I'm
You
just
had to
saying the whole
prove the
Earth has been
globe.
explored. We found everything. We're humans. We got some planes and
yeah,
shit. We can
that's
go
what
everywhere.
they say. Go deliver pizzas. Don't be an explorer. Everything's been
I'm a-
found. That's what they tell you. You ever see that commercial? Pizza Hut commercial for drivers? Dude, Timmy, he said, "What do you want to be when you grow up, Timmy?" He said, "I want to be an explorer." He said, "Don't do that. Everything's been found. Be a Pizza Hut delivery guy."
Yeah, we have to just study what we already have discovered more, like the ocean and
Sure, just
the places we haven't been to. Like,
You know how much of the ocean is unexplored?
right. So we can look at, but we know how much ocean there is. We just haven't.
I mean, I've asked-
physically studied all of it.
Maybe 2% of it. We're
5%. We're up to like 5-10%.
No, not yet.
I know we're at least 5%. We got Marianas Trench because we didn't even know there was life at the bottom of the ocean until like 60, 70 years ago.
Yeah, most of the depths we can't reach.
But we've been to the Marianas Trench. There's
That doesn't equal 5% though.
we've been the deepest, but we found the deepest point in the Atlantic, and you can
So
we've got
far.
pretty decent maps of we have good generic maps of the ocean's floor. And we know what's
we
down
have
there.
some in certain areas, but not in all areas. Yeah.
But honestly, the bottom, because the bottom is the easy part to discover, obviously, because we can just go down to the bottom.
Well, listen, if you sucked all the water off the earth, it'd be nothing but land, and those are just low spots. But you people think that the piece of land we live on moves on a tectonic plate, but all land is connected, and there is an ocean floor. So the continents are connected by the ocean floors.
Okay. Well, yeah, the ocean has a floor.
It does. It's not just all water.
It's just all, yeah, right. But everywhere, but yeah, so like, but the whole.
So the continents aren't floating around on water and just moving at will.
No, we got the plates. They got different plates because that's where the mountains and valleys and such, like the Marianas Trench,
yeah,
I think,
know
is actually getting
tectonic
deeper.
theory. I know tectonic theory.
Right, but the fun thing, the thing I was going to say is that exploring the bottom is one thing, but the part that we really haven't discovered is the miles of actual water in the oceans that's pitch black, and the space just above the bottom to where light no longer reaches. Like you know the part I'm talking about, like the abyss of the ocean. That is the section of ocean.
Yeah,
that is fucking crazy, unexplored. It's just that body of water in between where light stops.
There's only certain points that actually go to the point of extinction. Yeah, but that's known as abyss. Yeah.
Yeah, billions of square miles of water. It's just crazy. Of high pressure blackness, where the giant squids and.
I used to be into space. You know, Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica. You know.
Me too.
Lost in Space, Danger, Will Robinson, you know.
Oceanography. I wanted to be an oceanographer at some point.
Now, the oceans are my big interest.
I walked into my oceanography class and started correcting the posters because they had incorrect species of dolphins on them. Names of the wrong species, like the dolphins were named incorrectly.
Yeah, I like the dolphins.
Grown up in zoo books. Science. Like chemistry sets and.
Been to Florida out on the Gulf.
No internet. So I
took my mom to swim with the dolphins. You know, I'll say they're perverts. Those dolphins.
They're huge. They're hardcore rapists. Yeah, they're degenerate.
They are perverts.
They're horny as fuck because they have huge brains, so they know.
I think I'd rather mess with the porpoise.
They'll fuck a dead fish just to get off.
I was stationed in Florida. My mom came down. She wanted to swim with the dolphins.
Like they will make a fleshlight.
Listen,
they will literally bite a fish in half and make a fleshlight.
Yeah, I literally dove in and got my mom and drug her out because the dolphin was trying to molest her. I was like, "What the fuck is with the?"
Give me some of that titty. And titties look real nice. They're all smiling. That's why they're smiling all the time.
Yeah, they always do look like they're smiling.
Are you?
We've drifted though, Talon. We've drifted from
that far. Oh, right. The bread line. Yeah, we gotta. We gotta put some. We gotta pack the bread. I just moved a bunch, so we're in pretty good shape. Nothing's like.
You make your own bread?
Yeah, because I got the
nice
wheat. The dairy has a lot of. No, it's the bakeries. Use up a lot of excess flour. A lot of extra flour all the time.
Can you make unleavened bread?
Only for like Passover and shit. You know what I mean? Not year round.
You only do it for Passover. I was just wondering if you know how to make it. That's all.
I mean, I own like 7 bakeries, so.
Oh, do you? Oh, that's cool.
In the game.
Yeah, that's a big seller around Passover, unleavened bread. Oh, in the game? What game?
Farm Simulator.
Oh.
I was responding to Trigonometry Man in the chat.
I didn't know you were playing a game.
Yeah,
I live on a farm, so that would be
cool.
interesting to me. We make our own unleavened bread on Passover, but I hear you. There was a mill. We took the paddle wheel off it, but we had a mill on the river. My grandfather had a mill, corn mill. Make whatever you want in there, but they did mostly cornmeal and flour. So,
Didn't you say you're from Michigan?
yeah, I'm from Michigan.
Yeah, my uncle, my grandma's from Cadillac, Michigan, and like the 20s and shit, and they used to go onto the Lake Mitchell and Cadillac and whatnot and cut the giant blocks of ice with big, huge saws.
Yeah, and do
put
the
them in
plunge.
the ice houses. Yeah.
Do this.
Well, no, they would be pulling the ice
these
off the
are
lake
just.
this is like in the 1900s pre-refrigeration. No, this is for this is all like 100 years ago. When my grandma was
I know
growing
what
up
you're
in the
talking about. Yeah.
30s.
Yeah, we had cellars, underground cellars, and you just go cut ice out of the lake and put it in the cellar.
Be there year round.
You'd be surprised. I've read a lot about how another thing was useful for preserving meat was lard.
Have you ever been to Crossroads Village in Flint? You ever been around Flint?
Yeah, I've been to Flint. I think I know.
I grew up in there. Where I grew up.
Crossroads Village is.
I did my Eagle Scout project right outside of, like, literally at the Mott Farm, the farm right next to Crossroads Village.
In Michigan, you were a Michigan Scout.
Yeah, Flint Boy Scout. Oh, Grand Blanc.
Cool. We're probably part of the same troop.
2000 Eagle Scout.
Yeah, I was an Eagle Scout long before that. But
yeah.
Not long, but maybe 9 years.
All right.
10. 89, 90. I also did ROTC, but
did you not like that?
No, I liked ROTC.
Oh, that's shorter. Does that not always lead to military? Or you did join the military?
Oh, I did, yeah. I liked Eagle Scouts.
Oh, so you did everything. Oh, so did you get your Eagle Scout? Or you did get your Eagle Scout, right?
Yeah. So
and then you did ROTC, and then you joined the military, and then that's good path.
Yeah, you ever go to any places like Tahquamenon Falls, Niagara? Any places that Michigan actually has?
Like Traverse City, Grayling.
Yeah, Silver Lake Sand Dunes.
Yeah, sand dunes. Dunes.
We take the dune buggies and the mud
I sailed
trucks.
out of Rogers City.
You ever been to
Lake Huron?
A Michigan mud bog? You can see them on YouTube. The Michigan mud bog. I grew up 2 miles down the road from Ted Nugent.
Yeah, my buddy was an archery champion, and Ted Nugent would always be slinking around the archery championships.
Yeah,
he'd be all high and shit, and my buddy would be like 15 years old, so
he had a bow shop
really
right
nasty.
here in my town. Ted
yeah,
had
my buddy was an archery champ. Yeah, he loved hunting, and my ex-girlfriend,
what was your buddy's name?
Her dad. He actually had to he had to deal with Ted Nugent because he murdered this elk that he wasn't supposed to kill, and so my ex-girlfriend's dad, he told the story about how he kept having to go back to the fucking hardware store to get more rope, and he's covered in blood.
Nature reserve.
Huh?
You mean he shot Ted's elk on Ted's nature reserve?
No, because Ted Ted's a fake hunter. He just drives up in a truck after somebody else does all the work.
On some of the videos, yes, but the dude's not a fake hunter. He hunted.
Well, I mean, he's just like a rich
every
bitch.
year.
He doesn't actually
every year, but he wanted to make videos that he did have. Yeah, he did.
What do they call what do they call those trophy? He just does farm. It's what's the fake hunting that they do? It's not real. Where they just farm the deer and.
Yeah, not all of his hunting was was
I mean, I'm
deer
sure you like.
farming. My dad we used to have to kick the guy off our property. So I just listen. I know he fakes a couple videos. That's cool, but I grew up kicking the man
He's an overall
off
scumbag,
our
but he's real
land.
He's pure Michigan, but he is a scumbag.
Oh, okay. That's an opinion, but I know he. Listen,
He's a draft dodger. Don't forget, he's a draft dodger. I mean, I can keep going.
Oh, I know that. His nature reserve still, it's right down the road from 5,000 acres. It's on the east bank, the west end of the Kalamazoo River. Yeah, he's famous. He can do what he wants. Or so he thinks, but he was a dick when I was a kid. His daughter was cool. I like Sasha.
Yeah, because you probably knew him when he was even younger, so you knew him before he got.
When he did drink.
Before he got rich. Yeah.
Yeah, when he
was
drank.
a fucking mess.
I don't know about that. I was a kid.
Fried his brain.
I don't know about all that. I mean, my dad was a big native. You wouldn't do drugs around me when I was a kid for fear of that man. Really. He was a manly man. You ever seen the cartoon Comanche Chief where he says Ine Chook?
Mm-hmm.
And then he grows. I used to always pick on my dad and say that. My dad would get mad because he didn't want me thinking that had anything to do with our actual native history, you know. But I just thought it was funny.
That's even better. It's even better to tell him that it is.
Well, I just thought it was funny. I was picking. I know Ted does videos. He pisses people off and he says a lot of shit on
It's a real myth, huh?
The internet.
Is he a real legend, Comanche Chief, or is that just?
No, it's just a cartoon. It's a cartoon.
I was gonna say, but there's probably like a Native American myth of somebody growing real tall.
There are Native American myths of shapeshifters to protect the tribe. Yes, there are.
Yeah, that's where they got the idea.
Not only from, not just wolfen warriors or what you've all seen on your. Some Native Americans would turn into werewolves. There's myths about that to protect the tribes from vampires. Yeah, you've all seen that on that damn series on TV. But those weren't all the stories. They were just some. Native Americans believe in more forms of life than normal people. Like the people of the woods. You can call them whatever you want. Sasquatch, Yeti. But imagine if a man lived in the woods forever. He never shaved, he never bathed, he'd probably be covered with hair.
No, we got those. There's people like that.
Be dirty as hell.
Unabomber.
Yeah, we do, but not for multiple lifetimes. Multiple generations. Never left the woods.
Puppets is.
So there's stories about the plant people, the rock people. Plant people are the size of a plant. They ride ants like we ride horses.
That's dope. Indian in the cupboard. That's pretty racist at this point. Right? You can't even read that book. Can you still read that book?
I'm not even gonna fuck with that, man. But I hear you. Yeah, I hear.
Since we're doing nostalgia, we can. But Comanche Chief is at least it's makes Comanche Chief look a lot less racist.
Yeah.
When you think about that,
I don't think Comanche Chief was racist, or the Indian in the cupboard. You say cupboard, it was cupboard, but
maybe in the cupboard. That looks like a '90s book, classic.
Yeah, I know. I didn't find that racist.
Yeah, it's not like it was a cool book and everything. It didn't treat the.
Didn't bother me at all. Just like
that's just a title.
All my Mexican friends are mad that you guys are going after Speedy Gonzalez. They're like, what the
Are they?
fuck's wrong with Speedy? Yeah, they
I
like
think it
him.
is. Oh, because it's stereotype.
Well, that's what you say. But what
Well,
do real Mexicans say about it? I heard a Mexican comedian say that was the only representation they had back in the day. They love him.
Well, it's like Apu saying because like I love Apu for representing Indian.
Johnny Quest.
Frito Bandito.
See, exactly. Haji was like best friends. Like I was like, that's like raised me. That's like why I'm so woke now is because I was raised with best buddies like Haji and Apu, and because like when they
I was gonna say
like when Haji, like when they first showed,
Yeah, it's
like, I
Haji.
love it when they did that
Yeah.
thing with Apu where they made him like because that moment in the Simpsons history where he went from being a stereotype to like giving him like a true character where like he's like vegan and he's hanging out with Paul McCartney and I loved it where they were like, oh, they addressed like because I thought they addressed it then, right? And then like even today when Hank Azaria said that he won't do.
You mean at that moment he
characters.
stopped being just the clerk at the Quickie Mart?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And then like the whole time he's like always being a badass and like always like every time and he's got kids and like he's he's just being a normal American.
You know, the funny thing, as a white young American, I never seen an Indonesian person at the Quickie Mart. I always talked to the teller who was a man. It's funny. It's all in perspective. So you
Yeah,
look
that's the thing.
too
And then-
much into the stereotypes, and so yeah,
Well,
that's a
it's-
man. That's a man.
Because yeah, well, now that I'm older and I look back on the things that like I found to be profound and like helpful and useful and learning and being informed. But now it's like they look back at the thing that I cherish as racist, and so now I'm like, whoa, like that, I see what they like mean because now like just using the stereotype to like give that person deeper context, it still has the stereotype at its foundation, which is what we're learning now as it
Yeah,
progresses.
I was raised you shouldn't label men. They're just men. That's how I was raised. So I liked their accent. I didn't go to the Quickie Mart and see an Indonesian guy or Apu. I just seen another man. I know their culture was different, but he's still a man. That's how I was raised. So I wasn't looking for big problems in our society because no matter if they made fun of his accent or not, they still went down there and did business with him.
It's probably why we've never seen Johnny Quest ever get rebooted because they always like every time somebody comes in with this, I got this great script, and they're like, his best friend's name was Haji, right?
I mean, those people get treated well here. They get tax breaks if we invite them in. You don't see them doing mass shootings. They're not pissed off about racism. They own the fucking Quickie Mart. They're like, yeah, I'm doing good.
And also engineers, and doctors, and scientists too.
Right. I mean, yeah. So that was one thing that my buddy told me. We call him Salah, even though his name is Arabic and way longer than that. He said, my dad's mad that I wasn't a surgeon. I told him, no, I'm going to American. I'm going to own a gas station. The guy's got 3 gas stations, $1 million car collection. His dad's still pissed off because he's not a surgeon. I met him one day. And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm a farmer and I pave highways. Oh, a farmer. he's a worker. I wanted you to be a somebody. But, I didn't get offended because my friend Salah, he doesn't have too many friends that he could introduce to his parents because, they're real religious and strict. The one compliment his dad gave me, he asked me, if I was Christian, and I said, yeah. He said, so you're a follower of the book. You read the Torah or just the Old Testament or the New Testament? I said, well, I'm Adventist, actually, so I do follow the Torah. But that was the only compliment he gave me. At least you're a follower of the Word. I thought the guy, listen, he just loved his son. He just has a weird way of showing it. He just wanted better for his son.
It's called being a boomer.
What, when you consider everybody else?
No, just like the dad being like, you need to be a surgeon. Like, that's boomer shit.
Oh, yeah. My parents
Like,
were
literally.
boomers, so I knew how to deal with it, I guess. Like, I know how to take a boomer.
Because you're Gen X, so you're
yeah, I'm Gen X. I know what they say hurts, but they mean well. If you look past your immediate response, that's their aggressive way of putting it. That's all. I like that fighter there, Dante. Boy, be talking some mad stuff.
Hey, Mike. How you been?
I'm good.
Good.
How you been? That's all men ever say, isn't it? We don't complain to each other about the hell we've been through, right? We're not women.
It depends. If I want sympathy, I would go on and on.
I used to hate that when my brother and his wife come over. Like, me and my bro just be like, yeah, sit there, maybe play a video game, throw a movie in, play some pool. His wife and my wife, they go straight to the dining room table, start cooking shit, break out the wine, and they're complaining to each other for 3 fucking hours. But that's why we let them get together, let them get it out.
Have you checked out this Northern Light shit?
Yeah, actually, we seen them last night at 10 o'clock, but it's not unusual for me to see them in lower Michigan. But these ones are being seen as far down as Alabama, and so that's very unusual.
Oh, shit.
It's some type of, event. So yeah, we were ready for it. Me and my children and my grandchildren, we've always watched the Aurora Borealis. We've even driven upstate to see it better. So tonight, it should be in another hour. I'll be standing outside with them. So.
Somebody was telling me about some problems you have with dams. Like one busted, then the next busted, then the next busted.
Oh yeah, Michigan, a lot of our dams are failing. Yeah, they're failing.
I heard it was way fucked up and a big problem.
It is.
Well, it's because there was a Republican legislature for 40 years that fucked up the whole state, but now that's changed.
Well, the problem is the politicians have been in control for a long time. That's the problem. Yeah. Politicians.
I heard that they were
the Democrats
privately
are.
owned.
Well,
now the state is blue.
If you believe one of them, either side, give a fuck about you or your best interest, you're wrong.
Well, one side's been passing infrastructure that'll fix dams, and the other side doesn't.
Well, that's what they say, but here our stuff has not been fixed, and Michigan has not been under Democratic or Republican rule consistently for 40 years. Listen,
I heard they were on private property, though. That was the problem.
Yeah, so the states, the bridges are up to the states. The dams are up to the states to maintain that the dam exists in. They're not federally funded. Some are federally funded.
Whitmer will take the money, though, once Biden gets that infrastructure money going for dams and such, and bridges.
Yeah, so
Congress needs to pass it. Once we get Congress in control, out of the hands of maniacs.
So, what party do you think Gretchen is in? An Angler.
She's a Democrat.
Nebraska.
An Angler and all those before her.
What?
What party? Michigan has not been under Republican rule, and you act like Republican rule is the reason the infrastructure is failing. But the infrastructure we're talking about is dependent on the state for maintenance that it resides in, and this state has not been a Republican state. Not for 10 years, so it's not a Republican issue.
Right, it takes more than 2 years, but it's only been 2 years. It takes more than 2 years to fix.
That bitch been in office for how long, man? I pave highways and repair and maintain bridges for a living, bro. They're not cutting the money. It doesn't matter whether it's a Democrat or Republican in the office. In the last 20 years, my income hasn't increased because I'm getting that maintenance work we ain't been doing. It's decreased because we're going to let that shit fail, and then we're going to replace it with better, is what I assume.
Well, I mean, I don't know how else to tell you who's been obstructing all the progress. It's been Republicans gerrymandered the government and were in control for 10 years straight and blocked everything. Now that they're out of the way,
the federal
stuff is
government.
gonna
What we're
get better.
about. What we're talking
Right,
about
and,
comes
and
from
under Trump, nothing got passed. He had infrastructure week all the time, and then Biden just got infrastructure.
Yeah, but
passed.
we're not talking about federally controlled maintenance systems right now. We're talking
But it can be
about
federally funded.
they can be,
We
but
just got to
not,
pass it to fund
not
it.
all are. The state
Well,
is responsible for its own fucking roads and bridges and dams. And that's just the way it is. We collect a certain amount of revenue from our state and send so much to the federal government. What's left is supposed to be maintaining our school systems and our roads and our infrastructure. So it doesn't have anything to do with the legislator. It has to do with our state legislator.
$61 million for just for lead service lines. That's for Flint. Let me see how much.
They were 100 years old too. They were built in
10 billion.
Listen, Flint's not the only place that's true in Michigan either.
$6.8 billion. Like if you're not getting a piece of the $6.8 billion invested to roads, bridges, and public transit, and then like another $700 million for clean water.
Yeah, well, you can also look and see where that goes. They got an annual report for it, and you'll see it.
So I can, but the thing is, like, I can actually point to substantive amounts of money being funded and sent to Michigan from the government in the numbers of 10.4 billion, whereas the other party has $0. $0 sent.
So I'm asking
Michigan.
why.
All right, Mike, empty your pockets.
Hold on.
Empty your pockets. Come on.
Who do you think has done a better job? The one that sent you $10 billion or the one that sent you $0?
I think the Democrat bitch that's been our governor that's getting all that money but not fixing our infrastructure. I think she's the problem. Because I can't do a.
That's a move. You're moving the goalposts, Battlemon. You're saying first you said there's no money. Now you're saying the money that is being sent isn't being spent on you. That's like a total goalpost move.
No, I'm not moving. Listen,
we got to get off the topic.
I'm not moving the goal. I said, here's my income because I'm a highway engineer. I work for the state of Michigan.
Highway robbery. I'll tell you, highway robbery.
They've had the money for years. We weren't under Republican rule in Michigan, but none of these motherfuckers that had the office allocated the funds for our infrastructure to be maintained. You're saying I'm kicking the goalposts by pointing out that your Democratic governor, who's been here for 2 terms, has gotten money. You just proved they got more money than what they collect for the state, but the bitch still didn't apply it to the infrastructure.
RAISE program, infra program, rural services, surface transportation grant program, 14 million. So you should be applying to the rural surface transportation grant program to be getting your rural roads.
Rural surface
transportation. You should
grant.
be getting this money. Like, what are you doing wrong?
I'm a contractor for the state. I can only fill contracts that they give me. I don't know. What do you mean? What am I doing wrong? Somebody has to allocate that money for this purpose, and then the contract goes out for people to bid on.
Well, this is only as of March, so you got to.
And we're not talking about
March
transportation either when we're talking about a dam system.
Yeah, it's only been 6 weeks, so that's probably why you haven't seen money yet.
No, that's this time. Listen,
fact sheet I'm looking at.
I know you're looking at all the emergency shit that we're getting right now based on the fact that no motherfucking predecessor put any of the money towards the infrastructure of the state of Michigan. Our highway.
They're probably doing highways first. Probably highways, then they'll get to your roads.
I do highways. That's what I do.
They're probably doing like South, but the Southlanders are always going to get the shit first. How far south are you?
No, I don't know what the fuck. Well, I'm so close to Detroit that I'm a nuclear strike hit, motherfucker.
Yeah, so you're probably just saturated, whereas you probably got massive competition.
No. I would know, because the contracts would be out there, and I'd have had the opportunity to bid on them.
Right.
They're limited.
Well,
I'm the major.
When
do
they start?
They're limited. At the beginning of the fiscal year.
When is it?
Sometimes we'll get acknowledgement before, a month prior to the fiscal year. So we pay our taxes. We're starting up the new year. They get the new funding. They allocate the new funds, and then the contracts are made available for bidding. These aren't hidden contracts.
Oh, the fiscal year will start in July. Oh, so you'll get the new fiscal year in.
You're just talking about this year. I'm talking about history. That why our infrastructure failed. You said it was because of Republicans and Trump. I said it's because nobody who's been the fucking governor of this state has allocated the money to maintain the infrastructure, and you haven't.
That's what I'm talking about.
You haven't refuted that.
That's what that's what I'm saying. The Republicans did that. That's what the Republicans were doing. That's what they were doing. They weren't even passing money. They weren't passing anything to get money done. To get anything done. They weren't doing anything, Battlemod. They weren't getting anything done. They weren't doing.
My state's been bitching about this for 12 years. The money's been there.
Nothing.
And our Democrat governor did nothing. You're right.
Because Congress was held up by Republicans because it was gerrymandered.
You don't need Congress to allocate state funds. That we have state funds.
Oh, dude, Battlemod. Congress is the one that holds the purse strings. Now you're just like...
No, they don't. They hold the purse string for federal money, not state money. You're confusing the two. We just got emergency federal grants. That doesn't mean that the federal government pays for everything on our roads annually and yearly. The state does.
This guy in Globe Proof? See what this new guy's got.
And there's been Democrat governors here for 3 terms. They're the motherfuckers.
Yeah, but we only flipped to the Congress in 22, so it's only been 2 years. So you can't clean up 10 years worth of damage in 2 years, Battlemod. You have to be more patient. You're being impatient and unrealistic.
Congress doesn't control the maintenance of the infrastructure of the state of Michigan.
Who passes the funds?
Talon, did I just hear you say, isn't that a Globe Proof?
Yeah, I thought that's what he said.
Are you broken, bro?
No, I was just asking. I just wanted to hear if anybody had Globe Proof.
He said it's the Republicans aren't giving us money, but our Democratic mayor and governors collected all of our taxes, and they allocated none of them to the infrastructure. And they're Democrats. This is the home. This is the birthplace, Jackson County, of the Republican Party, man. You don't know what the fuck you're on, man. We keep up with this shit for our state.
I was raised Republican.
I throw campaign breakfasts and raise funds for candidates I like.
My dad was a Republican. He was a special ed teacher.
When Bob, the science guy, when he ran for legislative office of the 62nd district in Michigan, I actually allocated $300,000 to campaign against him for the felony charges that were brought against him, whether they were cleared or I don't care. At the time, he was under felony charge, so he was ineligible for the office. It's the only thing that mattered. You know Bob, the science guy, that's a flat earth proof. Flat earthers aren't perfect perverts. I don't know any of these guys in court because somebody said they did some shit they weren't supposed to do. I'm not even going to dox the guy, but he's known in Michigan. He said, I campaigned to get the VA to pay for marijuana for PTSD stress in Michigan. I automatically knew who the guy was. They were talking about him in the VA the last time I was there.
He's going to get credentials to teach high school. That's his plan now.
Yeah, fuck.
That's his plan. He's going to poison the kids.
But the Democratic governor was in control of our state for 3 terms. We've been Democratic for 5 terms, and the governor's the one who allocates the state funds for the infrastructure. It's got nothing to do with the federal government. We can apply for federal grants if we don't have the state to maintain our infrastructure, but they just didn't worry about it. That was
When
Democrats.
when did the Democrats take control of Congress again?
They had control of my state money. I'm not talking about Congress.
Well, wait a minute. Who controls the actual
You're under
money?
the false premise that state money and state taxes are allocated by Congress. They're not.
By the state legislature?
Well, our state legislature.
I'm talking about the state legislature. Yeah. The state legislature controls the money, right?
That's not Congress.
And they were in control by who? The Republicans, right? The state legislature? I didn't mean to say Congress. Is that why you're confused?
No, Michigan state legislature is not controlled by Republicans.
It was controlled by
No,
Republicans
it
for the
wasn't.
last 10 years. It was gerrymandered,
wasn't.
Battlemod.
By
They had
who?
to fix by the Republicans. They had to put in a anti-gerryman a Republican or a legislative redistricting commission to fix the gerrymandering, and then the Democrats took control only 2 years ago of the state legislature, which is why nothing's been getting done.
You
until
know,
now.
as a state, we can ignore federal executive orders, right? You know that, right?
Wait, what does this have to do with?
You don't have to do all that court bullshit. You can say fuck it and just ignore the federal government.
Well, the
'cause
Republicans didn't do anything.
The state is sovereign. No, the Democrats didn't. They were in charge of our state.
God, they weren't. They were not.
They don't have to follow executive orders like gerrymandering from the federal government because they're a sovereign state, elected by their representatives in their state.
The majority of the legislature was Republican, Battlemod.
What are they going to do? Send the fucking military down here?
The Republicans
to Michigan,
gerrymandered. The
where
Republicans
the most
gerrymandered.
licensed hunters in the world live?
Can we get back to Glover?
I doubt it.
This is boring. You're
I
not.
doubt it. Most of these boys got a fucking arsenal in their basement. And their barn. And a couple rooms of the house, too. Hell, I got 2 M16s right by the washer and dryer.
They're not locked.
No, I didn't say that, but no, I don't have to lock my guns. My children are of age. My youngest daughter is ranked number 2 in competition shooting in Michigan. Why would I lock a weapon so she couldn't use it?
Because all these weapons that are laying out are everybody says that they're okay, but there's actually the study just recently came out that people are getting to these
I
guns.
don't care
and
about your study.
That's why people leaving out their guns is one of the biggest problems that we're having right now.
The
is
problem
people
is
leave their
people
guns
not
out.
being educated on how to use guns.
But there's people that are that don't. That
When
even
our
educated
liberty
people that
rests in
wanna
your
use guns.
ability to wield a firearm.
But there's people that shouldn't have guns get them because everybody else leaves out their guns.
Well,
I'd say.
you mean thieves who break into your home and take your unlocked gun?
There's more than just that. Other
So
people.
So you wish to limit my
Friends.
civil liberties based on the of thieves?
I'm just saying, wouldn't it be smarter for you to have all your guns locked?
No,
all the
I
time
asked
so
you a
nobody can
specific
get to them?
question. You want to
Wouldn't it
take
be
away
more
my
responsible to lock
constitutional
your
right
guns?
based on the actions of another.
Yeah. No, you could have your guns, but wouldn't it be smarter to
You
lock
couldn't
them?
take them anyway.
Shouldn't you lock them up? Why don't you just lock them up?
When there's young children living in the house that
Why
don't
don't you
have.
just lock? But wouldn't it be safer?
Can
to just
can
have
I
them
answer, Talon?
locked up all the time?
When there's young kids in the house who have not yet been taught how to safely handle a weapon, yes, it should be locked. But why, when everybody's reasonable, would I want my only form of defense locked? Is
everybody
emergency?
reasonable? Everybody's not
they're
reasonable.
Listen, just because you're not reasonable doesn't mean I have to submit my Second Amendment right because you're scared.
Okay, so you understand that, like, your Second Amendment right, you're scared of, like,
No.
the government taking away your guns, right? But in
No, I'm
reality,
not.
You're leaving your guns out, and people are getting to them and
Talon,
shooting other people.
come out here and take my guns and show me that's true.
Okay, but you're just if you just leave your guns.
I've
alone,
never once
people
had a
are
gun
finding them.
stolen from me. Nobody's ever broken into
But
my
then-
house.
But then somebody could,
and
but
nobody
somebody could.
will.
Somebody could.
Oh,
Somebody could
listen,
just walk in there and take it. and
Listen,
shoot
all
it,
you got to do
right?
is come out here and visit. I got people working the farm all day.
But could
Most
somebody
of-
just get-
most
but
of
is that
these
gun-
people strap guns while they're working.
Is your gun loaded?
Oh, my
Is it
gun's
loaded?
loaded.
So you have a loaded gun just sitting out in your house.
Listen, Talon, I bet everything you own that you couldn't get it if you wanted to.
Yeah, but it's just sitting out. You could just walk up and grab it, take it, and shoot it.
Well,
Right?
come
Is
here
that what
and
I'm
walk
saying?
up and grab it.
Yeah, I mean, I can. It's not locked.
You can't. It's really not as easy as you say it is.
I mean, it's locked in your house. That's good. But if somebody got in, then they can get it.
I don't
So
lock
it's
my
not that-
doors.
It's like irresponsible. I'm just saying.
I don't
You could
lock
be
my
more
doors.
responsible.
I want you to be dumb enough to come in my house. You'll never leave again.
But then somebody might get there and take your gun and shoot you. It's silly.
Listen, that's just not a possibility on my land.
It is
sorry,
possible though,
but
because is your gun
it's
left
not.
out? Is your gun locked? Is it available to everyone
No, it's not because I have
in your unlocked
workers
house? Is there a lock between
Can
that
you
gun
be
and the
quiet?
outside?
on my farm at all times. Most are armed. I have animals and dogs. Any person who comes on this property who is not known will be addressed the moment they enter the property. If
So
you
what if the
think
dog
this
gets
is
it?
not a truth, you can come here and see whether you get met at the property line or not.
Okay, but that dog could get the dog could get the gun. It's loaded, right?
You're an idiot, dude.
If the dog got to it and bit it and opened the safety, they could theoretically get somebody, right?
The dogs are outside. They got a job to do on the farm.
Yeah, but what if the dog decides to go in and be like, "Ooh, a stick," and shoots somebody with the gun?
Talon, you're an
'Cause it's
idiot.
unlocked. It's loaded. So
Dogs
a
don't-
dog could shoot the gun, right?
I say if you got a dog that you got to worry about chewing on your shit, you shouldn't have a dog because you don't know how to train or maintain one.
You gonna shoot it if I do?
So you should take your
Or just
dog
shoot
and
it?
give it away and give up your right to have a dog because people could get hurt because your dumbass don't know how to train a dog. So let's restrict your right to have a dog because you have no training experience and somebody could get hurt by your fucking idiot dog. I mean, Christ, can you grasp at a bigger straw?
My ears were getting hurt with the idiocy.
Dude, my dog might shoot somebody with my gun. What a fucking idiot. You couldn't even get on my property to have an opinion on what I do in my house, dude. And that's a guarantee.
Go to bed, Talon. It's a bit late, bro. I think you've maybe
Yeah, the funny thing is,
outdone your patience for other people. You sound as if you're starting to get annoyed with Mike, the way you're talking to him about his dog biting the gun, bro. You seem to be losing touch with reality, my friend. Go and drink some water, eat a sandwich, and get some fucking sleep.
yeah, in reality, that just doesn't happen, does it? Dogs don't chew up guns. I mean, they haven't chewed my guns yet. But I give them bones. It's a dog. They want stuff to chew on, right? You got to be smarter than a dog, right? You give him his own stuff to chew. And he knows what's his. All of them. She, he. But
Bang bang stick. No animal's going to go near any bang bang stick and start to chew on it. It reeks of gunpowder and death.
well, yeah, when they go out to chase they know what guns are, dude. When they're out there battling coyotes, don't think I'm not there making sure they're dead with my shotgun.
Exactly.
And there's a bounty on coyotes in my town, so you get $125 a piece for the pelts. So if we have to kill 15 coyotes to protect our herd, well, then we just made a profit. And
I
didn't even
don't know what it is with people that can't just have legible conversations, but they have to sort of undermine your lifestyle and the way you go about yourself for God only knows what nefarious reasons. Trying to allege that you're irresponsible with firearms, that you've got them loaded, sitting around, probably with the safety off, where a dog can chew them and shoot you. Like,
yeah,
what? Hello? Is this care in the community or something? Did the asylum break open, like?
yeah, I mean, a loaded gun is kind of a loaded question because the gun has rounds in the magazine, but no rounds are chambered. So,
Exactly.
but the clip is there and it's ready to go at the rack of a hand. You know, this is your last form of defense, last line of defense for your family, your property, and the ones you love. Why? Because some other idiot is scared and ignorant to what a weapon is. It's just a tool. Just their fear is supposed to limit my constitutional rights. Well, that's just not true in America. You cannot separate a man from his constitutional rights the same way you cannot separate a man from his God-given right. And most people will argue that's not true, but here, I have free will. My God-given right is to, despite all common sense and all law and all rule, I can choose to do whatever the hell I want, right? Well, I can make that true at any moment or time in life. So you could never restrict my God-given rights because I can make my own fucking choices, right?
Well, that's the theory, and everything's done safely and properly. So where's the problem? It's always somebody else's opinion of what they think you're doing with that seems to get in the way.
Yeah, my youngest daughter would probably be the first one to meet him when they come up to on the quad. She'd drive, hey, can I help you? 19 years old with a big ass gun on her hip. She likes a Glock 40. Me, I prefer my 45 ACP. She likes a Glock 40, so. And she's good with it. Really good.
Oh, I see an Agent Smith in the room. How's it going, Agent Smith? Fancy you popping up. Oh, gone away? No, it's not gone away. Yes, it is gone away. Well, it's officially Sunday morning for me, and I ain't seen no Aurora Borealis.
I found the curve. Oh, you guys don't believe me? I found the curve?
Where'd you find the curve, dude?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
I was very nearly sleeping and then I heard curve and I thought, oh, aye, what's this then?
I'm sorry to wake you up then.
Nah, you're cool, mate. I'm just starting to play, like, there's a new download on Gran Turismo. So I'm just getting into designing a car for a race. How's it going?
I'm good. Thank you. It's kind of quiet, huh?
Yeah, we scared all the trolls away and broke the rest of them and muted a few, so it's gone quiet.
Right. Well, I just want to stop by, say hi to everybody. We got Car here, Battermod. We got the old dude. It's more like an OG. OG. The original gangster.
Aye.
This Kembo Beach, you better hear him when he speak. He ain't no geek, but he's here every week. What's up, bro?
What's up, man? How you doing? I'm just chilling, bro.
Hey, Clint is still mad, old dude. He's still in my DMs. Which guys called me a meth head, a crackhead, a fucking liar. I'm like, man, I feel sorry for you, dude.
They got all kinds of name for us, bro. Believe me, they hate us so much. They got all kinds of name for us.
Listen, how miserable does your life have to be to want to go argue with people you think are fucking retarded? And when you start insulting them and attacking their character, they mute you, and now you're mad that you can't insult and berate them. So now you're going narcissistic in their direct messages, and here this guy just wanted to have a conversation about the truth and reality. But this other guy, he had a whole nother plan. Your life's got to be miserable. That's a miserable fucking existence. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, see, the thing is, man, they talk all these crazy stuff online. Like, if this was in person, they would never say that. You know that, Battermot. You know that.
Oh, I do. I'm the type of man you can look at and think, I better not say that, even though I want to. I better not say that to this guy.
Yeah, I told one of them too. I think it's in the Islam server. He was talking all that crazy stuff. I said, message me. I give you my address. Come on. I told him.
These guys don't know it. When I say that Ted Nugent's exotic ranch, his animal rescue, is right next to my land, I tell you where the fuck I live anyway. Come on down. Talon said he could get my rifle. You shouldn't leave your gun laying around. Someone can get it. I said, come get it then, You already got directions. Right. If you were a smart man, you'd already have an image of my property on Google Maps.
Right. Yeah, these guys crazy, man.
You can Google Ted Nugent's Michigan home, Concord, Michigan. You can Google that shit. And it'll let you zoom in over certain properties, but parts of it are restricted airspace because of the world's largest walled prison. So, some of it you won't see, but some of it you will.
Right. Yeah.
But the point is, they don't come here to debate us, dude. They just come here to berate and insult, and when they can't, they're miserable.
Right. And see, the thing is, we're not going anywhere to go find them. They come to find us, right? We just want to have discussion. We just want to share information. We just want to tell them, hey, look, this is what happened. This is our reality. This is your claims, right? Putting two and two together to see if it matches your reality or not. But they so blind. Like, I don't, like, I've been saying this over and over again. Like, man, I think the outer space got them so good, right? Their cognitive dissonance Like it reached to the max level to the point like they can't even understand or see the reality because our reality is opposite from the spinning ball, wobbling, rotating, tilting, you know. So yeah, I just don't get it.
What, Jewish people or flat Earth?
Oh, you tell me. What do you think?
Well, I just told you. I missed half of what you said. I missed half of what you said.
Bro, turn your mic down a bit, will you?
Is it my
Well,
webcam?
sorry. Yeah, listen. Sorry, if I have to repeat it, then I'm gonna have to charge you.
What do you want? Money?
Nah, I don't want nothing from you. You probably need it more than me, my friend. I don't need nothing from you. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for not being Jewish. You're not Jewish.
Yeah. But anyhow, you got the proof. Any proof for the globe, my friend? You got any proof? You see any curve yet?
I don't think I could, even if I were going like 8 miles up. I mean, the Earth is fucking huge. So entertaining the idea of a globe, it's like trying to find curvature on a cue ball with a microscope. You probably won't see it either way.
Well, don't you think they give you a specific number for the spinning ball, my friend?
I don't know the number, but you know what? If I could find proof of an asteroid field, I think that's good enough for the Earth being a globe. Because then that proves gravity, yeah. If there's enough evidence for the asteroid field, like in this shape, yeah, I think gravity is real.
You think gravity proves a globe and flat earthers deny gravity? Because we don't.
Actually, I have heard some flat earthers say, well, they never say it's a flat Earth. They just only talk about, oh, you're a globetard. You think the Earth is a globe. Like, I don't know. And I ask them, like, do you think gravity exists? It's like, oh, well, there's like static electricity and shit. I'm like, okay.
Listen, most of us just disagree with the given cause, but we do not deny any of the observed phenomena that goes under the heading of gravity.
Right.
We might disagree with the given theory, but we're not the only people in the world that do that. You know, some mainstream scientists disagree with gravity as it is, or the given cause.
The only reason I give gravity credit for a round Earth is the only shape that a planetary object could maintain itself is a globe, is a sphere, which has infinite points.
Listen, why is the Milky Way a spiral disk then?
The Milky Way?
Shouldn't it be a sphere? Gravity.
What's in the middle of our solar system? Is it a black hole?
Why is it not a sphere? That's what they say. We all know what the great attractor is.
Right? Planetary objects are, well, okay, supposedly solid, I'll say that.
We all know what the great attractor is, but why is the galaxy, why did it not coalesce into a sphere? And here's another one.
Well, for the same reason why an airplane can get out of orbit, or not orbit, but can, like...
If the Big Bang, everything caused everything, and it put your spiral galaxy, Milky Way, into rotation, how come the Andromeda and the Milky Way rotate two different ways? How is that possible?
I'll answer your first question. You can reject gravity in the sense that you're not stuck to the ground. There's forces that can go against gravity, which is...
I didn't reject gravity. I asked why gravity didn't shape the Milky Way into a sphere.
There's probably other forces in the creation of the... well, it's an assumption, right? That there's other forces that keep everything in one ball.
You think gravity formed everything into a sphere, and
I'm not planetary objects like the Earth.
Think if you have gravity, you prove the sphere because gravity forms everything in the spheres. Well, the Milky Way galaxy and the Andromeda galaxy aren't spheres. There's many things in the universe.
Planets. Yeah, the galaxy's not a planet. My point is, or my position is on the moon.
The galaxy's not a planet, but you're missing the formation of planets in the Big Bang evolution theory, where all the matter was sucked in together through gravity and formed a sphere. Now, the Milky Way galaxy is a bunch of matter, but did it form together to form a sphere? No. So that goes against your ideal that gravity formed spheres.
What?
It formed a flat disk galaxy out of what should have been a larger sphere if gravity
Well,
formed
the moon.
everything into
I-
sphere.
here's
What do you
something.
mean? What?
The moon is going. Okay, I'm gonna assume this because I never measured the moon myself. But if the moon is going away from the Earth at a centimeter every year, what about our galaxy? You don't think it won't be a disk for long? Like in a million years, will our galaxy even be a disk? I think right now, gravitational.
How does that answer why didn't gravity form the Milky Way galaxy into a sphere? How does that answer
I
that?
told you because you're asking a question on a position I don't have. I don't know anything about the formation of the galaxies.
Your position was gravity
solar
proves the
system
globe.
bodies. Yeah, for why things are spheres. Yeah, that's the only shape it can contain itself in.
We all know the Big Bang. You know, the autotrophs began to cool.
I don't know anything about the Big Bang. I don't know anything about the Big Bang.
Then why
So
do you
it's-
think gravity causes? If you,
I think that
why do you think gravity
the-
proves the sphere then?
because you think about masses, gravity is a manipulation of space, right? And physical objects can only move around in space. And so if some object has a lot of mass, then any other mass that's closest to it, without any outside forces, will collect, either with asteroids. And the only shape that it can maintain itself in is a sphere, which has infinite points.
Or
It won't be a
a
triangle.
flat disk galaxy too.
Well, gravity is three-dimensional. A disk is like I don't think the Earth could be a disk and maintain itself
The
with the
Milky
amount of
Way
mass it has.
is a flat disk galaxy, and it's matter and shape.
It's not completely physical. There's space in between planetary bodies.
Dude, it's a bunch of matter sitting on the fabric of space. You just said the fabric of space is going to make everything draw each other together. So this should all been drawn together into one sphere.
You understand the difference between a planet and the galaxy, right? You understand the difference?
I do.
So which is what?
What did you hear that the Earth is a flat dish? What do you hear?
He said that. He said it could be a disk.
No.
The universe, the universe, bro. He said that.
I'm still on the Milky Way galaxy because you're
Galaxy. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna say, let's entertain NASA's idea that it's.
Listen.
Yeah.
If it shapes, a galaxy is bigger than a planet. Yeah, okay. So if it can shape the microscopic matter into a sphere in space on the warping of the fabric of space-time, we can argue that. Hold on. But there's a whole bunch of matter in the Milky Way that is separate and individual, and it hasn't been sucked into a sphere that exists on the same fabric of time that you're talking about. But now, the microscopic, which is the planet, formed into a sphere, but the megascopic didn't, when it should be true for both things.
Okay, you're misusing terms. A planet is not microscopic. Microscopy is the study of germs, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It is compared to a galaxy. In relation to a galaxy, you're not addressing the point.
But I need you to like
avoiding the point with semantics. Again.
Okay, just say it again properly. So you're saying that in relative to planets, a galaxy is bigger. Why isn't a galaxy a sphere? Well, and I addressed it because there's probably forces pushing the galaxy apart.
But
gravity
shapes all matter into spheres because it warps space-time.
Matter that's close enough to each other.
Now we're kicking the goalpost, right?
No, that's what I've been saying. I said that planetary objects collect to each other because of the largest mass. Like I said, a big mass will probably attract asteroids.
That's actually not even the Big Bang theory of how planets
I know
form.
it was the Big Bang theory, but
Planet formation is the Big Bang theory.
the theory is that gravity attracts mass.
And the
a
problem
mass
with it is that galaxies and orbits go opposite ways where the force all moved in one direction in the Big Bang. Also that some things were correlated through gravity that didn't exist before the Big Bang existed at the exact moment of the Big Bang. Then after the Big Bang, it already formed things into planets.
Have you ever heard of a comma?
But it didn't form all matter into planets because some matter coalesced together and formed rotating galaxies that rotate against the flow of energy of the Big Bang.
Okay, so I'm talking about planetary objects like planets. You want me to talk about the galaxy? You want me to talk about 3 different points you said in one sentence?
If gravity forms everything into a sphere, then galaxies shouldn't be
Never said
to
that.
be anything but spherical.
I said two things. I said planetary objects are spherical because that's the only shape it can maintain itself under the laws of gravity. And I said there's forces that can deny gravity. So under that equation, you can have a planetary object and you can have a galaxy. Under that idea. I said two things that work with each other. Okay, you're laughing, but it's true.
Yeah, well, you're trying to act like gravity
There's,
forms
there's forces that can
equal
gravity, right?
You're saying gravity forms matter into spheres due to the warping of space-time, but not all matter will gravity form into spheres.
Because other forces are pushing things away from each other. Just like a plane. That's the easiest example. A plane can reject Earth's gravity because of its other forces. Gravity is not the only force in nature, obviously.
Yeah, I know what the...
Okay, so how can you not...
Which one of the four fundamental forces saves you in the formation of a galaxy, then?
Saves you in the form... What does that even mean? Saves you in the formation... Are you illiterate? What does that even mean? What are you even saying?
How does a galaxy form and not become a sphere? I mean, you can keep ridiculing the concept.
I'm telling you, look, my guess about planetary objects is that when enough masses together...
I'm not here to argue with your guesses.
Well, that's my position, is that I'm making a guess.
I'm here to argue against the Big Bang and the heliocentric model. Your guesses are your guesses. And I can't argue with me then. I can't refute a guess. I can't refute a guess based on a belief.
That's how I started my position. I started my position as the assumption or the entertainment of NASA's ideas.
Okay,
which is every day. You entertain guesses. You entertain things all the time.
I thought NASA worked on the ideal of a heliocentric model in the Big Bang and evolution.
Okay. And my ideas is about gravity and how it forms planetary objects in our solar system. That's my position.
So as NASA is concerned, that pertains to the Big Bang, the evolution, and the form of planetary systems. So is it a belief or is it a heliocentric system that's been given to you? I mean, which one?
Yeah, I'm entertaining the idea. I never do my own research. And so if I were to try to entertain NASA's idea and find contradictions, then they're wrong.
There are many problems and contradictions with all them ideals, and even when we get into Einsteinian gravity and the warping of a concept known as space-time to produce matter in shape and form, yeah.
Right.
Space-time is a concept, but here you are telling me mass warps it.
We're in space. Space is real. I don't mean outer space, but
No, listen, guy. Space is any area void of
it's an area.
Matter. Space is any area void of matter.
Space is anything something can exist in, a physical object that exists within the third dimension
of square volume.
Yeah,
and
there are no physical objects, buddy. Everything is mental. So that would mean that if there are no physical objects and everything is mental, space and time are just going to be mental representations or like categories of the mind. I think that's a more likely position. Honestly, I think that's more likely than
you're right.
Space and time being physical.
Your mind and the universe. You can only trust your mind to distinguish things.
No, not your mind. No. I'm not saying that space and time and everything that exists is inside your mind. What I'm saying is that it is a mind. It exists inside a mind. The external world is just information contingent on a mind. It's all mental in nature.
Would anything exist?
What'd you say?
Without a mind, would anything exist?
Without our minds, things would exist, but everything that exists external to our minds is a mind. It is fundamentally mental. That's what I'm saying.
It's a mind.
Yes, everything exists inside of a mind. All of reality is inside of a mind. That's my claim. And I think that that's more likely than saying that everything's physical, because if you say that everything's physical, then by definition, physical things are non-experiential. They can't be qualitative. but your conscious experience is qualitative. So how could you bridge that gap? How do you derive a qualitative experience from a non-qualitative state? It's impossible to explain. You can't explain that.
I think things exist beyond the mind. I think things can exist without us seeing it, without us smelling it or feeling it.
It's you're begging the question. Where's the reason to believe that?
I can answer that.
Well, because you have to make the assumption that things don't exist unless we see it. Like it wasn't there until we saw it.
Okay, think of it like this. You have the things that exist outside of your mind, and then you have the things that exist outside of your mind that you're claiming are physical, and then you have your mental representation of them, right? Your ideas about them. Now, here's the issue. In order for you to make that distinction between the things outside of the representation and your representation of them, you have to be thinking about them so they still exist in the representation. So no matter what, you can't get outside of that.
Outside of what exactly? Say it again.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? My mic sometimes is broken.
Listen, bro, we can hear you.
I'm not familiar with, but
yeah, I'm sorry. It's just my mic is a little broken sometimes.
Existence proved by touch and by smell.
So what I'm saying is that you're claiming the external world is physical. Now the problem is that you can have a mental representation of that. You can have certain ideas about the external world. So the issue is that you can't extract the thing that's being represented, the physical thing, from the representation. So the distinction between the physical objects and the representation is still nested in the idea or the representation. That's the issue. You can't get outside of that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I guess I'm making an assumption that something exists without seeing it, without having a representation.
No, you're making a distinction between the things that are being represented and the representation, because you're saying the things that are being represented, the physical objects.
Give me another example so I can understand this better.
Yeah,
Once you observe a thing, you observe it, then you have
any
a
physical
thought.
object that you can
Start over. Sorry, I gotta interrupt. Start over.
You have any physical object that you want to think about, like a table, a chair, whatever is easiest to think about. And so the idea is that you can have a mental representation of this thing, meaning if you're looking at the room that you're in right now, and then you close your eyes, you can still have a mental representation of what's there, right? So what I'm saying is that you're separating the representation or the idea of what's there, the concept, from the actual thing. You're saying the actual thing exists outside of the idea, right? Are you following me so far?
I don't think that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that even after I close my eyes, that item is still there, and so I'm making an assumption that even when I close my eyes, that thing was there no matter what. Things exist, even if I can't see it.
I know that's what you're saying. Yes.
Even that. Listen, even that thought exists in your mind.
You can still represent that mentally.
Right.
You can still have a mental representation of that. You can have an idea of it. That's all I'm saying. And so you're separating the idea of the thing from the actual thing. Okay. Now the problem is that you can't extract the actual thing that's being represented from the representation. So the distinction between the physical thing and the representation or the idea of it is still nested in the idea. You can't get outside of the idea of it, because every time you think about it, you're conceiving.
I'll have to think about it on my own to kind of understand it.
That just means that everything that exists is just rooted within the idea. There's nothing that exists outside of the concept. Because if you're saying that these things exist outside of your conception of them, that means they're unconceived. That would run into a contradiction. Because you'd be saying that you can conceive of things that are unconceived. That's a contradiction.
I can think about things, doesn't mean they're real, but when I see a table and I close my eyes and reopen it, I'm going to assume it was there when I close my eyes. And that's all I'm going to do.
The table actually exists outside of your conception of it, right?
Only because I saw it prior.
Yeah, it exists outside of your conception of it, so that means it's unconceived. It exists unconceived.
No, I
The
can
problem is,
conceive of it because I saw it. I can
yes,
understand it because I saw it beforehand.
but its existence does not depend on your conception of it, is what you're saying. It exists outside of your conception. It exists outside of your mind. That's what you're saying.
Right.
The
Yeah.
problem with that is that if you characterize it as being unconceived or existing as being unconceived, then whenever you think about it, you'd be able to think about it without conceiving of it because it's unconceived. But you can't do that. Every time you think about it, you conceive of it. So there's the contradiction. You're conceiving of something that's unconceived. So that just goes to show again that it doesn't exist outside of the conception. It is
Can I get
only
an
the conception.
application for this thought? Like, I don't understand how this applies
Yeah,
to
I'm
real life.
still lost, and I'm trying to find the
His
relevancy.
terminology is not something I'm used to, so I can't conceptualize what he's saying, which is why I asked for an example. But
I'm
kind of just trying to think about it on my own.
How
Like,
about this?
maybe that's my problem.
Let me try this. So you said I can see a table, right? But the mind made it a table. The abstract, the language, it's a table because we already thought
Categorize it
of
as
it.
a table. Yeah.
Yeah, we've already thought of it, and that thought's already in our mind. But if it exists truly outside of our mind, it hasn't been conceived. It's just whatever it is. It's not a table. The table includes the conception. I mean, if
Yeah.
I'm following
Okay.
you
So
right.
the conception and the object are obviously wrapped up and together socially, but like we can take this table and we can take measurements of it, and we can close our eyes, and those measurements will hold true whether we conceive of them and whether the table is buried and forgotten for 1,000 years.
It
The
appears
table
that
will
way,
still exist in those dimensions.
But you can't extract like the existence of the table
Okay, that
from
part
the
of it. That's where you
representation
need
of the
to.
table.
That's where you need to root it in something, because that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Okay, let me put it like this. Whenever you're thinking of the table, you're conceiving of it. Whenever you're
cool.
perceiving the table, you're conceiving of it.
Okay.
There's no way to get around that. You can't extract the actual thing, the table, from your representation of it.
Yeah, because we don't just observe a thing. We have a thought after
Yes.
we observe it. And that thought powers our concept. of it. We don't observe what its true nature is. We always
Sure. So how do we apply this to?
We always relate
How
it
do we
to what we
apply
think.
this concept to, like, what we were talking about earlier?
Well, this applies because this would show that we're not perceiving the world exactly how it is. It's not like our senses are these transparent windows that can just look into the external world and see it exactly how it is. It's more like it's being mediated, like
By our
like our sense
consciousness.
perception's being mediated. Yeah,
Sure,
that's
we're
the
all victims
application.
to the limits of our perception. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we get limited.
Fundamentally, there is our minds in the universe. The universe can exist beyond our mind, and that's the only. Yeah,
Yeah, but you can't be perceiving it exactly
could,
how it
but
is
we wouldn't
because
know
the
that.
age-old question is: imagine if you had a straight stick and you put it halfway underwater, it would appear bent. So because the stick is straight, but it appears bent when you put it halfway underwater, you can't be seeing the stick directly because what you're seeing is that it appears bent. But it's not
That
actually
doesn't
bent.
change the actual nature of the stick.
Yeah, but but what you're seeing is a changed version of it. So you can't
That's
be
what's
seeing
great
it
about
directly.
measurements is they don't change based on our perception.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you can't be seeing it directly. If what you're seeing is
Okay.
different from
Well,
what it actually is, then you
it's
can't
your
be seeing it directly.
And correct me if I'm wrong, is your position that we see it straight, but the moments under the water we have to deny that perception we used to have? Then okay,
No,
it
no,
can't be straight
Listen,
anymore.
I
think this is equal to the.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
Okay.
is that you're perceiving it as it appearing bent. So you're not perceiving it directly because it's not actually bent. If you were
So you-
perceiving it directly, then you wouldn't see it as appearing bent.
Allow me. What you're trying to say is it's giving you a false perception of the stick. Is that what you're trying to say?
Right. So you can't see it directly. That can't be the case. That you're seeing it as it is.
But if
You're
you were
seeing
to
a
know
representation.
if you were to know why you don't see the stick correctly, wouldn't that give you the clarity that you would need?
Well, I don't know if knowing why is different from just knowing that you don't see it directly. You know, I don't think there needs to be an answer for the why. We just need to know that we don't see it as it is, and then we can go from there to saying, well, there's some intermediary, there's something mediating our perception of it.
I agree with you, but I mean, this gets into like philosophical zombie level of like sophistry. Like,
it's actually pretty easy to understand. Like, if you and your friend were to go to a river and you could see him normally and then see his reflection, you could tell that the water is fucking up the reflection, right?
Right?
I mean,
what's the point?
I think, I guess people would fill in the blank. Well, maybe the water is messing up the reflection. So
You're just not seeing it. Like, think of like hallucinations. Like, imagine you're hallucinating a sound. There's not actually a sound there, but the idea is that would feel the same as when you're actually hearing sound, and we can see that it would produce
a hallucination. But what establishes that it's a hallucination? How do you establish
that? There's nothing that it's not real. There's nothing actually happening.
Okay, yeah, I know that. That's what hallucination is. But how do you establish that it's not real?
How do you know you're hallucinating?
Yeah.
Well, you could
comparative. You don't have to be.
You could give someone a psychedelic and then like
that. Okay, let's talk about something else. I mean,
I probably would have
think about it on my own, maybe in the shower, but
yeah, I'm having a hard time spotting the relevancy in this. Like, I mean, I can get you could like get a false sense of perception on some things, but there's information you could learn that'll provide clarity. So I don't know.
You can get information through comparisons.
Now related back to the false.
But only through your own mind. There's your mind in the universe.
Now related back.
Just get confirmation.
Now related back to the false perception people have. Okay. Yeah. So relate it back now to the false perception people have of the world being a globe.
Well, a lot of people believe it's a globe because they trust textbooks. They trust NASA, and people doubt NASA because I think generally money. I think people don't trust NASA because they make money off of their claims. But for me, it's like, well, if they hire mathematicians, that'd be a waste of money. Now, obviously, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he goes on podcasts, he goes on TV, but what he does, I think, to make NASA money is get the youth interested in space. And, these in these images that they make, I don't think they lie about the math at all. And so if the math is true, then maybe a lot of their claims are true. I won't deny that they have to make money, but
Yeah, I mean, it's a geometric claim, really, so that's where the proof should lie.
And so if they're not hiring mathematicians who get in debt, maybe that's a red flag, but they totally do. They totally hire mathematicians. The math, well, you can argue the math, but a lot of times the math adds up. It'd be a waste of money to hire. True, with AI, yeah.
What math are you talking about?
If we're saying it's a geometric claim, so that's where the proof should lie, what type of truths are we talking about within geometry? There's completely different accounts of this. Some people say that mathematical truths, and when we're talking about geometry...
Oh, yeah, it's the boring solipsist guy again. Just shut up, dude.
I'm gonna go
bring
pissed.
whatever geometric proof you have on hand. Or if you don't have any, then just don't bring any. Whatever, simple as that. Oh, what kind of proof would you want? And we're gonna get into that rabbit hole that's never gonna end. It's just pointless.
I don't know why you're so hostile. I mean, I'm giving you...
Just told you why, and I'm not, actually. But I just, told you what the problem was. So what don't you get?
Well, I'm giving you a reason to believe that the geometric proof is there. We need to first make a distinction between different types of mathematical truths.
Nah. It's retarded, dude. You're just a time waster.
and you have a speech impediment, retard. So
What's my speech impediment?
There are analytic and.
What's my speech impediment? I didn't know I had one. Thanks for helping me diagnose it. What is it?
You're a retard.
That's not a speech impediment unless you can cite it.
There are analytic and.
Do you have a citation for retard being a speech impediment?
I have a stance independent reason for you to kill yourself.
Oh, okay. I got that on record now. So you're banned and also going to be banned off the server. Thanks. You were recorded saying that. See you later.
Wow. Good catch. What a sad little person. What a sad little child of a boy.
Yeah. He was in here derailing the conversation on purpose. I recognize that guy. That's Rev, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah, bro.
Yeah, that
He's always here to
argument.
obfuscate and waste our time.
Argument is like really insufferable. I didn't want to be mean to him, but like that is like just some like bottom of the barrel sophistry. Like nothing is real. I'm the ultimate nihilist.
I put in the headphones on. I better not hear anything retarded.
I better mute. Hold on.
We're not questioning math, right? We're not going to do that.
I would never question math.
Okay.
Because I don't know enough about it to be able to do that.
I would just ask if you remembered to carry the 1.
I haven't done math in 4 or 5 years. Well, I wanted to talk about Jews, but we're in the I'm in the flat Earth section, so I'm probably going to move. You guys take care.
Oh, I got a question for flat earthers. If anybody's here.
Hi, what's up, dude?
What do you think of hollow earthers?
Concave Earth, like.
What's up?
Do you mean concave Earthers?
No, I mean like hollow earthers. Like people who think that the earth is hollow and there's a whole civilization living on the inside.
Well, there's a big monkey living at the middle of Earth and he's fighting with Godzilla.
No, nothing like that.
Yeah, bro, there could be. I mean, look, we know there's massive caverns down there. We know that some of them get flooded and occasionally some of them, we get access to them. There could be, I don't know, like areas below the Earth that are somehow lit with crystals through the mountains or something. I don't know. There's stories of this stuff, but whether it's true, it's speculation, man.
Well, if this is just my opinion on this part. I'm not making claims or anything.
I don't think anybody knows what hollow earth is all about anyway, but
Yeah, but so I remember, was it 2014, 15, or 16? During that time, right? It was back then. A lot of flat earthers, this is before they basically shadow ban everybody, especially flat Earth, right? So, flat earthers been putting out a lot of videos, right? And one of the video would India was what his name? Admiral Richard Ebert, right? He was the one of the highest rank in a Navy officer, and he had an interview on live television. Matter of fact, I have that clip too. I'll send it to you if you want to watch it. So this is what happened. They asked him like, what do you have to say about the what do you have to tell the younger generation? And he said, well, there's land as big as America that haven't seen by human yet, right? So if you look at the ball map, right, which is the globe map, on the bottom of the ball is nothing else. It's just just ice right there, right? Well, what if, right, I'm just saying, what if there's more land beyond Antarctica, right? Then there would be more land, right? Then I don't think there's gonna be a ball, right? But since then they came out with the Hollow Earth theory, right? So in a way they're trying to shut down the flat Earth. Like there's no possible way that there's more land after Antarctica, because on the bottom of the ball after beyond Antarctica it's Indian Ocean. There's nothing else, just water. So they trying to tell you, well, guess what? There's no flat Earth, right? It's a ball. If anything, there's more land inside the Earth. So they trying to come up with anything besides just the Earth, you know. Yeah, pretty much is a ball. There's no flat Earth, no nothing else, right? If there's more land, then it's got to be inside the Earth. I mean, that's what I think. So.
I don't know, for Hollow Earth, supposedly there's supposed to be like advanced civilizations in there too.
Yeah, we can't really prove nothing, you know what I'm saying? So it's just pure speculation. But what we can do, I mean, you know, just like, you know, why Flat Earther exists, right? I mean, it's because we're trying to prove the globe, right? There's no curvature. We don't detect any motion at all, right? The Earth is stationary, just like it's appear. So, I mean, and this is not even, you know, claim. This is just our experience. We're not going crazy. But the globe tell us, no, you spinning, you wobbling, you tilting, you chasing the sun. You have about, you know, like 7 or 8 motion vectors going on. You don't feel a thing. But when you describe your everyday experience, they call you the crazy one, right? Same thing with the curvature. We don't see any curve. We don't experience the curve. The only time we see them is like, you know, when we see them through Hollywood movies or space agency or people who use GoPro cameras, fish islands. That's the only time you see the curve.
Skinwalker? A skinwalker? That's some bullshit story they tell kids to scare them. Ain't no skinwalker. If there is, and he comes in here, Uncle Mike's gonna fuck him up. All right? Yeah, I've seen the stories and I've listened to the same stuff you probably listen to, but that shit's not real, Zach. It's not. Oops. Sorry.
You know what I mean?
Don't listen to him, Zach. We're real, and we're out to get you.
I'm not real. I'm not real. I'm not real. I'm not real.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God,
real.
they heard me. Listen, my nephew, you stay in the 90s like Uncle Mike. What's a skinwalker?
I am the Hat Man.
I'm like, it don't matter because if it comes here, we're fucking it up. Look, they heard me, Zach.
Crackheads are cool.
Are you good?
Wrong.
You're good. You know Uncle Mike got you. Well, you ain't gonna be scared. They're not real.
So Cooper, have you get a chance to check out the information?
I have looked at a lot of the posts on the Flat Earth Discord. A lot of memes.
Why would you even look at memes, bro?
Well, I mean,
there's
like,
PDF
so
files, there's
just-
laser tests. You look at memes.
Well,
oh
I
my
mean,
God.
how do I sort through all this shit? Like, I go, say if I would go to, like, any of these categories, like, it clicks sun. I've got a couple articles, but then 10,000 fucking memes as well. Like, I guess, I mean, okay, actually, the sun is a bad example. There is actually some articles listed here, but a lot of these categories, there's a lot of memes. Or I shouldn't say memes, but just like just photos, like of an article instead of the article, or like a photo of a headline. Or so I haven't dove through everything, but I don't know even like yeah.
So what have you learned about the sun, right? Do you like how far you think the sun is, right? On the globe model.
On the globe model, I'm not sure the exact distance. I know that we would get it through like a radio telescope or
Okay.
bouncing radio
Well,
waves off of it.
do you know how the season works on the globe model?
Yeah, the axial tilt in the Earth's rotation around the sun causes one side of the Earth to get more sun exposure during the day than the other side, thus causes the seasons.
Okay. So how do we get winter or summer?
What do you mean? The axial tilt?
Yeah, like I mean, the tilt 23.4 degree. Yeah, I agree. You know, I read the same thing, right?
Yeah.
But how do we get the how do we get the summertime and the wintertime?
The increased
you
amount
think the
of light
distance
in
change?
those sections. No, the distance doesn't change. The amount of light each area receives change. So the amount of energy from the sun.
I mean, are you sure about that?
Pretty sure about that. I guess I have not. I've never measured I've never measured it, but
I'm not.
I've
I'm not saying.
experienced the seasons before.
No, I'm not saying if you had measured or not, but I'm just saying like you sure the distance don't change because last time I read, right, the Earth is tilted on 23.4 degree on its axis, right?
Oh, I see
And
what you're saying. Yes, the orbit isn't an ellipse in the I see what you mean.
but the crazy part is this, right? Well, we know about the tilt, okay? They told us, yes, we read the same thing. I get it, but in the summertime, the sun will go about 95 million miles away, right? And in the wintertime, the sun come closer, 3 million miles closer, would be 92 million miles away. So basically, they telling us, well, in the summertime, when it's so hot, the sun is far away. And when in the wintertime, the sun is closer and it's so cold.
I would respond
Right?
to this assertion with a question, and that question is what percentage is the distance changing? Is it like coming 25% closer, or is it like coming like 1% closer?
Sure, 1-2%, whatever you want to say. Yeah, sure.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that if the sun was, say, maybe moving like hypothetically, I don't know what percentage is moving, but like, would you agree that if it was moving like 1%, like, oh, that kind of explains why that distance isn't really that significant in the overall thing, in the overall.
But I'm
scheme of
asking
things?
you. My question to you is this: do you think it makes sense that because in our reality, I'm just saying, in our reality, I'm not disagreeing anything with you, right? I'm saying in our reality, right? Every time you walk closer to the heat source, you feel the heat. You feel more heat, and every time you walk far away from the the heat source, you feel less heat.
Sure.
Right?
So, like,
So
if I
I'm
was
just
like gonna compare this to like an analogy of like walking past a fireplace, like the closer I get to the fireplace, the warmer I'm gonna get, right? That's kind of what you're saying.
yes, yeah. I mean that's
Sure.
what happened.
So I would say
Anyway, right?
that what's going on is you are maybe not walking as close to the fireplace, but you are staying, like, you're walking slower past it. So like you are getting increased time in front of the fireplace.
Well,
So
what do you
even
mean,
if you are if we have two people that are walking around in circles in a cabin and there's a fireplace on one wall, the person who's on the outside track, who's maybe like 3 feet closer to the fireplace, might be getting warmer, but depending on how fast they're walking, how much time they're actually spending like local to the fireplace, that's going to have a huge effect, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
So
I mean, if that's what you believe, that's cool, right? It's cool.
I mean,
But I'm just saying, like, look, if I'm standing, right, I'm standing like 5 feet away from the heat source, right? I'm just standing there, right? I feel the heat, right? But if I walk 3 steps away, right, from the fire source, I feel less heat. That's all I'm saying, man. You know?
yeah,
But I guess
that is true. That is a observable phenomenon.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that the globe's claim it's contrary from my common sense. A lot of things. I mean, I used to believe in the same thing too. Don't get me wrong, but I just choose not to believe it anymore because why would I want to believe it? That's all.
You don't choose not to believe it, right? You obviously you have evidence and there are reasons. It's not like you just choose not to believe it just because something must have convinced you, right?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, I've been looking into this subject for a while already. I came to the conclusion that we're not a spinning ball. So
Sure. You and many others have.
Well, all I gotta say, Cooper, yeah, your journey is coming. It can take you to like a year, 2 years, or maybe never. Who knows?
Maybe I would say the more time I spend in here and the more I look into every specific claim, I definitely learn more. I've definitely learned a lot talking to this room.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, it's a good thing you come in here, and this place is not just for the place people just bullshitting around, that you actually get to learn things from other people. There's always room for improvement. There's always things that need to be learned, right? But one thing I do tell people, like when it comes to flat Earth, man, you gotta it's so simple in a sense of like just water, right? They told us that 71% of Earth made out of water, right? And you could test this. You know how water behave from small, medium, large scale, right? Water seeks its level, rush from every direction, right? Seek its level, and it's gonna be level and horizontal on the surface of water, right? We can test this. We can repeat this over and over again, right? And it does the same thing: small, medium, large scale, right? So it can't be a ball if 71% of Earth made out of water. It's that simple, man. It's that simple. I mean, it's good to know more other like other stuff beside water, but the easiest one, man, it's just water. Water would destroy the globe anytime, any days. So
I would say that just because something appears to be flat doesn't make it flat.
sure, yeah. I mean, if that's what you believe, it's okay, man. It means that you're a strong believer. Or should I say, no, never mind.
I do believe that the Earth is a globe. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna take you some time, my dude. But yeah, man. Did you check out the laser test?
Which one?
I think it was a FE core. I mean, it's under the category under the laser test. Yeah, check it out when you get a chance, bro. Because it also has because a lot of time they say, oh, if you the reason why you
or what is this?
FE core, I believe. That's what it called. But a lot of time, right? I mean, the globe side would say, oh, you can't see things that far, and the reason why you see it because of refraction. Well, I guess when they did the test, all the refraction is being accounted there. Yeah, and the math, I believe, is 7/6R, something like that, man. I'm not really good with math either.
I don't see anything that says FE core. I see core with a big magnet on it. Is that it?
Hold on, let me check real quick. Let's see. Things off equal.
What is FE? Oh, flat Earth.
Hey Cooper, go to laser tests. Go to hashtag lasers. I think it's hashtag laser tests.
Oh, hashtag laser test. Hey, there it is. Okay, what's up?
Should be in there, bro. It should be FE, Field Engineers Core.
10-minute survey. Is there something specific I'm looking for here, or?
It's a whole document. They did a laser test across a lake somewhere over in Europe or Italy or Spain, somewhere like that. And it's a 3-point test, and they used a stepper motor to pan the laser from one to
What is
the
the
next.
experiment? Just to see if the laser goes straight off into space, or if to see if it follows the ground, or what?
Well, yeah, there should have been something obstructing it. There should have been a body of water. It should have hit the water, basically. But it didn't hit the target.
What? Hold on, I need to find flat 8 frozen lake test. Okay, hold up.
Yeah, that's one of them. Campbell, you're like me. You like the laser test, eh? I love stuff like that. It's a complete sort of thing. Some people say that all the info isn't there, but it is really.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I haven't looked into a lot of laser tests. I think that everybody come together and they get a lot of laser tests. I think I've seen one or twice. I also seen from Taboo Conspiracy.
Oh yeah.
With I think it was with that doctor. I guess he got PhD in something. I don't know, but yeah, he did. Maybe they did a collaboration with Taboo Conspiracy, right?
Yeah, John D. Dr. John D.
Yeah,
Was it? Yeah.
maybe that's his name. Yeah, but see, the thing is this, right? People haven't heard. They just assume that flat earthers, right? They don't know anything or uneducated. They ain't got no degree. In this server, we got people with PhD, master degree, engineer, and they just don't know just because nobody want to speak about it. You know what I mean? I don't got nothing. I have nothing. I'm just here. You know what I mean? I'm glad to be here, but to assume that just flat earthers in general, just a bunch of dummies. That's ignorant.
Some of them are though.
Yeah, from
Anywhere
both
you
sides.
go, you're gonna find dummies.
Yeah, you always got
Have you
people on both
calmed
sides.
down? Have you calmed down, Clint?
No, I'm fine. The retard though, he finally admitted that there is no special permit that you need to go into international waters. That was such a dumb thing he was saying.
What happened?
Oh, Battle Mod, the guy with no teeth. You can hear that he doesn't have any teeth from the way he talks.
Yeah,
He was
why
claiming
you want to
that
keep attacking him, bro? I mean, this is the flat earth room, man. If you want to talk about the subject, please. Don't
Yeah.
try not to attack other people, bro.
Clint's still got an issue from earlier on. He's going to get the point eventually. Maybe it's going to take a weekend. Who knows? But yeah, we'll try and be as gentle as we can with him, bro. He'll get the point eventually.
Yeah, it's not his fault. He was born that way.
Well, society makes a lot of people bitter and angry, and they take to saying these things and they don't realise what they're doing, eh? So,
It's Clint you're talking about? I've never heard him go off or crazy on anyone before.
yeah, he seems to have taken offence to battle mod, and he's taken to personal attacks against the guy now. So, it's not really the place for it, Coop, is it? What can I say?
It's too bad. Clint's generally pretty easy to talk to. Nice guy.
Yeah.
We all slip up every now and then. You know what I mean? So, but regardless, man, the main point is this. Like I said this even in Jampana server. I still got shut down over there. Every time I go over there, or I go with a couple of my friends, I tell them the same thing. I'm like, look, if they lying to us about this, man, why don't we just come together, right? Let's come together. Let's try to figure this out together. And on the globe side, they don't want to, man. They're like, oh, you just fucking just start yelling and screaming.
So this test they did over the lake, why do they call it a laser test? They're like using, it looks like tail lights.
Oh, is that the frozen one? Is that the military one?
Yeah, it's the frozen one. I don't know if it's a military one. It looks like they've got fucking like regular light, like car tail lights propped up with construction cones and shit.
Is that not the red, blue, and green? The
Yeah, it's
three
got multiple
spectrum?
colors on this frozen.
Yeah.
Hold up, where'd it go? Hold on, where'd you go?
Yeah,
The
I'm not
one
even looking at
by Taboo Conspiracy.
Yeah.
Why do they call it a laser? Oh,
about?
it doesn't act. Oh, I'm sorry. This video isn't labeled a laser test. Never mind. It just says
Is that the
frozen
one that
light
John
test.
D talks about? He's the PhD guy.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's another one about Field Engineers Core, FE Core. I'm sure it should be. Hang on a lot. 24/7. Oh, cool. The live stream's busy in 24/7. Brilliant.
So, old dude, right? When they claim refraction, right? Do they claim the atmosphere refraction? When they claim the refraction?
I never make this argument because I don't understand it well enough. But I think the refraction argument is for the atmospheric tunnel. So you have like a pocket of cold air along the cold ocean, and then above that you have a pocket of warm air above another pocket of cold air, basically because the water cools down and faster. So you've got light refracting off of the upper edges of the warm air and bouncing back down, and that's the refraction that's happening that allows you to to theoretically see beyond the curve.
Yeah, they're saying it bends with the rate of the curve. Basically, it's like you say, it's a tunnel. They claim it's like a tunnel effect. It's pulling it down and then pulling it down again and pulling it. It's like stages of a garden hose, like you know, a straight and a kink and then a straight and a kink. But bro, if you trace that all the way back to R, it's a myth. It's all math.
Yeah, I mean, so they don't claim the atmosphere refraction, right? Whatever, because how many refraction there? We have Snell's law, atmosphere refraction, terrestrial refraction, and what else?
God only knows. They claim anything they can.
Because if they claim atmosphere refraction, that means what? That means they increasing their own radius, right? To explain why they can see further.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It extends the radius to explain magically why we see so far. Yeah.
Oh, then they just debunk their own radius, their own globe radius.
Yeah. Purely and simply, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, why can't I find laser test? Wait a minute, I'll go a different way. I'll post it in the channel in the text chat.
I mean, I don't, I don't understand like you guys do. All the OGs, you guys been here for a very long time. I'm just here trying to like learn, and I've been learning a little here and there, stuff here and there, But that's why it comes back to like, I might not understand everything, right? But one thing I do know that surface of water does not curve into a ball like bodies of lake, river, swimming pool, cup of water do not curve into a ball, even ocean.
It's all you need, dude. It's all you need, and that, and how to apply like what we're told, how much curve should be between us and what we see. That's the simple basis of it. That's all you need. Like I don't have the deeper maths, but I've had it checked out, and I've been told by high level mathematicians and field engineers, surveyors that do this all the time. The math checks out. But the whole ball is implied, the whole geodetic thing is implied through math.
Well, another thing too, right? I mean, if they keep claiming atmosphere refraction to explain why they see further away. So then that means they just falsify their own radius, their own globe radius. So how do they even slingshot the rocket, right? Because the rocket is also based on the radius, right?
Yep. So it all falls apart, bro. It really does. If they don't have R, they don't have any heliocentrism at the end of it. They don't have G, this magical gravity thing. It all just falls away, and you're left with the Earth that we live on. I've dropped FE core stuff in chat for you, Cooper, if you want. It's in text chat.
Say what now? Okay, hold on. Let's take a peek. Wait, what's FE Core? Is that like an actual flat Earth organization, or?
It was, yeah, it was. They're pretty much disbanded now. They're still going around. You'll see a guy comes in here now. What's me and names? It's too late. Phil, is it? No, not what's his name. Bloody hell, I've forgotten his name. But
You're not talking about the Nathan guy, are you?
No, not Nathan. No.
The FE there stands for Field Engineers.
Yeah.
I assumed it stood for flat Earth, but.
Oh, it's Field Engineers Corps, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who's the guy that comes in every now and again, Heretic, that was part of it?
Can't remember.
Water gas. What's the water gas guy's name? Dave something. It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me. Yeah, but like there's Battle Mod knows people who were involved in it as well, and I think Indio does too. But yeah, it was a test over water to see if they could hit a target. The government were involved. It was officially documented as being a registered hit or something like that.
Sorry, I'm reading through this real quick. Which one?
Dan the Waterman. Was he not involved in it? That's who I'm thinking of.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I've heard him say stuff about that before.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to speak for him, though. I don't really remember.
I'm the same. Yeah, I need to sit down and have a conversation with him about it and see what the story was like. Yeah, I keep trying to catch up with people that have been involved in these things, and it's not as easy as you would think sometimes. Some of them are passed away, sadly.
He's only in here usually as his alter ego, Harp, lately.
Angry Dan.
Yeah.
Heretic, man, how you doing, bro?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just kind of bored in the Islam server because it's kind of quiet today, so I just hop in here.
I have a question. Okay, are there a lot of Islamic flat earthers? Is that a common thing? Is that a religious thing, or?
It seems super common to me.
Yep.
Is that in like the shape of the earth? Is that in the Quran or one of the hadiths or something?
Says that Allah laid it out flat like a carpet, but sometimes they say it also says it's shaped like an egg. So I don't know. I'm no Islamic scholar though, anyhow. So
Sure. Okay. Whenever I hear Islamic guys in here, they seem to argue a lot of it from like the fundamentalist religious point of view, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, we don't need that, bro.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but we don't need that. We can just, we can just describe our reality just like the way it is.
Yeah, I
always been
understand.
like
I
this.
think when you like examine it, like the whole dealio from like the social side of it, I think that's actually the best argument for the the globe conspiracy is the metaphysical paradigm shift. I don't agree with obviously I still don't. I don't agree that's what they're doing, but I think that if they were doing that, that would be the explanation for why. Basically, to hide proof of God.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the thing. Yeah, is the high, God creator, right? Money, power, control. Who knows? Could be more land. I don't know. There's so many reasons, but to be honest, like, it's kind of hard to try to figure it out. Like, why would they lie to us, right? We just know that they lie.
Not even that. Honestly, that's not even the question I would ask. Is what do they? The question I would ask is why, not why they lied, but what do they gain by lying?
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
Kind of.
Gain
That's what I just said.
control, right?
What?
Yeah.
I said they gain control, right?
Yeah, but control to do what with it? What do you?
If you look back through history, we've had these kings and queens that have ruled over us and had control over us the whole time, right? So maybe there is a VIP section or something along those lines.
Well, there's definitely a VIP section, but those VIP
maybe it's a little more than you can imagine, though, right?
Maybe I have a pretty good imagination though. But like when I look at like a king, like I understand what he gets out of that.
Yeah, well, times have changed now, right, Cooper?
Times have changed.
So a king can't be a king these days, right?
Yeah, but like, okay, so I don't like kings, like dictatorships, like theocracies. These are all things.
But you're all talking about systems of control, though, right?
Yeah, I know, but those things have all existed, can exist, and do exist independent of
exactly,
the
and
shape
that's
of
what
the
we're
earth.
talking about too. This is all systems of control, right? We're just being farmed, dude.
But this seems like a really roundabout way to go for the control, right? Like there's no direct mechanism.
Sure.
Like
you can think of it however you like, right? But it all comes down to that.
You said it perfectly, dude. Roundabout. It's this ball. You're not going anywhere. Maybe your children will go to space someday, but as far as you're concerned, it's round and round until we die. And it ain't actually true. They've got you, heart and soul. You're selling this story to your kids.
Like usually you don't even think about this stuff till you're in your 40s or so, or until it's too late to even bother thinking about it, right? You're so fucking brainwashed and indoctrinated from birth, man. Like it's a fucked up situation.
I think that we start rebelling against authority even in our early teens. I think that these are all establishments and these types of things are heavily questioned when we're younger as well.
Sure, you
Like who didn't
battle
go
authority,
through
but you don't want to battle
communist phase in college? Come on.
But you don't battle the meaning of life kind of shit, right? Like you don't think about the globe and stuff like that.
You
Yeah,
get
you
into
think about what's
philosophy
right in
Discord,
front of your
too.
face. I get it, but you don't think about the background stuff. Most of the people that come in here don't have a clue about anything about the place they live in.
Well, I think most people probably are pretty comfortable not thinking about like deeper things and introspecting stuff, and it's a pretty comfortable way to live. So that doesn't surprise me. But there are always people who are a little more
Well,
introspective.
Cooper, I can tell you right now in your position right now, you feel very uncomfortable. That's why you keep coming back, bro. If you felt comfortable enough, you wouldn't be here. But you know something is wrong. You know that we on something. But at this moment, you don't want to. You're not there yet. So you have to look at everything yourself. And when you come to that point, you're gonna see what the hell we talking about.
Sure, I think you're doing a little mind reading on me there. I would say that I have different reasons for being here, other than being insecure. I think that this room is a really great, like, intellectual and rhetorical exercise. Like, it is very, like, from my perspective, like, I know the Earth is round, but how do I fucking prove that? How do I explain that to someone else who challenges every assertion, every assumption I've ever had? Like, that is a very interesting thing. And not on top of that, like these community, like this specifically this community, but the flat Earth community in general is a fascinating, like, microcosm of like diversity. Like, there's a lot of diversity of belief. Then there are a lot of commonalities. Like, it's very interesting.
Yep. When can I go back a bit? When you say that you know the Earth is round, fair enough. You know the Earth is round. It's a globe in space. The heliocentric model and all that. And what is it that's told you personally that that's a fact?
Sure. Okay, so Heretic, you're not going to like hearing this. When we look up at the stars in the sky, we can see that in the north they rotate counterclockwise, and in the south we can see they rotate clockwise. I would say that this is impossible on a flat plane and requires.
Why is it impossible, dude? You don't know what's going on up there, man. None of us do.
Like,
how can you talk like that, right?
Well, that's not even what happens. But I'm gonna let someone else have a turn with this because I've already done this.
There are a couple things that we know.
Like
we
3
know
times.
that.
But how do you say it can't? It can only happen on a globe, though, dude. And it
I didn't
can't
say
happen
It
anywhere
doesn't
else.
happen though. It doesn't even.
It does. I can't say it doesn't. Only
Not how
happens on
it
a globe.
works, dude. You don't just cross the equator and suddenly they're all spinning clockwise. It's just a matter
You're
of
right.
which way
It
you
is-
face. Let me
you're
ask.
right.
Let me
It's
ask you this question: If
Okay.
you're in the so-called northern hemisphere, you face south. Are they going to be going counterclockwise for you?
If I'm in the northern hemisphere and I face south, which direction will the stars be going?
Yeah.
They'll be going counterclockwise.
Wrong.
No.
Yep.
Okay, so the stars rotate around the pole, right? Polaris, like in the north, we can see them rotate around that, right?
So to see that, you'll be facing north, so that's going to appear to be counterclockwise.
Okay, the clockwise nature is not. So we okay. So were you the one that brought up the bolt analogy earlier, or the?
No.
Okay, never mind.
So if you just turn around and you're facing away from the pole, now it's going to appear to be clockwise. It don't matter where you are.
Hold on,
Like
I'm
an
trying
axle.
to visualize this. So,
Yeah. Like an axle or a bolt. Like an axle, the same thing, like an axle of a car. One's going one way when you're looking at it. You turn 180 degrees.
hold on, that right
appears
there.
to be
That's
going, yeah.
that thing you just said right there is my point. Is you have to make a 180-degree turn to see that change in perspective.
Yeah.
But that's
there does appear to be.
That
there
is
does
not in
appear to be
that is
two
not
celestial.
There's in
There's like a
relation
northern
to
celestial
in this
rotation.
analogy.
and a
Hold on.
southern
In
one.
this analogy, like the bolt are the poles. So each end of the bolt would be the poles. So if we're viewing it from the threaded side, we're going to see it going not being threaded on clockwise. We view it from the other side, so the head of the bolt, we're going to be seeing it go the other way.
Do it with your
Relative
arms.
to our observation point.
Do it with your arms, dude. Face east or west, and put your arms out to the north and the south, and make the same circles in both directions. Then look at your right hand. Then look at your left arm.
What? Okay, hold on. So if I take my fingers in front of my face and I make a clockwise circle.
Yeah. Well, put one finger to north and one finger to south. Outstretch your arms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you just trying to get me to do silly stuff in my office? Is that what's
No,
going
bro.
on here?
No.
All right.
No.
My arms are spread out. All right.
Yeah. So the finger pointing north. Make now which one, I forget. Is that anti-clockwise, heretic?
North would be counterclockwise. Yeah.
Okay, so counterclockwise.
Okay.
And the one at the south, what way is that going?
Well, it's not moving because you didn't tell me to move it.
Well, it should be going. It should be, look south and then tell me what way.
Wait,
it's
so am I
supposed to be.
rotating both my arms the same direction, forward towards my chest and then back, or am I rotating them in opposite directions? Because I don't know if I can actually physically do that.
Well, they don't go in different directions.
So here's what I would say. So for that example to work, the stars would have to be rotating in different directions.
No, they're not. They're going the same direction.
Okay. So let's try this. So you have a piece of paper in front of you, and around that piece of paper you have lights rotating above it. You can stand anywhere on the piece of paper, but the lights are always rotating clockwise. There's nowhere you can't turn around and have them all of a sudden they're going to rotate the other direction. They're still rotating clockwise.
They don't. It's
They
just
do.
an apparent change.
They
don't.
It is. It's all
They
relative to
don't
your
switch
perspective.
directions.
Yes.
It's just apparent.
I agree they
based
don't
on your
switch
orientation.
directions. I agree. I'm agreeing with you. They don't switch
Hey,
directions.
so it's just an apparent effect. It's just
Exactly.
based on
It is an
the
apparent
observer's
effect from
orientation.
you. Yes, from the observer's orientation being flipped 180 degrees upside down.
Because you turned
That's not
around,
possible
dude.
on a
It has
flat
nothing
plane.
to do. Yes, it is. Stop being
What
ridiculous.
I'm saying is when I
Dude,
stand
do
outside at
this with
night.
a ceiling fan. Are you? Hold on, dude. You can do this with a ceiling fan. Are you going to tell me that the room I'm standing in
Okay,
cannot
let's
possibly have a
examine
flat
it from
floor?
the ceiling. Let's examine it from the ceiling fan.
I'll post a
For
video of
example,
it being
let's do
done with
that.
a
So
ceiling fan.
the ceiling fan, I'm
Yeah.
standing right underneath it. It appears to be rotating clockwise. How do I get it to rotate
Okay,
counterclockwise?
so which way are you facing?
I'm facing. I'm standing
Inwards towards it,
directly.
or are you standing underneath it, looking outward?
It's not on the ceiling. I'm standing directly underneath it, looking up at it right now.
Right. So think of the center point of it as being the North Pole. Why don't you? That's the axis there.
Okay.
Look in towards that, and then tell me which way it looks like it's going from your left to your right, or right or to left.
Well, let's stick with clockwise and counterclockwise. So if I look in
it's
at
the
it,
same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Yeah, it is.
For fuck's sake.
Go ahead. Anyway, tell me what it is. Is it going from your left to
So
your
if
right?
I'm
If you
standing
look
from the
inward
flame,
towards it,
if I'm standing from the fan blades looking into the center of the light bulb, they're going to be whizzing from my right shoulder to my left shoulder,
so
which
we'll
is
call it counterclockwise.
clockwise. Well, that'd be clockwise. Right shoulder to the left. That's clockwise.
Yeah,
Or
you
no,
said
wait.
it's
No, I'm
coming
sorry.
from your right, passing
I'm
over
sorry.
the
I'm looking
left?
up. I'm sorry. I'm looking up at it. So I'm looking up at it. So it's coming from my right shoulder to my. Hold, this is difficult to consider. Hold on. I'm looking up at a ceiling fan. It's rotating clockwise, and I have fan blades.
Yeah.
No, I'd have fan blades coming from my. If I'm looking straight up at it, it would be from my left shoulder to my right shoulder.
Okay.
So
Now
if I-
stand
if
underneath
I-
the center of it. Look
yeah,
out.
and
Look out towards.
So
Yeah, look
it's
out.
Yep. So now I'm looking out at it rotating, and I see that the fan blades are still rotating clockwise, but they're coming from my older shoulder.
Well, you didn't say clockwise. You said from your right over to the left.
I'm pretty sure I was pretty specific. I wanted to
counterclockwise.
No, because I'm saying that those two things are different. Right and left are different from
No,
clockwise and
dude.
counterclockwise.
Yeah, if it's approaching you from your right and passing over the left, that would be counterclockwise. Isn't that what you said it was doing?
The right and left, and I would much prefer to stick with clockwise, counterclockwise for this conversation.
Yeah, maybe you just need to look at the definitions of those terms, because right and left are in there.
Yeah, but the issue is when we start switching it from our right shoulder or left shoulder, yeah, we turn it around. Of course, that's the direction, that shoulder it's going from, which shoulder it's going to, is going to switch because I just turned my body around. But that's not the important part. The stars are still spinning the same way.
That's exactly the point.
The important part is the perspective change, the 180 flip.
Yeah, you just get that by turning around 180.
The stars don't start rotating. We just have a fundamental disagreement on the
know.
physical
I said, why
reality
does
of
this
the world.
keep resetting, dude? I've told you that from the outset. Yeah, the stars
To be
aren't
clear,
doing anything
you keep
different.
saying it, but you haven't convinced me of anything. I think you're wrong.
Who cares what you're convinced of, dude? You're just like profoundly confused.
I'm not on this point. There's a lot of I admit I don't know, but this
Yeah,
is
you are.
something that
You're
I can
very
observe
confused about
and I
this.
know.
You don't. You're
So if I have,
confused.
so my kid's room has a little star projector in it. If I put that down in the middle of the room and all the stars are rotating clockwise around me, like which direction do I have to face to get them to turn not clockwise?
Whatever it takes to make them approach from your right, pass over the left.
I have to stand on my head to get it to do that. Is the point I'm making?
Yeah, I get you, dude. I get you. You need
Okay.
another projector. Listen, get 2 star projectors, right? Point one at one wall on your right and point the other one at the other wall on your left, bro. That's what you're seeing above you.
Are you suggesting there's 2 skies moving in 2 different directions?
No, but as you move closer to the north, it could well be one. But as you move closer to the north, you see one rotation. But as you move closer to the south, you see another rotation. It could well be a mirror of it all. But there's
No, we
people
see
in the flat
different.
Earth
We see
community
different
working on this.
stars, and we can look at stars and we can track their positions relative to other stars, and we can do this all the way up and down the globe. Like we know there are different stars in the south that we see than we do in the north. This is
Yeah,
something. Yeah,
two
we know.
different
This is something we
celestial,
know.
2 different celestial rotations. Yes, but it doesn't mean that it's. You're seeing it as applied to a globe model, bro.
I'm seeing it. No, and this is talking specifically in the context of a flat Earth. I'm not trying to prove a globe right now. I'm just saying that this phenomenon that we observe in reality cannot happen on a flat Earth.
You do not understand the phenomenon, so
I
you're
do.
not in a
I do.
position to say that.
So
you don't, dude.
I'm just
you
going to
don't.
say real
So,
quick
Cooper,
again.
how long
So
is this
we
going to go on for? No,
until
no,
you
dude.
mute me. I
Go
guess.
look at the video again. Go look at the video again that I just posted. We did
Heretic,
this the other day. I've
I've seen
already
it.
shown it
We
to
went
you.
over it, and I told you my reservations
You
about
still
it.
don't get it.
I get it. I
You
understand, but
came.
it's
No, you don't. You changed your claim last time we did this. You came back with, "Oh, okay, no, they're appearing to go around the pole, the North Pole, in a
that's the way the
counterclockwise
stars
motion."
rotate.
Yeah,
Always.
so you changed it. Then you qualified it to, okay, it's the apparent motion around the pole. Okay, but now you're back to this
But you
thing
know
of
what I
stand
mean.
in the
Like
northern
when
hemisphere.
we talk about
Stop,
this, you
dude. Hold on.
understand
You're
what I
back to
mean,
this.
right?
Hold on, dude. You're back to this thing now where you stand in the northern hemisphere and they go one way. You stand in the southern hemisphere, they go the other. No, you look north. It appears to be counterclockwise. That's why they say it's apparently counterclockwise around the North Pole, because you'll be facing north when you're looking at that. If you put the North Pole at your back, it's going to be reversed. Now it's going to appear to be clockwise. I showed you this. I showed you it in 2 videos of star trails. It doesn't matter where you are on the Earth. You could look at this in 5 seconds. He points the
I've
camera
looked
south.
at
He's
it
in the
in
United
real
States,
life.
and
What you're
it's
telling
going
me
clockwise,
does
dude.
not comport with reality.
You don't know what reality is. That's the problem with this whole line of argumentation that you're trying to use. Is you're just wrong about what's happening outside, and then you're trying to use
Do you
that to
remember
make
when
some
we
sort of
looked at
conclusion.
Seesaw's model together? His flat Earth model with the unicorns
No, who
rotating?
cares about that? We're talking about what's actually happening.
Yeah, that's the physical representation of the flat Earth.
No, we don't need a physical representation. We have the real thing.
I think it
We'll just
makes it
look at
pretty
that.
easy to conceptualize.
It doesn't. It
Analogs,
doesn't. It's not easy for you. You're still having a really
Heretic,
hard time.
chill. Okay.
No, this has just been going on and on. You come in here with this every day. You're just wrong about what happens. You could fix that in 10 seconds by looking, I think, at
Just
119.
agreeing with you. Yeah, if I
think
just
at
agreed
one-
with you, the problem of disagreeing it would go away. That's true.
I think at 119, in that video I just posted, looking south to the seasonal sky, dusk to dawn. Which way are those stars going?
Hold on. We can go over it again.
That's definitely clockwise, dude. I'm sorry. He's in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, hold
This
on.
is a
one
bunk
second.
point.
119. The pole is behind him. The Polaris is behind him. It's still
Betcha.
rotating. What?
Yeah. If you want to make a claim about what's going on in the sky, whatever, just at least get what's going on in the sky right.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. We're not being picky or for no good reason here, bro. You just haven't understood it as yet.
you want to say the thing about the two axes or whatever, okay, that would be sort of a different claim, a different argument.
You know
We'd have a
that's the
different
argument I'm
conversation.
making. That's what's so
It's
frustrating
not what you said
about
when you
this.
started here. You said when you're in the northern
Excuse me, but
hemisphere
you know my
versus the southern.
heretic. Do you understand my position?
No, because you just keep changing it.
Okay, if you don't understand, that's cool.
Well, because what you started out here with today was when you're in the northern hemisphere, this happens. When you're in the southern, this happens. That's not the same as we have an apparent counterclockwise around the North Pole and vice versa.
Sure, that's the point that I was driving at, though, right?
Then why didn't you just say that?
Because I was having a conversation with this other guy who hadn't talked about this before, and I didn't want to skip the whole thing.
Well, that's really the claim. So why are you saying this thing of, well, they go counterclockwise in the northern
Because
hemisphere?
this is an observable phenomenon that you can go out in your backyard and check. Like, this is something that, like, there's no measurements required. You don't have to do any math. Like, anybody can go see this, the apparent rotation of the stars in the sky. That's why I stopped there.
I know, that's why I'm showing you a video by somebody who did just that and show that it's not working the way you say it is.
I disagree.
But you keep changing
that
what you
video
say it's
keeps
doing, though.
showing that video shows my point. I disagree that
No,
you
no, it doesn't. It doesn't show the point that you started with.
Okay.
You just keep changing it, and then
All right,
after
man.
you change
Okay.
it, you seem to
I'm
just
sorry.
reset back to
I'm
the
a-
original thing. It's
I'm
just
a
really strange.
flip-flopper.
Like,
So what do you think my argument is then? What am I trying to say?
already told you what you've said. You said when you're in the northern hemisphere, you see counterclockwise star rotation. Then I go, no, that's not true. I show you it doesn't exactly work like that, and then you go, oh no, what I'm really saying is it just appears to move counterclockwise around the North Pole. I'm
Okay.
not saying. Then you. It seems like you change your claim, but then
You
you
think
just
that's a
reset back to
massive
this.
change? You don't think that's like a more
Not.
of a
It's not the
semantic point?
same
It's
as
not like
saying.
a major claim to my point. Maybe it's just I'm misspeaking a little bit,
It's
not
not the
making my
same
point
though.
super well. It's pretty.
It's not
It's
saying the same
close.
thing.
It's in the
Because if you're
same
saying in the
ballpark.
northern hemisphere they go counterclockwise, that would say to me that it doesn't matter which way I'm facing. I'm just in that northern hemisphere, so it's always going to look counterclockwise. And so it's not the same thing as saying it appears to be counterclockwise around the pole.
Okay, I will modify my language in the future to this claim when I start off, I'll say, when we stand in the northern hemisphere, the stars appear to rotate counterclockwise around the poles. Is that
All right.
sufficient?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And when we are in the south, the stars appear to rotate around the south pole, or what Globers call a
Celestial
south
pole.
pole, celestial pole, whatever. Wait, is that what it's celestial pole? Is that the terminology?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Carry on.
That's not
I
possible.
want to see
on
the conversation
a
get
flat
somewhere.
Earth. That's
all.
I don't think, I'm not 100% sure it is going to go past this point, because what I'm asking for basically now is a concession that no, that this observable phenomenon can't happen on a flat Earth. So I don't know if I could ever hope to actually get that.
Why? Why wouldn't it be able to?
Because it requires either you or someone else to say, yes, I agree that flat Earth is not possible.
Why would I just agree with that?
Because of the observations I've provided, the argument I'm making.
Not an argument. You're just making an assertion. You're just saying, hey, this thing happened in the sky.
Observable reality, yeah. Like it's like logical deduction.
Not logical. You're just saying this can't happen, and you're not actually giving any logic for it.
Sure. So the logic behind it is we have this observable phenomenon of apparent motion of stars around their poles. If we were on a flat plane, that switch, that 180 degree switch, doesn't make any sense because it's all one big plane. Why would we ever need to be observing it from the other, like a 180 z-axis flip? That we would literally never see that. That would never happen.
You did this already. You just turn around. We already went through that.
Okay. In relation to the poles, that's going to do something?
Well, one you'd have to be looking at facing south, and the other you'd have to be looking at facing north. So, clock and counterclockwise are going to appear to be flipped in those scenarios.
not in relation to the poles which are rotating around.
Well, yeah, because if you're looking at the celestial so-called south pole, then you're going to be facing south. So it's going to appear to be clockwise motion. And it's just because you're facing south. It's still the same east to west thing.
Okay, I don't. Okay, we've hit bedrock, I guess.
It just could be like, I don't know, one gear turning next to another one type of thing. I mean, I'm not saying it is, but it could be something like that. Who knows? Could all be an illusion. I don't know.
I don't think it's an illusion.
I don't know. My point is I don't know what it is, but I wouldn't say it can't be done if the surface isn't curving.
I wouldn't say that either. I would just say it can't be done if the surface is flat. Or excuse me,
I know,
I shouldn't say that. I should say it is only possible on a world where we can get that z-axis flip of 180 degrees. So if the world is flat, it's a coin that we inhabit two sides of. But again, that raises many other questions that answer that.
Z-axis flip, you just turn around.
I don't agree with the way you're phrasing that.
Well, it's true. We already went over that.
I disagree with your rhetoric and logic.
It's not even rhetoric. It's just what happens.
It's
showed
not
it to you already in the video
observable
from
in
the
nature.
from the quote. Yes, it is the northern hemisphere.
It
The
is
guy's
not.
pointing the camera south, and it appears to be clockwise. So when you're looking at the south celestial pole,
Not in
which
relation.
way are you going to be looking?
Not in relation
South.
to the pole,
So
only
there you
into
go.
the way it's into the observer, not in relation to the pole.
Yeah,
The stars aren't
I know.
flipping directions.
No, I know that. That was also one of the first things I said. You're flipping directions. That's all. By turning around.
While you're flipping upside down.
No, you need curvature in a ball for that. Demonstrate that.
I'm not here to demonstrate a ball. I'm here to shatter the flat Earth.
Well, that is what you claim to be demonstrating. Then, when you say that you're going to be flipped upside down, you'd be talking about a ball. So
Or a coin. It could be like a coin.
No.
Why not?
So what? You're upside down on a coin?
Yeah.
No.
That explains the apparent motion of the stars.
That's okay. So that's flat. You said you're going to shatter the flat Earth. Now you're arguing for a really stupid version of a flat Earth.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'd say that this is all evidence that would point me towards a globe, because like then you start walking up the latitude and like, okay, well, let's look at the stars here. How do they move? And you can kind of see that at least the stars and their apparent motion around as you go up the latitude from the equator also kind of rotate in a sphere around the observer.
Okay, so you would infer a globe from it, but you also just conceded, probably accidentally, that you wouldn't actually need a globe for it, because you said it could be a coin, which would be a flat thing, and definitely not a globe. So why don't you just measure the globe if the phenomenon is actually due?
Raises like
So
so
why
many
don't you
questions.
just show us a direct observation of the globe if the phenomenon is actually due to the Earth being one?
I can't give you one that you will satisfy you. I could give you photos from NASA. I could give you measurements from satellites. I don't think you're going to find those sufficient, though.
Well, maybe you know they're not sufficient. You know that yourself.
I generally have kind of pretty decent faith in institutions.
Faith, yeah. Okay, well, you'll need that, I guess.
Well, I have faith in my fellow man, and I have faith in the sun rising in the morning. There are lots of
You're
things.
very religious.
I'm not religious at all, but I think faith is like a term that we can all understand, like when I say it, right?
Yeah, okay, but now you're not making a logical argument. You're just telling us what you believe.
Mm-hmm.
Or we all operate off of some improvable intuitions.
Well, he just has faith that it's a ball, and that's what it really came down to. That's fine. I'm not here to attack your faith, but let's just, acknowledge that that's all it is.
Well, like I said, wasn't my argument for the ball. I was just saying that might be a point of evidence. What I was trying to demonstrate is it can't be flat.
But you contradicted yourself already with that by saying it could be a coin.
I mean, that would explain the apparent motion of the stars, but I think I said.
Well, so then it can be
I
flat. So
think
everything
I
fell
followed that
apart.
up by immediately saying that would raise a whole bunch of other questions.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's not a coin, and like you're flipped upside down on one side of the coin or whatever.
Yeah, of course
But
not.
you said it. You said it could be. So I mean, your argument fell apart with your own.
Will you at least acknowledge that the apparent motion around the stars, around the axis, is not possible on a flat plane?
No, I already addressed that too.
Sure.
I've addressed that in spades. No, I won't. I'm not going to just give you a concession after you.
Hemisphere and the
Dude,
southern
I'm not going to just give you a concession after you've already been thoroughly refuted on your claim. Why would I do that?
Okay, if you feel like I'm refuted.
Well, I know you are.
Okay, if you feel like that.
No matter how I feel. It's every point wrong. Like, basically refutes himself with his own contradictions and then demands a concession.
I just want to know if you figured out why the stars seem to turn in different directions when you turn around, Cooper.
They don't. Well, hold on. They don't. They don't appear to rotate in different directions. They're still always going from east to west. Do you deny that they're always going from east to west?
So they are always going from east to west, yeah? You turn around, yeah?
Yep.
That'll do, but that'll
And
do,
they're still going east to west, right?
That'll do, Pig. That'll do. You've got there.
Okay.
You got it.
And
Hey, Cooper.
Hi.
I got a question for you, bro.
What's up?
I mean, doesn't really prove much either, you know what I mean? Because it's just the sky. So, would you agree, right? If I'm going, right, like let's say I get on a plane, right, and I see a star about maybe 5 degrees, right, and I travel about 2,000 miles, right? Basically, I travel around the ball, right? Not just around. I'm around, and then it appeared to go down. Do you agree that the star, right, that you see from the horizon, maybe the 5 degree or whatever, do you think it's gonna start rolling upward, and then you see more field of view, more star below that?
I don't follow this thought experiment. So we've got a star that we're looking at outside of a window at a plane, and I don't know. I would need like a photo or something to conceptualize this.
All right. So okay. So basically, this is what I'm saying, right? All right. Let's say I'm looking out the window, right, and I see a star. That one particular star, right? It's about a little bit above the horizon, right, from where you're looking at, right?
Sure.
And you travel about 2,000 miles. So basically, you travel around the ball, and you travel towards that, the star in a way, right? Do you think you would start seeing, more star?
Up the horizon? I think if you're
Yeah. Do you think you would see, more star, and then they start rolling upward?
I think if I understand the question right, that you would start to see the star would start to appear to like roll up towards you.
Roll upward, right?
If you're flying straight at it, you would. I think it would start to roll upwards towards you, depending on like assuming it's going to be night the whole flight or whatever. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's nighttime. You'll be able to see that.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Taboo Conspiracy did the time lapse with a couple, pilots. They did the time lapse, and I wanted you to check it out yourself. Right? I'm gonna send you the link.
So the reason that I was so weird about this is like there's so many factors. Are you traveling east or west? Are you traveling into the nightfall or dayfall? Are you traveling perfectly south or west? Like it's super weird.
You're gonna find out yourself. You'll see what I'm talking about. You know, and the video is only like what, like I would say 7 minutes, 8 minutes, and maybe 10 minutes the most. Like 3 clips. 3 separate videos. And check it. Whenever you get a chance. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm gonna go find them right now. I'll be back.
What would invalidate Genesis? Who's this normal rat? Oh, yeah, never mind. Marcus was a Jesuit. What the fuck does that mean? I heard that all the time. What is a Jesuit?
Jesuit, man, they're a bunch of McToon's uncles.
It's a religious order of the Roman Catholic Church. What's wrong with Jesuits? I don't get it.
Yeah, bro, I sent you like 3 links. But yeah, I mean, you decide for yourself, man. You know, you would expect to see the star start rolling upwards because you're not just travel around. On the top of the ball, you traveling around it and somewhat, in the atmosphere, course correct the what you call the curvature of the Earth, right? Then you would expect to see more star, like you know more star below the whatever you were seeing. So check it out, man.
I will check it out. Interesting. Hold up. Be right back.
Heretic, you there, bro?
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah. I sent you like something to listen to, right? When you get a chance, check it out. That's all. Thank you.
Oh shoot, I missed my. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I opened it and then I wasn't able to listen to it at that time. Then I forgot that you sent. Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, but whenever you get a chance, you know what I mean. I need your feedback.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
No problem.
Cooper, are you still on that shit, man? Come on, bro.
Point the camera inward towards the center of it.
Okay, so here's our ceiling fan. We're looking from the outside in. They're going clockwise.
Yeah.
To come in, they're still going clockwise.
You didn't point it towards the center of it. You're just looking out still. Okay, now it's going from right to left. Maybe back off a bit and point it in towards the center of it.
Like this?
Yeah. There you go. Exactly.
Okay, it's still going. The shadows are still going clockwise, right?
Looks like right to left to me.
I don't think I ever argued right to left.
Yeah, so counterclockwise.
Mm-hmm.
And stand under the center and point it out towards the edge or whatever of the fan, and now it'll be flipped again. I did a video of this one time. Kind of a ridiculous thing to have to record.
Still doing the same thing.
You're pointing it out towards the edge of it now, so it's left to right.
Clockwise.
Yep.
Okay, and here, you want to know how you get the switch that we see in nature?
Yeah, you turn around.
You go 180 degrees. Now we're looking at it from a different direction.
Yeah, 180 degrees would be turning around.
Around the wrong axis, maybe. Yeah.
No, you just turn around like the video demonstrates. Like that's what he did. He just turned around. He had the camera facing north. He turned it around 180 degrees, like you say, south. And all of a sudden, in the northern hemisphere,
it's still rotating.
Yeah, but I don't know why you have to cut
around
in
the
before
pole, right?
like this might be why you're stuck, because you never listened to the full statement. Like you have to interrupt every single time. So he turns the camera around after it was facing north, and when it was facing north, the motion appeared to be counterclockwise. He turns it around, now the camera's facing south. He hasn't left the so-called northern hemisphere, but now the motion appears to be clockwise.
Try to drop the video. My bad.
Oh dear, there's no getting through to him.
Sorry, I was just trying to turn off the stream. I didn't mean to drop out there.
Well, I mean, you're either going to talk over me, or you're going to have a technical problem, or no matter what, we can never seem to get there.
Heretic, I'm pretty polite and nice to you. All right, I don't need the accusations of bad faith or talking over you. Like, it's not true. Just chill.
It is true that you talk over me. I'm not necessarily attributing it to bad faith, but that keeps happening.
Oh yeah, then voice chat. You're gonna get a little talking over each other. It's pretty normal.
It's not. Just wait for a person to finish, then respond.
I think to attribute malice or stupidity to it is kind of fucked up, but okay.
I'm not.
You're attributing something to it, right?
No, I'm not. I don't care what the reason is. Just I prefer you don't do it. That's all.
Okay. All right, I gotta go to bed. But in conclusion, someday, Heretic, I will get that concession out of you. I'm gonna pry it out of you.
What,
you know,
a thing that you just
this logic is
being...
tight, and you know it. You know it.
Yeah, the logic that you're not using.
That's a bad goal to aim, bro. So that means
I know it. I know it's completely unrealistic, and it's not. I'm actually just joking. I don't think I'm skilled enough or know enough to convince anyone of anything. Just to be clear.
All right,
no,
fair
listen.
enough.
Yeah, but listen, bro. You are listen. You are intelligent enough to know that we do not live on a spinning ball. You don't have to know everything. Just understand the physics of water, right? You would be fine.
I understand your argument and I respect it. But I don't agree with your conclusion.
I love my spinning water ball. I gotta go. I gotta go to bed though, for real. I love you. Good night.
Bro,
All right, see you
listen.
later.
Yep. Fucking guy.
What do you do?
They really love their imaginary ball, bro.
That's okay. He's allowed to have it.
You know, we know the sky is above us. The sky is not underneath our feet. You know what I mean?
I know. Yeah, he's basically saying it's underneath your feet. 180
Yep.
degrees on the z-axis. It's down there. The sky is down there, 180 degrees.
Yep. You know what? I have a drink for a long time, for a while now. I'm gonna take a shot tonight for Cooper, cause man, that guy sounds sad tonight, bro.
Well, like, it's kind of aggravating when he keeps saying the same wrong thing and trying to use it as an argument. Like, he's been here for a week doing that.
So I sent him to 24/7, right? And all he checked out was memes. Funny.
Yeah. He's probably not too serious about reconsidering his thought. Most people kind of aren't.
Yeah. Maybe he's not ready. Hopefully he's gonna be ready. Soon enough. Hopefully.
Well, he doesn't have too much of a meltdown when he comes here, so whatever. It's all good. Gives us someone to talk to, a Glober.
Yeah, he's not too bad compared to most anti-flight others that come in here. So
Yeah, they're real toxic.
I'm surprised Uncle Scott is not here tonight.
Been seeing a little less of him, it seems like. Oh, you summoned him.
Uncle Scott, how you doing? Speaking the devil, I'm like, oh, I'm so surprised Uncle Scott is not here tonight.
Summoned him right in here.
No, you know what? He was on the YouTube listening. So as soon as he heard his name, he jumped in.
Slow evening. Pointing out the obvious to break the silence.
Right.
Dang, this is my favorite podcast to listen to usually. Everybody must be out having a life or something.
Yeah, I went out for a little bit and I came back home early. I'm like, I'm not staying out there.
Yeah. Gonna be a chill indoors night for me, I think.
Yeah. Well, even right here, right now, is like the traffic is bad too, right? And a lot of drunk people on the road, so sometimes it could be a little scary. You can drive really good, and it just take one idiot.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I'm just gonna listen to something. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
The world is round. It is.
Sure. If that's what you believe, man, that's on you, bro.
I mean, it just is.
So you think the sky is below your feet?
No. Sky goes all the way down to your feet. Sky is air.
I don't know, bro. Where I'm from, like we know that the sky is above, right? But if you say
No,
the sky
goes
under your
all the way
feet,
down. The sky is air. Air goes all the way from your feet all the way to above your head.
I'm not talking
And
about air.
everything goes over
I'm not
your
talking
head.
about the air. I'm just talking about like the stars and lights, whatever you've seen in the sky. You think that the
Oh,
sky
so
is
you're one of
underneath your
those
feet?
space is fake guys? Okay, that's cool too.
Wait, what'd you say? One of those what?
Said,
I'm
oh,
sorry.
you're one of those space is fake guys? Yeah, that's a way to believe.
I mean, we see the
It's not
same
a
thing, right?
smart
Like
way to believe.
I don't think outer space exists. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
all.
exactly.
Right?
Space is fake. Yep, got it.
Outer space is, right?
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
We just say
And
things. We don't have to back them up with proofs or anything. So why not anything?
I mean, hey, it's you know, what I mean, you believe in it, so the burden of proof is on you. You should prove it. You know, bring your
Yeah,
proof that outer space exists, right? It's a vacuum, right?
let's say the
It's
Apollo
actually just
missions.
a very low pressure environment, they say.
Oh, don't get me wrong, man. I used to believe in that too, so I used to love
You
it. Hey,
probably should still.
and matter of fact, my favorite movie is still about space movies, so I'm not gonna lie about that.
But yeah, the world's round. There's no argument.
Yeah, like I said, bro, you know, if that's what you believe, then that's what you believe. I
So
can't. I'm not here to
how'd you
change your
get
fate,
past
man.
the air thinning out? How'd you get past the like it was the idea, the air thinning out as you go up the mountain, right? So how did you say, well, nope, that doesn't work. It can't be gradiently going towards zero. Like I don't get how that happens.
Elves do that to trick people into thinking the world's round. They just go up there and steal.
Well, I mean, I don't even care about the shape of the Earth. It's like if you think it's if like the vacuum or whatever low pressure environment is fake, we just start driving up a mountain and you start seeing it happen. Where did
let's
you go?
ask a better question.
Yeah, like how far up the mountain did it just stop working for you?
But when you drive towards a mountain, right? Why is it that you see the biggest part of the mountain last and you see the smallest part of the mountain first?
It's the weirdest thing.
It's the weirdest thing if the Earth is flat. It's so weird that the elves do that to trick us. Oh, you know about the elves, right?
And the sprites and the dwarves.
Oh yeah, them too.
Yeah,
they're all just
phenomena.
tricking us.
Yeah.
Clearly, the world's flat. World's at the bottom. Space is fake. And all these elves and dwarves and sprites and shit are always constantly doing all this mischief to make us think the world's round.
No, I was actually speaking on electrical phenomena in the upper atmosphere.
Oh, I'm just being an asshole. I thought you were doing that.
Oh, okay, all right. I was good because they do call them elves and sprites and.
No, I was just saying elves randomly. I didn't, and then you said the other.
No, I thought you were leading me into that idea.
Oh yeah, those two. They're involved. The dwarves are constantly digging these tunnels to trick us into thinking things. They're all
funny,
so
bro.
tricky. I put you know that guy with no teeth that's always in here. I put him on full on tilt tonight.
Bro, stop talking about Batamont, bro. Stop talking about.
Oh, he's
Batamont.
a piece of shit. He thinks that you need a permit to go 7 miles offshore. That's retarded.
Look,
there's no
just
such
wait.
permit. I was
Just
like,
wait
well,
till
what's
he
the
gets
permit
here, so
called?
you can talk to him,
what's
bro.
the permit called? What's the permit called? Basically, I just bulldog him.
Oh, dude.
And he's like, well, I didn't say there's a permit that you need to go to Antarctica. I was like, that wasn't what you said. You said you have to fill out a permit to go into international water. What is the permit called? What is the name of it? He's like, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe that's why I'm asking the question. What is the permit called?
So where are you trying to go? Where are you trying to go?
7 miles offshore.
It's only 2 miles, really, in some places.
7 is international waters.
Oh, okay. Well, 2 miles in Mayport, Florida, offshore, is international waters because you can gamble on the gambling boat. You can't gamble in
Well,
Florida,
here's
but 2
here's the
miles off the
grossest
coast
thing.
you can in the water.
But once you get 7 miles off, you can do whatever you want. The cruise ships
Yeah.
just dump all the sewage and garbage off the ship because there's no country in control.
When I was a kid, I worked on that cruise boat. It was a
They're
casino boat.
so gross.
Yeah, I know, but it's still. there was
No,
money there.
I was agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Anybody who goes on a cruise ship is gross. Cruise ships are gross. Everything about it is gross. It's just fat people eating fucking all they can eat shrimp all day and just shitting in a tiny toilet that goes into the ocean. It's fucking disgusting.
A lot of old people. Yeah.
A lot of old people from Kansas.
Yeah.
And the talent, like the entertainment.
Oh God! Don't
they're
even get me
always
started, dude. You might as well. Yeah, exactly.
they're so gross. Everything about a cruise ship is disgusting. It's
You
basically a
gotta
floating
eat
toilet
junior shit.
with bad
Yeah.
comedians and a Jimmy Buffett cover band. They're just terrible.
There's always
nobody
a Jimmy Buffett cover band. I swear to God, dude. There's
And no,
always.
I wasn't just saying random words. I know
Not
what a
that
cruise
time,
ship is.
Elves. Yeah, for sure.
My grandparents, okay, they were born in like the 20s, and they thought taking a cruise to Alaska was like the coolest thing anybody could possibly do. I was like, oh, just everything they
It was
described was
back when
like,
there was
ew.
probably, there was some good. There wasn't a whole lot of other shit to do.
Well, no, but they were doing this in like the late 80s. They were born in the 20s.
Yeah.
But by the time the 80s came around, I mean, if you want to be gross, just go to Vegas. It's gross enough. You don't need to get grosser than you don't have to fuck with weird toilets. If you would just want to be disgusting, go to Reno.
At least you don't all get sick when one person gets sick in Vegas.
Well, and yeah, exactly.
One
Oh my
restaurant
God, so
poisons
many people,
everyone, and
everybody who has ever gone on a cruise ship has gotten some form of diarrhea.
yeah,
Kind of communicable diarrhea. It's fucking gross. Cruise ships are gross.
just bring your own water and don't go to, was it Ensacada or whatever, fucking Mexico.
Oh, I knew one of my grandparents' friends. They thought they were so clever because apparently how cruise ships make money is they sell alcohol, but you can bring your own water, and they would bring water bottles filled with vodka, and they thought they were so clever.
Oh, it's the new hotness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I promise you, everybody on the cruise ship is doing that.
of course.
Like you didn't figure that out. Somebody told you because everybody else is doing that.
They're so
Actually, on
cheap.
Amazon now, they sell these special caps, right? So when you not making this up, so when you dump the water bottle out and fill it with vodka,
They reseal.
you know how the tamper-proof cap?
Yeah, these are staying. Yeah, I get it. They
Yeah,
come off
so
all in
you
one
can
piece
buy those on
instead.
Amazon now. Like you didn't think of that. Everybody's doing that, and you're all gross and you're all drunk and you're all eating too much food and shitting in tiny little toilets that go into the ocean. It's gross. Everything about it's gross.
Yes.
And I have a high tolerance for gross. I was in the army, right?
Yeah.
Cruise ships are still too gross for me. Like cruise ships seem like something the army would send you overseas on.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we figured out how to save some money. Instead of flying you over there, we're gonna put you on a Carnival cruise ship. Yeah, it seems about right for the army.
Yeah, it's cheaper actually. $250 a piece.
Yeah.
Round trip.
And that's the thing, they're so cheap that it's not good. Like a hotel room, like a motel room on the fucking a Motel 6 in Orlando is gonna cost you $250 a night.
This one's 4 nights for $250.
Yeah, like how gross must that thing be?
And tiny.
Yeah. I heard a story from a stand-up comedian about how he got fired one time from the cruise ship. He's being inappropriate.
Yeah.
And they basically had pulled over in port and helicoptered him out. Like that's how gross these things are. Like airplanes won't even go near these things. Like to me, that sounds like a punishment. Like not a vacation. Like no, seriously. Like it's something the army would make you do. Like you have to go on this cruise ship. We're too cheap to fly you to Iraq anymore.
I wonder what that guy's answer was going to be, because I was asking him, right, like once you're going up the mountain and you're watching your barometer drop.
Yeah.
Where did you decide that it wasn't going to keep dropping? Like, because
you know it's worse. It's worse than the flat earther guys. Is the guys who.
Well, there's a lot worse than that, bro. Than the flat earther guys. They're not so bad.
What worse than the guys is that the guy that just come in here and blah blah blah.
Oh, did you mute him? I wanted to hear what he wanted to.
No,
Okay.
I didn't mute him. Hey, Mr. G.
Yeah.
This is not the first time. Yeah, sorry. This is not the first time he came in here.
Say that again.
I said this is not the first time he came in here and just start talking smack about somebody else not being here. So
that's all right, right? Everybody does it. Like flat earthers talk shit about ballers when they're not in here all the time. There's no special privileges. I mean, who cares?
Oh, I mean, even after we told him a couple of times too. You know what I mean? So
I know,
even
but then it's
earlier,
like home team advantage type shit, right? It's like you do what I say, and I do it to you, but you don't do it to me. Rules for thee, but not for me,
no.
right?
So basically, what we're saying is this, right? Of course, we don't go out there and look for any problems or trouble. People just come to us. That's it, right? So if I go into like somebody else's server, right, and then start talking smack about them, of course it's my fault, right? I wouldn't blame anybody else. I would just blame myself for just
Yeah, but you're
going to
inviting
somebody's
them
place.
over here. This is the links get sent
yeah.
out to ballers, bro, constantly. That's how they find their way here. It's not like you're hiding over here trying to be by yourself. You're inviting them in, and then when they come in, you wolf pack them. And then so when one comes in talking a little shit, you want to just straighten him out and just show him who's boss. And it's just kind of like, it's all egos, bro. We all do it.
Well, where I come from, I don't go to people's place and start anything. Period.
Oh,
So,
I know, but you're so
this is
virtuous
different.
right now. You're singing this song of virtuosity, but it's like we've all seen the wolf packs, bro. Come on.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
I've joined in with you guys doing it to certain ballers, so I know we wolf pack.
Oh, so what are you now? You're a Poe?
Well, no, I'm an electric universe proponent. So ballers don't like me because I actually bring them physics and shit that comes from their own people that refutes their, big bangs, black holes, neutron stars. These are, it's written in journals and shit. They don't care about flat earthers so much because they don't have a lot of papers written in journals and shit. They hate the shit out of me because I come at them with things that are in journals and they can't really refute. They have to, stalemate and all this kind of shit. So the egos go flying. That's
right.
You see, they get all confident when they fuck with the flat earther. You know what I mean? Because they think that they can just use the consensus argument constantly and then they win. But they don't. But they think that they feel like they do.
Well, yeah. I heard you say something about earlier. You don't care if the Earth is flat as a ball, right? Did you say that earlier?
Oh, for certain aspects of the conversation we were having, I did. That's what I said. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. It would be the same effect. if it's an electrical effect, or no, I think we were talking about a gradient, the gas pressure. If we're going up the mountain, Earth is flat or round, it doesn't matter. We're still observing that the barometer is dropping as we go up the mountain. So what would make us think that that's going to stop? That it's going to stop dropping? Because nowhere up the mountain did it stop dropping. And the further up we continue to go, the more it drops. So when do we decide, well, space is fake, it's not going to be near a vacuum? Because all things lead to that it is going in that direction towards a vacuum. That's what I was talking about. So it wouldn't matter if it was flat or round in that aspect.
Oh, okay. I thought I thought you meant that. Oh, yeah, you don't care if the Earth is flat or round, right? Because
No, I
I
don't care
was
to
gonna tell
argue
you.
about it because it's
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna tell. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I don't care to argue about it because that shit doesn't matter to me as much as it's more interesting to me to discuss the electrical nature of things with people who already are not going to go, oh, all space is fake. Oh, can't use satellites because satellites aren't real. Can't use data from those. You know what I mean? Because that's just uninteresting to me. There's too much data
But
to go over.
who said satellite is fake? Who said
A
satellite
lot
is
of
fake?
different people say it, and it's not anybody in particular that I'm pointing out here.
Okay.
There's a whole realm of. There's a guy who just left who said space was fake and satellites aren't real.
Who is that?
I don't think there's a flat earther here that believes that satellites are orbiting the spherical Earth.
No,
So
I don't believe that. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
so there we go.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all I'm trying
Well,
to say.
have you ever looked into the what you call? Have you ever looked into the material that they used to build these so-called satellites before? I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you
Yeah,
done your
before
homework.
some of these guys out here were even born, I was doing that stuff. I'm
okay.
50. Yeah, so I've been out here fucking around with this. I didn't think rockets worked in a vacuum, right? Until I started looking at the actual mass that's thrown out of the back of the rocket. Because if you look at it in simple terms, it's just gas pressure to a vacuum. Then no, rockets will not work in a vacuum because of the Joule-Thomson effect, and there's no work being done on the release of that gas because there's no pressure for it to push off of. But when you flip it and you think about it the other way, that's actually that gas is water vapor, and that it has mass. It's throwing a mass out of the back that isn't just a gas. It has weight, and throwing weight out of the back of something makes you go forward. You sit on a skateboard and you throw a bowling ball, you go the opposite direction that you threw the bowling ball. So it's the second law, Newton's second law. So it's pretty much like, okay, rockets can work in a vacuum, just not balloons being released in a vacuum. They don't go fly around like you would imagine. That's what and a lot of flat earthers, they think of, rockets as gas being released. You know what I mean? So it's just basically rockets still space for them.
Yeah, so
and I was hell bent on it. Rockets don't work in space, man. I was arguing for about a year about it. And then, presented with new information and changed my mind.
Okay, fair enough.
I wasn't really presented with
I
it.
mean, if that's what you say, I'm not here to change your mind. I'm just asking you, have you looked into the material that they used to build these so-called satellites, and they claim that it's orbiting the Earth.
Yep.
You look into the melting points of these material,
Yep. And also understand that what is meant by that temperature isn't sustained. That's what you're thinking of, temperatures of 2,000 degrees and stuff like that, where these aluminum and stuff would obviously melt at 2,000 degrees, but it's not the same thing as that, because there's no
particles. I get it.
There's no particles.
Not enough particles. I get it. I get it.
Right.
I get it.
They're to sustain that warmth, right? So it's just basically,
And you know, and this is not even what I think. It's the information I've been provided. You know, like I look at the same information. I'm like, whoa, okay. They said that these material with the melting points. You know, the a little information that I look into. I'm like, this material like only a couple hundred, the most, right? Would start to melt. You know, that's the melting point, right? But they claim that this so-called satellite that they put in the thermosphere, it's you know, the temperature start with 900 and something up to 3600 Fahrenheit or higher. So I'm like, well, if the melting point, you know, it's only a few hundred, like, wow, so these materials must be, they probably got some type of magics, you know. But then the other explanation is that, yeah, there's not enough particles up there. So that's the reason why they be able to survive years after years up there, you know, with
Yeah, if you
whatever.
had a container with 14 pounds of air in it, a glass container, and you put it, in that environment, then But I think what they're doing there, and they have been doing for a long time, is misreading the. There's like a light shift in the atmosphere, and they're misreading that as a temperature, and it's really not a temperature; it's plasma, and it's a low glow mode. It's electrified plasma, so it's coming off as when they read it through the infrared, they see it as thermal energy. That's why they think the sun is so infinitely hot. It's not.
So you think these people that provide us the information, they are wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. They've been wrong for a long time about the electrical nature of things.
So
they're just being forced, kind of like how AstraZeneca was forced to admit that their jab caused clots in very rare situations.
Right. So
right.
I
So
got a
these
question.
people are admitting, they're having to admit because of all of the data that.
So you said that they are wrong about these so-called, you know, temperature up there, right? So if you you know, I would say if you brave enough, right, that said that they are wrong, well, what make you think they are right about the outer space?
Sorry, Campbell, we can't answer you. I had to cut him off, dude. He was talking about AstraZeneca and medical stuff. We're just not going to go there. So, like, Mr. G, here's the deal. No medical talk. No, any of that stuff. It's a complete no-no, dude. I'll not warn you again. I'll not advise you again. Read the server rules. It's TOS. We're not going to go there. Not going to slip up because it's late on a Saturday and you've maybe had a drink. If you want to carry on talking here, stay the hell off the medical stuff or I'll have to ban you. That simple, bro. I'll open your mic, hard left turn, stay the fuck off it, please.
Yeah, bro. No medical stuff. Please.
No, it was just, it's what's on the news right now. It isn't misinformation or any kind of shit like that.
Yeah, well, the point of it is I've just asked you to stop talking about it. I understand why you were maybe confused and whatnot. You thought you could talk about it, but just drop it entirely, please.
Fuck up, dude.
Yeah, well, take your own advice, bro. We'll see you later. If you can't handle taking a bit of friendly advice with regard to server in terms of service use, take your own advice, son, and fuck off. It's that simple.
Yeah, that's a no-no. That's a no-no.
It's not personal. It's nothing against you. It's how it is. I would react the same way with anyone in the server. I've banned I've banned moderators. I've called out moderators for this shit in the past. I don't care. You're not tearing us down for the sake of just wanting to talk.
Right. Yeah. Well, maybe I ask him next time. But man, I'm almost there, right? Because he said that well, these people that were measuring the temperature through the infrared, they got it wrong about the temperature. Because they claim that the thermosphere it's up to start with around 900 Fahrenheit all the way up to 3,600 Fahrenheit or higher. So what type of material would be able to handle these environment, this temperature? And he said I throw it in there too. It's because their explanation is because the particles. Okay, all right, not enough particles up there, I get it, right? And he said, well, no, they were wrong about it. So if that is his logic that they were wrong what up there, well, what made he thinks that outer space is right?
Well, it's a story. That's the thing. If you take it apart, people don't realise, it's all just false. It's a story. Look, you're sperging out in chat. Well, bro, that's server. That's terms of service. You're asking for a server ban here, Mr. G. Obviously, it's down to you, mate. It's up to you if you're going to freak out. You can't control yourself. You've got to push server limits and get yourself banned. Oh, sad little fucking characters, man.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, we're not gonna allow one person to bring down the whole the whole YouTube or even the room or the server. So if they can't understand it, then well, that's not our problem. That's their problem.
Yeah, it is. I agree that people want to talk about things, but this just isn't the forum. It's not the forum to freak out and call people names and personally attack folk. It's not the forum if you can't handle yourself. Kindly go elsewhere. Compose yourself. Come back and act like a grown-up. Or at least somebody that can act like one. That'll do. For a start.
Right.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. But yeah, you were saying about the ISS, and I get that. Like, the temperature changes are huge, and wouldn't that affect the superstructure of the thing as well?
Right.
As it experience massive temperature changes.
Right. We never heard any so-called. Let's forget about the ISS. Let's talk about the satellite. We never heard about satellite is melting down because it's so hot up there, right? And the so-called ISS now, right? It's been up there for who knows how long up there, and like you would think like, oh, some of it stopped breaking down. It's because the temperature is too hot, right? They got computers, they got all kind of stuff up there, equipments. If it's that hot, right? And oh, not only that, this also astronaut claimed to go out there with the fake suit, right? To do spacewalk with that type of temperature, right? Because this is not our word, this is their claim. They throw the claim. The temperature start at 930 something Fahrenheit all the way up to 3600 Fahrenheit or higher. So that means the 900 something, that's the lowest they're gonna hit, right? And the rest is all between 3600 or even higher. So now trying to apply these into our reality. When do you ever see any type of material getting hit by that temperature, right? You know how they melt the gold, aluminum or something, right?
Yeah.
It will melt right away. So you're gonna tell me, that these so-called special equipments be able to stand these type of environments or temperatures. So it's a story, most everybody believe it.
Yeah, man. Magic tinfoil that doesn't get affected by heat or cold or pressure or no pressure.
Right. And remember when the rockets push out. They don't push out particles. They all also push out mass. That's the reason why rockets work in space. It's a cool story.
Yeah. It pushes off its own mass, which is instantly absorbed in an endless vacuum. So how's it pushing off itself?
Right.
Everything's got a crack in it, but like it's glazed over so blatantly, and they just carry on with the next part of it. But it must be real because we built a space station. It must be real because we've been to Mars. Okay. Must be real because they played golf on the moon.
Yeah. Well, it's funny how Buzz Aldrin admitted 3 separate time on camera, right? That he didn't go to the moon. First one, I believe he punched somebody. Because all they said, look, you got $5,000, right? All you got to do is swear on the Bible that you land on the moon, and the money will go to charity. He chose violence instead. He punched the reporter in the face.
Yeah. What? I mean, like what? I don't know. Why would he not just put his hand in the Bible and give the money to charity?
Exactly.
If he's already broken if he's already broken, like maybe he's discovered, I don't know, if he's already lied and realised that he's broken some law that's really there, why would he react so badly and just not go for it? Try and redeem himself. That's a subconscious reaction.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what most people would do when they get caught lying. The rage will come out, right? The true color, right? The true nature come out. So you feel so guilty, and not only that, the last time I was on camera, we told that 8-year-old little girl, "Oh, we didn't go there," and I want to know why. Yeah. So and people, like, I don't understand people. You listen to the same thing, you see the same thing, but you're gonna tell me that's not what you hear, that's not what you see. What do you like? I just don't understand. Like, damn, you really loved your ball so much, right? And you convince us, or trying to convince yourself, that's not what's happening. The same thing how the earth is appear to be motionless, just like it's appear, right? It appeared to be stationary, right? It's not spinning, wobbling, tilting, but they tell us, no, believe us, trust us, trust the science, trust the expert. We got the knowledge, we got all the information, right? But in the actuality, it is what it is. What we see is what we get. We don't feel anything, right? We don't see no curve. Yep. And according to their math, you can't even see the ISS from you can't even see from the ISS, you can't even see the curve according to their math. But yet they fool people, right? The camera outside the so-called ISS, it showed the curve. Well, because they use GoPro type of camera or fisheye lens or wide angle lens.
Yeah, dude. Sometimes I wonder if we're just handling the dregs of the leftovers of the believers in NASA and the young people and everybody else going about their business and just knows the truth. Maybe a lot of people are blind to it, but they pay no heed to all this space stuff anyway. You know, they might not have heard really about flat Earth, but most people, they're not sold in all this space race and, oh, government's great everywhere you go. And no, they all know the truth about it. Everything's a mess and there's war and death everywhere. It costs too much and we're paying money for space. No, that's mad.
It's funny how they would disagree on everything, almost everything, right? These so-called enemies, right? But they agree on an Antarctic Treaty and space.
Yeah.
Now you'll be able to share the space station with each other.
Yeah. Someone said recently that I think Russia have pulled out. Didn't Russia stop servicing the space station? And that's kind of why Musk was getting involved or something. They're kind of like not wanting anything to do with it anymore.
Right. So, listen, you talk about Elon Musk. So, we had some people in the server, and the dude came in. He sounded like a bright kid, you know. He just want to know in the beginning, but every now and then the cognitive dissonance kicked in. You know, he trying to argue with us and all this stuff. You know, show him a couple, you know, lazy tests or show him the black swan and all this stuff.
If you think Earth is flat, you're a fucking retard, nigga. That's it.
Dude,
Yeah, you better run. Yeah. Anyhow, what? So he pulled up some type of you know, videos or footage of Elon Musk when they asked him in the Joe Rogan podcast. He watched it, right? He pulled it up himself. He watched it, and he came to us. He said, "Look at this video." I said, "What is it?" And he told me. He goes like, "Man, why did Elon Musk got nervous and he stuttered when he was asked about you know, space and flat earther existence of flat earthers and all that stuff?" He said, "Why?" He asked that question. He said, "Why?" You know, he looked nervous. I said, "Look, that's not me saying it. That's you saying it. So, if you can see something wrong and you're a globe earther, then maybe you on to something else, right? But don't believe us. That's the whole thing. Don't believe us. Go look for the information yourself, right?" So I'm glad that the kid pointed out like something wrong is Elon Musk when the question was asked about flat earther, and he got nervous.
Is there a clip for this? I'd like to see it.
Somewhere, yeah. I think I might have seen part of it.
Yeah, hold on. Let me find the video. Because it was posted in the side chat of the channel a few days ago. But I think I still find it. Hold on.
Yeah, these are all the little cracks in the fourth wall that we've found over decades now, and they're still doing it. With Elon's just the latest puppet on the stage, doing it the same thing but a different way. It's a shame. I really wish that my great grandpa flew the Millennium Falcon, or I'm related to a Wookiee. It would have been nice, man. But it's just not true.
True. Look,
Whoever
if you
said
can't
it
find the
was.
video, yeah, if you can't find the video, it's all right. Don't worry about it. I'm not trying to make.
No,
you
I got
jump
it. I
through
got it,
hoops.
bro. I got it. I just
All right.
found it. No, but the kid,
All right.
like, I didn't point anything out. The kid, he's the one that looked into the clip, right? He looked into the clip and he saw Elon Musk in you know, in Joe Rogan podcast, but the excuses was like, oh, because he was high, right? But he's the one that pointed out that, oh, why he got nervous, why the way he answered, why did he answer the way he answered? I said, I don't know, I'm not Elon Musk. You the one to see it yourself, so you know. And you know, I just want to brought up that story. That's all. Yeah, I found it, bro. I just sent it to you.
Evolution was who told me my great granddad was a Wookiee, Scott. I heard you saying that. Who told me it was?
Well, you said like someone here believes that they want their great granddad to be a Wookiee, but nobody believes that. I mean, who were you countering when you said that? I guess I should ask.
No, I was poking evolution, dude. I was
Yeah, I know,
poking
but how?
the whole heliocentric story that we might be a very young evolution and there may well be more intelligent, further advanced, similar type races out there that we just haven't discovered yet.
Well, I don't think that appears in any biology book I've ever seen, so I don't know who you're making fun of.
Well, that's the science myth, Scott. That's the great alien myth.
Where is that taught? What
Taught.
school is that taught? Yeah.
Taught. Well, any school which teaches the heliocentric model now goes into things about possible life on other planets. Then the
I
kids
don't think
come
they
out of
do.
school. Then
I
the
don't think they
kids come
do.
out of school. Well, maybe, I don't know, but in general, they teach the heliocentric model.
Uh-huh.
That there could have been life on other planets, or
No, they don't
science
teach that.
researching it.
Nobody teaches that.
Well, they don't teach that science is researching life on other planets.
They don't teach that there could be life on other planets because they have no idea. Why would they teach something where they have no idea?
They're teaching that science researches it.
What would they be teaching? What would that course look like? What would that unit look like?
Probably something to do with, it could be an engineering course, it could be a biological thing. It's probably something in the greater science curriculum. I could probably
No,
find you a course.
but it doesn't exist. Yeah, go ahead. Do that.
Okay.
You won't find it.
Okay.
And Kembo, that video is retarded. Obviously. Was that a joke?
Yeah, no, I would just tell him the story. The kid, he's the one to point out, like, why did he asked me the question? He said, why did Elon Musk was nervous? He's the one that found the video himself.
That was
That's
a
it.
retarded video. That was
Well, hey,
stupid, totally out of
if you
context.
if you think it's retarded, then it's retarded. You know what I mean? That's just your opinion. But I was telling the story because the kid, right? He was looking for, I guess, proof for the globe Earth, whatever, and he found a video, and he came back into the server and he posted that video. He said, "Hey, check this out. Why did Elon Musk was nervous?" I said, "Well, you're the one that said it, not me. So if that's what you
No.
see, that's what you see."
Nobody in anyone's right mind would take that video seriously. You're kidding.
Bro,
This is a joke.
did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said, but it was retarded. It was a joke.
Well, hey, how about I bring the kid over here? You can just tell him retarded yourself. Hold on, let me invite him.
You go ahead and tell him yourself. That's retarded.
Yeah, he goes by Turtle, right? Yeah, when you see him in here, just tell him, hey man, that one video you thought that Elon Musk was nervous, man, that's retarded. Tell him that. He goes by Turtle, by the way.
No one probably cares.
Well, I guess you care enough you want to see it, so.
Well, I cared enough to see it, just to see it, but then I watched it and it was totally retarded.
Yeah, with the claims, yeah, I get it.
Up. It was clipped up every 3 or 4 seconds. It was retarded.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Are you saying it's not?
It's not what?
Clipped up every like 3 or 4 seconds.
No, I'm not. I don't care if it was clipped up or not. I'm just saying the kid point out, and he believed in the globe, right? He's the one that pointed out, and I was just telling the story what he was asking, right? He asked me a question, why did Elon Musk look nervous? I said, you the one to see it, not me.
Okay.
I never say anything to him about it.
It's so clipped up. Do you have douchebag mode? He goes, yeah. It's like it's clipped up every 3 seconds. It's retarded.
I don't
Anyway,
know if
sorry.
that's the. I don't know if that's the same exact video, but I think it's also part of that clip too. But the video that he posted in the server, that was the one that he found. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's the same exact one, but I think
Why don't you watch
it's
it?
probably the same clip.
It's
I mean the
probably
same
not.
podcast or whatever.
Nobody
Okay.
would ever post that. That's totally retarded.
Okay, sure. I mean that's what you
Watch
say.
it.
Sure.
Just watch it. See for yourself.
Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, when I see the kid, I'm asking for whatever clip that he posts in the channel, like maybe a few days ago or maybe a week ago. I'm not sure.
Mick, you there? Or Cambo Beats?
What's up, bro?
I've got some very grave news for you. Have you heard about the crisis in flat Earth trigonometry?
Well, what is it?
The crisis in flat Earth trigonometry.
Probably not.
Pavel Kripper wrote about it.
Probably not.
Well, basically, the crisis in flat Earth trigonometry is that you have to kind of like work your way there. Right? I'll work you up to the crisis in flat Earth trigonometry. How do you? Would you say you do trigonometry in celestial navigation to find the ground position of a star? Is that what like your opinion of celestial navigation is? How it works?
I don't know. You tell me.
What do you mean I'm asking you what flat earthers think, right? You're a flat earther, right? I'm mistaking you for like someone else.
Well, there's also the claim on the globe side that it does work on the globe. So if I don't know, then you got to tell me.
Yeah, but I'm not asking about the globe. I'm asking you. You know, do you
And
use
I just told
trigonometry?
you, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, whatever you want. Whatever
yeah,
you
I
want.
don't care.
Fine. If you don't know, if
I
you
don't
don't
care
know,
about
that's
the
fine.
celestial navigation.
That's
To
fine.
find what?
Yeah.
Like couple dots in the sky?
Is that what you think celestial navigation is? Just looking at dots in the sky?
I don't know. That's why. Why don't you tell me what it is?
Did you set your alarm to get up
Why
this
don't you
early
just
to
tell
troll
me? What is
people?
this nonsense?
Why are you trolling, Huey? You spent 6 hours on this yesterday. You
Oh,
know what I
come
mean?
on. The crisis,
Just stop it, man.
trigonometry is
Stop
important.
it. Just stop it. Either come in with something like serious, have a conversation, but just stop fucking trolling, man.
Well, it's not actually a troll. It is serious.
It
It
is
is
a
a
troll.
serious
It is a
problem.
troll. You're trolling. Simple as you're trolling.
Hey, I got a song for him.
Stop it.
Troll your globe gently down the stream.
6 hours he spent on this yesterday. You know what I mean? It's
Well, it's not a
fucking
troll.
boring, man.
It's not a
It's
serious argument.
boring, Huey.
It's a
It's
troll in the sense I've
boring.
made it into a bit of a
Boring.
meme.
That's what it is.
I don't
Boring.
know.
Boring as fuck.
Well, okay, Dr. Gods are here, right? Maybe he can help me, right? Because
Stop
I struggle
trolling.
with.
Just stop trolling.
Wait, no. Let me just speak. Dr.
No,
Gods, right?
no,
Am I wrong,
no.
right, in thinking?
Yes, you're wrong. You're wrong. Simple as.
Okay, all right. Dr. Gods, am I wrong in
Yeah.
thinking?
You're trolling. Stop it.
Stop! I'm trying to get some conversation going. You know.
If you stop trolling, then I'll shut up and be quiet.
Okay, I'm not trolling. Serious face. Dogs are gods. Have you heard about the crisis in flat Earth?
There we are, trolling again.
What's not troll?
You can't help yourself, can you? You just can't help
Well, what do you
yourself.
think it is then, Dante Flon? What do you
Fucking
think?
2 days now on this fucking
Actually, no. I invented it yesterday.
garbage. You know what I mean? Yeah, 2. So this is day 2. Did you set your alarm to get up
okay,
and
right,
fucking
2
do
days then,
this?
if that's how
Did you set
think
your
about
alarm to get up and do this? It's fucking 6 o'clock, man. 7 o'clock. You know what I
It's
mean?
7 o'clock, 7.
Just give it a fucking rest, you simpleton.
Anyway,
Give it a
Dogs.
rest. Oh, I'm just going to
Well, he's
talk
been
all over
muted.
you.
What's he muted?
He's muted so you can't troll him with your daft thing that you keep going on about for 2 days, bro. You're not messing with Dogs' head about on this either.
I think he's. I think. I'll be quiet. I think Dogs of Gods will be funny to listen to for a bit, you know, because he's
not among like you. Yeah, that's right.
He's a what? Sorry.
He's not among like you.
Well,
that
probably
comes
not.
up with this
He's,
garbage
probably.
and spends fucking 6 hours on it
I
a
hope
day.
he's not
You know what I
among
mean? Wow, unbelievable.
Maybe Jedi could help you, Jekyll. How about that? Would be a nice warm welcome to the room.
Morning, Jedi.
What's up, gang? Beautiful sunny morning out. How's everyone doing?
It's 2:30 over here in the morning.
Good, Jedi. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Cheers, fellas. All good, all good. Anything exciting going on? I see Dogs or Gods is already muted. That's fine.
Jedi, have you heard? Apparently, there's a crisis in flat Earth trigonometry.
serious business.
Serious shit. Maybe you could help him sort it out.
Trigonometry. Right. Let me just look at this. Can you use trigonometry to figure out the ground position of a star? No, because you don't actually use trigonometric functions in celestial navigation. It's all based on predictions of angles.
I agree, right? Which is why I always ask before I start the crisis in trigonometry, do they think you use trigonometry in celestial navigation? And some of them say yes.
You don't. Yes, not a trick. You can use Okay, so there are times that you can use trigonometry when you're navigating using the sextant, but those will be ground-based objects, i.e. terrestrial objects like a lighthouse. The reason why we use those objects is because we know the height of the lighthouse above mean sea level. So we have that vertical line within that triangle. You can use trigonometry there, but when we're using celestial objects, we're not looking to solve for the height of the object. We're making a prediction with that angle to know where the ground position is.
Yeah. As long as it's not trigonometry, I don't mind. Right, whatever function you want to use.
Sorry, mate. Say that again. I literally just zoned out completely. Sorry, dude. Say that again.
Yeah. The whole point is, as long as you're not using trigonometry, you're fine. You're safe, right? There's no crisis in flat Earth trigonometry. But it's funny because some people do insist they use trigonometry to find the ground position of a star. So that's the crisis in flat Earth trigonometry.
Okay, Dogs or Gods is already on it. Hold on, Dogs. What is a prediction of the angle? Have you ever done celestial navigation before? Oh, he's muted. Do I have to unmute him? The prediction, my friend, is say you're on a boat and you're going to make a prediction. I'm going to be able to see these 6 stars. You're going to say 6 because you might have cloud cover and you might only get to see 3. You make a prediction, it's 45, 43, 44 degrees above the horizon. Depending on what that prediction is, you'll look at your almanac and you will find out where the ground position of that star is based on its elevation angle above the horizon. It's quite simple.
So I made this knowing that you don't use trigonometry in celestial navigation because I already knew from, I don't know, what's his name? Bacon, right? But Bacon said that, and I'm paraphrasing here, so do not say that I said he said this, it's around about this ballpark, that to do what flat earthers think you have to do in celestial navigation, you'd have to use something like trigonometry. Something like that, right? But some flat earthers think that. So I'm just like passing out which ones think that and which ones don't.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fair question. You'll catch out the pretenders with it, but that's about it. But good to see you back, Jericho, anyway. We haven't spoken for a while. It's good to see you, mate.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say welcome back. Welcoming myself back, I guess.
Yeah. Good stuff, man. All right, excuse me for just a couple of minutes. I've seriously got to get out of bed and make some coffee.
All right. Nick, are you there? I know you were there before, but you didn't unmute before. Now it's just you and I.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you use trigonometry in celestial navigation?
No, sir.
So
Don't see
what do you
no
do with those
sign,
angles and
no
and lines then? What do you do with the angles and lines?
I don't know. I mean, you don't know the distances. You don't right? So how can you perform any sine or cosine if you don't have those? Right? The hypotenuse, the opposite, you don't have them.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It was funny when I was doing it against Apocryphon earlier on. Oh, that was some comedy. That was some comedy. Oh, it was like I don't know if you were listening. I don't know if you were there, but it was the funniest thing I had done for a while.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Trig is specific to solving four angles and lengths interchangeably and stuff. But if you don't have them, then you can't really do that. You wouldn't classify that as trig per se. But you are doing some weird stuff with angles and distances, not necessarily figuring out, different ones with different angles and lengths and stuff. So it's not really trig, but it is triangular sort of problem solving, right? So a lot of people, I would assume, just classify.
Like, what's triangular problem solving? What's that?
I don't know. Like, I'm just kind of like, I'm just plucking a random phrase out of thin air there. Whatever you would call, what traditional, celestial navigation would have been, assuming a flat plane, right? Whatever you want to call that people would just colloquially call trig, which is not exactly accurate, right? So I don't know if it would be fair to just, dogpile them on that, but I do see your point.
Oh, I think it is. Like, the minute someone says you use trig to do that, then not begs the question as in a fallacy, but begs the question in a colloquial sense. Why can't you do it in the other fashion, right? So that would be. I think it's called special. This is special. This whole what's the word? Sorry, crisis in flat earth trigonometry is supposed to be to demonstrate that people are doing special pleading if they think you're using trig, which a lot of people do, right? Even though globers don't think that. Special pleading in the sense that you have the same triangle, the same star. You can calculate the ground position to that star with trigonometry, allegedly, right? And then on the other side, you get you have the height of the star with the exact same triangle and the exact same star, but the data doesn't align with what you want it to be, right? So you start to that based on that, right, you would be doing special pleading.
Okay. Because in one sense, you have an infinite distance, so to speak, but in the other one, you don't have an infinite distance, so you get two different results, and you kind of pick and choose based on your bias, so to speak.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Roger.
Fair enough.
See, Alpha Veritas is in the chat. Morning, Miggy. Or good night, whatever your time is. Might be doing well, brother. Still need to get out of bed and make coffee.
What up?
What up?
I'm just between my machines turning on, so as soon as they turn on, I have to be silent.
Yeah, no worries, man.
You soothing dogs' wounds, Jekyll?
No. I mean, I wasn't reading text chat, but he just asked me why it'd be special pleading if they did the crisis in flat earth trigonometry. I think someone unmute him. I want to hear some fun.
I don't know if Jedi wants that.
Jedi doesn't give a fucking toss. I didn't mute him. Whoever muted him could unmute him. It's fucking dogs of gods. I don't care.
Maybe old dude. Heard him in the room earlier. seemed to got really irritated. Could be wrong though.
No, you've got me, bro. You kind of lost the plot earlier on and got a bit snappy with people.
Well, yeah, Mike called me an idiot and then said something dumb, so I got snappy with him.
What a night, man. It's brilliant. Like, everybody's freaking out, and it's great. It's not that people are freaking out, but it's like, it's not a good night for the trolls and the anti-flats in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I mean, it wasn't good for Michael. He set a Cartesian coordinate system and a Mercator map and an AE map. They're all, you can use them all to correctly map the Earth, but he's just wrong. You need transforms for that. But if you use a globe, then you can correctly map the Earth without including any, mathematical, changes.
Yeah, show us your gold standard map, Dogs. Go ahead. Post it in the text chat, will ya?
Yeah, I can do that.
There you go. Here comes the gold standard, Jedi. Fasten your seatbelt.
It is funny you strawmanning me like this, but I'll still just pop a globe in the chat that you can buy, National Geographic. It's pretty cool. You can buy it for your desk. Do you want me to get a better one?
How much does it cost?
Expensive?
Feel like I should get up and salute the thing.
330.
Is there a national anthem that I should be singing while I salute the globe?
Anyway, all I want to know tonight is Jedi said that there's this prediction in celestial navigation, and I don't understand what that means.
When you're sailing around, you're going to know that you're at any moment, whether that's going to be half an hour or an hour or 2 hours time, or however long you make. Hold on, sorry, let's have my TV on. You know that you're going to be making your next measurement. You think that you know where you are, and based on that prediction, you're going to say, well, this star should be at, say, 45 degrees. That would be your prediction. When you go to measure, it might be at 44.
But if you don't know where you are, isn't it just a measurement?
You think you know where you are. That's the point. You're already sailing, right? Either you're at port when you know where you are, or you're out in the sea. You think you know where you are based on that thought of where you are. You think that this star should be, say, towards the east at 45 degrees, whatever star you're looking at. And it might be at 44 degrees. That's the prediction.
Yeah, but there's plenty of cases like the ship that inspired Moby Dick, where they sailed under.
Do you want me to do this? What I'll do is I'll get you the casual navigator, and I'll get you the video that explains all of this, so you don't have to argue with me. You can argue with the navigator. Just repeating what the navigators say. I can do that for you if you want.
So I don't disagree that navigators will often try to predict what the angle to the star is going to be, but I don't understand that that's why you say the measurement is always a prediction, because, again, the ship that inspired Moby Dick sailed under cloud cover for multiple weeks before they were able to get star angle measurements. So they hoped that they were somewhere, but when they measured it, they were way off course.
Based on a prediction of they think they should see the star at 45 degrees, but it's not at 44. Like I said, I'll get you the casual navigation videos. You can go through it yourself. It's explaining exactly what I'm trying to explain to you. But forgive me, I've only been awake for 15 minutes.
So the prediction you're talking about seems to just be that when people have set a course, this is how they use celestial navigation. But it's not inherent to celestial navigation. Celestial navigation is measuring, not predicting where the star angle is going to be.
Again, I'll just get you the video and you can argue with the casual navigator.
Okay, that's fine. If you don't want to keep going with the thing that you said, then that's fine.
No, because you're building off of it and trying to make a straw man out of it or something that I didn't necessarily say. Like I said, I've only been awake for 15 minutes. I'll go and get a cup of coffee. I'll find the video for you. You can teach yourself how to do celestial navigation.
All I'm trying to do is understand why you use that term prediction in the context you did. I do understand celestial navigation. I just don't understand why you use that term in the way you did.
What, the prediction that you're going to make because you're already en route or you're at the harbour, you're going to predict that the star's going to be at 45 degrees, but because you're slightly somewhere else, it's at 44 degrees. It's exactly what I meant, kind of verbatim what is taught within casual navigation. Again, I'll find you the videos, very simple to follow.
If you know the angle to the star and the GP of that star and the distance between where you are at what angle versus the GP, then you should be able to use trigonometry to figure out the height of the star, right? And that was the whole context.
We don't use trigonometry within celestial navigation.
But that doesn't matter. You're still getting the data that you can use trigonometry on. It'd be like me measuring the width of a plank and the height of a plank, and then figuring out the volume of a plank. Even though I may not need to know the volume to build with that plank, I can still do it with that data.
What are we interested in?
Distance to stars at the moment.
No, not interested. We're interested in the bearing of the star and the ground position of that star. We're not interested in the height of the star above the Earth. We're interested in its ground position on the Earth. You're going to draw.
Yeah, but I'm interested in the height.
I don't care what you're interested in. We're going to do one of two things. We can either draw a straight line through, or we can draw a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of that star.
Yeah, and that'll give us the height of the star if we know the angle at A and the angle at B and the distance between A and B.
Okay, well, knock yourself out, mate, but that's not what we use celestial navigation for. Anyway, kettle's boiled. I'm my coffee now.
Have a good coffee. All of this is funny too because celestial navigation is assumed accurate by all you guys, and it still shows that we're on a globe because of the linear relationship between distance and angle of the star.
I also read somewhere that dip corrections correspond to exactly with the radius of the Earth. No, is it the radius? Yeah, the radius. In the almanac, I think.
That's correct.
Hello, Mohammed. Sorry, bro, you'll have to turn your camera off. It'll cap the room, and I don't need to see anything in case you decide to take your trousers off. So if you turn your camera off, you can stay. Thank you. Well, I was going to go to sleep, but that bloody Englishman's got me thinking of coffee, so...
Blame on Jedi.
Yeah.
Fucking blame me, man. What the hell? Have you been awake all night, dude?
I think it's been about a 3-day sort of thing.
Bloody hell, man.
I ordered a freezer at some point before the weekend, and it's coming today. So, Sunday, I think.
You better stay up then, just in case it gets delivered early.
I'll hear them trying to squeeze a van into the driveway. They always freak out and beep the horn. Or No, it's not been that long, really. I suppose it might have been, well, where are we now? Maybe 20 hours-ish. My average. Well, where did the dude with the camera go? I only asked him to turn it off.
Yeah, he was trying to show off his new glasses, so it's not his fault.
Oh, well, they were nice too, by the looks of it. They were quite smart. Well, he was looking good for a Sunday morning.
Yep.
Jekyll, this trigonometry thing that you keep bringing up, bro. Like you were saying, there's distances involved. Which distances are you talking? Like on Earth, is that what the distance is? Don't get it.
Between a person and, say, Polaris, for every, is it 60 nautical miles and 69 miles that you travel, the angle to Polaris changes by 1 degree. So that can give you, if you go from, say, 1 degree to 90 degrees, it can give you the value from the beginning the first angle to the 90-degree angle, and from there you can draw a 90-degree triangle using that baseline distance, the internal angle at the beginning, and the 90-degree angle to form a triangle, and then triangulate the straight up distance or even the hypotenuse distance towards Polaris, which can give you how far away Polaris is from the Earth, assuming the Earth is flat.
Yeah, got you. But that's an angular position. That's not a physical distance.
No, it would give you the physical distance because you'd solve for the opposite side of the triangle using the baseline distance and the two angles. Like it's easy to do this in trig.
Yeah, but
so you'd be able to get that physical distance.
It's an angular position though, so it's an angular distance, if you like. It's not. I've never been to Polaris, bro.
I know, but like you can do this with a tree in your yard if you really want.
Yeah, but that's a tree in your garden, dude. This is a light in the sky. It appears at an angle relative to where you are in regards to it.
Yeah, I get that, but if you can do it to a tree in your yard, I don't see why you can't do it to Polaris. Like, even if it's not a physical object, even if there's something that's being projected onto in the sky, you should still be able to do it and then come up with a number that solves that triangle, right?
I still say it's an angular position, not a physical one.
Not just that, Dogs to Gods, but it would also have to be consistent at different latitudes. You know, shouldn't be having randomly different results. That to correspond to one another.
Yeah, exactly. So if you did that measurement you can do it to the sun. If you did that measurement to the sun, and you just made sure the sun was directly overhead, like Eratosthenes did. If you do the measurement to the angle of the sun, and it's different depending on the latitude you're on, well, then you can kind of surmise that the Earth must be flat. But if it's the same, as in like the relationship in distance between the angles is the same, well, then you can surmise that it's actually, a globe. It's the relationship between distance and angle on a curved surface versus distance and angle on a flat surface, which that's my proof of the globe.
Yeah, I get that it's theoretical calculus, but I still can't see how it's anything more than an angular position, and one's based on a globe, really. It's based on a geodetic as opposed to a plane. It's formulaic math. It's a model, bro. Yeah, it's a model. It's not a physical thing. You can't actually, nor you nor I can go to like the stars or the sun to physically confirm the distances. And this is the problem. It's an assumption. And if you boil it all the way back down to Aristophanes and all the old Greek dudes, it's actually theoretical calculation, mate.
Yes, but some of it is, some of it isn't. So when we're talking about the relationship between the angle and the distance you move, and you always move the same distance to go one angle higher with Polaris, that is something that in every other application that we've ever done geometry like that, it has meant that it's been on a curved surface to get that relationship. And you want us to expect that that can happen on a flat surface because of some unknown property of the star, some unknown thing about the star, and that doesn't sit well with people who like do geometry or like to do those sorts of mathematical proofs or even logical proof of things, because everything else, all the other information, is all just what you think and not something provable.
I get it doesn't sit well with you. I mean, like, I've ended up having to ban a few people tonight because it doesn't sit well with you guys. There's a massive adverse reaction, like with the way that you take what we say. But like, it is how it is. It's measured and used as a stationary plane, and CERNAV is based on a stationary plane. Everything else is a geodetic calculation thereafter, based on the assumption of R.
If celestial navigation was based on a flat plane, why is that baseline between my eye and the horizon that then needs to be corrected using something other than just dropping it down 6 foot? Why is there a complex mathematical formula to not just correct for your height, but correct for your height as well as the angle change in the known radius of the Earth? Like, I don't understand how you say celestial navigation uses a flat planar surface when like all the evidence says otherwise.
Anything after dropping your eye down to the level of the water or literally the surface, anything after that is a calculation to imply that it's fall that you're on.
It's a calculation.
The right angle is purely there in front of you. When you drop the star down to you, that's a 90-degree angle. It's not like refracted round a ball. It is where it is. That's 90 degrees.
But that dropping down to the surface of the your eye to the horizon, that there is a calculation, and the calculation involves some globe math to it. I can drop a citation. So to say that because you drop it down to the surface of the Earth and the angle between your eye and the horizon is a straight line, therefore the Earth must be a straight line, and I've argued this to a few people now, is that it's a reification fallacy. It's actually really bad logic, and it doesn't make sense to say that. Whereas it is really good logic to say, geometrically, if you have a consistent set of angles, so a change in angles that is consistent, on a flat surface, you will have a difference in the distance travelled between those two lines of whatever the angles you're setting out. Whereas on a curved surface, you will have only the same distance travelled.
Yeah,
so we have
I get what you're saying, but yeah, I get what you're saying, bro. And like, we're not going to fall out with it. You know that. Like, and it's a difference of opinion at this point because, as far as I'm concerned, that it's theoretical calculus after that point. And that's just how it is, dude. It's measurements across a flat plane in relation to the stars and where they are at that time as you move across the plane, which involves a simple 90 degrees.
But don't you agree that there'd have to be something unknown happening to the light of those stars in order to have that same distance travelled to change 1 degree of elevation?
Yeah, it could be that the stars are moving, like as you move out, and supposing you move away from Polaris, or away, like from Polaris to the Southern Cross and back again, in and out to Polaris, right? Supposing the celestial dome actually rotates above you without it apparent to your position. So in a sense, it's actually moving with you, as well as changing in elevation. Now, there's no way of confirming this, but in actual fact, it does kind of work out in some of the star maps that this is what's actually happening. There's a celestial, it's your perception of the angle of the stars in regard to where you are, as to how we see them.
When I said earlier that these things don't sit well with me, what I mean is that you've boiled down reality, that we all live in a shared reality, into your perspective or your view of things or even your opinion on something, whereas we're trying to have reality be something that can be measured and tested and known, and that I can show something to you that you will then go, okay, that's reality, and now I know this extra thing about reality. That doesn't sit well with me. It seems to be that everything is opinion and subjective on the flat earth side, and on the globe earth side, we keep pointing at these things that we can show other people, and we can show you how it works on a piece of paper as well as show you in reality. And I don't see how you can have your opinion. Well, I do. It's fine to have your opinion, but I don't know how you can argue your opinion is true when it's just purely opinion.
Well, it comes down even further to the baseline, bro. It's no measurable drop over distance. The fact that water finds flat and level at rest over any distance, really. And everything else for me is theoretically applied calculus that implies the geodetic thing that we live on. It's purely this paradigm that we see on television that's calculated into how we go around and where we think we live. But in actual reality, flat and level is flat and level. We build on it, we use on it. It's a stationary plane. It's in all these like references from government and flight manuals and stuff. Your house is where you left it. Once you fly around and stuff like that, it doesn't rotate below you. Coriolis, all this earth spin, doesn't tie in. It's a myth that's so mild it's just not even accounted for. But yet we're supposed to be spinning. But again, flat and level baseline. Everything else is math and calculus and added theoretics that we may be on a ball hurtling through space.
All of that sounds to me like a list of things you've been told to believe, but every single one, when we look into it, is either a semantics word game or a misunderstanding of what's actually happening. Like if we look at the documents that you spoke about, the government documents, all those government documents are just models, they're just theoretical ways of proving something mathematically, and you're saying that that indicates that they're the true shape of the Earth, which is a reification fallacy. When we look at the flat baseline, that is you saying because the line between my eye and the horizon is a straight line, and then we move it to be down by our feet to the horizon, mathematically, that means our feet to the horizon must be a straight line. That's another reification fallacy. And then when we look at things like the, what was the other one? Level meaning horizontal, horizontal meaning level. That's just semantics. That's just you defining level as being horizontal and horizontal as being level. I can define level as something else, and my definition will still overlay your definition a little bit in that there's equal elevation at all points, but mine will be curved and yours will be straight. And I can actually show some reference outside of just defining it as being curved, that it is curved, which is, again, the proof of the linear relationship between the distance travelled and the angle to Polaris.
Yeah, in maths, bro, you can show it in maths all day long, and I would agree with you. Yeah, applied to the geodetic, you can show level as curved over distance. But in actual fact, I don't just refer to it as level is level because we see level to the horizon. It's the industry standard, bro. Whether it's a 4-foot level or 100 foot or 1,000 foot or miles of flat and level, it defies the given geometrics of the globe. This is what you're not getting, bro. Earth should curve at a certain rate, and it doesn't. It just doesn't.
What measurement is out there of a level, like a water level, over that distance that wouldn't also fit my definition of level?
Well, how far does it need to go to be beyond the geometrics of Earth? Are we wrong in saying that it's 8 inches per mile squared? Are we wrong in saying that the geometric curve or the geometric edge should be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer eye height? So literally a couple of miles away, that the water must curve on a flat and calm day. Like, well, where is that happening if it's not happening where it's supposed to, bro?
Yeah, all of that is true for the physical geometry of the Earth. Now, if you're talking about a water level can go over any distance and the two ends will still be level. They'll still be equal elevation from the center of the Earth, equal distance from the center of the Earth on a globe Earth. So a water level can't get you to showing that level is a straight line. And there's no straight level that is capable of doing more than like a few meters or even, I don't know, like tens of meters at a time. There's just nothing that can be rigid and straight to more than, I think they used 20 foot poles for geodetic survey. It's impossible to do because they're dragged down because of this downward force. So when you say that you can use levels as an industry standard, we've measured it to be level, all you're saying is that the level that we use in very small applications shows a straight line. So I'm just going to expand it out with like no reason to think that it could expand out to the shape of the Earth.
No, see, this is where you're maybe not getting me, bro. Like when I say that level and industry standard, it's how we do surveying, and it's how you set out a chain. You measure your level in certain distances because the theodolite only really works best within tolerances, yeah? So like maybe 40 or 50 feet at a time, you set another benchmark, you record your height changes or differences, or you take it to the same height that you're on, and you move your theodolite to it, and then you do a test back to your first benchmark. That's the link in the chain. You've just done one link in the chain. Now you turn back around again and you do another one, and you carry on doing this for miles, if you like. And that gives you the readings of elevational change from sea level. Now, what you're doing is you're applying that to the geometrics of a ball, bro, via math.
Yeah, we're applying the thing that we see in reality, which is when you do those measurements, a large geodetic surveying measurements, there's excess to the angles, which means that the horizontals are angled away from each other because they're on different, not the horizontal, the verticals are angled away from each other. And that there's a curve to the surface of the Earth. The distance across the Earth is different to the distance when you view it using a theodolite because of this curve. So this spherical excess is evidence that the Earth is curved, not flat, and there's no levels being used like physical levels. It is just a straight line between theodolite and, well, not even theodolite, it's got another name, the early ones, but the theodolite like tool and the other total station, and then to the other total stations and back again. All that is visual level. It's not physical like water levels or building levels. So it just, I don't see how it would indicate the Earth is level.
But it is physical level, dude. That's why it's links in the chain. You can take that benchmark and take it and what's the term for it? There's a technical term for it. It's not projecting a level. It's oh God, I can't remember it now. It's one of the simplest things. You can take a joiner's level, two joiners level, and literally one goes horizontally and one goes vertically out, and you cast the level with your eye. Now, technically, you're doing this with the theodolite and the meter stick. You're casting the benchmark, the same level, out and out and out and out and out at the same height, no drop or no gain in elevation. You know, you think of it like you've got a great big bulldozer in front of you and you're grading the ground to build a road, yeah? You cast this level that goes on continuously as far as you like, but you calculate in for the geodetics of the Earth. It is flat and level, but you're calculating a measurement of curve on top of it. That's purely all it is, dude. Anyway, I'm going to put the kettle on because you've got me talking now. I'm definitely awake.
Right. I don't see how the calculation of curve is in a first-hand measurement. Like, you measure the angles show spherical excess, and you're doing it the same way you're describing, using a level with sighting down a level object. I don't see how that shows flat. It only shows level. I mean, only shows curved, being level. Anyway. I still have no idea what the prediction about celestial navigation was about, Jedi.
I heard you saying something from the kitchen, dude, but I didn't hear what it was.
No, it's fine. It's just when you sight down like a level, as you said, even if it's a builder's level and you put a vertical one so you can sight down it and you've got a visual level, that's not a physical object measuring the base of the Earth. That's you doing an apparent measurement using your eyesight down this level. And when that's done, the relay station, the total stations, and the theodolites, it shows spherical excess. It's measured in spherical excess. It's not calculated as spherical excess. The excess comes first. They look at the excess over large distances and they see if that fits a geodesic, and it does. It's not the other way around where they get a geodesic and they make the measurements fit the geodesic. Because in a lot of cases, and I think the majority of cases with surveying, they actually reduce the spherical excess in the measurement instead of expanding it. So it's always there, and if it isn't there, it's because there's been a correction which has reduced the spherical excess, not created it.
That's really interesting. So if they're reducing the spherical excess, they're taking it back to 6/6R, which is zero radius, flat and level. That's really interesting, bro. Hang on, I'll need to get my coffee, bro. Hang on. I'm away from the mic again. Or carry on talking to someone else. If someone else wants to jump in. Jedi, where's my mathematician, pal? I probably talked him out of the room. I won't deny I need to go into the deeper math of the geodetics because I've never fully had to use it. And when it came to this total stations, I was using them more like a theodolite. I wasn't using the digital and the electronic math side of it all. I had a person who did all these things for me. But I see, that's why I keep coming back to the fact that to me it's calculated in. To me, flat and level is flat and level over as far as you like it to be. Any run over ground, any distance, and water will find it. It will go to the lower point. It'll move from the higher point. It's a figure. It's a feature that we use in engineering. From pouring concrete to the runoff of a road bridge. And when you can't have water standing on it at all, and like all of these things, it's something that we calculate curve in. We don't factor for curve when we're building. It's purely in the math. But yeah, dude, like I see where you're coming from, and I do admit I need to read up and understand it better.
Well, if you're laying just a concrete slab or doing a road or anything like that, there won't be enough curve for you to have to factor it in for the building unless the building's really, really, really tall. And there won't be any change the way water moves if it's flat and level. and you've just done a tiny dip around the edges to get the water to run off, or if it's curved and level and you do the tiny dip in the corners to have it run off, it's exactly the same because level is curved in this case. So when water finds its level, it matches that curve. And I think that's, again, that's a big problem people have, is they don't understand that when there's this curve change, it's not a change in elevation. Elevation is the distance to the center of the earth, and you can draw a straight line from the center of a circle to the edge of a circle, and as long as it's a true circle, that distance will always be the same, no matter which direction you're drawing it from. And if level just means equal elevation, then the same distance, the same elevation would mean that it was curved. So in industry, there's no reason to differentiate between curved and flat. Same within flights. You guys talk about flights all the time. And there's no real reason to differentiate between curved and flat, because just flying the plane, no matter how you navigate it, will correct for any sort of need to move with or against the rotation of the Earth or any of the other factors involved.
Well, I'll say to you what I said to Jekyll. Look, go and work on a civil engineering job. Go and get yourself involved in it, bro. Like, I know you've done some of it. I know you've done the theoretics, and that's cool. But when you tell me that curved is level, if I was to lay a curved level floor, I would lose billion-dollar contracts, bro. If I was to lay a road over hundreds of miles that didn't curve as it was supposed to, that didn't lay level where it's supposed to, I would lose billions of dollars of contracts, bro. And I'm not about that. Nor putting people out of business. Not the way it's done. And that's why I suggest go and experience these things for yourself and see how you feel when you're actually talking to these people that do these things. Speak to them. Don't just talk to some dude who's been involved in it. Don't just take what your opinion is from books and stuff you've studied. Actually go and do it hands-on, man. And if you want, we'll try and get you involved with the people. It's, if I can help.
It's fine. I've done massive concrete slabs for sheds before, and we didn't account for curvature, but we didn't assume it was flat. There's no reason to assume it's flat or account for curvature when even this road that you say went on for hundreds of miles that we didn't have to account for curvature. There's no reason to have accounted for curvature or flat on that. It's a non-issue. It's like saying I can prove that the sky is yellow by showing that I don't account for the yellow of the sky. You wouldn't have to account for the yellow of the sky if it was yellow. It'd be yellow. There's other ways to show it's yellow by actually going out and looking at it and trying to measure the yellowness of the sky instead of just assuming that things that you do on the ground would somehow change because of the yellowness of the sky. It's a non sequitur at best.
Bro, I don't know what you're going on about yellow sky for, but whatever you're smoking, go and stop it, please.
Well, I'm just trying to say that it doesn't follow that, like saying that you have to account for it when doing these large roads. No one says you do, so you don't have to account for it. So nothing changes in either position. So it's like trying to prove something by showing that it works on both cases, or it'll work regardless of what's going on, or without measuring it, just sort of saying that it would work on your case and it also works in our case. It's all it's a whole lot of nothing, but there's actual proofs. There's things that would only work on the one position, on the globe position. And we keep presenting those, but you keep presenting these, it would work on either position.
Because yours is theoretical math, mate, and it doesn't actually fit the model. You keep coming up with pictures of boats way past the horizon that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, but why shouldn't they be there?
It's too far. You've got images of boats that are 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6 times past where the geometrics of Earth are.
That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion, man. It's where are you saying that boat's 3 miles away, dude? Come on, man.
Yeah, it's your opinion that it's too far. What is the actual mathematics you have to do to figure out whether something would be obstructed or not?
Well, 8 inches per mile squared, man. It's 1.2.
No, that's incorrect.
It's the same thing. 8 inches per mile squared, 1.22 times the square root of the observer
Do you
site.
deny refraction? Do you deny refraction? Does it exist? Does it exist? Yes or no?
You think refraction bends things up from 30 miles past where it actually curves, man? Come on.
No, what it does is refraction will extend out the point at which it is obscured, and then it will reduce the amount of obstruction over distance. So, you know that 1.22 miles, the height of the observer thing, that's like when the geometric horizon begins. That would be extended out if there's more refraction. It might be like 1.3 to 1.42 to the height of the observer, depending on the refractive index. And then for the obstruction after that point, it would no longer just be that linear relationship. It would be slightly changed depending on the refraction.
And that's
so again,
that's on the.
Do you deny refraction?
Well, you're saying that this is on the refractive. Excuse me, the refractive indices of the day. You're saying that that's down to the atmospheric conditions and the refractive indices of the day. Oh, the light's doing this, yeah?
Yeah, just like the amount of time it takes for a concrete slab to dry depends on the humidity of the day.
Well, we'll go back to concrete in a minute, but so you're saying that, yeah, it's down to the atmospheric conditions of the day and the refractive indices induced by the day that's causing that, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, there's a helicopter going on overhead. Yeah, for sure. It's the refractive index of the day, but it is also the height of the observer as well as that geometric 8 inch per mile square. You have to factor in all of these different things to get the true obstruction to an object.
Right, okay. So what about the middle of the night when it's pitch black and I can see the exact same thing when it's a beach fire or an EPIRB that's 30 miles away, bro? Well, what about then when it's dark?
Yeah, so there's another thing that happens with light. It's called diffraction, which means that the rays will scatter out in a cone shape. So you can see light from, say, a fire or something, even though you're not actually seeing the fire itself. You're just seeing a point of light in the distance.
No. This is the actual fire itself on a beach beside the water at 30 miles away and at night time, dude. Or a car's headlights literally 3 feet off the water shining out at about 30 miles away.
I'd love to see any example of that, but they just, they don't exist. There's nothing that breaks refraction or breaks the distance.
That's why I want to do. I get stuff sorted out. I'm going to go out and I'm going to do stuff at night between all the Scottish islands that I can, 30 and 40 miles. I'm going to do triangulation stuff with beach fires, car headlights, all of these things. I'm going to put something like that together, dude. And in pitch black, where there's no refracty, bendy, woo-woo light going on.
Yeah, that's great, but it hasn't, it just doesn't exist. There's no image out there that doesn't fit the globe using refraction or even the diffraction of light as a reason why we're seeing that thing that we don't think we should see. But there's been absolutely nothing presented mathematically or in reality for why someone who's 6 foot above the surface of the Earth would see something off in the distance half obscured. Only the bottom half of it too.
There's been loads of stuff. The whole total internal refraction stuff addresses that. What's the other one? Shoaling and the effects of angular compression show reason that you've just not read what we've posted, bruv. Come on now.
I have. I've read it all. If you want to discuss any of those individual points, I can explain to you why it doesn't discuss it, or why it doesn't address it. But there's never been any reason why it's only the bottom obscured. The distance to the top can be greater than the distance to the bottom, so that doesn't do it. We're above the surface of the Earth, so we wouldn't have the lensing problems we do when we put a camera right down on the base of the Earth and then zoom it in. You get issues with the zoom causing parts to be obscured that weren't obscured before. Even the waves. Like if you're higher than the waves, there's no expectations of waves would only obscure consistently half a boat when the waves are constantly moving up and down.
Well, the boat's also moving up and down, also moving up and down as well. And the angular size of the boat, with the waves in the foreground, like you say, the foreshortening effect that comes from a camera when you lower it angularly, and you get the compression effect of the seawater between you and the boat. Like a 2, 3, 4 inch wave can obscure half an ocean liner out at sea, mate. I've seen it.
Yeah, when you're really, really, really close, like the camera is in the water. But even that would change drastically throughout the observation. It wouldn't just be that this boat is always pretty well obscured and then there's like a tiny change and a tiny change and a tiny change and a tiny change. It would have been a massive change every single time because you're having something that is constantly undulating and something else that is constantly undulating being the cause of it, which means there'd be an undulating change to the amount that's obscured, which just doesn't happen in any of the videos.
Well, you're also aware that as the seawater approaches the landmass, again with shoaling, the water around the landmasses can be slightly higher than calmer water out at sea, dude, and that can also enhance this effect.
It can also be lower depending on what time tidally it is. But again, you can be above the water enough that is no longer an issue. Like some of these pictures from on top of a sand dune or in a lighthouse, they completely remove that problem.
Well, again, I agree that there's a lot of pictures out there that there's claims made on, but we need the data on how far the ships are, what time of day it was, what the tide was doing, what the weather conditions were, how high the camera was, what type of camera. We need it all, dude. And that's why a lot of things in this argument, oh, what about ships over the horizon? They get swept off the table because there's no pedigree that comes with it. There's no data that we can say, oh, you're right, man. That's just, oh, hang on, we're wrong here. You know, like if we can do stuff like the Black Swan, where we can nail the data on the distances and what we're observing, yeah, sure. Put it on the table, dude. By all means, let's do that.
Sure. If you want to say that it doesn't exist currently, I'll agree with you that there's no data that shows that the Earth is flat currently from optical measurements over water. We can both agree with that. And then it's just left with the evidence I provided, the 69 miles and 1 degree change to Polaris, and that constantly being the same change, 69 miles, 1 degree. Like that's actual proof. It fits mathematically. It fits with the observations. There's no explanation for it happening on a flat Earth. Currently, I have the proof, and you're just saying that you could potentially get the proof in the future.
No, dude, what I'm saying to you is, when you come with ships over the horizon pictures, and we hand wave them away, you need the metadata. You need all the pedigree that goes with that to prove that it's what you're actually saying. Otherwise, we can just throw it away as some sort of lensing effect and foreshortening and shoaling, which you refuse to admit actually happens. You're just no.
I didn't refuse to admit that.
So, like, it's for us, it's you guys that need this. We've already given you things like the Black Swan, the wind farm observation that a PhD has done a whole video about. Like, we've already given you this, and there's plenty of other things like the laser tests. That's all documented. It's measured. It's actually there. You can go and repeat it. Even the Canigou observation, bro. You can go out there and try and capture that yourself. But what's come from you? Oh, the odd ship over the horizon that's a bit sort of woo-woo and lensed. Like, if you can give us the actual data, then we'll sit down and talk about it, bro. But until then, it's all implication of math from you guys. That's all it is.
So when you have the flat Earth, the implication is that you wouldn't have things obscured bottom up on the flat Earth unless there's a reason. Whereas in the globe Earth, it's necessary that things would be obscured bottom up because they're going over the curve, they're being obstructed by the curve of the Earth. All we have to show is that is consistent, that we see things being obscured bottom up. And you guys just have to find an example of that not happening, or something that you can concretely show in all cases that we've shown of the bottom-up obstruction would cause bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. You guys haven't done that. You haven't met your burden for the necessary claim of a flat Earth. We've met our burden of just showing that things are obstructed bottom up. That's all we have to show to prove it's a globe. The rest is just garnish on top of the proof.
Your bottom-up obstruction's in the wrong place, dude. Like 20, 30 miles in the wrong place.
That's your opinion, yeah.
Our bottom-up obstruction is explained by angular size compression, foreshortening. The effect of foreshortening as you lower the camera. It's explained by shoaling. It's explained by tidal differences as the boat goes further out. The boat can be lensed slightly from further out, and it looks bigger than it actually is when it's actually receding in size. So therefore, it looks like it's going over the curve. I don't know why you think that it's you that's got all this stuff, because it's not, bro.
Because we've met our burden that things are obstructed bottom up, and all you've done is come up with potential answers for that bottom up obstruction that you haven't shown to be the actual cause. So until you show that to be the cause, our burden is met, our explanation fits, and it shows that the Earth is likely a globe. Now, I have other things that are proof of a globe, but this is at least indicative of a globe without indicating a flat Earth as well, whereas all of your flat Earth indicative proofs also can fit a globe. So do you understand what I'm saying here? Where you've got like an observation or a set of measurements, and they can fit both the flat Earth and the globe. And then we have some that only fit the globe.
I understand that you're grasping at straws, dude, that you don't have.
Hey, so can you name one observation that wouldn't also fit the globe?
The Black Swan.
Black Swan, it's been...
Ramping windmills.
Okay, so how do you know that doesn't fit the globe? What was the math that was used to check that it didn't fit the globe?
8 inches per mile squared, based on a 3959 radius, dude.
Is it an image that we're looking at, a video that we're looking at, or is it a physical, direct, touching the surface of the Earth measurement?
Well, you can actually go and get the data from the company that put the, what do they call them? The feet for the rigs, where the body, the lower half of the rig, it's logged where it was anchored on the seabed, and also where the drill head point is. That's all logged, and you can compare that to where BLMSB was, and you can do your own measurements on that if you want, and match it trigonometrically if you like, even.
Yeah, so I was just asking: is it a apparent measurement or a physical measurement?
Well, I didn't go and actually measure it. Put it like that.
Okay, so the thing that we're doing is we're seeing whether you'd be able to see these things off in the distance, right? Or whether they'd be hidden by the Earth curve.
No, what we're actually looking for, we're looking for Earth curve in relation to the height, but the fact that we can see them, it counters it.
So the measurement is done by sight. It's a seeing measurement. Seeing measurements mean that light is involved, moving from the object to our eyes or a camera, which means it will be affected by refraction, right?
No, I don't agree with that one, no.
So you deny refraction. We're back to this.
Well, I don't agree with your implication of what it does.
So refraction doesn't change the path of light as it moves from one density to another density.
It's medium dependent and it's angle dependent, dude. If you've got a glass of water and a pencil, you know what it does there. But what you're claiming it does over water is actually more of a diffractive effect, if you like. It moves stuff around, it makes it wiggly. But that's why the crane's wobbly, bro. That's the refraction that you're seeing in play, not the fact that you can see the rigs touching the water, or you can see so far. That's not actually refraction doing that.
Okay, so the thing that you cited is a site measurement, and you've agreed that refraction does change where things are in site measurements because of the bendy
I
cranes,
haven't
but
agreed. I haven't agreed it
you agree
changes
it
where the
exists,
stuff
right?
is. I agreed it makes the crane look a bit wobbly. It doesn't change where the rigs are, bro.
Why not? Why wouldn't it change where the rigs are?
Because they're anchored to the fucking ground, mate. Come on.
Yeah, but we're not like taking a piece of string from that rig to us. We're using our eyesight, and refraction affects the light bouncing off that rig and then coming to our eyes. So why wouldn't refraction change where they are in that site measurement?
It's changing the speed of the light as it gets from you to it. It's not moving the distance between you or it, you clown. Come on, bro. Dude.
It is changing. It is changing how far it appears to be. So how much Earth curve would be in the way, apparently, from our height. And also, the speed of light doesn't change from refraction. The angle of light changes.
Yeah, it's moving up and down as opposed to moving straight, man. It's slowing it down.
It doesn't slow it down. It changes the distance it has to travel.
The perceived distance. It doesn't change the physical distance, mate.
It does change the physical distance the light has to travel, yes. It just doesn't change the speed. The speed is always constant.
Mate, look.
What you've done, and I'm just going to sum up, dude, and this has been a really great conversation, but I've got to go in a sec. I just want to sum up that the problem you've had here is when I challenged you to give a measurement, you gave a measurement of something that you're seeing, and then the mathematics you used to test it didn't include refraction. I can give you a paper that shows refraction is real, it's been measured, it's been shown to exist again and again and again and again and again. And you're doing the thing that I said you were doing, where you're just not including the variable you need to, or you're using the incorrect globe measurement to test the globe claims. You're just strawmanning it. It's an opinion based. It fits both. Whereas I have something that I can show mathematically is consistent, show you it happens in the real world, everyone agrees with it, and only fits the globe. And this is a big difference between us. I'm not willing to believe your opinion, but I'm willing to believe something that I can mathematically and logically work out for myself.
Well, that's good for you, dude. And yeah, it has been a fun conversation. For once, I've not actually wanted to ban you, and that's really nice, man. You've been cool and calm and collected, or you've tried to be, and I value that a lot. We haven't really got very far in the conversation, but by all means, drop whatever you've got in text or my DMs. We'll go through it, we'll further this out, and if we can come up with a test that we can both agree is relevant, bro, maybe me and you can go further on this. We're not enemies, man.
Sounds great. Most of the time when I'm being a shit in this channel, it's just reflecting someone else's behaviour. And even if that behaviour is someone who's just outright lying to me, then I'll start being a dick to them. But so far, you've been pretty nice, been consistent, you haven't lied, nothing you've said has been, I don't think, intentionally dishonest. So it was a good chat. I might DM you later. Bye.
Peace out, have a good day. Wow.
I just wanted to call him out there and say, well, so he agrees that the horizon is an Earth curve then?
Yep.
And if they don't have
I wanted
Earth
to read
curve,
something out to him.
and if they don't have Earth curve, they don't have R. And if they don't have R, they don't have the refraction. And if they don't have the refraction, everything he said is just complete bullshit. But you were being you were both being gentlemen, and I was like, I won't chime in now. They're finishing up, but
See,
I was
that's where
biting
I
my
would have
tongue.
went with, yeah. That's where I would have went. I mean, yeah, of course, it's like there's no other way from it, and you can drive it home as hard as you like, but you know it's dogs you're talking to, and like it's just he doesn't go down these routes. He becomes, like he said himself, he thinks he's mirroring it back, and he's actually what he's doing is he's getting aggressive and making people aggressive, and then he's hyping that up. So yeah, but you're totally right, guys. But no, listen, if I'm ever talking, just jump in, man. I like to shut up. I like to talk.
I like
It's all good, man. It's all good. I just want to read something out right here because I was hoping he wouldn't leave yet.
Do you still want to read it out to us, or is it for him specifically?
We'll listen to you, T-Dub. Don't let the others put you off.
Yeah, I want to hear it. Go for it.
Still there, T-Dub?
Oh,
Yeah. Did you guys hear that?
no.
Didn't hear any of it. You mustn't have put your mic on.
Hang on. All right, I can't. All right, okay. It's not picking me up when. Hang on a sec. Hang on. Give me a sec. I'll post it in the chat and read it because I obviously can't close the window and then read from where the other window is on. Because he was saying it's nothing to do with the speed of light, but this here from the physicsclassroom.com says the tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave speeds up or slows down. Like what? So is he talking about this? Is he saying that's talking about the wave and not light speed? Or what's going on there?
Yeah. That's the kind of thing I need to read up into more because I've got the basics of this. It's like I know that it's messing with the light and it's interfering with its path, and that's technically slowing it down. So yeah, thanks, mate. I need to read up on this.
You know their defense from that? Sugar water in a fish tank.
There it is. There it is, mate. But they've cut their own. What? No, I can't say that. They've given us the evidence because they've used sugar water.
Shut up.
No, you shut up. If they're going to go to sugar water, they've changed to water medium for a start, and then they're going to influence it by the density of sugar in it. And who's to say that that's equally dispersed?
Normally for refraction, it has to be light that's passing from one medium to another. And when you're looking at it in the distance, it's not going through the water. You're not seeing something refracted in water. It's just through the air.
Exactly. I want to read something else out to you, right? I asked an AI program this question, right? I said, is it possible to see a horizon that measures to be over 9 miles away from 1 foot observer height? Do you know what it said? No, it is not possible to see a horizon that measures over 9 miles. That would be 14.5 kilometers away from an observer height of just 1 foot. And then it goes on and it explains why with all the math. And it says, so from a height of just 1 foot, the maximum distance to the horizon is around 1.1 miles, far less than 9 miles stated in the question. To see a horizon over 9 miles away, the observer would need to be at a much greater height, around 30 to 40 meters. That would be 100 to 130 feet above the surface. How's that?
Oh dear.
Brilliant.
So there you go. AI is
their
smarter than the
AI
average globetard.
Yeah, that AI didn't consider refraction at all, did it?
Actually, there you go. Repost the question to AI and ask, did it take refraction into consideration?
Right, I will. I'll follow up question with that.
I have never used ChatGPT. The only AI thing I've done is tried doing the music creation things, but I've never actually got onto one of those chat programs.
I'm the same. No, thank you. It's not for me. I struggle enough with Google.
Okay, I said to it, did you take refraction into account? And it said, yes, refraction is taken into account in calculating the distance to the horizon from a given height. The search results mention that the standard formula, D equals 3.57 times the square root of the height, where D is the distance to the horizon in kilometers and H is the observer's height in meters, assumes no atmospheric refraction and light traveling in straight lines. However, in reality, light gets bent slightly due to refraction caused by the varying density of Earth's atmosphere. To account for this refraction effect, the formula uses an effective radius of curvature for Earth that is about 7/6 times the actual radius. Specifically, the formula that considers refraction is d equals 3.86 times the square root of the height, where the constant 3.86 replaces 3.57 to incorporate the increased effective radius due to atmospheric refraction. So the typical distance to the horizon calculators, like those examples given in, and it gives a citation, gives a link, a notation, do take into account the bending of light rays caused by atmospheric refraction over a spherical Earth. The refraction effect extends the visible horizon slightly beyond what it would be if light traveled in straight lines through a vacuum.
Boom. There you go. That's all we need.
Yep, that's it.
So even if we let them beg the question of their refraction, terrestrial refraction, which is 7/6R, even if we let them beg the question, they get completely demolished.
So we've already allowed for it anyways.
Yeah. What's his name? CJ. CJ's really good. He doesn't quote 1.22 miles. He quotes the exact distance before they even realise that they've claimed 7/6R. He gives them it straight away. And then they squirrel about going, oh, but it's lifting things. You can see stuff at miles and miles and boats disappearing, and he's already given them it. It's something like, what is it? Can't remember, 1.398 or... I'll have to go and look. Yeah. But that's the truth of it, man.
I'll tell you one that was impressive, old dude. One night, Shane St. Pierre come in and quoted reverse engineered the formula for the Rayleigh criterion, working out distances, and absolutely demolished some poor globetard. I can't even remember who it was, but I was rolling on the floor laughing. And it's a shame because I missed half of it because it was that awesome.
Wow. Oh, damn, I would have liked to have caught that. I'll have to go looking for that. Was that in here or in 24/7?
That in here.
I've got to find that, man. But yeah, Shane's on it. He understands the progression of Polaris as you move forward and away from it, and how the elevation angle's factored in to the math for the geodetic thing. Aye, he's on it like...
Yeah, he's absolutely brilliant. I was only in here for about probably 15 minutes with him, but yeah, just from what he said, it's like, wow, this guy is next level.
Yeah. I've learned so much coming to this, man. It's bizarre, absolutely bizarre, and it's stuff that I thought that I would never need to learn, but. Like, I thought I would never be able to learn it or comprehend it, but I'm actually getting, other than the deeper math, it's all fitting, it's all making sense, and I see where it's just applied to a ball now.
I'd like to get a bit more up on the all the different fallacies. I don't know a lot of those yet, which makes it a lot easier to call people out.
Yeah.
Learning the fallacies is a big habit for sure.
Yeah, my advice for anyone that's brand new would be come in, sit down, shut up for the first 3 or 4 episodes and just watch the show. You'll be surprised what you can learn just by listening.
I think I've spent the last 6 or 7 years listening to like Nathan Rickle and Huey and those guys. So I've only started like participating in the last year. So I spent like 5 years listening so that I could get the arguments down and understand the fallacious logic and know how to combat those arguments, because
the Globers, when they come in, they use their sophistry to try and make it seem like they know what they're talking about and they're clever. But you've got to be able to one-up them by calling out the fallacious logic. And if you can't do that, then it's easy for you to just fall victim to it and not realise that it's happened.
Yeah. There is. There's an entire room on 24/7 for logical fallacies. That's one thing I noticed when we get the room open in here. There's a lot of people come in, and it's far more of a debate style, and you're countered with all these things that people are saying. Like Dogs was earlier, oh, it's a logical fallacy to think that it's, and I don't get all these things. I don't get all these debate tactics. You can't say that because it's such and such things. I'm just used to talking to people, so I've got to learn it too, I suppose.
With
I
Dogs,
think it's nonsense, man.
you'll notice he talks exceptionally quick, and he is quite fast to put fallacy straight on you, whilst you're
Yeah.
still thinking of what he said a minute and a half ago. He's bang, 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 hits you with multiple things like scattergunning, basically, and then it's like,
Yeah.
oh, well, you agree with this, so therefore, and it's like, hang on a minute, I heard you. I was listening on YouTube, and I heard you call him back down that you hadn't agreed with it. You agreed to one particular part of it, but not the whole
Yeah.
thing. And he does
Yeah.
that quite a bit. You agreed to one thing, so therefore, this whole sentence is correct, and that's how he's just a weasel. But yeah, it's just his method of trying to weasel his tactics through. But yeah, I'm not a fan of him, so.
Not an easy thing to get a person out of these habits, though. You know what I mean? But again, it's the internet, bro. If we were sitting together in a pub, you know, and he walked up to me with a glass in his hand, he wouldn't have that attitude. By God, he wouldn't have that attitude.
Correct.
It's this whole disassociation from humanity that brings that approach entirely. It really is.
There was a funny video that I saw today of I can't remember what it's called. It's something like it was like called the barrier paradox or something weird. But basically, like there were these two dogs on either side of a fence, and they're basically barking right up at the fence at each other, gnarling and doing everything they can. And then the person slowly opens the fence so that they're facing each other, and then they go really quiet and soft, and they're all just like totally fine. And then he closed the fence again, the gate, and they'd start just gnarling at each other and barking and gnarling again, and then he'd open the gate and they'd stop. And it's the same kind of thing. Like, yeah, when you're a keyboard warrior and you've got this barrier of the internet between you, that's how you're going to behave. But then in real life, you're all gentlemanly and cordial.
I've seen another video very similar to that, where it wasn't done deliberately. There was two dogs in each other's faces, and there was a glass panel between them. And one of them's a little yap dog, and he stops, walks around the glass, goes in, gets himself a drink, walks back, and then continues going toe-to-toe with this bigger dog. It's funny as.
Yeah, it is interesting how things like that happen. It's so good.
Hey guys, holy shit, man. Do you want to hear what this AI says next?
Yeah.
This is crazy, guys. Listen to this shit. Alright. So I asked it, what would it mean if an observation was demonstrated where the horizon appears beyond 9 miles at 1 foot observer height? And it says, if an observation was demonstrated where the horizon appears beyond 9 miles at an observer height of just 1 foot, it would contradict the standard calculations and formulas for determining the distance to the horizon based on the curvature of the Earth, right? And it goes according to the information provided in the search results, blah, 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 about the geometric horizon. Even accounting for atmospheric refraction, which extends the visible horizon slightly, the maximum distance at 1 foot height should be around 1.9 miles. It says the examples and calculations show that to see a horizon over 9 miles away requires being at a much greater height. Right, this is where it gets interesting. It says, so if a reliable observation truly showed a horizon over 9 miles away from just 1 foot off the ground, it would defy the geometric calculations based on the curvature of the Earth's surface. Such an observation would call into question the standard models and formulas used to predict the distance to the horizon. A possible explanation could be that there were unusual atmospheric refraction conditions that significantly extended the visible horizon beyond what the typical calculations account for. However, the source indicates that even with refraction, seeing over 9 miles from 1 foot up is not predicted by the conventional geometric formulas. Unless there are flaws in the observation itself or missing context, demonstrating a 9+ mile horizon from 1 foot height would represent an anomaly that current models cannot easily explain. It could potentially require revisiting the underlying assumption about Earth's curvature or atmospheric effects on light propagation.
Hold on a second. Did you say the underlying assumption?
Yes, it could potentially, right?
It did.
Yes.
That's a direct reaction to something that it's realised isn't correct. That's beautiful, man. It's a machine that's done that.
A machine that technically shouldn't have any biases. So,
Yeah.
you know, we know that a lot of these things are coded by the lefties. You ask them certain questions and it'll give you certain answers, but that's a pretty awesome response.
It's a Babbage machine, dude. It goes on the cards that you put in it. Like, you know, it can only work on the information it's got. And it's found an anomaly.
And sometimes we actually do get responses like that from Globers. Like, we'll say, what if we did show that to you, right? And they're like, well, it would call into question the entire model, right? We'd have to, go back to the drawing board and have a look and see what's going wrong, or have a look at the observation itself and see if there's any mistakes made, blah, 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 right? And they give that kind of response, like what I just got from an AI. But when we actually show them the black swan, then it's a different story, right? They soon change their tone.
Sometimes I think it's just because they're the younger generation and they're geographically challenged, as well as they haven't experienced things in life hands-on. I mean, I've been round Britain and seen the most bizarre and adverse weather conditions, and how light can change, and how looming can put a ship way, way closer or way, way further, or all of these weird things. You know, how 1 minute it can be a clear and open horizon, then it's a bit misty, and then the sun's changed, and suddenly all of that mist lit from a different angle, and you can't see 30 yards out to sea. Like, I've seen all of this stuff, like, and then you climb a hill and you can see way, way above this bank of mist that goes on for hundreds of miles away out to sea, flat and level. Like, but people haven't seen all these things; they haven't experienced it for themselves. So I kind of feel for them, but we're not taking the piss out of you. And ChatGPT's just told you the truth as well now.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Remember Wakey Wakey approaching that astrophysicist lady, and then when he finally spilt the beans and said, look, I'm a flat earther, and here you go, look at these long distance observations, and it was like he'd shown her she was Superman, and he just pulled kryptonite out of his pocket. She was like, no, get it away, get it away.
That's doctored images. That's CGI.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, but yet all the pictures of the moon, the moon landing, and that's evidence, right?
Wakey Wakey still got his YouTube channel up?
Somebody said the other day he's on Rockfin or something like that, dude. I'm not sure, but I'll look.
Yeah.
I used to like his videos on YouTube. I haven't seen him. I haven't been able to find his channel for ages.
It's called something else for a wee while.
Was it? Okay.
But, I can't. I'll have a look. Never know.
Yeah, I think I saved something from somebody the other day from him on Rumble or BitChute or what you said, Rockfin. I'll have a look and see if I bookmarked it. Hang on.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Yeah, he's classic. He's one of the all-time staples. Just open and clear, concise. All the infographics that he does, like that go along with what he's saying.
Yeah, like I said, I used to like his videos, man, but that was back in the old days of Flat Earth, like 2015, 16, 17. He was a good lad. I liked his videos, but that interview he did with that astrophysicist, like T-Dub just pointed out, was hilarious, man. It was really well done. Like he said, it was like showing Superman kryptonite.
Jump in, Don. Don't worry about Jekyll. We'll round him up quick smart if he opens his trap.
Sorry, Jedi, mate. I can't find it.
That's not fucking good enough, is it? I'm gonna send you to New Zealand.
Oh
One
shit!
job.
You've been exiled to Kiwi land. Nah, you're right, man. I'll see if I can find him somewhere. Probably just a quick Google search away, I'll find it. Just when you brought it up earlier, man, I remembered some of his great videos, and I remembered I was trying to
Obamacare
find.
not working.
We have that in English now.
Obamacare not working.
For someone who's been around the politics circle
That's
as long as
deep and
you have,
profound, man.
you should know better.
Obamacare not working.
What the fuck's going on?
Obamacare not working.
Are you 3 years old? Do you need me to call your mummy?
Obamacare not working.
Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to put you to bed myself.
You're bricked.
No
Is this guy
dessert.
banned from the server or the channel?
What's that, mate?
Is this debate monger guy banned from here?
Maybe. The list is so fucking long, I can't remember.
Nah, he's just an idiot. Not banned.
Not yet.
He came in at the wrong time.
Yeah, the bosses in the house, we've all got to act professional.
Take a day off.
I'm just waiting for my food to get here.
Did you hear the response from the AI that I asked? What it'd mean if a horizon was seen beyond 9 miles at 1 foot observer height?
No, what did the all powerful great AI, peace be upon him, say?
It's quite a lengthy response, so what I'll do is I'll copy and paste it into the chat.
Okay, mate. Quite a lengthy response. This sounds humorous.
Hey, Don Teflon, you can talk to us. We ain't gonna bite you.
Really? You have, yeah. I mean, you have been away for a little bit, Matrix, but we do tend to bite quite hard sometimes.
I'm having dinner at the moment. You're pretty safe.
Well, fair enough.
I was sat there talking and no one could hear me, and then I realised I was on mute. Yeah, Jekyll triggered me earlier, so I had to go and lay down for a bit.
Jekyll's a muppet. He still can't find the R value that we've asked for multiple times or any proof of it. So don't lose any sleep with that one.
Yeah, no, it was that like crisis in what did he call it? Crisis in flat Earth trigonometry or something. But he was at it for like 8 hours yesterday. You know what I mean? Like constantly. It just I'd had enough. Plus lack of sleep, so I was very irritable. But I can't wait to see what this ChatGPT says about the horizon now. That should be interesting.
It's in chat. Have a read.
Yeah, I'll go and do that now.
The last paragraph is of a particular note. Right, it's very telling, very interesting response.
I just got down to the even accounting for atmospheric refraction bit. That's really funny.
Is that word for word what, like ChatGPT said? Yeah.
Actually, Perplexity AI. It's not exactly ChatGPT, but it's a pretty popular one that people use.
It's AI though, yeah.
So
that'll be very good to read. I'll be back in a minute.
This is funny. This is funny, man. Ooh, this is really good, man. I'm glad you did this. Wow. Well, keep that handy.
Screenshotted,
saved. Yeah. Even accounting for atmospheric refraction, which extends the visible horizon slightly, the maximum distance of 1 foot height should be around about 1.9 miles. 1.9 miles. Wow. So we've gone from 1.225 to 1.9 miles. That's how much refraction is going to extend the horizon away, is it? Okie dokes. That's brilliant. The examples and calculations show that to see a horizon over 9 miles away requires being at a much greater height. Well, yeah, no shit, around 100 to 130 feet. Yep. So if a reliable observation truly showed a horizon over 9 miles away from just 1 foot off the ground, it would defy the geometric calculations based on the curvature of the Earth's surface. Such an observation would call into question standard models and formulas used to predict the distance to the horizon. A possible explanation could be there were some unusual atmospheric refraction conditions that that significantly extended the visible horizon beyond the typical calculation accounted for. However, the source indicates that even with refraction seen over 9 miles from 1 foot up is not predicted by the conventional geometric formulas. Wow. And it goes into, fuck it, I'll just read the rest. Unless there are flaws in the observation itself or missing context demonstrating a 9+ mile horizon from 1 foot observer height would represent an anomaly that current models cannot easily explain, it could potentially require revisiting the underlying assumptions about the Earth's curvature or atmospheric effects on light propagation. Yeah, that's hilarious, man.
So as we said earlier, even AI understands that it's all built on assumptions.
Oh yeah, but yes, you are correct, 100%. Yeah, he says that. But even with standard refraction models, it only extends the horizon by 0.5 of a mile, 0.6 of a mile.
Rest in peace.
Where's your refraction now?
Where's dogs are gods now?
Yeah, right.
So futile.
That's brilliant.
Like that guy said on Netflix. Interesting.
My initial question was, would it be possible to even see a horizon beyond 9 miles from 1 foot observer? And it said no. The first word, no.
Go back and say, well, actually, 29 miles. How about that one? Fucking hell. We can show a horizon from 1 foot at 29 miles away. That's just.
Holy shit.
Oh, shit.
Should ask that that AI about the infrared observations.
All right.
Like hundreds of miles.
Yeah.
Should whack that in, see what it says about that. That'll be interesting.
One day I'll probably, like, if I can afford to, I'll probably get like a paid version, and which will allow me to post images to it to examine.
How much is that like?
I'm not sure. It's just like a matter of me working out a budget.
Let's get a GoFundMe going.
If it's a one-off thing or it's a monthly subscription and you have to pay or what it is. But
all right, yeah,
I think, yeah. There's a pro version.
For when you're a pro at talking to chatbots. Pros only.
Yeah.
Got a few new people joining the chat. Somebody called Sigma Boy has joined us. Sigma, eh? I don't think Sigmas call themselves Sigmas, so I'm going to change your name to Gamma. Gamma Boy. Did we sort the issue out with the 24/7 live stream bot getting moved into AFK every hour? Did we sort that out, or is it still an issue?
I think it's not going to get bounced out of here now, but I'm not sure.
Monkey cokes.
It hasn't been, so it must be fixed.
Oh, that's awesome then. I caught a bit in the mods chat the other day about it, and I didn't know if it had been resolved or not.
Yeah, come to think of it, I don't think I heard a final word either, but I have noticed it hasn't been gone, so.
Okay, fair enough. We do know that Geeks is the reason why there's an AFK chat, yeah?
He says he shilled for that, or?
It's his little baby.
Wow, good job.
Yeah, well done. You know what he's like, he wants to get our numbers down, so he thinks that if he removes people who just come in here to listen and don't like to, talk and stuff, then our numbers will slowly drop.
Yeah, because he thought that mainly the room was just a bunch of bot accounts just parking here to make fake traffic. But it's like if you look at the AFK channel now, it's all people from other channels. So no, they're just like you're obsessed with this topic. Yeah, a lot of other people are too.
There's more egg on that man's face.
Yeah. Well, we do have bots. The YouTube bot, there's one.
Yeah.
But it's not allowed to get bounced out. Our bots are not allowed to, be sent to that AFK channel. So nice try.
Oh well.
He came begging in my DMs to be unbanned. It was a big long message, and I just emojied it with the TLDR. Didn't say anything.
Yeah, if you don't give him attention, he goes away. That's all he wants is attention.
That's how you take care of a narcissist.
Yeah, or a small child.
Yep. Maybe I'll let him back sometime, but I'm going to torment him first.
And shudder went down my spine when you said you were going to let him back. So, all right, boss, if you want.
Well, I don't really want. Just adds bullshit.
That's true. AT has joined us. Good morning or good evening, AT. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, good morning, guys.
God, bloody hell, it's a bit lively for a Sunday. What's up, man?
Oh, my bad. I'll tone it. Wait, give me 1 sec. Yo, good morning, guys.
Yeah, what up? That's better, man.
How you doing? Yeah, it's Sunday. I mean, Jedi, the sun's out. Good vibes, you know. A lot of good stuff happening today.
What time is it for you?
I can't say.
Okay. Is that a secret?
I mean, there are people online trying to get me, you know? You can never be too safe. I know you're not one of them. Trust me, but...
I get you, I get you. You stay incognito, mate, you're fine.
Yeah. Or somewhat. You know, I'll always tell people I'm from Northern Europe. So...
Fair enough.
What about you guys? You're up early too, right? If you're in the UK, it's what, like 9 right now? 9:30?
Yeah, just come up 9:30. Yep. It is a beautiful sunny morning. I spend a little bit of time outside, and it's getting sunny. It's getting warm, so it's going to be another lovely day.
Anything excited planned out, or not really? Just chilling.
Not today, mate. I got the weekend off work, and it's been a very busy week, so just chilling out.
You know, it's funny. I had a conversation with my girlfriend last night that sometimes you want nothing more than doing nothing, but then when you can't do anything, it sounds so word twisted, but when you have like all the time off, say you have like 2 weeks off, then you want nothing more than to do something, or to have like a you want to have like a work day or two. So it's weird how we're wired to like love working, but also striving for more freedom. Yeah.
All you want is a vacation, then you get it, and all you want is not this vacation anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It's always like the idea of freedom is better than actual freedom. In my head, at least. Although I will say, on a good summer day, you can have like a lot of like weekends, and that's not enough. I'm probably gonna go jump in the water today. See how cold it is.
It's time. Summer suddenly arrived, it looks like.
Yeah, everywhere at once, right? I mean, It's like it went from this.
We go.
Yeah, right. Apparently, like
Had to wear a
also, I think.
jacket like 2 days ago.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sometimes you have to like wear a jacket and hoodie and like everything layered. And then today it seems like you could go outside just wearing a long sleeve. That's it. Did you guys see, by the way, there was this thing. I don't know if it's where you live. Wasn't here. But the
We're all
Northern
set.
Lights were in the sky like everywhere. Also in the UK, I think, Jedi.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm quite south in the UK. I'm just outside London, and it was pretty cloudy the other night, so I couldn't necessarily tell. But I've seen other photographs and observations throughout the UK. Northern Lights were most definitely seen, man. It was
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yes, all over my fucking feed, and I saw like the news too. They had like an article showing all the photos people send in and stuff. It's pretty cool. I think the only place you can really see that is like what, the North Pole?
Yeah, within the Arctic Circle for sure. Don't have to be right on the North Pole. You can see it from like Northern Europe, Norway, Finland, Sweden, or Northern Finland, Sweden, whatnot. Northern Canada, Alaska, those types of places.
Yeah, where they don't want us to go, right?
What, to Finland?
No, no. I was just joking. It's like a lot of people don't. They make the argument with the North Pole that it's military contested and you can't go. And
Well,
it has,
yeah. Let's put some good question into my head. Look, if we're getting this radiation and energy from the sun, this plasma discharges and stuff, and we're protected by the magnetic field which produces these northern lights, then there are the southern lights as well. So I don't know if there was any observations from South America or southern Australia, like Tasmania and so on, of the southern lights happening. I think that's still a little bit too far north.
Wait,
But you
I
would
didn't
have,
even know there is Southern Lights. Today I learned.
Yeah.
They weren't too far north last night.
But I'm not, brother. No.
Even where I live at the 32nd line, in my town, there was people with photos of it come up a pinkish colour for the sky.
Really? That's awesome, dude.
Bro, why does the Southern Lights look so much doper than the Northern ones? Look at this. It looks like a movie or like edited. Know the difference.
Wow.
Oh shit, my girlfriend's calling. I'll be back later. Have a good one, guys.
Take care, man. Spoken like a true man.
Yes,
oh,
dear.
shit. Oh, dear. T-Dub, that thing that you posted from Chat GPT, I've copied and pasted it, put it in our server in additional information, #Horizon.
That's awesome, man. Thanks.
How's it going, Dyer?
Hey mate, how are
Yeah, can't complain. You get to see any of the pretty lights?
you? Nah.
Yeah, me neither. Apparently, it happened where I live, but my house was facing the wrong way, and the second part of it is I couldn't give a fuck.
Happened pretty far down south, didn't it?
Bullshit. People up in Queensland were also taking photos of it.
Fuck, yeah, right. Maybe I just missed it.
Well, if you have a look in chat, someone from my town took that picture, and that was in the bloody local news.
Yeah, right. That's cool.
Silly part was I stuck my head out. Like, I heard all about it, and everyone's raving and carrying on, and I thought, yeah, I'll stick my head outside and have a look. I looked to the east, and it was just cloud cover, and I'm thinking, oh, well, fuck it, it's not going to happen at my house. So I went back inside, mind my own business, and that was as far as I went. But yeah, apparently there was only about 8 clouds in the sky, and I got to see all of them at my end. And the other side was clean as a whistle.
Yeah, right.
But no, apparently, if it's going to happen, you've got to look to the south.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting to see it where I am, so I don't know. Didn't really look for it. Where are you from?
I'm in sunny Dub Vegas. Few other people going, I don't get that, and here's you laughing.
Can you explain it for me? Is that all right? Where's this Dub Vegas place?
The town's called Dubbo, but we call it Dub Vegas because it's just a bogan name for it.
Is it actually called Dubbo, or is that just you shortening the word, put an O on the end of it? Oh, okay, fair enough.
Dubbo. Yep.
Brilliant. Because I know you guys do like to shorten words and put O's at the end of it. This time you actually named a town after it. That's pretty cool.
Probably would have seen the bloody things where I am then. I'm not too far from you.
Where are you? You're over towards the coast or something, aren't you?
Yeah, just like south of Sydney.
Like Wollongong, that way?
Oh, not that far. Like, pretty much in Sydney. Don't know if you had kind of where Liverpool is.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I used to live in
Yeah.
Carlton. That was considered south.
Oh, yeah.
You know, on Jubilee Avenue.
Moving up to Queensland. Sorry, say again.
You know, in Jubilee Avenue where the bloody Dragons have their stadium. I used to live there.
Yeah.
The day I moved in was the day their last game before they joined up with Illawarra. The day I moved out was their first game back at the stadium. I was so pissed off. 150 metres away from the stadium doors, and I didn't get to see a game there.
Yeah, right. That's unfortunate. Moving up to Queensland in the next few weeks, though, should be good.
Oh, you can go up there and harass Skinny.
Harass who?
Skinny Vet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keen for that. Never been up to Brisbane before, so. How'd you end up in Dubbo?
I was actually born here, believe it or not, but most
Yeah,
of my
right.
life in Newcastle. lived down in Roxby Downs for a year. Well, actually, I should say Andamuka for a year, which was great fun. I'll never get that back. Spent a few years over in Western Australia. Then I come back, and the job that I came back here for, I lost due to the last couple of years debacle. So I've sort of been doing other stuff since, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. But anyways.
Yeah, right.
Maybe I'm not a team player like it says on my resume.
I haven't used my resume in a couple of years. I'm not that old to begin with.
When I went down to Roxby Downs, I'd spent, 11 years on the rail, and I took my long service. I said, you know what, stuff this, I can get paid more doing other shit jobs. Anyways, I went down to Roxby Downs. I'm down at this town called Andamuka, sitting at the pub, and after, I had a couple of housemates there. Don't go down the pub, don't go down the pub, you'll get into a fight. Bullshit, I go to the pub to drink, piss off, I'm thirsty. And Andamuka's a hot bastard of a place anyways. So I'm down the pub, and there's this very large gentleman sitting across from me. How's it going, mate? Yeah, not too bad. What are you doing here? Oh, looking for a bit of work. What do you do? Oh, I've spent the last few years as a welder on the rail. And he goes, you fucking bullshit or what? And I said, no, seriously, I've spent 11 years plus on my knees welding friggin' railway line. And he goes, I'll tell you the deal. You go in there and grab me a beer, come back out, and we'll have a bit of a yarn. It just so happened he was the boss of one of the local companies, and they were looking for aluminothermic welders. So I got to start within 3 days. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, right.
So it just shows. Get down the pub and, have a yarn with some of the locals.
Yeah, I'm only 18. I've just joined the army in the last 6 months or so. Enjoying it quite a bit.
Maybe that's what I should have done when I was younger.
I know. No, I've nearly finished my all my training, which is why I'm moving up to Queensland because it's my first posting. So looking forward to that.
Well, so that means they've learned you how to shoot. Did you have to take any lessons on allowing for Coriolis or any of that kind of weird shit?
Nah.
Well, that's a bit of a bugger.
I don't even know what Coriolis fucking means. Didn't hear the word in basic training though, so. Didn't realise that would make you laugh so much.
Well, you're a bit of a fence sitter, aren't you?
Say again?
You're a bit of a fence sitter.
What do you mean?
As in, are you a flat earther or a globetard?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't really look into it. So I'd probably have to say a fence sitter, yeah.
Because one of the things that the Globies claim is this thing called Coriolis effect or force or whatever other stupid word they put behind it. And it's an illusion. And they'll claim that snipers or long-distance shooters have to allow for this Coriolis. So because of the Earth rotate. Anyways, the fact that you didn't even know what it was, that is just gold, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I can't speak to fucking like snipers or whatever. Yeah, we only shot out to 400 meters. But yeah, no, haven't heard that before.
Well, when you go and look it up, are you in the other channel, in the other 24/7 channel?
No.
Right. What we need to do, we might have to line you up a mod somewhere. If T-Dub's feeling really nice, he might help you out. We'll chuck you in the other channel. Down the bottom section of it, there's an A to Z of nearly everything you could possibly ever want to learn, and go through and have a bit of a read of that. But I'll try and grab a link for you.
Roger. Oh shit, you messaged me.
Yep. So if you jump into there, TW, you out and about at the moment?
Oh shit, I'm gonna go grab some dinner real quick before the fucking mess shuts. I'll be back around a bit later though if you're still around.
Yeah, not a problem, mate. Probably be
No
floating
worries, I'll
around somewhere.
jump in a bit later. Alright, see you around.
See ya.
Cool. Who was that?
It was young Dyer, 0426 or whatever his number was. I was just telling him about the other channel. He's a bit of a fence sitter, so I thought if he gets some reading material, it might help him out.
Okay, cool. Have we spoken with him at length in here?
Yeah, quite a fair bit actually.
Cool. Okay then. Well, if he just makes, we would just make sure he reads the welcome page and agrees to that, agrees to the rules. Go ahead and give him VC verified.
I don't have those magical powers, but anyways.
No, man, that's cool because you're silver in the other server, aren't you?
Yep.
If you got no problems with it, then we can consider the conversations that he's had in here basically an interview, like VC verification interview, if you want. As long as he reads the welcome page and agrees to the rules, I'm all good with giving him VC verified, just straight up.
Yep, I'll have a chat when he comes back later. I'll drag him across to the one of the rooms and have a chat to him.
All right, man. No worries. Yeah, just well then just ping me or just ping anybody, any one of the gold pluses and
Why are you
and
faggots in here
everything like that.
discussing flat Earth? Go get a job. Please.
We've also got a mute button too in that magic. Have a nice day. It'd be nice if that mute button stayed locked to whoever the mod was that snagged them, and they have to come back and be exceptionally nice to that person, or they stay blocked for like an hour or something like that. That'd be funny.
Holy shit, Heretic, you're fast, man. You're like gunslinger from the west, man. I went to do it and it's done.
It's all over. It's over but the crime. I'm also going to get attention to the server. Just going to make his life
on Discord
Straight to the appeal
hell.
room.
Oh wait, the man works in the side chat.
Yeah, it does now.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
That's new.
catch all you fine folk another time. See you later.
Catch you, mate.
Take care, guys. I'm off. Hope you all have a blessed day. See you later.
See you, mate.
All right. I've done it. I've done it, guys.
What have you done?
You know when you guys sometimes post a copy paste of what is science?
Hold on, what have you done?
You know when people, sometimes flat earthers, post a copy paste of science? What is science? Yeah?
What is the scientific method?
Yeah. I've done my own copy paste. Here's some of it. And here's the other part of it. There you go. Look at that. Got even more, it's even longer, right? Which means it's more true.
Even more longer makes it even more true.
Well, actually, the sources are actually academic literature, which actually makes it more reliable. But you know,
Well,
the fact that
because
it's longer just helps, you know.
Okay, okay. More ifs and buts and whys makes it more palatable or theoretically possible.
Well, no, it's like if you want to say that science is this or science, the scientific method's that. This is to say, well, actually, scholarly literature has many different ideas of what science is and what the scientific method actually is.
You get blue gnomes, you get purple gnomes, you get green gnomes, you get hairy gnomes, you get gnomes with big feet, you get gnomes with big eyes. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, well, it's like, you know, when because if I spoke to QE right now and I said to QE, he said, "What's science?" And I said, "Well, you know, science is this, right? Like one of these definitions of science." And he said, "No, wrong." And then he like posted his little copy pasta. Now I've got a copy pasta to say, "No, wrong." And then my copy pasta is more legitimate because it has actual reference to academic sources in it. In fact, there's
I
one,
would
two,
say it
three.
with a posh English voice, not a sort of like poor attempt at an American one.
10. There's 10 sources in there, and it actually references one of the sources he posts, which is one of the. I think you've seen the copy pasta before.
Well, your copy pasta, I've seen all that. Yeah.
That's pretty,
Although
that's
that's
pretty good.
not this stuff. That's not your latest stuff.
What do you think,
I agree
Matrix?
with you, mate. If you're making a claim, you should be able to back it up. If you've stated that this is information that's part of the scientific body or whatever, yeah, we should be like referencing stuff. It just or technically, it's just pulling it out our arse and saying my dad's bigger than your dad. I'm right.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a bit of both, right? Because in one sense, yeah, I mean, you know, you're using academic literature to communicate a point, so it's to demonstrate some sort of ambiguity in the conversation that's being talked about. There's no one thing. There's no being wrong in this particular topic.
So basically, from what I've understood of what you're saying and what you've put up there and your argument so far with QE, you're not happy with how tight our methodology is, and you would like to loosen it up, so therefore be able to push in your shit model.
No, I'd say this actually references origins of science. It goes into problems of demarcation in science.
Yes, but you're doing this for a purpose. What is that purpose, young Jackal?
Well, and the purpose is to say that if you're going to say science has to be this, I'm going to say, well, I disagree. I think science has more broader scope.
So for the purpose of allowing your broad scope model to be allowed in, not the strict, tight rules that we've been trying to adhere to.
Well, it's not so I can let my model in. It's to be accurate, right? I mean, you're assuming a goal there, right?
You've actually done the complete inverse of that. By allowing looser ruling, you've allowed for more inaccuracy. So you're not more accurate. You've gone the other way.
No, it's because I mean, most people who do the demarcation of science will say things. In fact, to be honest with you, some flat earthers will do it, right? They'll talk about the term falsification, right? That which is falsifiable, if you're going to call that science, right? Which Karl Popper believes, that's not within the scope of just the specific scientific method, right? Because that's more broader of a term. So even flat earthers sometimes can't make their mind up on it. They'll reference Karl Popper, but Karl Popper wouldn't say the scientific method is this particular thing, right? The idea of science in this philosophy of science is to say, well, what do we consider science to be, and how can we describe it in such a way that encompasses what we consider science to be and demarcate it from where it shouldn't be called. Like, for instance, astrology is not science. So how do you draw that boundary between biology and astrology, right? Or astronomy and astrology is probably a better connection, right? Or geology and biology with creationism, right? How do you delineate those two boundaries, right? And that's what that does. That's what the aim of this is. Calling it the scientific method is this particular thing is actually an effort to exclude the globe from being called science when the body of literature does not do that. So it's the opposite. I'd accuse you of trying to, be hyper specific.
That's what we want, is hyper specificity.
Do it fit your own ends, though, right? So it's to fit the ends of the scientific method can't be done to prove, I don't know, space, right? Because, can't put space on the surface of the Earth. And so your goal is to say, well, you can't know space is real because you can't do my particular method with it. But that's not what science is. That's kind of like bastardizing science.
Space violates the second law of thermodynamics, so...
I mean, I'm not going to get into that. I've already done this 1,000 times.
And you've lost 1,000 times.
Well, no, I mean,
I don't think it violates anything. It's just that every single time I do it, I feel like history repeats itself. You know.
Did you read the thing further up that T-Dub posted?
No.
You might want to pop up and read that, mate.
That's just a black swan he's doing there.
No, he's having a chat to one of those AI bot things like ChatGPT or one of those.
I don't know. What? Just one more thing is also like with all definitions, you want to have a scope of what you're talking about, right? Like for instance, at one point you would have a very specific definition of the word state, right? That wouldn't apply to most countries. So you'd have to amend the definition of state to capture a concept of what you're talking about, right? In the same way, with the word science, you're trying to capture a concept. Like what we know that we would consider biology science, but why is it science, right? Not just to say, well, I've got this method that I can use to deny space. That's kind of retarded, right?
Well, all I can say to you, you grab all this here and you drop that on QE's foot, and just please make sure I'm there so I can listen to his reaction. That's gonna be funny.
Well, QE's not someone who you go to debate, right? He's someone you go to embarrass because he's not an honest actor. I don't think so. I don't really think about debating him.
Well, if that's the angle you're going to take with him, best of luck to you. QE is someone who is hyper specific, very regimented, very accurate, and calling him a liar is something you've got a big set of furries on you if you want to do it to his face.
Well, I mean, specificity can be irrational sometimes, or can be kind of irrational. Let's say a way out, right? So, for instance, I remember one conversation I had with him.
Reason for it, mate. It's because over the last umpteen years, we get all these globetards coming in. Oh, we're out by a couple of meters. We're out by this. We're out by that. We're allowed to be out. Hang on a minute. And then when we come along and make a claim, we're not allowed to be out. So we flipped it. Fuck it. We're going to go full hyper-specific and get extremely accurate. That's why we do it. Because of all the bullshit over the last umpteen years with the lack of accuracy, and then we're not allowed to use a lack of accuracy. So that's why we've actually flipped it back.
I'm not even talking about data, though, Matrix, right? We're not even talking about data here, though. I mean, I would say the appropriate way to handle data is just to compare each method and see which one's more accurate, right? But like aside from that, with QE, for instance, I remember I had a conversation with him, and he said, "Post the reference, the citation to what you said," right? So I posted a quote and a link to where I got the quote from, and he wasn't happy that wasn't formatted exactly how he imagines the citation to be referenced, right? And instead of actually ever engaging with what I said, he took it as, "Oh, you're a pretender clown. I'm gonna mute you," that kind of thing. But anyone, I guess, who's a thinking person would have known that he did not actually engage. That was his way out of engaging,
Well, why don't you go and step up then and go and drop it into the FED channel? Let all the boys have a look at it.
FED.
Flat Earth Debate.
I left that server like twice. It's kind of dead,
Yeah, 99% of the time they're not in there, but when they run their shows, they are.
I see.
So, yeah, you got to just get them on their show times.
Favorite quote is, "However, just as often scientists have come to the same conclusion as recent philosophy of science, that there is no However, just as often, scientists have come to the same conclusion as recent philosophy of science, that there is not any unique, easily described scientific method. Oh, what a killer, right? Weinberg, 1995, The Methods of Science and Those by Which We Live. Great.
I find it interesting that these scientists spend most of their time talking about philosophy as opposed to doing scientific shit.
What do you think? Yeah, the method is philosophical, right? I mean, you got to remember the development of science was a epistemic development. It wasn't just like, oh, we've got this method. I mean, how do you evaluate if the method's good? Right? You go into your metaphysics, you go into your epistemology, you know. Oh, here's another one, Matrix. You like this one. What characterizes science is the greater care in excluding possible alternative explanations. The more detailed elaboration with respect to data on which predictions are based, the greater care in detecting and eliminating sources of error, the more articulate connections to the other piece of knowledge, etc. On this position, what characterizes science is not that the methods employed are unique to science, but that the methods are more carefully employed. Hepburn, Bryan, and Han Anderson, The Scientific Method. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. What do you reckon about that one? You like that one?
Yeah, you jumped ahead of me. I'm trying to read these.
Some good quotes in there, I'm telling you. And the last one, the best thing about the last one is it's actually from QE. Like, you know, he didn't even read his own source or something.
We do not have a fixed scientific method to rally around and defend. Bullshit. It's whoever pays the bills. That's what you'll rally around and defend.
Maybe.
You don't have to be a rocket surgeon to work that out.
I'm no like science nerd, right? You know, I'm no big science fan. I actually find science boring and nerdy, right? But what I do appreciate is the debate, right? You know, like this particular debate, because a lot of philosophy goes into it, right? Like saying what you think science is as just meaning that, rather than you know excluding things that most people would consider science to be part of the investigation.
What are we talking about?
Talking about flat Earth. You flat earther? You globe earther?
Huh?
You a flat earther or a globe earther?
I don't know. I don't agree with what I'm told in school.
Right, okay.
I can't prove it. I think that if I can prove that the asteroid field exists, then I can prove gravity exists. That will prove the shape of planetary objects in our solar system, at least.
Yeah. What kind of
That's
doubts
the-
do you have? Like, you just don't believe what you were told in school, or do you have any actual like concrete doubts?
I do have concrete doubts because obviously what you're told in school you cannot prove unless you do the math yourself or and have a telescope. But there are telescopes that can see the asteroid field, and so I think I should look at the asteroid field in different positions. If I can prove what NASA proves, then that proves gravity. Otherwise, how else would the asteroid field exist? If the asteroid field exists, gravity exists, and that explains the shape of the Earth, the shape of the moon, the shape of Mars.
You know, I understand what you're saying, but I have a similar sort of but different kind of view, right? Which is that allegedly NASA lies about everything and so on and so forth. And then you get a telescope and you aim it towards Jupiter, and you see it's exactly as described. Or you aim it towards Mars or Venus, and you see it's exactly as described. I mean, it's not to say that everything is correct, but it is to say that maybe they don't lie as often as you thought, right? It's some flat earthers probably would have some sort of trouble with.
True. I think that some flat earthers have consistency in what they say. But I believe that ultimately, if gravity is true, it makes sense for planetary objects in our solar system to be the shape that they are. Spherical, infinite points. If they had a high amount of mass, any amount of asteroids or solar system mass would collect together, form Mars, form Earth, form Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. I think that's what would happen.
It's
If I
like
can prove-
it's like when you look at the moon and you see like the sort of curvature on the moon, like if you look at the edges and the shadows and so on.
Well, not just
it's
that, but
yeah.
that it also is separated from Earth a centimeter every year. That's
Yeah, but they wouldn't agree with you at the idea that you could measure that, right? They wouldn't say that you'd be able to measure the distance of the moon.
NASA,
Yep, and that's
NASA
what I was
says they
just
do.
about to ask. How did you
NASA
measure
said-
that?
NASA says they do it with lasers. You know, I got to look at it, but if that's true, then that would explain how, although there's planetary objects that are spherical, there's also objects in the solar system or the galaxy that reject gravitational pull.
Oh, just before we continue, Mez, by the way, I've converted Matrix. He's now an absolute QE scientific method denier, and he believes everything I believe.
Oh, that's great.
You're a fucking
Object
Todd
moron.
Jekyll.
One down.
Well, have you debated with someone from NASA? That's what
Few seconds,
that's
dude.
what I look for. And it's not like a harp on you. I'm sure you're smart. That's what I value.
Yo, Fart, I'm going to need you to uncam, my friend. Limit in the room to 25.
I didn't hear a word you said.
Oh, yeah, your camera locks the room down to 25 people, mate. You're going to have to just go on voice.
Am I my webcam or my mic?
On your camera, just drop the cam. You can stay on voice channel, but just drop the camera because it limits our room.
What do you mean it limits your room?
The rooms actually get limited. Once someone goes onto camera, we get throttled to 25 positions only.
That's fucking.
Don't blame us. I don't make the rules. We just deal with it.
Yeah, that's fucking gay. I like looking at myself, honestly.
Oh, we figured.
Each to their
Sure.
own, but anyways.
Fucking retarded.
Yeah, we don't know why. It's just a part of the room setup. That's just how it works. So We deal with it.
Well, I would join a different group. I think you guys are very smart, but I want to show my face. I want to see other
fun with
people's
that.
faces because they're afraid to show their faces.
Good luck.
Hey, you guys, I love you guys. Have a good time.
Gotcha, man.
Love you. Bye.
So have you read through those references now, Matrix? What do you reckon? What's your thought?
Well, I was halfway through it. Well, let's go back up here.
Some good stuff up there, you know. Took me a whole 10 minutes to compile this, right? You got to think that this is labor, right? Laborious work just for you and others.
So out of all of this, you still haven't found me an R value. I'm disappointed.
R value.
Radius. I'm highly disappointed. The one thing I want, and you've come up with all this philosophy shit, but no R value. I'm disappointed.
The funny thing about finding the R value, right? Is there's two reasons why I'm not that bothered about how you go about philosophizing, you guessing it, right? The first one is I can, if I want to, give you an R value that's calculable based on trigonometry that would be based on the probability that if the Earth is a sphere, then this would be the R value, right? I could do that without committing any fallacies. But the second thing is, if I want to affirm the consequent, I actually, after discovering, from EMBO Gaming, that the flat Earth scientific method affirms the consequent anyway, I don't really mind affirming the consequent on that matter, because really that's not how science develops. You know, the radius wasn't sort of rationalized based on some sort of logical syllogism, just like they thought the Earth was a globe. If the Earth's a globe, they thought this would be the radius, right? And you can do that with trig. I can give you a reference for that if you want.
It was presupposed on the conditions that light travels in parallel rays, and we've since known, and we now know that it does not. So the whole everything is broken down just because we know that they're divergent rays.
Here you go. You're Australian, right? So you live near beaches, you know? Probably.
Just because I'm Australian does not mean I live near a beach. The closest beach is 4.5 hours away.
Well, you'll have to go 4.5 hours, because I've just posted in the chat a good trigonometric method to figure out what the radius of the Earth is. If you want to look into that. Also, weirdly, dip corrections in celestial navigation all correspond to the radius of Earth. Weirdly.
Now, here's something I'd like to know. With your dip corrections, do you have to take dip corrections when you are at water level? Yes or no?
Well, no, but it would be an unpractical.
But why not? Because you all claim that dip corrections are to calculate for the curvature. So if it's a calculation for the curvature, you'd have to do it at every single height, regardless.
Yeah, but the point is that every time you go up...
Yeah, but the point is, that's correct.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing, yes, but the issue is that when you're not on the ground, right, and you're measuring to the horizon, right, every time you go a little bit higher, that dip correction has to correspond to the radius of the Earth, mainly because the horizon's always going to be, as you go further up, below your eye line, right?
But you create a baseline.
It's irrelevant to what I said. That's in the almanac, right? I'll give you a reference to the almanac. I've been posting references all day, right?
Bro, it's not irrelevant, bro. You're creating a baseline. You cannot make that relevant. You're making a straight line, doggy. Like, come on. Like, who are you right now? You're not going to admit the fact that you create a straight baseline from your position to the GP? Come on, bro. Stop lying to these kids, dog.
Hey, Puck, have you told Mez about bottom up obstruction and perspective?
He doesn't understand how it works optically, bro. Why would I tell him? He doesn't understand.
I know. I think
I can understand. I've been looking for an explanation for this for months now.
He doesn't.
Please
enlighten me. Mez, you don't grasp, bro, how things are going to disappear optically in your distance, and you guys are going to throw in refraction in the mix and then make it make sense for you, but you're still taking away the fact that if you're just as fucking chill and watch the environment happen around the boat, in the ocean, it's going to fucking all of a sudden reappear bottom to the top, and you guys are just all stuck. You can't accept that. You can't accept that because it goes against your fucking paradigm.
Before you all wind up, Dyer, that channel that I gave you, jump in there and go to VC check-in, and I'll meet you in there.
Roger.
Yeah, these guys, bro. Come on, Maz. Maz, you're a usual suspect, man. You still staying. How are you still bricked, bro? How?
Oh, I'm struggling to square this circle.
I'm struggling to realize why the fact you're still stuck, bro.
I know, I'm yet to hear a good explanation. And actually, I have another question about this.
Go ahead.
Which I was thinking about this yesterday. So you say that's like when you lower, you glue your face to the ground and you can't see the bottom parts of objects.
I didn't
AI
say
posted
that
that
go
photo
ahead.
of
I
his.
didn't say that, but go ahead.
Is this what? Oh, you guys say where AI's posted his picture of his like coffee cup thing that he had. Where it's like, where he takes a photo of it and when he's like stood up, you can see it all. When he takes a photo of it, when he's got his camera on the ground, you can't see the bottom of it. It's saying it's disappearing due to perspective or something.
Yeah.
Do you think that would happen if the ground was dipped?
It could happen on topography. Absolutely. I would agree. Because topography is going to change the way you can see something. Because guess what? You can't see through the dirt on topography. I'm just saying. Like, do you disagree with that?
No, I agree that you cannot see through dirt.
I agree. So, but there's also an optical phenomenon that happens because when you see something in a distance, you cannot see so far away from your position. And if you have something blocking the item that you're looking at, then it's going to be blocked. And minus that blocking, let's say that there's like a phenomenon going on where the water's raised up in the ocean on a flat ocean, then yeah, you're going to have something blocking you, from the boat in the distance simply by an optical phenomenon. But it doesn't mean that's on a globe, bro. It just means it's just beyond that phenomenon. Do you understand that?
Not quite. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Well, that's fair, bro. You're still searching. That's okay. Maybe it's going to hit you like a ton of bricks, maybe one day. But here's the thing, Maz. Like people on the flat earth side, we finally fucking grasped it. We finally understood why we are seeing things the way we see things. Because that's natural reality.
I think I don't know how to frame it. Yeah, Apocryphon, you say that you've discovered reality, right? Now
we all have.
This is the interesting question. Is it why do you think
Jews? I gotta listen to Jewish people. God damn it!
Why do you think that every time you speak to a globe earther, it doesn't really let's say they're not buying your proof, right?
Can somebody mute this dumb?
It's not resonating me. I'm struggling to grasp it.
Yeah, like if you're saying you've got all this proof and you've done it all and you've proved everything, and yet we're not buying it. Why not? Is it us or is it your argument?
I don't know why you don't understand the logic. To be honest, like I don't understand how you're not grasping the facts.
Do you think Mez and I struggle with logic? Is that your genuine take?
Jekyll. My honest take is that you and Mez, you guys are so bricked in the heliocentric model that you cannot grasp the reality of the things that we tell you. We tell you that refraction is going to stop, or what's the word I'm looking for? Where it's preventing you from seeing something in a long distance. You guys believe in the bullshit narrative that we've been broken free from, and that's why we're in our position to say that refraction is going to not allow you to see so far, but you guys believe that refraction is going to somehow magically bring something beyond that curve, block mountain water, whatever the fuck you believe, is going to bring it up into your view. And I feel like you guys just don't understand how that's bullshit. It's just bullshit, bro. And you and Mez, you guys are just both brick to the logic of the Baltards bullshit. And but here's the thing though, Jekko. I was once there, bro. I was literally once there, so I get where you're
Talking to me
at.
like I'm a drug addict. I was once there, bro. I know what it's like.
Yeah, exactly. It's like exactly. Like you're stuck in the drug, bro. You're still fucking. You're hitting the pookie, bro. You're hitting the pookie still. And I'm trying to tell you, bro. Get off the pookie. Get off the bullshit, right? Because the pookie is bullshit. I don't know if you know what a pookie is, but that's kind
I
of
think it would be helpful, right, on the flat Earth side, if they weren't so wrong all the time. That I might believe some of the stuff they
what's
say.
wrong.
Right?
What's wrong though? What's wrong though in your
I mean,
position?
just like
What's
little
wrong?
things. I mean, like for instance, like I can see through when someone's giving an argument of what their actual aims are. Right? I know the container argument has fuck all to do with who cares about the second law of thermodynamics, but more to do with what
Yeah,
ways can you try and deny that we
yeah,
can go to space. Right? I can
yeah.
see. I can wait. Hold on. One more. Right? I can
Go
see
ahead.
that when you say that the scientific method is X, Y, or Z, you're not doing it because you give a fuck about the scientific method is. You give a fuck about trying to make it so the scientific method is so narrow, what science is so narrow that you can't talk about things like space or distant objects or non-tangible sorts of effects in the world, right?
No, hold up. You're trying to correlate the fact that we have a reality, and then you want to introduce a pseudoscience and make it reality, and that's kind of the
I
point,
reference pseudoscience in the side chat. You can look at what
Jekyll.
science is.
The pseudoscience here being displaced is the fact that you think that you can somehow scientifically prove that the stars in the sky are a certain distance.
Well,
That's
like when you say
pseudoscience.
pseudoscience, you're saying that there's science as you define it, and pseudoscience, which is separate from that. And in the side chat, I have in the two sections, well, actually three sections. Section 1 tells you about the scientific method, right? But what it is and what it isn't, and what can be called scientific method, right?
Right.
And the disagreements therein. The second part talks about
I
the
agree.
demarcation line of science, which
Yeah.
talks about where does science begin and pseudoscience begin?
I
Like,
agree.
where's that
Yeah.
separation? And pseudoscience does not begin where you don't do, quote, the scientific method as you define it. It begins where you don't do things like you make an unfalsifiable claim, right? For instance,
Like
Karl Popper's method, right?
okay. The key word there was unfalsifiable. The key word.
But there's one more sort of caveat to that,
Hold
which is
on.
that you also have a pretense that you're doing science, even though you're making
Okay.
a bunch of unfalsifiable claims.
But hold on, Jekyll. The key word was unfalsifiable because you cannot displace a distance to where you can literally look from it from a side view. You cannot put that aside and look at it from a side view and say this is the measurement, because you are now trying to be God. You're now trying to see things from the outside looking in. And that's pseudoscience, because you're then theorizing this is the calculation in math to make this distance. That is literally pseudoscience, because you
Oh,
cannot.
here's an example, right? Here's an example, right? So you had a flat earther who went, I could not remember the reference off the top of my head, but it vaguely went like this. A flat earther went to measure the sunset and the kind of refraction that would be expected there
Okay.
over a hill, right?
Okay.
And the hill in question was refracted, right? But luckily in that particular area, they also had I can't remember, like a tool to measure, just happened, not a flat earthers, but there was already one there, to measure the temperature and altitude, right? And the temperature
Okay.
and altitude corresponded to exactly how they should be looking out at the horizon, right?
Okay.
Those sorts of things support the idea of our refraction.
Okay.
If there was something wildly different, like the temperature was not at all corresponding to the refraction they were seeing, the observations they were seeing, then you could say, yeah,
Right.
okay, there's something wrong here.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I've never
For sure.
seen that been demonstrated.
Okay. But here's the point, though. I get you, because now we're at least on Earth again. We are at least trying to calculate things on the ground. But when you start to invoke how you can, determine these distances of the things in the sky, that's pseudoscience. That is false. That's a
No, it's not
falsehood.
pseudoscience.
No, it is though, because
You need to look at my references of what science is and what pseudoscience is.
Look at
in the sideshow.
pseudoscience is anti-science, bro. Science
What
in
science?
itself, science in itself is knowledge, but there's a structure to how you can come to that point of knowledge to where you can disprove it to be accordingly with a variable and an invariable, and you can science it out. So, for lack of better words, if you can't
Yeah, I'm really
science it
struggling
out,
with your definition of science right now.
well, okay. Tell me this: what's your definition of science? Please read it verbatim. Go ahead. Tell me right now.
Well,
Look it up,
I
Google
think.
it. Do what you
Well,
gotta
no,
do.
I don't have to Google it because I've
Just
already
read.
posted
No,
it in the.
no.
Posted it in the side
Hey,
chat.
brother. Okay, Jekyll, brother, Jekyll. Read me, please. Read it to me. I'm not looking on side chat. I'm not even next to my phone.
Read
I'm
it
just
to
here.
you. All right,
I'm
one
just.
second.
What is science?
characterizes science is the greater care in excluding possible alternative explanations. In more detailed elaboration with respect to data on which predictions are based, the greater care in detecting and eliminating sources of error, the
Is
more
that the
articulate
definition?
connections to, the more articulate connections to the other pieces of knowledge, etc. On this
Is that the
position, what
definition?
characterizes science is not that the methods employed are unique to science, but that the methods are more carefully employed.
Is that the definition?
The definition? It's one definition I'm choosing for the purpose of this conversation.
No. Don't try to bias it. I'm just asking you, what is the definition of science? Please
There is
read
no
it to
the
me.
definition of science.
There's a very, very well understood definition of science. Please read it to me, please. That's all I'm asking.
What do you mean? There's a very well understood definition of science.
Look. I'm on my AirPod, my whatever you call these things. They're Bluetooth, right? They're headphones. I'm not next to my phone right now. My phone's away from me. I cannot Google this shit right now. You tell me, what is the definition of science? Please go ahead. It's for the argument, Jekyll. Let's keep this argument like cordial and speaking man
Here's
to
a
man.
reference for you. Here's a reference for you. The
Go
fact
ahead.
that the standards of scientific success shift with time does not only make the philosophy of science difficult, it also raises problems for the public understanding of science. We do not have a fixed method to rally around or defend. Weinberg, the methods of science and those of which we live. Just as often scientists have come to the same conclusion as recent philosophy of science, that there is not any unique, easily described scientific method. That's the same reference. Weinberg, 1995.
Do you understand? Do you understand that you said the philosophical part of science?
Philosophy of science.
Yeah. We're not talking about the philosophy. Please, Jekyll.
What's science if not
Jekyll,
an investigation into
Jekyll,
epistemology and metaphysics?
Jekyll, for the love of God, please read me the definition of science. Please. I'm
definition of
begging
science?
you.
I read you a definition of science. I gave you one.
No, not gave me one.
You want one you agree with. I understand, right?
No. Please
That's
read
what
the
you
definition. Jekyll, read the definition of science, please. I'm begging
These are
you.
all
I'm imploring you.
academic literature on the philosophy of science.
Jekyll,
you a definition.
Jekyll, what's the definition of science? Go ahead, read it.
Again?
You know what?
All right.
You know what?
You know what? What characterizes
ahead.
science is the greater care in excluding possible alternative explanations. the more detailed elaboration with respect to data on which predictions are
I'll
based,
tell you what.
the greater
I'll tell
care
you
in
what.
detecting and eliminating sources of error, the more articulate connections to other pieces of knowledge. On this position, what characterizes science is not the methods that are employed are unique to science, but that the methods are more carefully employed.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to go ahead and go get my phone, and I'm going to fucking
You're gonna find the
define.
definition you like, yeah?
All right, all right.
What's happening?
Dictionary,
He wants
dictionary.
the definition
Oxford.
that
Hold
happens when you
on,
Google
hold
it
on.
because that's the only one
Science.
he actually knows. He's never heard the words used before.
Science. The dictionary. Okay, the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation,
Oh, yes,
and
that's also in my reference
and
list.
and
Yeah.
and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Now.
That's also in the
Okay.
reference.
Now.
Hang on,
Okay.
let me get it for you.
Okay. Now. With that being said, in science, are you then alluding to the fact that you think that we can just look at something and not test it? Meaning, and when I say test, I mean we're going to be able to come to a conclusion physically with a variable and an and an invariable to be able to manipulate
I know what you're trying
the outcome that we have.
You're trying to say that that science is where you have to have a dependent variable and an independent variable, and you need a hypothesis, observation, results, and conclusion. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
Are you going to disagree with that?
I am thrilled to disagree with it. And you know why?
Okay.
Because that
Why?
definition of science, the only reason you say it's science is because you're trying to make it so that we can't talk about anything going on in the sky, right? That's the point of it. Whereas my definition of science encompasses things that we can test in the sky.
How do you test something that you never reached?
We don't have to touch something to test something.
It has to be falsifiable to be science. Natural science
Yes,
is
well, that's also in the reference list. Also in the reference list.
Simple as.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Karl Popper. That's in the reference list.
How did you falsify the distance to the stars?
Exactly. How do you falsify?
How did I falsify them? They're not falsified.
You have to have.
How can you? Go on.
Okay, well, you'd take the measurements and you'd find that whatever.
No.
Whatever the measurements were inconsistent. For instance, at different latitudes, which, by the way, is what happens on a flat Earth.
That's unfalsifiable.
Exactly, it's unfalsifiable. You cannot. Here's a problem with that I have, Jacko. Personally, I have this, and I'm sure everybody else does. Like, you are invoking these things that you cannot truly test and falsify one way or the other to become a fact, to become a reality. The only thing you have is a model mathematical theory that's going to give you your fucking answer that you want to believe is true.
I would actually throw it the other way around and say that's what you're doing with your definition, where you're trying to make it like, only things you can control in a laboratory is science, right? That's retarded, right? As far as calculating the distance to stars, I would say, as I said before, I
thought scientists tried to get rid of all variables. Get right down, slim it right down to so you can concentrate on specific things. Specificity.
The thing about Karl Popper,
up there earlier.
The funny thing about falsifiability in Karl Popper is that if you were going to look at the history,
so the more specific you are, the better the results.
If you were going to look at the history of gravity,
you're trying to broaden it to encompass pseudoscience. That's what you're trying to do.
Okay, just be 1 second. 1 second, right? 1 second. There's two things here that we need to be resolved. The first thing is the history of gravity is a question of falsifying alternative theories, right? That's basically what you always reference to us, right? So you're telling us that we're using science to falsify alternative explanations of what's going on in the sky. The second thing is the demarcation lines, which I've referenced in my copy pasta, give you at least two examples of what would be considered a demarcation line with science. One is falsifiability, like Karl Popper wrote, and we also have Thomas Kuhn's normal science versus extraordinary science, and the puzzle solving sort of idea of the demarcation line. One more thing. I'm just going to wrap it up. Pokemon. Pseudoscience and science. You have an idea of what they are. You know astrology, pseudoscience. You know biology, science. So the definitions are trying to fit those sorts of what we widely consider science and pseudoscience.
Exactly.
What you guys are trying to do is, instead of going to any sort of idea of what we consider science to be, you're trying to exclude sciences to fit your worldview.
That's your claim. That's your claim. That's just bullshit.
Jekyll, the point here is that you are not understanding, or maybe you do understand, but you just kind of hand wave it. You're not understanding that your claim, your position in your falsehood, of which we all believed in once upon a time, but we finally realized it's false. In your falsehood, Jekyll, you are trying to claim that the science that you're using to give you these distances are somehow not pseudoscience, while simultaneously projecting that mathematically, because it makes sense, like mathematically, then it's going to be considered a scientific conclusion. But the reality is, by definition, that is not science. You do not have this position in yourself to where you can actually conclude that, but you hand wave that because you have to make it make sense for yourself.
No. That's actually not at all what I'm trying to do. First of all things that you're trying to attain knowledge with must make sense, right? Sense, logic, right? Obviously. The second thing is my references to what science is are all academic literature, all investigations into the body of literature, and they all agree, right, that there is not one particular definition that you can work with. This is when you accuse me of saying that, I'm trying to broaden the scope to fit in what I believe. And actually, no, the entire investigation, all academic literature, are trying to do things like say why astronomy is science, why astrology isn't, right? And what you're doing is the opposite. You're trying to say astronomy isn't science either because astronomy is a problem for you, right?
Jekyll, in the paradigm, we can look at astronomy being an absolute pseudoscience because there's nothing that can validate it from one point to another. The only thing that validates astrology is the theory and the belief of the said astrology. If you want to invoke this astrology,
not astrology. I'm saying that to be clear, when people do the demarcation of science, right, they're trying to say things like, well, why is astrology pseudoscience, but astronomy isn't, right? That because they have everyone has an idea of what counts as science, right? You guys, Apocryphon, are trying to say that both astronomy and astrology are pseudoscience, not because you have any sense of what science is, because you're trying to exclude things that are inconvenient to your own conclusions. Right?
No, but hold on, Jekyll. They are pseudoscience. Both are pseudoscience because the fact is you cannot determine these things to be true in a physical practice. If you cannot manipulate it, you cannot determine it in a position to where you have a variable and a d variable. Wait, what's the word I'm looking for? Something like that. I'm just saying. Yeah. You can, because you can't do that. It's all of a sudden it's outside the scope of what science is defined by, because you are not able to do these things such as a physical, measurement. It's only a theory, And the second that you step into that realm of theorizing, whether it be cosmology or astrology, these are the problems that we have with you guys, because you are trying to force that upon us to say this is accurate. We know this to be because we know that we have a theory, a model, and we've constructed it. Go ahead.
There's a funny thing about what you said. Like, you're trying to like dismantle the idea of theory and testing theories in science. But funnily enough, in the demarcation of science literature by Thomas Kuhn, who is actually dating Larry, as far as I've heard, he said it is normal science in which Sarkar's sort of testing does not occur, rather than extraordinary science, which most nearly distinguishes science from other enterprises. He's actually saying that those sorts of investigations in, like, for instance, astronomy, where you have like these theories and you test these theories, are most sciencey of all, right? And that's from Thomas Kuhn and Sven Hansen, which is the SCP article I referenced.
Sciencey of all, is that a technical definition?
It's a fun,
more
quirky
sciencey
definition.
of all.
It's not a definition; it's a word, right? And it's also a quirky word at that.
Okay, but Jekyll, you are quoting people that have a bias to their position, but it doesn't bring it back to the fact that it's still not science. It's literally a pseudoscience because, by definition,
Yeah, I mean, you haven't referenced anything. You just keep telling me this, right? I mean, I've referenced about 4 or 5 different academic literature in the space of this entire 20-minute conversation. What you keep telling me is, no, it's not science. Right? Only laboratory experiments are science, which is weird. Why anyone would think that, right?
Okay, Jekyll, real quick. If you're going to point out that because these people are saying this is science, which is clearly going against what science is, it doesn't make it any more true. It doesn't validate it because you point it out. It doesn't make it any more true to our reality, because true science has a program. There's a program. There's a steps. There's levels. There's a understanding of what true science is, and everything.
Yeah,
in
and they agree with
cosmology,
me, right?
and
In fact,
bro,
not only that, Apocryphon, right? The definition of science that you're trying to like push here, right, was actually, there was a reference list often gets posted here about what science is, and within the flat Earth reference, it says, and this is thanks to Mez for checking this, by the way, Carroll's colleague David Goodstein previously stated in a thesis article in Nature Physics that science, it turns out, is whatever a scientist does, right? I mean, even then, I mean, it might be vague and unconvincing. I wouldn't agree with that. I would give it a bit more of a rigorous sort of demarcation line. But even then, a flat Earth source is confirming the idea that scientists are not in agreement. What science exactly is. We have a sense of science, and we try to fit that demarcation line into things like accepting astronomy as a science. Astrology isn't, right?
Jekyll, it's not about a flat Earth or globe Earth in this position here. It's just what science is originally. So before you were before you were born, Jekyll, because you're a young lad, right? In the history of time, okay. Before you were born, science, there was a principle to it. There was a certain path that you would take to make something validated to be true or untrue. And
I agree. You know, Apocryphon, I agree with you. And would you like to know what Francis Bacon and Isaac Newton thought of science? To quote, his list of methodological prescriptions should be added Newton's famous phrase, hypotheses non fingo, commonly translated as, I frame no hypothesis. The scientist was not to invent systems, but infer explanations from observations, as Bacon had advocated, that meaning Francis Bacon. That's in a Philosophiae Naturalis Principia, Mathematica. So that is
Principia.
the original
He also said, do not attribute gravity to me.
That's irrelevant. We're talking about science here. And that's
Oh, that's irrelevant.
Francis Bacon.
Yeah, it's
Francis
irrelevant.
Bacon. Right?
You've even just admitted you just admitted, Jekyll, that we could provide as many references as you with an opposing view. With an opposing view to what the scientific method is. You've just admitted as much yourself.
And just to be clear, Apocryphon, Francis Bacon is what you might consider the originator of science. And he disagrees with you. He's saying you're wrong.
Jekyll. If you're trying to tell me that Francis Bacon is a person that miscued what science is technically, only to fit your paradigm, to
Later
support
agreed
it.
by Newton, by the way.
No, yeah. Bacon, Newton, Einstein, all those characters are literally going against real science, real true science, because these guys are theorizing. They're theorizing shit. They're not proving it like with a variable and a D.
So I get it, Apocryphon, right? I could, if I wanted to, right, say to you, all right, Apocryphon, you don't like the academic literature around the subject, right? And I've gone through about, I think, 8 out of my 11 sources right now, and you don't like it. That's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. What I'll do instead is I'll just reference the Cambridge Dictionary, and nowhere in the Cambridge Dictionary does it say the science is this method where you have to have a hypothesis, an independent variable, a dependent variable. It doesn't say that. It just says it's an investigation into natural phenomena, basically along those lines, paraphrasing.
Okay.
You don't like the academic literature. You don't like the dictionary. What do you want?
Okay. So originally, science just meant knowledge. Okay, originally, but then later down the road, they realized that if we're gonna have science, which is knowledge, we're gonna have to be able. We are going to be able to have to prove what we are saying to make it a fact, to make it a hardcore fact. This is why this variable is gonna be something that we can actually test. So that way we can make sure, from a dependent and independent,
Here you
variable.
go. I'm gonna go take a different sort of angle, right? All right. We'll call laboratory experiments science and science alone, right? You can only do science in a laboratory, right? Now the question is, how can we know what's going on in the sky?
We don't.
No, how can we?
But we can't.
Is there any method that you would be happy with to say we can use these methods?
No.
Why not?
Jack,
Why not?
Because you cannot put a distance to an object in the sky.
On the flat Earth, you can't. That is correct. On the flat Earth, you can't. That is correct.
No. Flat Earth, globe Earth, pyramid Earth.
You can on the globe Earth. You can't on the flat Earth.
No, bro. You can theorize, but you cannot prove it. Regardless,
there's fine, Apocryphon, but we're not here to say like, oh, is this method better than a laboratory experiment? We're saying
no.
Hold on, Apocryphon. The question isn't is this method as satisfactory for you as the laboratory experiment? The question is, what's the best method to know what's going on in the sky? Do you have any method?
You have to actually know the distance between like these bodies to have any like.
Doesn't even matter. I just want to know if there's any method that he would put forward to say, look, okay, it's not a laboratory experiment, but this is the best way you could find out what's going on in the sky.
No.
Do you have one?
Okay, Jekyll. There's no method that you can use to significantly say these things in the sky are a certain distance.
Oh, but
I can.
I know you're not going to be happy with the idea. It's for certain, right? But I'm asking you: is there any method that you would say is the best method for knowing what's going on in the sky? You might not have 100% certainty. That's fine. There might be error, right?
The best
You're
method.
saying no, right? There's no way there's any method that would even come close to an idea of a best method.
Yes, there is zero. There is literally no method you can use because you do not know the distance.
See, I rest my case, and this is the case, right? That I, right, am happy to say laboratory experiments have greater control, low ecological validity, but very good control, right? In when we want to know what things are, what they're doing. But I also think there are strong methods to know other things that are outside of a laboratory. You, because you don't want globe Earth to be true, won't even say a method that you would say is the best method.
No, it's not about me not wanting to globe Earth to be true, because we know it's not true. Like we already established that. But you're now in the stars above the planet Earth, because we have already established that it's not a globe. But you are trying to invoke this falsehood that we can know the distances above us. If you are not able to get to that position, you are not able to declare the distance. If you want to say I can mathematically equate this bullshit narrative that you believe in, well then in that case, you can fucking believe whatever the fuck
Yeah,
you
but
want.
I'm not asking you to be satisfied. Like again, like what I did. The whole conversation is I've given you academic literature. You're like, no. I gave you the dictionary. No. Okay, that's fine. We'll just stick to your idea of what a science is, and we'll call astronomy some other thing that isn't science that we use as a method to know what's going on in the sky.
It's a
But you're not even happy with any kind of method because any kind of method is a problem for your belief.
The
Right?
reason why
You just deny the methods.
The reason why it's pseudoscience is because
Except
it's
the
not
scientific
science.
method.
It's not.
Except the
pseudoscience.
scientific method. We don't reject
Right.
that.
You don't reject the scientific method. You have an idea of a scientific method, which is literally just the experimental
I could bring up
laboratory testing.
two references for every one you've
try
got
to
that
say
says it's
anything that
not.
isn't that
I can bring up
isn't knowledge.
two references that bring up the scientific method as fact to every one you can bring up.
No, I don't think that's possible.
Simple
I've got
as.
the entire SEP on my side. I don't know what you're talking about. You couldn't even try, right?
Science Edu, Britannica, universities. You know, there's loads I could bring up. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Are they not referenceable? Are they not referenceable to you?
Just saying universities, no.
Professors
All of
in
my sources come from a
universities.
university, right? They all come from different scholars in the area, but some of the best scholars in the area, right?
Well, I could
they
bring
all
up
come
as
from
many
university.
references, probably twice as many, saying the scientific method.
All right. Well,
You need experimentation for.
sadly for you, I actually have the king of all references, which is the SCP, and you can't actually
you
beat the
win.
SCP on this.
You win. Yeah. You
Why do you turn to pseudoscience to make your reality?
We've gone over pseudoscience. I'm giving you, just for the sake of argument, because I know that you're not going to accept any literature that even gives the idea that astronomy could be considered a science, right? So I'm just telling you, okay, laboratory experiments are science, right? And that's it. Everything, hold on, and things, apocryphon, things that aren't science, right? We'll say, for the sake of argument, like astronomy, right? Will have their own methods, right, to gather knowledge, right? And
Even
you're
bro,
going to dispute
bro.
with that. Why?
Bro, even masters in that class of cosmology will tell you that they have such a huge discrepancy. They're theorizing it. They are so far off.
Yeah, what's your actual dispute with the method?
Because their method of theorizing it, they themselves know that they're so far off that they literally have to just believe it.
You think they're far off, for instance, with, I don't know, the distance to Jupiter? You think they think that?
No, bro. Come on, bro.
Do you think they? Oh, I know. Do you think that they're far off with how the planets orbit the sun? Do you think they think that?
Well, that's a total falsehood because nothing's
No, but do you
orbiting.
think they think that they're far off with that?
They know that they are so
Oh, okay,
far
right.
off.
So they don't think that either. Okay. Do you think they? Do you think they're far off? Do you think they think?
How can we define what they think? How can we define what they think? Stop asking retarded questions.
Pocophon's been telling me what they think just now. What are you talking
Stop
about?
asking
Apocryphon just asserted that all these scientists were all in disagreement about everything that's going up in the sky.
No,
but this clearly isn't the case. So
No,
Apocryphon, it
wait.
seems you're incorrect.
I've got a good one, Apocryphon. Do you think
No, but hold on.
astronomers?
No,
do you think?
hold on. Let me answer. Hold on. It's not just saying what they think. They have literally said it from their own mouth, bro.
Yeah. All right. So, do you think that astronomers think that the makeup of different planets, in, like, for instance, Jupiter, the makeup with spectroscopy, do you think that they think that they're far off with that? Do you
They're
think
very
they think
far
that?
off. They're
Do
very
you
far
think
off.
they
Wanna
think
why?
that?
Want to know why?
Because you have some sort of weird problem with the method of spectroscopy.
Is spectroscopy fallible?
The reason why the reason why is
Yes,
because
it is.
it's not accurate. That's why they know. Not
Okay,
that they,
cite me.
hold on, wait, hold on. Not that they think, they know they're off.
All right, cite it.
Because their theory is off. They know it's off. They know it's
Right,
off.
you can cite that, but just one more thing before you do. When you look at methods, every method has a flaw, right? So the laboratory experiment, for instance, the one that you call science for some unknown reason, has low ecological validity. That's exactly what Francis Bacon and Newton. That's why they had an issue with that sort of stuff. You know, that sort of experimental sort of stuff in a laboratory all the time is considered just science. Low ecological validity is a flaw of your method, right, that you call science. How do you account for that?
If you cannot accept the fact that pseudoscience is what has to be used for this whole cosmology, then you are not accepting the truth. Because the truth is that this entire argument is based upon a theory. You're theorizing these positions in the sky of something that you're looking at. But let's get back to the ball Earth that you believe you're on. That's been disproved. It's not a fucking ball, bro. You're not going to theorize.
Interesting segue. I'll take
is.
it that my understanding of science at least encompasses things that everyone else considers science to be. And then in that sense, it's a better definition. It's got more. Let's say descriptive power. How about that? Descriptive power.
Nothing about cosmology is going to give you a scientific method. Nothing about it. And the reason why is because the entirety is based upon a theory. All of cosmology is a theory. They literally give you a mathematical equation to everything they're trying to explain to you to be true. That's the problem here, bro.
In cosmology,
the only reason you think this is
you asked for a reference. You asked for a reference, right? Michio Kaku said in cosmology we're off by a factor of 120th, 10 to the 120th power.
Okay, right, but he's not referring to. He's not referring to the makeup of Jupiter, is he? He's talking about the crisis. As Larry likes to refer to it. Anyway, just to be clear, Apocryphon, the only reason you think this is science and the scientific method it corresponds to this laboratory experiment is because QE taught you to say that. I've given you about 11 references that say the opposite, and you're just going to keep believing it because that's what you want to believe. Fine, go for it.
He's bricked.
Well, if you want to believe your bullshit, go ahead.
Always. I'll always believe my own bullshit.
Yeah, I just feel like you're just stuck, bro. You don't understand reality, and you want to believe the bullshit Narnia real that you live in, and you're not realizing that it's fucking all Narnia, bro. Everything about cosmology is a fucking falsehood. It's telling you it creates it literally creates a world for you
Keep saying
That doesn't exist. That's what it
Okay.
comes down.
Right.
Why is it only in
It's creating a world for you that doesn't exist, and you believe it wholehearted, bro. You are literally like a child that believes Santa Claus is real, bro.
Okay, here we go. Bullshit, right? And this is in the reference list, by the way. Bullshit. The term bullshit was introduced into philosophy by Harry Frankfurt, who discussed it in a 1986 essay. He says, a person who lies deliberately chooses not to tell the truth, whereas a person who utters bullshit is not interested in whether what he says is true or false,
And that's you.
only in its suitability for his or her purpose.
And
For
that's you.
example, the scientific method has to just be a laboratory experiment, and the only reason I think that is because if I say that astronomy is a science, then the globe Earth might be true, and I don't want that to be true, so I'll say it's not a science.
And you just said, I'll always believe my own bullshit.
Exactly.
I even reference
Good night,
bullshit.
God bless.
Right there, you go.
You are stuck in your own paradigm, and you
I reference
cannot see
bullshit.
outside of it. You cannot see outside of it, bro.
But you've
You're
never been in a debate where someone referenced bullshit to you.
It's my paradigm. You too.
You think
You too,
you
buddy.
think
You too, Brutus.
you think that cosmology is an actual reputable fucking science. That's the problem. It's not.
Well, I know why you have to believe it isn't. I know why you have to believe it isn't. I
know why you have to believe that it is, and that's the problem. You have to have
you don't have any critique against the method. You just want to believe it's bullshit, right? I mean,
Can I just interject one sec?
On the
Can I just
contrary,
say, just
Go ahead.
quickly, bullshit. That reference to bullshit is number 3 on your bingo cards.
Really? Oh, wait, what's my bingo card?
yeah, you have to accept cosmology as a real science because that is what is part of your paradigm. And when they tell you that this object in the sky is an X amount of miles away and it works in this way, in this fashion, in this form, aka the heliocentric model, you have to believe that that's true because you
Apoc, if
believe
I
in
may,
it.
I just need to respond to something that Amish said, right? He said, your loose definition of science is a great way to shift goalposts, right? Now, the funny thing about that is that Francis Bacon and Newton, the sort of like beginning stages
Idiots.
of science,
They're idiots, by the way. They're idiots.
define science in a completely different way to how he would define it, which means the goalposts were never put there. You put the goalposts there and then said, these are your goalposts, right? No, that's not what it was.
So your heroes, idiots. Your
I'm
heroes
just
are
saying.
liars.
You can't
Your
say shifting the goalpost if you're putting the goalpost down and saying this is where your goalposts are now, right? You can't move past.
Your heroes are charlatans, and they've told you a lie, and you bit it. You believed it. You bought it.
Well, look, one of us has been told a lie, and one of us has bit into it. We don't know which one that is yet, right? That's the problem. You think it's me, I think it's you. I think you bit into YouTube bullshit, right?
So is the Earth curving away from your point? Yes or no?
Well, I think
That was
like
a
I said,
fucking
Mez.
right. Fucking, I got whiplash from that fucking.
Yeah,
turn
what a
there.
segue! Whoa.
Do you believe that the Earth is curved? Yes or no?
So Apocryphon, you don't like what you don't like what the original scientists say. You don't like what the modern scientists say. You don't like what the dictionary says. You don't like any of these references. You don't like what the educators say.
It doesn't match up to reality. So yeah, you're right. I don't like the fact that they're
Mez was
lying.
gone too soon.
Yeah, Mez is
Rest in peace.
The science that used to be has been changed. It's dirty. It's fucking infiltrated. It's now a falsehood on so many scales. it's wrong, bro. But that's what you want to live by. You want to believe that. You're in a paradigm to where you cannot prove what you're saying. You just believe it to be what you say it to be. But the reality is, we cannot prove that, bro. And that's kind of that.
Yeah, but like
that's
what Mez
our
says, you
position.
don't like what Mez says. Like the goalposts were shifted anywhere, right? You said I gave you modern scientists. You're like, no, not happy with that. And then you said the old scientists, they knew what was up, and I give you the old scientists. You're like, no, they were talking out of their ass. They didn't know anything, right? And then we said, the
No, that's not
dictionary, you know.
true.
And then you were like, no,
That's not
get away
true.
from me, the dictionary. No. And I
No,
gave
that's
you
not
flat
true at
Earth
all.
sources. What else could I do for you?
No. I gave you the dictionary definition. Don't lie. Don't just
I gave
spew
you
lies.
Cambridge. I gave you the Cambridge dictionary.
Okay, what was that? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to actually quote it verbatim because I don't think I should paraphrase it. 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I had this conversation with AT in DMs, basically. So 1 second.
No,
Okay,
I don't want.
yeah, here's the definition. The careful study of the structure and behavior of the physical world, especially by watching, measuring, and doing experiments, and the development of theories to describe the results of these activities.
Right. So guess what? That is taking you back into a classroom, because if you're measuring it, you're literally physically able to put your hands on it. You can literally manipulate it one way or another.
Well,
Once
we're
you
not
hold
saying
on, wait.
experiments aren't science.
Let me finish. Once you are no longer able to measure that physically with your own hands, then now you're outside the scope.
Yeah,
Now
we're not saying that experiments aren't science, but in that definition, it attributes theories. It also attributes space. If you look at the examples of what they consider science in the dictionary, and space is in there, which you would say, or space travel, spaceships, and stuff like that. And you would say, for instance, that's not science. So you would disagree with the dictionary, right? You disagree with linguists. You disagree with scientists. You disagree with classical scientists.
Nothing
What else
about
can you do?
nothing about the definition is going to tell you about space. Nothing about that definition is going to tell you about space.
Okay, here we go. Let me
Nothing.
open up again. Right? So here we go. When it says, and doing experiments and development of theories, development of theories to describe the results of these activities, it says pure applied science, recent developments in science and technology, space travel is one of the marvels of modern science, right? As an example. There you go.
So what you're doing is you're piggybacking on the concept that we have a new understanding of science. To where?
What do you mean new? We've gone over the classical scientists earlier.
What was the class science?
The classicals: Newton, Francis Bacon, right? Mill's method. You can talk about John Stuart Mill if you want. I don't mind.
Which were both idiots. They were both fucking already. Both of them were.
Yeah, I'm just saying
in the
like
realm of
every turn.
They were
right?
both.
Everyone
in
agrees with
pseudoscience.
me.
They were both in pseudoscience because they were going into a place that you cannot prove it. That's the whole point, bro. If you can't prove it, but say in the same breath, this is reality, but you can't prove it, that is pseudoscience by definition. Do you understand that?
No, that's not the definition of pseudoscience. The definition of pseudoscience is actually referenced with Karl Popper and Thomas Kuhn. Right? You can look at it in the side chat.
If you can't prove it, okay, then it's not science, because science is knowledge. How are you?
Science isn't about proving things. Karl Popper said that. Karl Popper said it's not about verifiability. It's about falsifiability. Karl Popper said it's not about verifiability. It's about falsifiability. So it's not about that at all. Unless you want to disagree with Karl Popper, in which case you can see my reference list in the side chat.
I will disagree with anybody that's fucking kicking me in my nuts to believe a bullshit fucking theory or position, because technically, if you can't prove it, it's no longer fucking science in your realm, in your paradigm. It should be that, but it's not that. You guys want to somehow invoke.
It's okay. It's okay, Apocryphon. We're getting used to the fact that whatever QE told you science was is not correct. You know, that's just reality.
Yeah, wow.
Reality hurts.
It sounds like you have a hard on for QE. I don't even mention QE, by the way. You have mentioned him like 3
Yeah, but
times already.
the whole thing about what the scientific method is just copy pasta from QE, right? Which we went through.
No,
and we looked at it. Saw the
no, the
references contradicted him, and we
No,
saw every
no.
other reference in the SCP contradicts him.
No. The reality is that science is science, and there's a program to that. There's a structure to that.
Science is science. Is that what we're going to retreat to now? Science is science.
Science is what I like, and it's not the things that you like.
Oh, that's
that's where we're at
bullshit. That's bullshit. That's the reference bullshit, where you have a definition that suits your own purpose, as referenced in my reference list in the side chat. See, we're
You
good.
do
We're
have
on
a-
this today, Pokemon.
Yeah, you do have a wonderful way of making these arguments, Jackal, and I do admire that.
No, you do. No, you do.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I got distracted. What did you say? I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's probably bullshit because everything you say is bullshit. So that's fine.
I've already referenced bullshit in this conversation. You can't use bullshit against me.
You know what's bullshit is pseudoscience, and you know what's pseudoscience? It's cosmology. All pseudoscience. Everything about it is a fucking bullshit. Fucking you think because you've been taught that you can literally plot a distance to a light in the sky. That is pseudoscience.
Yeah, you've been taught. You know, the funny thing is, you've been taught that you can't measure the distance because when
You
you
can't.
try to measure
You
the
cannot.
distance, hold on, Apocryphon. When you
can't.
try
You
to
can't.
measure the distance at different latitudes, it always fails. And you've been taught that the problem isn't with the data. Sorry, the problem isn't with with the data. It's the method of trigonometry, right? You disagree with trigonometry. You know, that's fine, right? But that's bullshit, as referenced in the side chat.
It was trigonometry. It was calculus.
Yeah,
Actually, it was geometry.
But that's bullshit. That's also referenced in the side chat.
I think triangles are simple to geometry. To be honest, I think it's a very very basic mathematical equation. But whatever.
Why can't you calculate a height with it?
What do you mean?
You seem to think that you can't use trig to find the position of the sun, right? The height of the sun's height.
Okay. So if you were able to mathematically have a light in the sky at a certain
moon.
distance, what makes you think that you can't do that?
You know what? I'll make it easier. The moon. It's not just a light in the sky. You can see it's solid, right? You can see that, right? So you can't do that.
Okay. Do you understand what scaling and scaling variance is? Do you understand that?
Is this? Are you going to try and dispute trigonometry to find out the height of a small
No. The point is that do you understand that if you assume the size of it because of how you see it optically, do you understand that it's going to be way closer if you mathematically calculate it as opposed to it being way farther?
The actual problem isn't whether or not you can or can't. The problem is that whenever you try the data is inconsistent at different latitudes. That's the actual problem with the flat Earth attempt to measure height.
The actual problem is that nobody knows that distance because nobody's been there.
You know that what I call that? I don't think I brought this up in this conversation, but I call that bullshit, right? And I can define bullshit for you. It's whether you tell you don't actually care about what you're talking about. You only care about if it serves your purpose, right? That's bullshit, right? I've referenced that before.
No, nobody's been there, bro, to even calculate the distance.
No one's been
Is that
there.
your bullshit that you only believe? Is that what the one you're referencing? Your bullshit.
No, I
The
don't
one
want
you
to
always
believe
believe.
bullshit. I'm just saying that
You
music
said,
is a
I
lot of
will always
excuses for
believe
why you
my
can't
own
use trick.
bullshit. I will always believe my own bullshit. Quote from you. I was just asking if that's the bullshit you're referencing.
Yes, well, I mean, it's bullshit he's referenced for sure. Trigonometry doesn't work in his world, right? And his flat Earth. Trigonometry
The
stops
Earth is
working.
wait.
The
The Earth is
crisis in
flat.
flat Earth trigonometry, I call it. The crisis in flat Earth trigonometry.
You think that because mathematically you can equate the things in the sky is somehow going to change the physical Earth shape.
I don't think it
That's what
changes
you
it.
think. That's what no. It is though. It is though. It is though.
Hold on. It's always what it was, and every time the data disagrees with you, it becomes an inconvenience. And so what we do in the business when it's an inconvenience is we do bullshit, right? What we do is we just
And
disagree
you're
with
full of
things
it.
that serve our own
And
purpose.
you're full of it. Yes, I agree. You're full of that.
We should make a list of the things in the sky, right? Like the moon, round, the sun, round, Uranus, round, Pluto, round, Mars, round,
You need to
Neptune, round,
to actually tell how far.
Saturn, round with the ring around it.
Yeah, but the cool thing though, but the really cool thing is that Earth is a very, very special, particular thing. Like it's a beautiful creation, and everything
Special.
about
Sounds like a
it,
bit of a
and
plead.
everything about the sky, has nothing to do with the ground. Now you can try to make this false correlation that's saying because we see things in the sky around, no different than you going to Home Depot and seeing all the light bulbs round, but the ground is flat.
I've heard of this meaningless platitude before.
Meaninglessly. Yeah. Blah blah blah.
Wait, I've heard of this
The
meaningless
fact-
platitude before, where they say the sky is not the ground, right? Whatever that's supposed to mean. Because even though my ceiling is not the floor, there is a corresponding relationship between the two. There is a corresponding relationship
not,
between my walls and the ceiling, right? And there's a corresponding relationship between what we can know about the ground from the sky. There's a relationship. They're not the same thing, but they correspond to one another.
Hey, check it out. You exist as a human being.
What's up, man?
Look at you exist as a human
Hold on, let
being,
me get my TV.
and you leave your house, you go to work, and you come back. Everything that you do has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, but your belief in the falsehood, in your imagination, in your brain, in your mind. That's what creates what you believe, and nothing else does other than that. The only place of where this heliocentric model is existing is in your brain. That's the only place it exists. Other than that, you wake up, you go to work, you come back.
I know a good
it's
response
not
to this, right?
anything about that.
I know a good response to this. Flat Earth only exists in your brain, and whatever
All right,
Kiwi
let me,
tells you.
Yeah, take 5, guys. All right, so I'm gonna address Big SMK. Welcome to the channel, Gotti. Are you there? Hello, Big SMK Gotti. Are you there? Hello. Is this thing
I don't
on?
think he's there. I don't think he's there.
Oh, he might be there, but he's not there mentally. I don't know. He was talking, and then all of a sudden, he's not talking. Big SMK Gotti, are you there? Check, mic check. I guess he's not. Because he was chiming in while you guys were talking, and I'm just listening to anybody else that would chime in. If they're brand new, I want to introduce them to the channel, but I don't know. I guess he's not going to talk. He's shy now because I put the spotlight on him. When before he was kind of cheerleading in the background.
You got Reservoir as well. I think he's new.
Who?
Reservoir. I don't think I've seen him.
Reservoir.
Can't do it.
Yeah, what's up?
Reservoir.
Yeah.
What's going on, man? So, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? There he is again. What's up, big SMK Scotty? I was calling you, and your mic is super low, man. So you might want to turn that thing off, or sound off like you got a pair. Either one.
Being too careful.
What?
Well, I could only got another day.
Dude, you sound like Charlie Brown's
I still
teacher.
can't hear you guys. Sorry, my mic's
Are
I'm
you
here,
there?
bro. What's up, man?
All right. So, are you brand new to the channel, or have you been here before?
Yeah, I know like the flat Earth theory.
You know, like the flat Earth theory. What is it, flat Earth theory?
Even if you go to the beach, like it looks pretty flat, like straight out.
Okay. What else?
The
That
only
it?
thing that's not flat about it is everything.
That's intelligent. You got any more knowledge bombs to drop?
Hey, it's pretty flat Earth over the South Pole, man. You go and got GPS over there.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You sound like you're not making any sense right now. Do you know what you just said?
The GPS flies over the North Pole, so you don't have nothing in the South
The
Pole.
GPS flies over the North Pole. What are you talking about? That's not even a Glover can understand what the hell you're talking about.
So I understand that the GPS flies like a bird, and
Yeah, you understand, idiot, because I don't.
Listen, China's going to get their GPS over the South Pole.
Oh my God! Yeah, China's gonna get. Fuck's sake, dude.
Actually,
maybe you should
No wonder
refer
you
to
were.
me.
No wonder you were all mumbles. Yeah, just go back to mumbling, man. Because speaking clearly is not helping.
you guys sound like some little bitches on the fucking Call of Duty game.
Whoa.
What? Anyway.
Dude, I played Escape from Tarkov, man. You guys have never beat me, bro.
No one gives a shit about your video game, dude. We're contemplating the mysteries of the universe.
Dude, the universe,
In this
the
channel.
universe is not flat.
The universe is not flat.
We need to change the channel name.
Yeah, of course. Because somebody as intelligent as you would change it, right?
I believe in the big crunch, like the
The
space
big
and time
what?
is expanded right now, but as sooner or later it's gonna be like a balloon, like it's gonna pop. It's all gonna come back in and pop.
All right.
Like everything, like the whole everything within. And it's only
Yeah, you
only
sound.
the price of it, though. You live
You
by
sound
the
like
side.
every other. You sound like every other person who thinks the Earth's a globe. So yeah, par for the course. Anything else you want to say that's intelligent?
Not trying to act like know it all, bro. I'm not no.
No, of course not. Yeah, of course not.
Typical globe-tard, am I right?
Typical, yeah.
Maybe you could refer to me. I'm also a glober.
Are you really?
I
Yeah.
kind of like just pop around the globe on Google Earth. I don't really go to these places, but like on Google Earth.
You sound like this guy?
Nah, I don't think so.
Hey, if you get controller, it's like playing an Xbox game.
I don't even think he's aware of where he's at right now.
Dude, how old are you?
You know where you are right now, sir?
You gotta act proper, man.
Where are
gotta
you?
act
Where
proper.
are you right now, sir? You know what room you're in?
Dude, can you mute this guy?
Bro hit you with the how old are
Funny
you?
guy. All right.
Dude, I
Well,
got
Reservoir.
a big uranium dart in my hand. You gonna act like I'm
That was fucking funny, bro. He said, "Can you mute this guy?" That was.
Yeah, he's a
Obviously,
funny
he
guy.
doesn't know where he is. He does. Obviously, he doesn't know where he is.
Dude, I'm Big Chief Wigwam. All right.
This is just me in real life too. I pulled his picture all good.
What? He talks like that dude from that cartoon. The guy you can barely understand what he's saying. Well, it's like only one guy understands him because he's like from Louisiana.
Talking about Boomhauer?
Boomhauer. Fuck yeah, that's what this guy sounds like. We need a
Yeah,
translator.
Man, goddamn, man, I'm going down to some bank and take them.
That's fucking
y'all
right,
like
dude.
more?
This is-
Who do y'all like more? Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen?
Josh
fucking
Allen.
hell, dude.
Far right. Far right. I mean
Wait,
that.
Mahomes is overrated, bro. I don't care what anyone says.
Nah,
It's better than Allen.
Mahomes is definitely better than Josh Allen. Like he's more far right.
Nah.
And
Meanwhile,
Kansas
back
City's
at
more,
meanwhile,
on
back at the
far right
ranch,
than
we
Kansas
want to
City.
know if the Earth is a globe.
The Earth is a globe.
What's on the
Really?
Who's on the pool
Yeah.
You're a New Yorker.
No, dude, just put yourself on. No one. Maybe the other guy can hear you and understand you. Fucking no, I don't think anybody else can. All right, so the Earth is a globe because of what?
Because numerous things.
What? Okay, what numerous things?
Well, the like when you're in the, I'm gonna have to use global terms here, but like when you're in the
Listen to globe,
Uh-huh.
bro. Like, if it's out of your control,
Bro, the man is clearly
you
talking.
can't do nothing about.
Can you mumble with your mic closed so we can hear the other guy?
yeah, thank you. Like,
Dude, 100 people in this chat. I got like 40 of them.
Fucking hell, dude.
I'm just gonna mute him.
No, don't worry. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. Go ahead.
Alright, so like it's different when you're in the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere, and these differences can only be accounted for like on a round Earth, right?
Okay. What differences?
Well, like if I'm in the northern hemisphere, right, and I'm watching the stars, they appear to be moving counterclockwise around the Polaris star, but when I go to the southern hemisphere, they're moving clockwise around the southern star.
Which one?
Which what? Which what?
Which star are they going around?
In which hemisphere?
South.
They have a name for it. I don't remember the specific name, but Southern Star.
Is this called Southern Star?
Let me Google it.
All right, Google it. Be a good idea.
What is the name of the star, man?
Your voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard. Put yourself on mute.
That's mean.
I'm sure it does to you, Alpha.
It does.
I think he's got a nice voice. Okay, it's called the Sigma Octanus.
Yeah, but
Octan.
it doesn't. You don't have to pronounce it. I know what you mean.
Okay.
So, do you think that those stars are actually rotating around that?
No.
Okay. So which one are they rotating around?
Well, they're not rotating. The Earth is rotating.
Well, you're the one that told me they're rotating, aren't they? You said stars are rotating.
I said it appears that they're rotating.
Oh, it appears that they're rotating.
Yeah.
So when we go outside, we look at the night sky, we see the stars rotating. So it appears that way to us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How do we know the Earth's rotating?
Well, that'd be one of the ways, right?
What do you mean?
When we see the stars, right? You can put like a time lapse, right? And we see the stars going around the Polaris or the Sigma or whatever. They're going around it, but
okay. Yeah.
But the stars aren't moving because the stars are, billions of light years. Well, not billions. I shouldn't say that. They're like super far away, and we see like we're not actually seeing them, but we're seeing like the light, and it wouldn't make sense that they're rotating.
Okay, we're not. Okay, that statement that you just said, we're not actually seeing them.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Because when I go outside and I see the stars, it looks like I'm looking at the stars. You said we're not actually seeing them. What does that mean?
Well, because light
It
take
takes
time
like
to travel, right?
it's like 2,000 years later that you're saying
light takes time to travel. Like if the sun were to like disappear right now, it'd take us 8 minutes to even know it happened.
No shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually true.
So, right. How do you know the stars? We're not actually seeing stars because every time I look outside, I know that I'm looking at a star.
Really though, like
No,
that's
at night.
good. That's the thing you guys are disagreeing.
Huh?
Wait.
What?
Well, you guys are disagreeing on like the whole distance thing in the first place. So
The whole what? This thing in the first place? I don't know what
I
that
think
means.
Alpha's fishing for a beginning point for his flowchart to go down.
Dude, I swear, man. It's like the most annoying sound in the world just interrupted conversation right
No.
now. David, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So,
Be careful,
So-
Reservoir. He's clever.
Okay.
Well,
no, we're just trying to figure out because we're all looking outside. We see stars, but you said we're not actually seeing stars, and I beg to differ because when I look at the night sky, I see stars.
Well, sea stars are in the ocean, right? We're not
Sea
talking.
stars?
Yeah. I don't know why
What?
you're talking about why are you talking about sea stars?
Yeah, we're looking at the stars at night, aren't we? When you see a star outside in the night sky.
Yeah, right, but they're like super far away, right?
Well, how do you know that? I don't know how you. How did you get to that conclusion that you know they're far away? How do you know that?
Science.
Science.
here we go. He's
What
got
part
it.
of what part of science?
All of science.
All of it.
Yeah.
Well, it's good enough for me. All of science. There you go.
Well, TBH, NGL, it's not really relevant, about my point, right? Whether if the stars are right there or they're far away, we're just seeing them like traveled. But
Well, yeah, you said we're not actually seeing stars. So if we're not actually seeing them, then how do you know how far away they are? That's weird, right?
yeah, but like, but the stars, what would cause the stars to like rotate around one fixed star? What would cause that?
Oh, you're asking me? I don't know. I'm just gonna take a wild stab at it, but I would say probably invisible flying unicorns that are colored rainbow.
Well, that is the general consensus. So I mean,
Well, then there you have it. The unicorns have it.
yeah, but like, right? We know that it appears the stars are moving around, and in the northern hemisphere they're going counterclockwise, in the southern hemisphere they're going clockwise. So how do you account for that on a flat world?
Oh, that's simple. All you gotta do is look outside, and if you do a time lapse footage, you say, "Hey, we got counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the south." Pretty easy. Yeah. Because it's an observation. We can all see that happening.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Okay, so does that disprove the flat Earth theory?
No, just we're seeing stars move around. That's what we're doing.
So the stars are moving around
Yeah.
one star, but we're not moving.
Well, apparently, yeah, that's what it looks like.
But like, we actually live on this weird plane.
What is going on with everybody mumbling this morning? You guys need to sound off, man. Hup, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, you can do it. Anyway, but so we look at stars in the night sky. They're moving around. Some are moving around Polaris, and the other ones you said Sigma Octantis. But what else can we know about the the face of the Earth or the surface? We don't see anything on the surface. We're looking at the stars. They're moving around. Apparently, to us. Okay. So that doesn't tell us anything about the Earth, not unless you think it does. So what does looking at stars move around tell us about the shape of the Earth reservoir?
Well, because, like I said, right, there's, so we could have, we could have people in the northern hemisphere who are looking at the sky and they see the Polaris and the stars and going counterclockwise, and then we have people in the south who see the opposite with the Octanus. So that can't be possible, because if two people can see that at the same time, it can't be possible on a flat Earth.
Why not? Who said? Who told you it couldn't? Jimmy the Globehead? How about Danny the Globehead? They said that they can't happen on a flat Earth?
It's possible, but
because see, the only thing you're doing is observing the stars. That's it. You're not looking at the Earth. You're just looking at the stars. And whatever the stars are doing, you can say, hey, my observation is that I see stars moving around. Why can't that happen on a flat Earth? You're not saying anything about the ground. You're just looking at the sky. It seems pretty logical to say that when I make my observations of the night sky and I see stars moving around, the stars are moving around, right? When do I make the conclusion that it's not the stars and it's the Earth? When do I do that? That sounds like it's illogical.
No. Because
No. Okay, tell me, make the connection.
Yeah. So me and you, right? I'm in at the same exact time. I'm in the north. You're in the south. I'm seeing the stars going counterclockwise, and you're seeing them going clockwise.
Yeah.
Okay. How would that work if we're both staring at the same exact sky on a flat Earth and on flat Earth?
Yeah. So that has to do with perspective. So here's what I would say. We don't have to be in a different geographic location. I say that in the same night sky that you are, I would tell you to turn around 180 degrees and watch the stars do the very same thing you said you had to travel to somewhere in the south to look at the stars. So just in your same night sky, you could see clockwise rotation in the south and counterclockwise rotation in the north. You could see that both if you just turn around 180 degrees. I don't know if you knew this, but that's how it is. I'm here to tell you that.
Alpha, which way do I have to look at the northern star to see if the stars rotate clockwise?
So please put yourself on mute.
Help me, Alpha. I'm trying to figure it out.
Not really. You're one that I don't like to talk to, so put yourself on mute. I just need your body here for the room to have, people. All right. So back to you, sir. We want to know that if you knew that or not, what I just described to you, just turning around, you'd see the clockwise and anti-clockwise rotation. Because if you didn't know, if you didn't know, all you have to do is just go straight to YouTube, and there it is. There's a bunch of videos that have star rotations, and there's some even awesomely enough. You could see a 360 panoramic view. You could pan the camera all the way around, and when you do that, you're going to notice that you have the clockwise rotation in the south and counterclockwise in the north. You could see it for yourself.
Well, let me try right now, because I got my ceiling fan turned on. Right, my ceiling fan is going, it's going counterclockwise right now.
Yeah. All right. What? Wait a minute. What side of the room are you in? Like, are you like? Because I would say it like this, or is the ceiling fan? Do you have like a bed right underneath it?
Yeah.
Okay, do me a favor. Get on one side of the bed, and then look at the ceiling fan. Go on the other side of the bed, and then look at the ceiling fan again.
But do I gotta turn 180?
Do you think that's gonna make it spin in another direction, Alpha? Are you serious?
He'd, you might want to change that. You might want to be looking at the fan from above and below.
Yeah,
I'm looking up at it. Okay, going counterclockwise. Okay.
Now, if you were looking down on that fan, which way would it be going?
Clockwise, I think. Wait, down on it? Wait. I gotta use my brain to figure that out. Yeah, but I don't think that helps you, man.
Okay, Reservoir. How about this? Imagine you and me are standing on the road. You're on one side, I'm on the other. Then Alpha comes cruising through with his truck.
Mhm.
You're looking at the wheels go which way?
Towards you.
They're going. Wait. Which side am I on?
Pick a side. It doesn't matter because I'm on the other side.
He's on the other side.
Well, you're on the land down under, right?
No.
No,
We're
no,
both on the
no.
same street. We're on the same street, opposite sides of the road. Alpha
Not
goes
land
through
down.
with his truck.
Yeah. So I'm passing by in the middle of both of you, right?
Yep.
I'm going right in the center of both of you. One guy standing on the left, the other's on the right.
Okay.
Okay, the
So
guy
you can
on
be
the
on the
right.
left-hand side. You can be on the left-hand side. Which way is his wheels turning?
Well, they'd be going. Wait. Is the car coming towards me?
It's going straight between you and me, straight along the road. You're standing there watching it drive along the road. You're on the left-hand side.
Well, they would go clockwise, right?
Cool. Because from my perspective, they'd be going anti-clockwise. So
Yeah.
does that mean it's going round and round in circles or what? It's moving forward. Our stars move from east to west. What makes them look different is the fact that you're facing a different direction. It's just perspective, my friend.
That's all it is. So in your same night sky, you can just turn around and see them spinning in the different direction. So if you're looking north or you're looking south, just turn around 180 degrees and you'll see the stars rotate in the opposite direction.
Well, I'm doing that with my fan, right? Like I'm looking at it, it's going counterclockwise, and then I rotate 180 degrees, and it's still going counterclockwise.
No. Like, okay, so in order for you to see that effect, the only way that you'd be able to see it is that if you'd have something on the opposite side. So you need something. Okay, so like, you know how the star trails are opposite. You're in the center of the star trails, basically. Right? So when you turn around 180 degrees on the other side of your view on the south, it's going to be turning, clockwise. And you turn around to the north, it's going to be turning counterclockwise. So you'd have like two ceiling fans that are opposite of each other, essentially. They'll be spinning in the same direction, but what you'd see is like when you turn around, because you'd be in the middle of two ceiling fans. Like imagine, how about this? Two fans, just no ceiling fan. There's two fans on the side, in either side of you, right? Two fans either side of you, and they're facing you, right?
Just my head.
The propeller is spinning the same direction, but when you turn around, it looks like the propeller is actually spinning in the other direction. Apparently, but they're both spinning in the same direction. Do you get it?
I just did that. I just did that.
Yeah.
And they went the same direction. I looked at it and I turned 180.
No. You're in the center. The fans have to be on either side of you. Like one is on one wall, then turn around 180, and then put a fan on behind you, and then have them both on. And when you turn around and you see one fan's going to be spinning, just like they're both spin in the same direction is what I mean. But when you turn around, the fan that you turn around is going to be looking like it's spinning in the opposite direction.
Well,
do you get it?
For that to be analogous, wouldn't there have to be two skies?
No, not two skies. You just see the rotation differently. They're both moving. So the stars are moving east to west, right? In the sky. Just like the propellers are moving in the same direction, the propeller of the fan. But you have two fans and they're either side of you, right? When you look at one of them's going to be spinning clockwise, the other one's going to be spinning counterclockwise in your perspective.
I've never seen that in my life. Like two different objects spinning.
Yeah, there's a simple video on this that can show you what it is. Okay, it's pretty simple.
Okay.
Let me see if we can look it up. There might be a GIF on this too, if I'm not mistaken, or GIF, whichever way you depends on you. Does anybody have that video for the gentleman? Let me see. I don't have it. It's on my PC, but I was gonna send it to the guy. Anyway, but yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, all the stars are moving east to west, but when you turn around, it looks like apparently that the rotation's different, but it's not. They're all moving east to west. The direction is still the same.
It's just that's how weather patterns go in America. Is it the same? Like globally, do they all go east to west? I don't know. It's like west to east actually. The weather pattern.
No, it's east to west, not west to east.
It's west to east. Like
No,
weather
no,
pattern.
it's not west to east. It's east to west.
That's west to east.
The stars are not moving west to east, bro. They're moving east to west.
Wait, what's causing the stars to move?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
No.
Oh.
Well, because you said, listen, on the paradigm that you speak of, how far are the stars away? Like from the globe perspective, how far are they away?
Well, it varies, right?
Well, that's the point. But they're so far away, right? And these guys, how do they know what propels them if they are so far away?
Well, they don't say they're propelled at all. They say they're stationary. I'm pretty sure.
No, everything's in motion.
Well, that's true.
Relativity, remember?
Yeah, I agree. Everything's in motion.
Okay.
And there had to be something that caused everything to be in motion.
Yeah, what's that?
That's Jesus.